Chapter 1 Infantry Blade Techniques. Year 1527 of the Great Zhou, November. A autumn wanes and winter deepens, the chill is profound and heavy. Wailing. The howling northwest wind springs forth from an unknown origin, swirling scattered fallen leaves in chaotic flight, while the leaden clouds sat the horizon over darker. Grain soft snow, akin to sand, area accompanied by occasional toothed soft goose feather snowflakes, cascading from Themina's clouds above. Chingsong City, North Off City. Ouch, it hurts so much. The instant whose eye awakens, a splitting headache assails him. Before him lay Esamisty, Thinkwiltof Willow Fluff, and the surrounding Lagwall shave a numerous draught seeping through, allowing the cold air from outside to invade with reckless abandon. Gazing gath at a dilapidated room that seems to belong to another world, whose eye usits penades. In the blink of finny, a torrent of memoria surges forth from the depths of his mind, swiftly absorbed and digested by Wuxiu. The previous incarnation, also named Wuxiu, was born into a respectable family. A the tender age of 14 or 15, ha harbored knowledge for books buten stedrivlet in the art of swordplay, particularly enamored by the soft grand general's commanding legends. After his parents succumbed to illness, during a time of conscription, he resolved to solis familis state and enlist in the military. However, due to his tenderage, he was assigned to the firewood brigade, tasked with the penguin in stoking fires. Bisher fortune, hestumbled upon the severe head of fat gravely wounded in general while foraging for firewood, and throw fast strokio fluck, herozita the position of squad leader. This marked a significant departure from the ranks of foot soldiers. The foundation of grades who military structure das follows and soldier sto leader, 3 leader sto a banner, 3 bonner sto 100 captains, and 300 captain sto a general, with the squad leader being Themis junior officer. As for how he found himself in his current predicament, that begins sover month ago. The previous incarnation possessed considerable martial talent. After being appointed days a squad leader, he participated in several minor skirmishes. Despite his youth, he managed to establish a foothold. However, as the battles between the Great Zhou and the divine separation dwindled, both sides began to negotiate tepies, leading to continuous true production front. Wuxiu, lacking Gan influential connections, became of the casualties of this optimization. Nonetheless, as a squad leader, he was able to obtain hemist modest official position upon returning home, namely follow Liclerc, specifically tasked with local affairs in Thespars Lipopulata northern part of the city. Life was manageable. Inexplicably, he began to suffer from an unaccountable weakness in his but isometi. After consulting every doctor in town without improvement, his condition only worsened, ultimately leaving him bedridden unable to move. In pursuit of treatment, Heeks housed Dallasaving Sandevan and Listethi Hell paw from her commerdes to sell off Yassits, relocating to is dilapidated house St. He city's outskirts. Hishisten and Sedipinded entirely on delivery isches, more than a month dragged in his manner. Last night, has suddenly experienced a palpitation, waking from a dream, only to be struck in the head by Simeone as soon as she opened his eyes, leading to his time Lydiath and beaten to subsequent transmigration. Hoisit. Wu's eye squints, a glimmer of coldness flicker in his eyes. In his memories, the previous incarnation's martial prowess was not particularly high. Although he had unexpectedly attained the position of squad leader, he rarely interacted with authors, focusing solely on honing his martial skills, leaving little room for enmity. Moreover, the mysterious illness that plagued him had been quite peculiar, with no doctorable to diagnose his ailment. He had consumed countless stonics and restorative medicines, yet this condition only deteriorated, often phalangin to deep, unresponsive sleep. It felt Marikinto being poisoned than afflicted by illness. Greed, power, lust, what could the motive form order? Wu's eye meticulous lie pieces stogather the chaotic memorious in his mind. Ifitwirian poison, especially of a chronic nature, it must have been administered by Simeonu Hoade lie contact with him. Aside from a few subordinates from his militarities, that left and lie, the official Cynthiaman and the doctors were provided him with. Yet the pressing concern is not toyed to fifth assailant but to restore his shield, otherwise, even if he were town covered murderer, it would merely lead to another fatal blow to hisht. Fortuitously, since his transmigration, has felt no enough to previous incarnation, Slether your weakness aside, from the pain in his head and thuakness, from prolonged fasting, he feels not different from an ordinary person. Asha probes the source of the pain in his head, he realizes the twili I, twaisiganizing upon awakening, if the significant lie subsided now. Fortunately, it's not a serious issue. Wu Zai relaxes sandex he lesofly. Suddenly, a wavy fin tin cetizinus surges from the depths of his soul, arrivings weaved lion ferociously. Strange patterns begin to manifest before his eyes, with disjointed information flicker in and out like a fall to signal. Those chaotic and incomplete fragments seem to conceal an ineffable, unrememberable intricacy, incessant lie breaking apart and resembling, ultimate lie coalescing into a flickerings, park in the darkness, expanding gradually, time indeterminate, but eventually, a seemingly illusory golden scroll loon furls lowly before him. On the front of the scroll, a few line esofancient script glimmer with a faint light at the top. Name Wuxio. Divine powers none. Martial arts infantry blade techniques minor accomplishment. Dragon tiger chi none. Gazing at the scroll emanating gas off glow, Wu Zai you find Shimzulf momentarily stunned. What is this? Ashesman stabilizes, a sins off surprise dons Pun Wuxio. This scroll looks remarkably familiar. In his previous life, before his transmigration, Hadans had taken refuge from the Rhine in a secluded temple while climbing a mountain, casually paying his respects to the within. Her recall slit-leafed he template self, except for the central statue holding Spheri scroll. Before bowed, he distinct lie remembered the statue cradling the scroll, Butupan rising gone looking gagain, thestatishens were empty. Inquiring from the temples in a by chance yielded not clarity they claimed the statue had never held a scroll, leading him to believe had merely imagined it. Now, it seems. That scroll must have found its way Tama truly, the great Godolph transmigration cares for every traveler. Regaining his composure, Wu Zai assured Stursashegazi Suthiansian script on the scroll. Theotheantria showed little significance, Butany terragarding, infantry blade technique has capture Shisatenshin. Infantry blade techniques a military bladechnic, consistent and practical, simplified from blood-killing technique. Advancement path minor accomplishment 1200, practicing the blade technique on sane, creases progress by 1. Can be enhanced, requiring 5 counts of dragon tiger ki wu dio alicto enhance to mastery? Such martial arts are in this world the majority of what circulate us in the market consists of fun refined hand techniques, often learned for a repetance. However, acquiring a true system of martial arts is significantly more challenging. The beneficiaries of such profound technique caser primarily the ruling court and the great clans or sects of various regions. Tolerant advanced techniques, one must either be accepted as a disciplier, in harsher situations, celoneselfinto servitude, hoping that the higher-ups will permit them tolerant portions soft advanced techniques. Yes, just portions. Want to continue learning? You may butai tintails, continuing to toy. Thus, the transmission of such technique is often reserved for formal offspring and blood relations. Even if outsiders are willing to toil, transmission often depends on circumstances, with true acceptancy occurring gon life ter generation, shaves occurred here hold on the family. Thessaly exceptionlies in military serviciend becoming gawhound for the court, which, while similarly fraught with hierarchy and intrigue, is comparatively simpler. After all, when faced with desperation, a soldier may certain anything to survive. The infantry blade technique has learned be the previous incarnation where he acquired during years in the military. Although Henavir mastered the corresponding blood-killing technique, Hate Hurolai grasped this bladed technique. In this modest Jingsong city, even if Hehesnit attained great mastery, Heku easily overpower 3E or 4 thugs from a local boxing gym. Chapter 2 Goosewing Blade. Recalling Dragon Tiger Chi, a spark of inspiration flashes in Wu Zai's mind, prompting him to retrieve Husrenling of local authority. Indeed, Ashishin touches Therenling, the scroll within his consciousness shooters as lightly. The ancient script begins to form like patterns in his vision. Local authority Ironling White supervised by the Ministry of Personaloft Great Zhou, distributed throughout he territory after receiving blessings sit cancelite lyresis supernatural forces. Item discovered local authority Ironling upon acquisition, it can refine dragon tiger Kifferden counts. Wooldioliki torrefinite? Based on the previous incarnation's memories, Wuzai Uvigelai recall shearing in Themilitera thought Dragon Tiger Kyre presents the Fortunophanation. Although the previous incarnation Wasmerl Yellow ranking official, upon receiving the tight leaf local authority, Hitu Kuden Joyama Dikamof Dragon Tiger Kif for protection while it may not treat health as supernatural entirely, it could at least instill some caution in ordinaridom on Sandminsters. However, Wuzayu Hadanla heard that a county magistrate take could wield the official seal bestowed with the court totalize Dragon Tiger Chi. He now wonders whether Hekanusai through Heskrol and whether it comber plenishid afterward. Moreover, dost him mount off Dragon Tiger Kai required for advancement trilata to Nesonrealm? If behavioral reality practice ed theble dedicnic do ascertain extent, will the necessary counts off Dragon Tiger Kai crease? Wuzirus is sand paces within theorem. Noticing Tazai Defromi's weakness, he has indeed recovered. Hekazalai picks up the only weapon at the bedside, a goosewing blade. This blade do assisted upon taking up his duties, serving Natan Liasai upon Budal So's a form of identification akin to the local authority ironling. Upon grasping the blade, a nod sensation washes over Heimelthoff had never practiced said bladed technique case in his previous life. He now feels Sacy Fehas wielded a blade for 8 years, effortlessly executing Gasriasoft techniques. Coupled with his restored body, Asimplene Duna Dorned bladed technique Hemanitessa Nereofli Thalentent. Swinging, slashing, and cleaving, Hekanal Shi's energy and steps Anunizan, causing Thedum, Shadowy Rumto sudden Lyshamir with a flicker of cold light. With a few simpletic knee case off blade work, Wuzayu immersed Himselfin tranquilly, his mind attuned ther Hythmo Feech slash and strike. Thine Zeit Sand skills pertaining to the infantry blade dedic knee Keswift melded with his being, and he's almost intuitively, Howder Finity infantry blade stylito best suithai soniscence. What Kindoff strikes wood wield themis power? Wherein the human body could done deliver affatal blow? Theoritation off steps amidst teblade techniques. After several cycles practice, have found himself reluctantly pausing, sheathing his blade with a sigh of satisfaction. The infantry blade technique a martial art of the military, characterized by its simplicity and practicality, distilled from the bloodshed arts. Advancement path minor accomplishment, 6200, practice at the blade technique progress 1. Enhancement available, requires 5 moments of dragon and tiger chi. Should it be enhanced to mastery? It appears that practicing the blade in Deidre fresh me progress forna, is shall refrain from missing me dragon and tiger chi. My focus will knob entirely on mastering this bladed technique. Yet, this technique is undeniably owned forged for the battlefield, not seeking elegancy or finesse, but rather thesweef test and simplesman soft striking. Willie it is not difficult, in combat, there is scarcely yet offensive a movie own must possess a means to fliving gaunt higiof death. Wuzaya felt his energy's urge, invigorating Gabadi thaded long landermat. However, Hesun since it gnawing hunger, a reman duro fist growing weakness. Shaking hishid, hey moost, takultivit martial prowess, one must not neglect sustenance. The previous owner of this badilanguishiden bed, subsisting mostly in medicinal broth citus cleary have, juffered considerable deprivation. The pressing matter now was store storm of health. With this thought, Wuzias Ganethis sparsely furnishid abode, pondering for a moment before rummaging through a sorner, where discovered a meager inventory of current assets. 12 a tail soft scattered silver, 30 copper coins, a yanling blade, a moldy thinkwilt, 12 strips off smoked cured meat, and a do-off corn. The yanling blady eyes word approximately 50 tails, making Jithemist valuable possession among his meager sits. Unfortunately, Selengitis su tof tequistionaton lies the rethius su e finding a buyer, but the feels san inherent lack of securative intringut without some form of possession. Why do is this seem off? Wu's eye frowned, not duetto in excess of wealth but trithorade efficiency. After all, he had transitioned from military reservicito structure to official role. Not to mention the spoils from the battlefield, Theminth light tributus received since assuming the position of head constable were in a trifling matter. Even if Hehedex housed his savings and medical expenses, Hehedrevius lie liquidated from Ilyasit Sand taken in extended leave, from Thessalio Fischau Zeleny had netted of 100 taels, and what remained in his current savings should surely exceed this paltry sum. Though Chingsong City is Sasmal border town, it boasts several house and households. According to the governance of Great Zhou, the affairs of the population military are overseen by a Savin, Thrang County Magistrati, and as 7th Thrang County Constable. County Constable Liu and as Sam Marshal Artistoft hem muscle training realm, primarily responsible for collecting funds sandhitting his martial skills, usually delegating tasks to his 3 underlings. Wu Zia's role pertains to public safety, with the oldest head constable, Yin Feng, overseeing the person, while a timid league head constable, Zhang Wu, manages the Sidigites and Eid's expeditions against bandits. These 3 positions are a few with opportunities for personalgen, yet among them, Zhang Wu's really is the most perilous, while fielderly Yin Finj enjoys samurai comfortable existence. Although Wu Zai Udo has not ventured out to combat bandits, the intricate buff power dynamics within Thesatimin she so an opportunities forgan are limited, and his martial prowess does not hold much renown within Chingsong City. Itis precise libby causavius lack of martial reputation, that the silver collected from local shop, sis first divide, among the various factions, with onlias malportion ultimate lie reacting hum. Overall, heresy vesaviral does entail soft silver each month. Despite having taken up this position not long ago, when combined with his previous savings, he estimates around 300 tels in total. Even considering his recent medical expenses, Herton's a clear memory of his financial dealings ailment plaguing him asiado diagnosed, and the medications prescribed be local doctor noten including near ingredients, meaning his medical expenses who'd no exceed around 100 tales. As for the assailants who attacked him last night, it is evident that the Sinsofaran Sack and Garib sent the intruder seemed intensely in vengeance, striking him down with a single blow before departure without a trace. Recalling how during Isptridin days, his meal san medicinas were delivered by a subordinate tenably c. Wu Zia pondered whether these individual might have known hewer about Safi's wealth. Lizi, a former subordinate from his military days, accompanied him after the disbanding Goft Hirmayan no service in Chingsong City. For over a month, has been Theon bringing broths and medicines, visiting Jevera 3 days. As Wu Zia's condition worsened, he loathed them to take the funds needed for the purchases, and as time passed, others began Takamilis frequently, while E.C., with fewer responsibilities, continued to visit regularly. Could it be they has embezzled from? Weighing the small pouch of coinsinhitioned, Wu Zia recollected that they had never inquired about the cost softy medicine albroths, allowing them to take what they deemed necessary. Is it possible thought money has corrupted him? Desperation breeds greed, and the logic of this motive holds true. If this is the case, then Li Si could very well but have prime suspect, Ash possesses a clear motive for wrongdoing. After all, so coincidence are in a tunkum in a world where a resource are scarce. In this feudal dynasty, such occurrences are lie routine when a family sit small members or when a solitary person faces death, itis often the nearby relative and neighbors will strike first. Especially for Simeon like him, Assingleman can feed himself without concern for others, possessing wealth while a vulnerable sock and toe chilled wandering through a marketplace with gold in hand. Those with a semblance of conscience meravidia simply wouldn't coffin, while if the ruthless sight, simply and dislife you with a single strike, hastening spezagito thiefter life. Yet, Lisa Hasnavir exhibit any cruelty where would have find the audacity to commit murder? Feeling the intensifying pangs of hunger in his stomach, Wu Zia solved to remember these individual for future reckoning, certain that the must resolve it his matters when timelos. They immediate to priority is disitiate me hunger thought her some provision sathome. They will on suffice temporarily, and these ingredients lack nutritional value. Although has scrolls can refresh me progress through practice, the Italian me buddy feels more pronounced. Imistek spent the silvery have to procure nourishing ingredients, and swift lie advance at the infantry blade dedec nicto agrator mastery. With a means of self-defense, I can then explore their martial arts, having arrived in these of martial prowess, how cold dino taspire to reach greater inks? As for vengeance and the affair soft tea constables, I shall keep theme in mind for now. With that plancet, Wu Zia swiftly prepared a pot off corn, layering see soft cured meat top the simmering grains. In a matter of minutes, Therameof tea cured meat mingling with thuni kessentoff corn filled the air. Thoff lacking ganyo their seasonings, hunger serve as the finished spice, and as she await the meal's completion, Wu Zia uful thistoma crumble in anticipation. On set the corn was ready, he stewed utensils, optingen stead to sew spatula toe at direct life from the pot. Themingling flavor soft corn and cured meat, with her salty richness, filled him with satisfaction, and as the spoonful found it in his belly, he exhaled a contentsit. Indeed, the appetite of a martial artist differs vastly. In my previous life, the spot-off corn would suffice for at least 5 people now, under the retail sin Thyserov martial masters consuming 3 oxen a day, remaining gun phased of in after thaw fasting. To practice a martial arts, one must eat well. Noton lido ezite great labinifithi body, beautifone subsissimi adrifair, they will find it impossible to replenish the energy required for training, ultimately leading to failure in their martial pursuits and icon body. Thus, to meet the demands of rapid progress, relying solely on this modest corn will was to precious to me essential. With a bitoff sparacanga still in hand, he must begin. Using the water from cooking, Wuzayu cleans the skukinguten silsand began preparing tovenchuri out for the purchase of ingredients. Chapter 3. The raucous streets and the butcher's trade dressed in a black uniform of sturdy fabric, Wu Xiu pushed open the wooden gate of his modest courtyard. The snow had seemingly been falling for quite some time. Blanketing the Solaz manthus tree within the yard, he casually removed the only set of tattered rain gear from the bare wall, donned it, secured his geese feather knife, and locked the door behind him. Stepping out of his humble abode, he found the ground outside covered in a thick layer of snow. His current residence was located in the more remote northern part of the town, where few souls ventured. As he walked along the official road, the atmosphere gradually became livelier. The path, strewn with a mix of gravel and mud, was also cloaked in white, and despite the ongoing snowfall, some individuals had already ventured out to work. The industrious elderly and women were diligently clearing the accumulated snow, while a few well-off children frolicked in the winter wonderland. Street vendors peddling their wares could be seen, calling out enticingly, the aromas of wontons and steamed buns wafting through the cold air, luring many to count out their coins for a warm cup of tea to stave off the chill. In days gone by, Wu Xiu might have taken a moment to observe the unique customs of this ancient dynasty, but now his mind was solely focused on procuring sufficient ingredients to return and diligently pursue his training. Lowering the brim of his rain hat, he pressed onward to the butcher Zhang's stall, initially prepared to approach, but halted in his tracks. Surrounding the butcher's stall was a raucous group of ruffians. "Third master, look at this frigid winter. How could I possibly extend credit for such a meager transaction? Merely half a pig. You should settle up today, and I, old Zhang, assure you I will butcher it with care." The butcher, his face a canvas of fleshiness, wore a strained smile as he attempted to negotiate with the unruly crowd before him. In this harsh winter, devoid of festivities, his business had also suffered. Just days prior, he had settled this month's security fees, only to find these ruffians seeking to take advantage of his plight once more. "Old Zhang, your reasoning is flawed." The leader of the ruffians, bearing a scarred face, retorted with an air of bravado. "Surely you know my brothers and I often feast on borrowed time, spending our coins on the courtesans of Yihong Tower, leaving us with nothing for your debts. Today, consider it a favor. We'll extend credit this once, and next time we will settle up. Why must you prattle on? Next time, next time. Curse your mother." The butcher's smile grew increasingly strained. He was well aware of the ruffians' true nature. Once they borrowed, they rarely repaid. Nevertheless, considering the recent expenses incurred by his family, he gritted his teeth and forced a smile. "I understand your difficulties, third master. How about this? I'll let you have this half-pig for your drinks. And I'll throw in a pair of trotters as well. Perhaps that can cover my stall security fee for next month?" "Pah!" the scarred ruffian scoffed derisively. "Old Zhang, have you lost your wits? What worth does this meager portion of meat hold against a month's security fee? And remember, the security fees go to the Black Tiger Gang. This debt is a personal matter for me. Public and private are not to be mixed." Wu Xiu stood among the onlookers, shaking his head in silent dismay. The plight of the common folk was not solely burdened by oppressive taxes imposed by the officials, but also by the extortion of local thugs. One could only imagine the hardships they faced. Ordinarily, butchers in a feudal dynasty were considered somewhat well off among the lower classes, yet here, a mere ruffian held sway while the butcher was left with no choice but to concede. The ruffian represented not just himself but 100-strong gang, many of whom were skilled in martial arts, a daunting mountain for any butcher to surmount. After a protracted negotiation, the butcher ultimately dragged half a pig from his cutting board. as if cleaving not through pork, but through the very spine of the ruffians before him. He deftly chopped it into sizable pieces and handed it over to the grinning thugs. Clearly, the butcher had opted to suffer a financial loss to avert disaster. Wu Xiu remained in the crowd, refraining from intervening, although, as the constable, he bore the responsibility of maintaining order in the marketplace. He himself was not yet secure enough to extend goodwill toward becoming a beloved official. Moreover, in these times, being a good official was one thing. Surviving as a good one was quite another. Human life could be worth a fortune at times, yet more often than not, it was merely a dagger lurking in the shadows. As the ruffians joyfully departed with the butcher's pork, the crowd gradually dispersed. A few individuals who had initially intended to purchase meat cautiously approached the stall. Wu Xiu moved with the flow of the crowd. "Young sir, what kind of meat do you desire? Today, I happen to have brought in a black pine pig from the countryside. Its meat rich and succulent, perfect for stir-frying. I also have some cheaper bones available for soup." With the ruffians gone, the butcher's face brightened, welcoming the customers with genuine warmth rather than the forced smile of before. While handing over the wrapped meat to the customers, he called out to Wu Xiu. Given the distance from his residence, Wu Xiu had set out intending to stock up on provisions. Fortunately, during this winter season, he need not worry about spoilage due to prolonged storage. Thus, without waiting for the butcher to finish his pitch, he directly stated, half a pig, cut along the ribs, 2 pairs of trotters chopped into small pieces, and 5 pounds of lean meat, sliced and bundled together. A big customer. The butcher's heart leaped with joy. This transaction would certainly help offset his losses considerably. He hastily retrieved a prepared black pine pig from the cutting board, skillfully slicing it while conversing. "Young sir, your timing today is impeccable. This black pine pig is a rarity. Its meat much firmer than ordinary domesticated pigs. Recently, the hunters in the countryside have had good fortune, bringing in several fine specimens, prompting me to brave the snow to procure one for you. I assure you, you will not regret your purchase." Watching the butcher deftly slice the meat with fluidity, Wu Xiu noted that this so-called black pine pig indeed differed from ordinary livestock. Although, according to the laws of the Great Zhou, butchers were required to pay taxes by surrendering the hides of the animals they sold, it was evident that the skin of this black pine pig had already been removed. The majority of its meat appeared red, with little fat, and its physique resembled that of domesticated pigs rather than the long, lean wild boars of his previous life. Perhaps it was a unique species of this world and a brief moment. The skilled butcher had neatly tied the meat with twine and placed it on the cutting board, smiling broadly at Wu Xiu. "Young sir, I'll waive the change. 5 taels will suffice." Chapter 4. Practicing with the blade amidst snow and wind. Heart colder than steel after finalizing his purchase, Wu Xiu proceeded to acquire some spices. Though he had emptied his pockets, he felt no pang of regret. Money is a valuable asset, but it is only effective when it can be put to use. Otherwise, one merely becomes a miser. As long as he restored his body and acquired martial prowess, the small sum he spent today would be returned to him manifold. Time was of the essence. He needed to prepare the meat and then practice his martial arts. Fortunately, perhaps due to the long absence of a fire, there was ample firewood in the kitchen. Having spent his childhood in the countryside, he was no stranger to the earthen stove. In a rush, he opted against elaborate dishes. Instead, he heated the pot, added water, and tossed in the cut meat along with the spices. The lean meat was suspended high in the chimney to slowly cure in the residual heat. Before long, the rich aroma of simmering meat filled the cramped kitchen. Wu Xiu shoved a piece of durable firewood into the stove and, armed with his geese feather knife, ventured into the snowy courtyard. Standing resolutely with his blade, he let the biting wind and snow sweep past him like a chilling knife. Taking a deep breath, he grasped his geese feather knife, and his mind began to replay every move and stance of the infantry sword technique. The martial arts were categorized into stages: entry-level, minor achievement, mastery, great perfection, and completeness. According to the military instructors, entry-level techniques were easily grasped. Even those of limited aptitude could yield results within 10 days or half a month, while those of exceptional talent could achieve minor success in about a year. However, attaining mastery or completeness was a formidable challenge. Without the assistance of scrolls, He wondered how long it would take him to reach a level of perfection that even a centurion in the army might not attain. Wu Xiu murmured softly to himself, then suddenly swung his blade forward, a glimmer of cold light flashing in the courtyard. The fierce blade gleamed, transforming into a manifestation of the biting wind, swirling rapidly amidst the falling snowflakes. In an instant, it surged forth like an iron phalanx on the battlefield, cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. With each stroke, Wu Xiu seemed oblivious to the cold, tirelessly repeating the only sword technique he had mastered thus far, the steppe soldier's blade technique. When fatigue or hunger struck, he would simply reach into the pot for some black pine boar meat, consuming both meat and broth. Although it lacked the exquisite flavors of his past life, it possessed a unique charm of its own. After stoking the fire with kindling to maintain its blaze, he resumed his practice. This routine continued for 2 days without him stepping outside, apart from a few necessary hours of rest. All his energy was devoted to honing the steppe soldier's blade technique. Perhaps it was the efficacy of the black pine boar meat, or perhaps the vigorous practice invigorated his blood and energy. With every meal consisting of meat, his body recovered swiftly, and the sense of depletion he felt upon awakening gradually vanished, restoring him to the robust physique he had possessed before falling ill. Of course, the most significant progress lay in the relentless practice of the steppe soldier's blade technique. Steppe soldier's blade technique. A military sword technique, simple and unadorned, simplified from the bloodslaughter skill. Advancement path. Minor completion, 199200. Completed 1 round of practice, progress 1. Can be upgraded after slaying 1 person. Requires dragon and tiger energy for 2 quarters. Should it be elevated to mastery? Inside the room, Wu Xiu wielded a goose feather blade with fluid grace, the blade slicing through the air, creating a symphony of wind sounds. After completing an entire set of the steppe soldier's blade technique, he sheathed his sword and glanced at the scroll displaying 199200 progress, frowning slightly. This was already the 3rd iteration. Every move of the steppe soldier's blade technique had become second nature to him through constant practice. Yet why had the progress bar remained stagnant since last night when he had pushed the technique to its threshold? Was it truly necessary to take a life to break through to the next realm? Setting the goose feather blade aside, Wu Xiu began to reminisce about the teachings from his military instructor. The steppe soldier's blade technique was initially crafted for the battlefield, prioritizing speed over intricacy, emphasizing intent rather than form. How peculiar that such a technique would require killing to advance to the next level. Yet, he realized that the dragon and tiger energy required for the breakthrough had indeed diminished by 3 quarters, necessitating a kill. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Simultaneously, a voice called out, "Chief, how are you feeling today? We've brought you medicine." Someone had arrived, judging by the voice. It was likely Li Si, and indeed, it was time for his usual delivery. As Wu Xiu prepared to rise, he suddenly froze, as if recalling something critical. Slowly, he returned to his sitting position at the bedside. Covering the goose feather blade with a moldy, thin quilt, his expression impassive as he listened to the persistent knocking from outside, remaining silent. However, the hand gripping the blade beneath the quilt tightened with increasing intensity. Outside, the knocking continued. The tall figure of Zhou, bearing a heavy medicinal pot, accentuated Li Si's increasingly gaunt appearance. Noticing the prolonged silence from within, Zhou, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Stop knocking! The chief must be asleep. Let us just go in." Li Si, with dark circles under his eyes, smacked his forehead and sighed. "Ah, my fault. My fault. I didn't sleep well last night and almost forgot that the chief cannot get up right now." Zhang isn't it strange how the chief has fallen ill with such a bizarre condition? Rolling his eyes, Zhang lost his patience and urged, "Who knows? Quit jabbering." Dr. Zhang instructed that this medicine must be taken hot. "You mentioned it costs a silver tael per dose, so we can't waste it." Alas! Truly, the heavens are envious of talent. Shaking his head, Li Si ceased to elaborate, directly pushing open the door. Inside the room, Wu Xiu recognized the voices outside but chose to remain silent for the moment. Besides Li Si, his other comrade from the military, Zhang, was present. Unlike Li Si, who was merely a simple soldier, Zhang possessed considerable capability. Although he hadn't been as fortunate as Wu Xiu, who had gained a promotion through a fortunate encounter, he had earned the position of deputy through solid achievements. After their unit disbanded, the three of them had come to Qingsong City to serve as officials, Wu Xiu as the chief, Zhou as the deputy, and Li Si as the errand boy. Their camaraderie from the military, combined with their official status, allowed them to establish a firm foothold in this small city. Zhou, in particular, was no slouch in martial arts. He was tall and robust, having practiced the complete blood slaughter blade technique just like Wu Xiu. Had the war not ended swiftly, he too could have easily risen through the ranks. Moreover, after becoming a constable, Zhou continued to hone his martial skills. Li Si mentioned that he had recently acquired a fragmentary martial art, mastering a form of grappling, making him a notable figure within the small city. Thus, since Wu Xiu had fallen ill, it was Zhou, the most capable among the three, who had taken on the responsibilities of the chief. Though Zhou didn't visit as frequently as Li Si, he would still come by every few days to check on Wu Xiu, delivering medicine or bringing fine food and drink, maintaining a good rapport. Reflecting on their personalities and appearances from memory, Wu Xiu squinted slightly, redirecting his focus to the present moment. Outside, the two had fallen silent. The only sounds were the echoes of their footsteps. Chapter 5. A heart with secrets, a heart colder than steel. As they passed through the tattered curtain, upon raising his gaze, Li Si met Wu Xiu's eyes, which were devoid of emotion. A flicker of shock crossed Li Si's gaunt face, followed by a moment of panic as he instinctively glanced at Zhou, who was beaming with delight. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou rushed forward, exclaiming, "Chief, you're feeling better." Wu Xiu sat at the bedside, observing the expressions of both men. He seemed oblivious to Li Si's unease, maintaining a calm demeanor as he nodded at Zhou and replied, "I don't know why, but this morning I felt significantly improved. I appreciate the hard work you both have put in during these days." "What are you saying, Chief? Since we had the fortune to meet in the military, we promised to support one another. It's the least we could do," Zhou replied, relieved to see Wu Xiu recovering. He placed the steaming medicinal pot beside the bed, retrieving a ceramic bowl as he continued, "Moreover, Chief, you have always taken care of us. Isn't it true that you assisted Li Si with his marriage proposal recently? We're all brothers who share the same pot." Meanwhile, Li Si, initially frozen in place, suddenly came to life, a smile blooming on his face. Not waiting for Zhou to finish, he stepped forward to help pour the medicinal soup, chiming in, "Zhou is right, Chief. Drink this soup while it's hot. Once you're fully recovered, we can once again revel in feasting and drinking together." That will be the true joy, however. When Wu Xiu received the bowl filled with the dark medicinal soup, he did not drink it as usual. Instead, he shook his head and set it aside, stating, "I've been consuming this soup for many days, but I don't feel it has been effective. Since I am better now, there's no need for you to fetch it anymore." After placing the bowl aside and lowering his gaze, he continued, "I know you have spent a lot on my illness. If you could give me a number in the future, I will write you a note." Turning around, Zhou, still wearing a smile, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I can't take credit for this. It's all Li Si's effort in buying and brewing the medicine. I merely brought some wine and food occasionally. You can treat us when you're well again. Enough, we're brothers. There's no need for formality. Besides, you provided some upfront after I gave you the silver. It's not a large sum. Smiling broadly, didn't he follow up on that topic, but suddenly seemed to recall something, cheerfully saying to Zhou, "Now that the chief is feeling better, aren't you upset about the gang conflict in the city? Why not wait until the chief is fully recovered and we can tackle it together?" Casting a glance at the cheerful Li Si, Zhou's expression darkened as he explained to Wu Xiu, "Recently, the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Line Guild have been fighting fiercely over some matter, creating quite a ruckus in the county town and causing significant security issues. County Officer Liu has instructed us to resolve it promptly. However, since you are better now, I will hand over the case files tomorrow, and you can meet with both gangs to reach a resolution." In his recollection, Qingsong City, as a frontier town, had only two significant gangs, the Black Tiger Gang, which engaged in illicit activities such as extortion and smuggling, and the Iron Line Guild, a martial arts school that primarily taught combat skills and provided escort services. However, the boundaries between them were blurred, as both engaged in unsavory dealings. The ruffian Wu Xiu encountered while purchasing meat was merely a low-level lackey of the Black Tiger Gang. Yet, after all these years, the two factions had coexisted peacefully. What could have provoked such a sudden outbreak of conflict? As Wu Xiu rummaged through his memories, he realized he lacked understanding in this matter. He kept this concern to himself and continued discussing the affairs of the Yamen. Noticing that Li Si appeared unusually fatigued, clearly lacking in vitality and frequently yawning, Wu Xiu felt a hint of embarrassment from Li Si. Li Si explained that he had stayed up late the previous night to tend to a medicine pot, which had deprived him of proper rest. Consequently, the group agreed to reconvene at the Songqing building in a few days, intending to gather all the brothers for a feast. Upon pushing open the door, the biting cold wind, laden with snowflakes, sent a shiver through the frail Li Si, causing him to shrink his neck and wave goodbye to Zhou. The two then parted ways, each crunching through the snow. After watching them leave, Wu Xiu closed the door, and his previously smiling face instantly turned solemn. Indeed, Li Si was hiding something. In his recollection, he had never mentioned to his former self about borrowing money or seeking a matchmaker. And this individual had previously squandered everything at the Black Tiger Gang's gambling den, from which Wu Xiu had once rescued him alongside Zhou and others. He recalled an incident when Li Si had lost everything again and, confronted by his creditors, had resolutely severed a segment of his left pinky finger to demonstrate his commitment to quitting gambling. Out of consideration for their connections in the military, Wu Xiu had helped him settle his debts, and thereafter, he had not heard of Li Si indulging in gambling again. Observing Li Si's current listless demeanor, Wu Xiu would wager that there was a 90% chance he had succumbed to his gambling addiction once more. As for the excuse of staying up late to help prepare medicine, that was a tale no one would believe. If Li Si had indeed resorted to thievery to repay his gambling debts, it would not be inconceivable for him to silence Wu Xiu after the act, fearing discovery. Contemplating this, Wu Xiu felt a surge of thoughts as he returned indoors. He picked up the now-cold medicine pot by his bedside, disposing of the concoction that reeked with a pungent odor. Inside were dark clumps of medicinal residue, which he carelessly stuffed into a cloth bag. He recalled that during their earlier conversation, Zhou had mentioned that Li Si had spent a tael of silver on a dose of medicine for him. By market standards, that was no small sum. A tael could sustain a poor family of 3 for nearly 10 days. Curious about the expensive ingredients that had rendered his prolonged consumption of the concoction ineffective, Wu Xiu wasted no time. After tidying up the herbs, he stepped outside. The black pine pork at home was nearly finished, so he took down the thoroughly roasted strips of meat, wrapped them in oiled paper, and tucked them into his coat, savoring them as he walked through the wind and snow. Instead of heading to the clinic where he had previously received treatment, Wu Xiu chose to take a detour to a different clinic under the auspices of the Taishan Guild. Although it was unlikely that Li Si and his former doctor were in cahoots, prudence dictated he switch clinics. Within a short span, Wu Xiu emerged from the healing establishment, its sign promising salvation. He lowered his wide-brimmed hat slightly as he stepped into the swirling snowflakes. Chapter 6. The heart of man is like a ghost. Kill. Cursed be it. As anticipated, Li Si had indeed lied. The most expensive ingredient in the medicinal residue was a herb called an hun chow, primarily known for its sedative properties, while the total value of the entire concoction amounted to mere coins. According to the physician's explanation, such remedies were commonly prescribed by itinerant doctors. Ordinary decoctions, some containing roadside weeds, with absolutely no medicinal value. Along the unfrozen banks of the Clearwater River, Wu Xiu casually tossed the bag of medicinal residue into the water. The matter seemed clear. A certain gambling addict had drugged the former self for monetary gain. As the target neared exhaustion, he had resorted to lethal measures to eliminate him completely. Wu Xiu had no doubt about the perpetrator's motives. After all, both gambling and poison share similarities. Once someone becomes addicted, they transform into a different being. It mattered little whether they were merely comrades in arms or family. In their eyes, everyone was merely a movable asset, selling daughters as wives, unrepentant, all culminating in the fate of these vile creators of filth. The only question remained. Li Si should not possess the cunning to orchestrate such a plot. It was not that Wu Xiu underestimated this gambling fool. Since contracting his strange illness, He had sought medical treatment on numerous occasions and had even suspected poisoning. Yet no doctor had ever confirmed it. Furthermore, Li Si had only begun bringing him medicine after his condition worsened, indicating that the correct sequence of events was an initial illness followed by a weakened state, wherein he entrusted Li Si to procure medicine. Li Si had pocketed the money and substituted the herbs with inferior ones. Thus, Li Si was indeed one of the factors leading to the former's demise, though not the primary cause, if someone had managed to corrupt the doctors. Whether through power or wealth, it was beyond the capabilities of a mere constable like Li Si. Even if he had done so, there would inevitably be someone behind him. But who could that possibly be? In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Wu Xiu's mind. He could not recall having offended any powerful figures. Where had the problem arisen? Moreover, if such power existed, why resort to the despicable act of poisoning? Most importantly, he had been granted a second chance at life. He wondered what methods his adversaries might employ this time. Strength. At present, strength was of utmost importance. Regrettably, his basic foot soldier's swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. Unable to advance further. Not every transmigrator came equipped with a deep blue pendant. However, this scoundrel Li Si deserved punishment. If all else failed, he would make this fool a sacrificial blade. After all, the spirit of the dragon and tiger still lingered for 10 moments. Lost in thought, Wu Xiu found himself on a secluded path leading home. The sky still shrouded in ominous clouds, snowflakes continuing to fall. When he regained his senses, an unsettling feeling washed over him. From the adjacent thicket, 5 or 6 individuals armed with clubs and axes approached with ill intent, their faces obscured by black masks. Upon noticing this, he halted immediately, instinctively glancing back, only to discover that the way behind him was also blocked by several figures, similarly masked and wielding an assortment of weapons. Both groups advanced toward him, twirling their clubs and axes in a show of intimidation, resembling a pack of wolves encircling their prey. Simultaneously, in the shadows of the thicket, a masked figure hid behind a tree, observing the slow approach of the two groups with clarity. Although these ruffians were nothing more than lowly scum, they should suffice to deal with a recently recovered warrior. The biting wind swirled with the falling snow. Wu Xiu remained rooted in place, gazing at the encroaching crowd. With foes closing in from both sides, the situation was beyond doubt. These were not mere thieves but individuals lying in wait specifically for him. Though he had not donned his official attire today for the sake of investigating the medicinal residue, it was evident that they recognized him, given their immediate assault without inquiry. The prolonged affliction, the midnight ambush, and now this ambush. Wu Xiu was genuinely curious about what his former self had done to offend these people, inciting such an urgent desire to end his life. Yet, it also served to save him 2 moments of dragon and tiger energy. As the approaching bandits drew nearer, the disorganized crowd, although lacking formation, numbered over 10, as they closed in. Wu Xiu could discern their ragged clothing. Could they truly be highwaymen? Without further contemplation, Wu Xiu's expression darkened. He continued down the path, simultaneously loosening the ties of his cloak with his left hand, while gripping the hilt of his Yanling knife with his right. The yellow-brown cloak fell to the ground as he took a step. Compacting the fluffy snow beneath him, in an instant, he was poised with the hilt of his Yanling knife, launching himself forward. Since the visitors bore ill intent, there was no need for words. The first strike must be decisive. Those who strike first have the advantage. He aimed to eliminate one foe to fulfill the advancement requirements for his foot soldier's swordsmanship. Having recovered his health, he was already back to the physique honed in the military in full stride. His speed was astonishing, and within a breath, he was upon the foremost assailant, erupting into a fierce assault. The Yanling knife cut through the frigid air as he swung down violently. Crack! The man hastily raised his club, but with a single stroke, Wu Xiu's initial strike cleaved through the weapon, and the Yanling knife, having bypassed the defense, continued unrelentingly, slicing into the assailant's face, severing bone as blood gushed forth. With the sound of the corpse hitting the ground, the advancing crowd momentarily halted. Standing in the snowstorm, Wu Xiu withdrew the iron command token from his belt, pointing the blood-stained blade at the remaining assailants. His brow raised as he bellowed, in broad daylight, ambushing an officer. "Do you intend to rebel?" With the weight of his murderous intent, he resembled a sword freshly unsheathed, causing a chill to sweep through the hearts of those present, momentarily freezing them in place. Seeing no movement from the opposing side, Wu Xiu refrained from recklessly charging forward. He understood that his recent success in eliminating one foe was merely due to their lack of preparation. He had gained the upper hand. The surrounding bandits, seemingly intimidated, exchanged glances, resulting in a standoff. After a brief pause, a gravelly voice emerged from among the bandits, clearly subdued. "My lord, we are merely passing through. Why resort to such brutality?" As Wu Xiu passed by, he encountered a masked figure wielding a knife, prompting him to exclaim incredulously, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Without a hint of remorse, he swiftly eliminated one adversary and cast a sidelong glance at the leader of the group. This individual, dressed similarly to those around him but distinctly holding a well-crafted broadsword, appeared to command the gang. Upon hearing someone speak up, the bandits visibly sighed in relief, exchanging glances but remaining silent. In truth, the leading bandit found himself in a precarious position. He was acutely aware of the gravity of attacking an official, and thus had no intention of killing anyone. Their employer had merely paid them to test the mettle of the individual before them, hoping to inflict serious injury if possible. Despite their employer's earlier claims that this man had recently been gravely ill, it was evident that he had unexpectedly regained his strength. But to the bandits, who typically relied on overwhelming their foes, he appeared to be an easy target. Their plan was simply to break his legs and fulfill their employer's directive. Little did they expect the encounter to turn so deadly, resulting in one of their own lying lifeless at their feet. The leader of the bandits, knowing the nature of his men, realized that they had not trained in martial arts but had only dabbled in rudimentary combat skills. Their numbers had always been their strength, allowing them to intimidate and bully others. Now, faced with such a formidable opponent, his men were paralyzed with fear. Even if they could overpower him, none were willing to risk their lives when their meager earnings barely amounted to a few taels of silver each month. Thus, retreat became their best strategy. Wu Xiu was equally astonished to witness the bandits actually considering a withdrawal. What manner of rabble was this? Whenever a group of people gathers, a hierarchy of command inevitably emerges. Although the bandits brandished knives and clubs, their lack of coordinated formation and resolve revealed them to be mere ruffians rather than true criminals. However, this worked to Wu Xiu's advantage, as his initial intent was to eliminate one adversary to instill fear. Narrowing his eyes, he maintained his grip on the Yinling knife, dismissing the cold body at his feet as if it were inconsequential. With a stoic expression, he declared, "Passing by. If this is a misunderstanding, then let us part ways amicably." Die in the midst of the snowstorm, a bizarre scene unfolded. A group of masked bandits cautiously dragged away the body of their slain comrade, leaving a crimson stain upon the white snow. Subsequently, the numerous bandits silently retreated into the nearby woods. Moments later, only Wu Xiu remained, still clutching his long knife, vigilant as he retrieved his raincoat, refusing to sheath his weapon. He remained alert to his surroundings as he made his way home. Upon arriving home and shutting the door, he felt a sense of relief. Despite the dilapidated state of the house that still allowed the wind to seep through, he placed the Yinling knife, which had saved his life today, on the table beside him, finally acknowledging the fatigue and emptiness that followed taking a life. With no appetite to prepare a meal, he settled for some homemade jerky as a snack. Strangely, he felt no nausea or discomfort after the act of killing, perhaps due to his past experiences on the battlefield or simply his nature. In truth, he felt more apprehensive than remorseful. Wu Xiu had a clear understanding of his martial capabilities. Although proficient in infantry knife techniques, his physical attributes were only marginally above average. He could neither withstand a barrage of weapons nor hope to take on 10 assailants at once. Had the bandits rushed him, even if he managed to slay a few, he would have undoubtedly faced severe injuries himself. The world was indeed perilously dangerous. Since awakening, crises had been relentless, amplifying Wu Xiu's sense of urgency. Unconsciously, he felt a glimmering scroll materialize in his mind. Name, Wu Xiu Realm, Skinning, 0100, Divine Powers. None Martial Arts. Infantry Knife Techniques, Proficient, Dragon Tiger Chi. 10 moments proficient. The infantry knife techniques have reached proficiency. Elated, Wu Xiao opened the notes on the infantry knife techniques. Infantry knife techniques, a military knife technique. Simple and straightforward, simplified from the blood fiend technique. Advancement path. Proficient, 1500. Practice the knife once. Knife technique progress increases by 1. Killing brings fiendish energy. 10 completes the task. Can be enhanced. Requires 10 moments of Dragon Tiger Chi. Would you like to advance to great success? Gazing at the successfully broken through and changed advancement path of the infantry knife techniques, Wu Xiao fell into contemplation. Indeed, while one could typically rely on practice to progress in the infantry knife techniques, a breakthrough required specific conditions, the nature of which remained uncertain. Whether it stemmed from the original technique or was a result of the scroll, however, he had never heard of anyone breaking through by killing while practicing the infantry knife techniques in the military. It was likely the scroll's influence. Now that he had reached proficiency, did that mean he needed to slay at least 10 individuals to meet the breakthrough condition? This was not a battlefield. And achieving a legitimate 10 kills was no simple task. Moreover, he currently possessed only one knife technique and remained at the skinning realm, having completed his previous training in the military. He urgently required a skinning technique. Lost in thought, Wu Xiao instinctively pulled out the jerky he had prepared. How hungry he was, indeed. Killing was a physically demanding endeavor. A night passed in silence. On the following day, Wu Xiao rose early, practiced the infantry knife techniques, and prepared breakfast with the remaining ingredients in his home. After washing up and donning his official uniform, he slung the Yinling knife over his shoulder and set off towards the Black Pine City Yamen. Having been bedridden due to illness, he had taken an extended leave of absence, but now fully recovered, it was time to report for duty. After all, while other matters could be overlooked, his monthly salary would be docked for any unexcused absences. Moreover, his prior reluctance to visit the Yamen immediately upon awakening stemmed from his concerns about his martial progress and fears of the unseen forces behind the scenes. Now that the fact of his recovery was exposed, and with his infantry knife techniques having advanced to proficiency, there was no need for further concealment. With proficiency in knife techniques, he was considered a capable individual within the military. It was better to boldly present himself and see if any monsters or demons would dare to confront him. As he pondered, Wu Xiao continued to observe his surroundings throughout his journey. Perhaps due to the fear he had instilled in others by killing, the path to work was surprisingly serene. Before long, he arrived at the Black Pine City Yamen. The gates stood wide open, flanked by a pair of ancient stone lions, one of which had lost the orb it once held in its mouth. This was indeed the Black Pine City Yamen. Casting a glance at the deserted entrance, Wu Xiao shook his head. As a remote border town, Black Pine City was not prominent in the court's eyes. Much like many other outlying regions, if a capable and ambitious magistrate were to govern here, the atmosphere might differ. However, for most officials in distant locales, they were either political failures sent into exile or rising stars seeking to gain prestige. Few harbored genuine ambitions to revitalize the area. The primary focus of the magistrates was simply one word: money, money, and more money. Unfortunately, as the magistrate of Black Pine City, they had both. The county lieutenant, Liu Yuan, was said to hail from a wealthy family and had taken up his post solely to train soldiers and collect taxes, as long as the gangs in town did not cause major disturbances. The monthly tributes would flow without fail, allowing him to remain ensconced in his official residence, effectively diminishing the authority of the Yamen, which in turn allowed the Iron Wire Guild and the Black Tiger Gang to flourish. The magistrate, surnamed Mo, nearing 50 years of age, had long given up on a career in politics. Since taking office, he had neglected administrative duties in favor of indulgence and pleasure. However, he remained in good health and had recently married his 7th concubine. Living a life of indulgence. For him, as long as the monthly tax revenues were intact and his coffers were full, the world could be at peace, and he had no concern for anything else. Returning his gaze, Wu Xiao pushed open the door and made his way towards the training grounds at the back of the Yamen. The training ground was quite expansive, nearly comparable to half a football field. With a weapon rack made of black pine wood standing in the center, displaying various weapons such as knives, spears, and clubs. A tall, long-armed middle-aged man wielded an iron spear, creating a whirlwind of movement as he practiced. Exuding an intimidating aura, Wu Xiao halted in his tracks, captivated by the sight of the man practicing his spear technique. The iron spear, with its considerable weight, produced a thunderous sound as it sliced through the air with each thrust and sweep, leaving no doubt that a strike from this weapon would be fatal. Though unaware of the name of this spear technique, Wu Xiu felt an instinctive recognition that the county lieutenant, who seldom ventured beyond his door, possessed a mastery of this skill that far exceeded mere proficiency. After a brief moment, the figure grasped the tail of the gun with one hand, as if in a trance, and executed a flourish with the heavy iron spear, reminiscent of the graceful maneuvers achievable only with a cork-like rod. Subsequently, he casually tossed the iron spear behind him, and it landed perfectly within the hole of the weapon rack, the entire sequence of actions flowing as effortlessly as water. Stretching his limbs, the middle-aged man's joints erupted with a series of crackling sounds akin to frying beans, as he strode towards Wu Xiu with a gait reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. This individual appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a few strands of white hair interspersed among his locks. His knuckles were pronounced, and simply standing there, he resembled a long spear. Beside the training ground, a set of stone tables and chairs were arranged. Lu Yuan first took a sip from a cup of tea that had long since cooled, before turning to Wu Xiu. Beckoning him to approach, Wu Chai had seemingly recovered, and he came over to take a seat. Noting that Lu Yuan had already settled, Wu Xiu, feeling at ease, confidently took a seat beside him on the stone chair. "Thank you for your concern, County Lieutenant. I am quite well now." Lu Yuan nodded, then picked up the teapot beside him to pour a cup of tea, sliding it across to Wu Xiu with a smile. "That is good to hear, though savor this ginseng tea. It invigorates the blood." Without demurring, Wu Xiu lifted the teacup, immediately detecting the rich aroma of ginseng. He did not linger in savoring it, but drank it down in one go. As it settled in his stomach, it felt like strong liquor, sending warmth radiating from his abdomen, rendering the winter chill outside surprisingly less biting. "What a fine tea!" Wu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, acutely aware that this single cup of tea was equivalent to several pounds of black pine pig meat. This was indeed the extravagant nature of the scions of noble families. Wu Xiu surmised that this pot of tea must cost dozens of taels of silver. Observing Wu Xiu drink the tea with unrestrained enthusiasm, Lu Yuan merely shook his head in amusement, savoring his own cup of tea leisurely before continuing. "I shan't waste any more time. Since you are ready to return, you should resume your previous duties. However, the city has been quite turbulent of late. The Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Wire Guild seem to be in a frenzy. You must restore peace to the city as swiftly as possible, especially given the recent spate of homicides. Regardless of the method you employ, you must solve these cases promptly." Upon hearing these words, Wu Xiu grasped the underlying implication. The phrase "regardless of the method" merely suggested that if the true culprits could not be found, a few unfortunate souls could be conveniently scapegoated instead. Given the impression left by his predecessor on this county lieutenant, it was likely that he was considered a fortunate weakling. Hence, the suggestion to find scapegoats when unable to resolve matters. Understanding the situation, Wu Xiu realized he couldn't refuse the request, yet he was disinclined to continue living as his predecessor had, receiving a meager stipend of dozens of taels of silver each month as if it were charity. Particularly, since he was determined to advance on the path of martial arts, he would need a considerable amount of silver and greater vigor, which could not be accumulated merely through his salary and the monthly offerings. Dozens of taels were hardly sufficient. They wouldn't even buy a decent wild ginseng root. To attain wealth and the vigor of a dragon and tiger, he would need power. He needed to ascend. Thus, he must first alter his image in Lu Yuan's eyes in this world. One ought not fear being used, but rather fear being of no use at all, as these tangled thoughts flashed through his mind. Wu Xiu regained his composure and, without further ado, fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, responding resolutely, "Understood. Sir, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your orders." Satisfied, Lu Yuan nodded and was about to raise his cup to bid farewell, when unexpectedly, Wu Xiu continued, "There is one more matter I would like to trouble you with. Since my recovery, I have suddenly felt a progression in my martial arts, but my knowledge is limited to the superficial skills learned in the army. Would it be possible for you to provide some guidance? Guidance in martial arts? You mean to say you wish for me to teach you some techniques?" Lu Yuan paused, cup in hand, and looked up at the earnest Wu Xiu. His brows raised in surprise. Not take this the wrong way, but we are not related. Why would I teach you? Sir, you misunderstand, Wu Xiu replied, straightening his back and meeting Lu Yuan's gaze earnestly. I harbor no such presumptions. I merely wish to seek your advice on the training ground. Seeking advice on the training ground? You wish to spar with me? You, who have not even begun to refine your skills. Wish to spar? Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, taken aback by Wu Xiu's boldness. I did not expect to find such courage in this humble county, as he regarded Wu Xiu again. A hint of admiration flickered in his tiger-like eyes, and no longer refusing, Lu Yuan laughed, standing tall and striding towards the open space. Since I find it tiresome to practice alone, let us see the fruits of your recent martial arts breakthroughs. Thank you, sir. A spark of fervor ignited in Wu Xiu's eyes. Uncertain why, he found himself increasingly drawn to the exhilarating clash of blades and the fervor of battle. Even though he was acutely aware that he was no match for the man before him, he felt an unexpected absence of fear, replaced instead by anticipation. Perhaps this was his true nature. Having been granted a second chance at life, how could he not seek to behold the vistas from greater heights? Without retrieving the iron spear from the weapon rack, Lu Yuan casually picked up a finely crafted long knife from the rack, standing 15 paces away from Wu Xiu, and proclaimed, I see you have yet to reach the realm of refinement. So I shall not press you with martial prowess today. We shall spar with blades. You will wield a knife, and I shall too. A single step back will signify my defeat. Wu Xiu remained silent, understanding that the individual before him was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had encountered. Even without discussing realms, the level of spearplay he had witnessed that day far surpassed his own. So he knew he must concentrate all his energy. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to initiate, Wu Xiu, as the weaker party, took the initiative. He spread his feet into a stance, stepping forward slightly with his right foot, bending it slightly, grasping the handle of the wild goose wing knife with one hand, while his leg muscles tensed, charging toward his opponent. With a fierce shout, he drew the knife, the momentum matching the speed of his steps, and the wild goose wing knife sliced through the air with a whoosh as he delivered a powerful downward strike. The blade was sharp, yet Lu Yuan remained as calm as a placid lake, his feet firmly planted, as he raised his right hand to block Wu Xiu's knife with ease, while simultaneously extending his left hand, fingers straightened like a spear, thrusting toward Wu Xiu's abdomen with unyielding force. Clang! The two blades clashed with a resounding metallic ring. Locking eyes, Lu Yuan's expression flickered with surprise. Although he primarily trained with weapons other than the long knife, his martial arts experience allowed him to discern that Wu Xiu's knife techniques were not to be underestimated. With a solemn face, Wu Xiu felt his strike thwarted. Despite being mentally prepared, the sudden thrust of Lu Yuan's palm made him instinctively want to evade. Yet, the essence of the infantry knife technique lay in its determination to advance unflinchingly. In martial combat, the greatest taboo was to exhibit fear on the battlefield. Even a temporary retreat could easily lead to a collapse in morale and result in utter defeat. Moreover, given the disparity in their martial arts experience, retreating would leave him with no chance whatsoever. He could not falter. With this resolve, Wu Xiu roared, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut in his arms, disregarding the palm that thrust toward him like a charging lance. He pivoted the wild goose wing knife, sliding the blade along the length of Lu Yuan's long knife. As for the left hand, which had transformed from spear to palm, he chose to ignore it, betting on whether Lu Yuan's speed could surpass his own wild goose wing knife. The wild goose wing knife surged forth with a ferocity akin to a lone rider charging into battle. Clang! Wu Xiu's pupils constricted as he realized that Lu Yuan's left hand had seemingly vanished. 2 fingers pressed against the blade of his wild goose wing knife. With a pull of strength, the force transmitted through the blade nearly caused the wild goose wing knife to slip from his grasp. Wu Xiu grunted, feeling a deep ache in his arm muscles. Had it not been for his mastery of the infantry knife technique, he would have been disarmed. Even so, he clung tightly to the wild goose wing knife, refusing to let go. Bending his knees and shifting his body, he surged forward, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Drawing strength from the earth, Wu Xiao unleashed a sudden burst of power to drive the knife forward. Even if Lu Yoyuan's martial arts realm surpassed his own, he would strike. He would not retreat. The first move of the infantry knife technique, crossing the river infantry. For the first time, Lu Yoyuan's expression displayed a hint of seriousness. It appeared he was seeing his subordinate in a new light. Having heard that Wu Xiao had merely gained his post through luck on the battlefield, he was astonished to discover that his knife techniques were so fierce. Judging solely by the technique, it was evident that Wu Xiao was not a cowardly man. He had underestimated him. Cursing himself inwardly, Lu Yuan regretted wielding the long knife, a weapon he was not proficient with. Had he been holding an iron spear, he would have been confident of resolving the matter within 3 moves, even at the same realm. Now, however, it was proving to be somewhat troublesome, albeit only slightly. Smiling faintly, he suddenly discarded the finely crafted long knife. His fingers coiling into a fist, resembling a heavy spear descending from above. The wind howled, as if the very bones of his body trembled. Clang! That fist, seemingly forged from steel, struck directly against the blade of Wu Xiao's wild goose-wing knife. Engaging in a clash of strength against steel, it was akin to the clash of blades, producing the resonant sound of metal striking metal. Thud, thud, thud. Struck by a violent recoil, Wu Xiao felt as though all his strength had been shattered, causing him to stagger backward unsteadily. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan remained steadfast, merely retracting his right fist, which had just struck against the blade. With a long exhale, he steadied himself. I concede. The realm of the county constable truly exceeds my capabilities. Wu Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, having initially believed he could at least endure a while longer. For forcing me to abandon my blade and resort to my fists with nothing but your untrained physique, you have already proven yourself quite formidable. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan led Wu Xiao back to the stone table. Unlike the previous formalities, there was a noticeable sincerity in his demeanor this time as he pushed a cup of ginseng tea towards Wu Xiao. Your swordsmanship is derived from the infantry's techniques, is it not? It is commendably practiced, but why do you not possess the accompanying blood fiend art? Wu Xiao shook his head, his expression calm. I spent a limited time in the military, merely completing the 9th rank of strength training among the troops. However, my accumulated military merits have yet to meet the requirements for exchanging for the blood fiend art. Although I have contemplated purchasing a body refining technique later on, the cost is rather exorbitant, and I have yet to seek it out. Lu Yuan, after appraising Wu Xiao, pondered for a moment before speaking again. Did you not request my guidance in martial arts earlier? I wonder if you still wish to hear it. Yes, indeed, to attain something, one must demonstrate their own worth. Wu Xiao immediately rose and clasped his fists, stating, I am eager to learn. Nodding to indicate Wu Xiao to sit, Lu Yuan began. In the realm of martial arts, the physique serves as the foundation. Anyone who embarks upon a foundational practice must first hone their flesh, tendons, and bones, subsequently training their internal organs, achieving a unity of the internal and external. The sequence is to first refine the skin, then the tendons, and finally temper the bones. Those who achieve a flawless integration of body and spirit reach the first realm of body refinement in martial arts. This is fundamental knowledge, and I trust you have heard of it in the military. The initial step of body refinement involves the skin, and practitioners must first refine the flesh. However, the method of refining flesh, tendons, and bones differs from the infantry sword techniques you have practiced. Swordsmanship is a skill, while the refinement method is foundational. Without sufficient physical prowess, even the most exquisite swordsmanship is of no avail. Those who have achieved body refinement can easily shatter it with sheer force. One powerful strike can overcome 10 techniques. Thus, the practice of refining flesh, tendons, and bones is fundamentally essential, as it not only encompasses specialized methods of body refinement but also includes exclusive medicinal formulas. Even if others learn the techniques, without the formulas, reckless practice may lead to bodily depletion and fatal consequences. This is why body refining techniques are so costly in the market. Sometimes, a complete technique can almost support the rise of an entire martial arts sect. After listening, Wu Xiao nodded in understanding. Not to mention his spear techniques, he estimated that Lu Yuan was likely not his equal in swordsmanship. However, the disparity in their physiques was glaring. Although he was unaware of the specific techniques Lu Yuan practiced, the fact that he could effortlessly deflect Wu Xiu's blade with bare fists indicated that his own method of flesh refinement was extraordinary. Yet, since Lu Yuan had altered his attitude and was willing to offer guidance, it was clear he no longer wished to maintain the previous distance. Remembering his recent search for techniques, Wu Xiu felt a spark of inspiration and directly inquired, "I hope to impose, but might I ask if you possess any methods related to flesh and tendon refinement?" With a slight smile, Lu Yuan replied candidly, "The accompanying technique to your infantry swordsmanship is the blood fiend art. While this technique is quite common in the military, it is strictly regulated, and outsiders are forbidden from imparting it. I do not possess this art, and my family's techniques are not to be shared. I want to deceive you. After observing your swordsmanship today, it is clear you possess talent. Coincidentally, I do have a few techniques that I came across by chance, and I wouldn't mind investing in you early on. However, what can you offer me in return?" With a serious demeanor, Wu Xiu understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. He responded, "Please feel free to speak plainly. I will follow your lead in the future." "Excellent, straightforward." Lu Yuan laughed heartily and declared, "I have 2 different techniques here. You may choose one. As for what I require of you. Given your current martial arts level, you are still too weak. If one day you meet my expectations, I will undoubtedly seek you out. If not, then it will simply be a case of my misjudgment. I can certainly afford one martial art. If you summon me, I shall not disappoint." Although Wu Xiu was unaware of Lu Yuan's specific conditions, he understood precisely what to say in this moment. Without hesitation, he stood and clasped his fists in reply. The great Zhou dynasty had established itself for nearly a millennium, with countless noble families, and even a small border town like Heisong City held intricate dynamics. Lu Yuan undoubtedly represented one of the more influential factions within the city. To navigate this world, one must find a reliable patron. Furthermore, since Lu Yuan deemed him a worthy talent to cultivate, Wu Xiu knew he must adopt a clear stance. "Very well." Lu Yuan nodded and turned to address someone behind him. "Fubo, retrieve the wooden box from the 3rd row of shelves in my study." "Yes, my lord." An aged, raspy voice suddenly echoed nearby. "Who?" Wu Xiu's heart leaped as he realized that a black-clad, white-haired old servant had appeared silently behind Lu Yuan, having seemingly materialized out of thin air. Such stealth! After a brief moment, the soundless Fu Bo returned with a sandalwood box in hand. Lu Yuan took it and presented it before Wu Xiu, gesturing for him to accept it, explaining 2 techniques. One is the copper sand body refinement method, and the other is the python swallowing technique. The copper sand body refinement method is a popular skin refining technique. Its advantages lie in its rapid results and low cost. Once mastered, it grants a skin akin to bronze, providing formidable defense akin to heavy armor. However, its drawbacks include a rather crude approach, often resulting in hidden injuries that may hinder future progress in martial arts. Typically, as one ages and vitality declines, the deterioration of physical prowess occurs swiftly. Nonetheless, the skin refinement effect is commendable, making it a rare body refining method for ordinary martial artists. The python swallowing technique is something I acquired unexpectedly. It is said to be part of an ancient technique. However, while the content is plentiful, it lacks corresponding medicinal formulas for body refinement. Previous attempts to master this technique have proven exceedingly difficult, as no one has succeeded thus far. Therefore, its specific effects remain unknown. Though it is presumed to enhance vitality, it should also provide decent skin refining results. Having finished his explanation, Lu Yuan appeared slightly parched, taking a sip of ginseng tea before looking at Wu Xiu with a smile. "So, which one do you wish to choose?" Techniques? Wu Xiu had not anticipated acquiring them so swiftly. Indeed, his assumptions were correct. As long as he demonstrated sufficient potential, he would inevitably attract attention and investment. However, both techniques pertain to skin refinement, and Lu Yuan had not offered him a complete body refining method. Wu Xiu's mind began to form a vague hypothesis. Perhaps Lu Yuan indeed possessed a complete technique, intentionally revealing only part of it. When the time came for the invested individual to encounter a bottleneck, he could then control access to more advanced techniques. This subtle method of control was likely one of the investment strategies among noble families, bestowing favors upon those with potential, reaping the rewards if they succeeded, while any losses would be negligible. What a lucrative business model! Nevertheless, Regardless of the underlying motives, the immediate priority was to secure the techniques. The copper sand body refinement method and the python swallowing technique corresponded to physical enhancement and vitality, respectively. Although Wu Xiao was uncertain about the specifics of the python swallowing technique, the urgency to elevate his strength was paramount. He had not forgotten that an unknown enemy lurked in the shadows, seeking his demise. Moreover, the copper sand method's bronze-like skin effect would significantly enhance his chances of survival, which was more than enough justification. Resolute in his decision, Wu Xiao was about to express his preference for the copper sand method when a sudden impulse compelled him to suppress his eagerness. Rising, he replied, "Your lordship's explanation has been exceedingly thorough. May I take a moment to peruse the techniques before making my decision? That is a trivial matter. Why not? I have other matters to attend to today." Once you have made your choice, simply return the remaining manuscript to Fu Bo. Lu Yuan readily and decisively agreed before waving his hand and rising to leave the training ground. A.S. the county lieutenant. Although he delegated most of his mundane tasks to his subordinates, he was nonetheless preoccupied with training. Had it not been for Wu Xiao's evident potential, he would not have taken the time to expound on martial arts here. Cautiously opening the wooden box, Wu Xiao surveyed his surroundings, only to find it devoid of any presence. He had no clue where the elusive Fu Bo was hiding and shook his head in resignation. Ceasing his search, within the box, the primary martial art was a small booklet crafted from upper-tier Qingyun paper, no thicker than a palm, while the lower layer contained the python swallowing technique, inscribed on an unidentified beast's hide, which bore traces of insect bites. Without further hesitation, as Lu Yuan had stated, he would only be granted the opportunity to select one. Wu Xiao skimmed through the contents briefly before setting it aside. Indeed, Lu Yuan's words were not unfounded. The copper sand body refinement technique appeared to be a rather conventional martial art, easy to learn, and its required materials were commonplace. As for the python swallowing technique, the hide bore no record of its effects, only detailing the method of practice, without mentioning any auxiliary elixirs or precautions. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xiao made his decision. He resolved to choose the copper sand body refinement technique. But first, he had another matter to attend to. With a subtle mental shift, the golden scroll in his consciousness unfurled slowly, lines of archaic seal script spreading like ink on water, gradually becoming clear before his eyes. Copper sand body refinement technique. Copper sand grinds the skin. Through practice one may attain the copper skin talent. Copper sand body refinement technique advancement route. Not yet initiated. 0-10. Immerse copper sand in secret elixirs. Then cover the entire body with medicinal sand for burial. Practice once daily. An entry is achievable in 10 days. Enhancement available. Requires 3 moments of dragon and tiger chi. Would you like to advance to initiation? Python swallowing technique. Observe the python as oneself. Devour heaven and earth. Advancement route. Not yet initiated. 0-10. Consume the flesh and blood of demons. 1 pound daily. Entry is achievable in 10 days. Enhancement available. Requires 10 moments of dragon and tiger chi. Would you like to advance to initiation? Success. Indeed, even if he had not mastered the technique, merely having perused the scroll meant it would be recorded in his mind. Akin to an enhanced version of photographic memory, suppressing the joy swelling within him, Wu Xiao refrained from hastily using his dragon and tiger chi to advance to the initiation stage, for the technique was already in his possession, and he could enhance it whenever he wished. Wu Xiao tucked away the manual on the far right, placing the other book neatly back into the box. Rising, he respectfully addressed the empty space before him. "Senior, I have made my selection. Please reclaim the remaining manuals. I shall take my leave now." A gentle breeze swept by, and this time, having mentally prepared himself, Wu Xiao finally sensed a hint of movement. From the shadow of the stone table emerged Fu Bo's aged figure. The old servant said nothing, merely waved his sleeve to retrieve the wooden box from the table, gestured, and vanished once more. Wu Xiao turned, placing the manual securely in his bosom, and exited the training ground. Inside the county office courtyard, after Wu Xiao departed, Lu Yuan leafed through a thick, ancient tome. Observing Fu Bo placing the reclaimed wooden box onto a shelf, he did not lift his gaze but inquired, "Which manual did he choose?" "The copper sand body refinement technique," Fu Bo replied succinctly, seemingly a man of few words. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Lu Yuan pondered aloud. I had thought he would opt for the python swallowing technique. In Lu Yuan's view, the copper sand body refinement technique was the least valuable of the two, as numerous variations of this skin-grinding technique existed in the market, all bearing considerable risks and evident harm to the body. Being from a prominent family, he had been warned from a young age against the allure of immediate gain, making it difficult for him to understand such a mindset. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan reassured himself of his judgment. Despite not having any prior impression of his subordinate, the mere fact that he had the courage to challenge him to a spar and could withstand a strike proved his considerable talent and ambition. Indicating he was not one to seek quick success, Fu Bo, you are well-versed and experienced. Can you discern this man's intentions? Might he be of use to me? Habitually lurking in the shadows, Fu Bo seemed to have not heard Lu Yuan's question. After a brief silence, his aged, rasping voice replied, This man's gaze is defiant. He does not resemble one who has long dwelt beneath others. Defiant? Lu Yuan shook his head, returning the ancient tome to its place. His expression unperturbed as he withdrew another manual detailing martial arts secrets, stating with indifference, defiant or unruly. As long as he can serve my purpose, what does it matter? A sigh emanated from the shadows. The voice now tinged with bitterness, Master, are you truly prepared to contest for that position? It is far too perilous. The air fell silent for a lengthy moment before Lu Yuan calmly replied. Experiencing the humiliation of being driven from the capital like a dog is enough for a lifetime. Chapter 11. Iron Wire Guild, Black Tiger Gang. On another front, Wu Xiao had initially intended to return immediately to prepare for training and progress. But having just resumed his post, leaving early on the first day was rather inappropriate. Furthermore, Lu Yuan had instructed him to swiftly address the gang conflict, and while idling could be done at any time, maintaining a diligent attitude towards the tasks assigned by superiors was imperative. Of course, the most pressing issue was his current lack of funds. Even if he returned to train, he had no money to purchase meat for sustenance. Resolving his thoughts, Wu Xiao continued his stride towards the office of the precinct. Regarding Lu Yuan's mention of frequent gang conflicts and murder cases within the city, he was indeed curious. Apart from the urgent case he had been tasked with today, Zhou had already spoken of the ongoing strife between the two major gangs yesterday. It is worth noting that as a border town, Heisong City had a history of its county magistrate and county lieutenant being indifferent to local affairs. The Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Wire Guild were the only two significant forces within the city, often clashing due to their proximity. It was entirely normal for both parties to suffer casualties from time to time, and the authorities had never intervened in gang conflicts before. Not to mention, although the two factions typically harbored animosity towards one another, they maintained a tacit understanding as their strengths were evenly matched. Engaging in a lethal struggle would only lead to mutual destruction. It was far more advantageous for both to collaborate in suppressing other smaller factions within the city, jointly dividing the gray and black profits. It was said that this balance had persisted for many years. However, it remained unclear why conflict had suddenly erupted. As Wu Xiao pondered these thoughts, he found himself unconsciously arriving at the office entrance. Head, you're here. At the entrance, Li Si, seemingly slacking against the wall, perked up upon catching sight of Wu Xiao and hurriedly approached him. Observing Li Si's disheveled appearance and bloodshot eyes, Wu Xiao could surmise that he had spent the night gambling somewhere. Yet he maintained an impassive expression, forcing a smile as he nodded and walked towards the office. I'm feeling better now. I just reported to Lu County Lieutenant and came straight here. Head, you're feeling better. Head, the brothers are all waiting for you. In the courtyard, about a dozen individuals had gathered, and upon hearing the commotion outside, the remaining officers quickly approached to greet him. Although their greetings were warm and sincere, it was clear that the genuine concern was minimal, especially considering how few had visited during his illness. Wu Xiao's precinct comprised roughly 20 or so members, but as some were always on patrol, those present were primarily on duty or resting. Wu Xiao naturally nodded to each in acknowledgement, matching their faces with those etched in his memory. While these officers had not formally studied martial arts, they each possessed a basic understanding of self-defense, capable of handling a couple of ruffians without issue. Typically, they patrolled in teams of 3 on the streets. After greeting everyone, Wu Xiu gestured for them to disperse. Summoning Li Si and Zhang Zhu to sit at his designated desk, Lic appeared somewhat lethargic, but still mustered the energy to smile as he said, "Today is your first day back? So I've already reserved a table at Feng Lai Lu after our shift. The three of us must celebrate until we're inebriated. Let us postpone the drinking for now. We need to handle some matters first." Shaking his head to decline Li Si's invitation, Wu Xiu turned to Zhang Zhu and asked in a serious tone, "I recall you mentioned yesterday that the ongoing gang conflict within the city has drawn attention from above. Today, Lu County Lieutenant has tasked me with swiftly addressing the gang violence and frequent murder cases. I've been away for less than a month. How has so much transpired in the city?" As the conversation turned to serious matters, Li Si fell silent, the smile on his face fading. His official position was merely that of a low-ranking officer, and given his current achievements, the highest he could aspire to in this lifetime was to become a minor leader. Not to mention the considerable amount of silver he would need to spend on connections. Why squander time on such trivialities? It would be far better to indulge in the pleasures of a gambling den, where he typically enjoyed idling about. He had a knack for avoiding responsibilities, pushing away matters he could, and neglecting those he could not. On this day, while on duty, he sought a corner to catch up on sleep. Feeling utterly bored, meanwhile, Zhang Zhu pulled out 2 case files and handed them to Wu Xiu, his expression tinged with seriousness. "It's no wonder Lu County Lieutenant is concerned. Take a look at these 2 files. One documents the conflict between the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Line Guild, while the other pertains to murder cases within the city. According to the first file, the clashes between these 2 gangs have escalated beyond control. What began as minor skirmishes has now resulted in over 100 casualties on both sides. The local medical establishments and funeral homes are overwhelmed, with bodies being discarded daily at the mass graves outside the city." As for the second file, it details a gruesome case of cannibalism that has emerged within the city. A family of 5 was found dead in their home just a couple of days ago, their bodies mutilated, as if devoured by wild beasts. Alarmingly, this is not an isolated incident. Since then, there have been sporadic reports of residents being killed, leaving behind only their mangled remains. To date, the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown, inciting widespread fear that a monstrous entity has infiltrated the city, preying upon its inhabitants. Furrowing his brow, Wu Xiu took the files and perused them, confirming Zhang Zhu's account. Additionally, the coroner's speculation at the end of the second file suggested that the murderer might be some large carnivorous beast. It was no wonder that rumors of demons circulated within the city. After all, from Wu Xiu's memories, such creatures truly existed in this world. However, they typically dwelled in the distant demon kingdom within the 10,000 Great Mountains, with only a few stragglers residing within the realm of the Great Zhou for various reasons. Given that Heisong City had not seen any demonic disturbances for many years, the memory of such creatures had nearly faded into myth. As Wu Xiu continued to sift through the files, he committed the clues to memory. Suddenly, he halted, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Zhang Zhu. The files mentioned that the Iron Line Guild and the Black Tiger Gang clashed over a treasure. "Can you elaborate on what this treasure is?" Zhang Zhu's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied. "It is said to be a spirit ginseng. The Iron Line Guild recently harvested a spirit ginseng from the mountains. And although this information was meant to be confidential, it somehow reached the Black Tiger Gang, leading to fierce confrontations over it." Wu Xiu nodded thoughtfully. In this world, martial arts were revered, and thus, treasures like spirit ginseng were highly coveted. Unlike the ginseng of the previous world, the various medicinal herbs here possessed their own unique properties, drawing the attention of every martial practitioner. However, the Iron Line Guild was not comprised of naive novices. They would not leave such a potent treasure unused, risking future calamities. Puzzled, Wu Xiu inquired further, "Given that the news of the spirit ginseng has circulated for quite some time, shouldn't the Iron Line Guild have consumed it by now?" Shaking his head, Zhang Zhu replied, equally perplexed, "I cannot say for certain. However, the spirit ginseng must still be in their possession. Otherwise, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be so relentless in their pursuit." After pondering for a moment, Wu Xiu resolutely decided, "Then we shall investigate. Let's determine whether the spirit ginseng is still in existence. Furthermore, regarding the cannibal cases in the city, instruct my subordinates to exercise greater vigilance, since this appears to be a series of killings. The perpetrator is bound to strike again. We must remain alert." Understood, I will dispatch my informants to investigate, Zhou affirmed. Nodding solemnly, Wu Xiu waved them off, indicating they could leave. Whether it was the cannibalism cases or the gang conflicts, both incidents had unfolded within a similar time frame. Notably, Wu Xiu observed that the victims of the cannibal cases predominantly fell within the territory of the Iron Line Guild, suggesting some undisclosed connection between the two events. Entrusting Zhou with the continued investigation was not merely about uncovering leads. It allowed Wu Xiu the time to practice the newly acquired martial techniques. Compared to the tumult outside, his personal growth took precedence. He could afford to let the likes of Li Si linger for a while longer. Once his strength reached a sufficient level, he would confront any complexities that arose with sheer force. Strength must be cultivated. Practice, practice, and practice. He was determined to push himself to the limits. Chapter 12. Medicinal Sands and Skin Refinement Techniques. Delegating his responsibilities to his subordinates, Wu Xiu made his way to the courthouse's storeroom. Not only did he collect his outstanding salary, but he also advanced his pay for the following month, accumulating a total of 100 taels. Weighing the heavy silver in his pocket, Wu Xiu realized that while 100 taels seemed substantial, it would scarcely suffice for the resources needed to train in the martial arts he intended to pursue. According to Liu Yuan, both techniques he had acquired possessed skin-refining properties. However, the method yielding the quickest results was likely the copper sand body refinement technique. The python swallowing technique, on the other hand, required the blood and flesh of demons, which Wu Xiu decided to prioritize the copper sand body refinement technique for the time being. Unlike the conventional body training methods Wu Xiu was familiar with from his past life, which involved heating coarse salt and gravel to refine the skin or using rods and bricks to induce transformation, the copper sand body refinement technique employed a similar principle but with a unique secret elixir. This elixir, mixed with copper sand, further enhanced the skin's refinement process. While this method still inflicted some damage to the body, it represented a significant advancement over the primitive techniques. The method inscribed on the golden scroll diverged from those in the manuals, requiring the copper sand to be soaked in the secret elixir, then covered with the medicinal sand and gradually heated to promote contact between the skin and the sand, resulting in a more refined approach compared to the original rough techniques. As for the python swallowing technique, its advancement condition was surprisingly to consume the flesh of demons, a concept Wu Xiu had never encountered before. Moreover, in the impoverished Heisong city, acquiring demon blood and flesh was implausible. So it would have to be set aside for now. Currently, the priority remained the copper sand body refinement technique. Once he mastered this technique, he would at least enter the realm of skin refinement and take the first step into the martial path. With his plans set, Wu Xiu proceeded to the apothecary to purchase copper sand and the required medicinal herbs. As the copper sand could be reused, the secret elixir needed to be concocted anew each time, resulting in a total expenditure of nearly 90 taels for the herbs, even though they were not exceedingly rare. Thus, the adage held true. Without money, one could not practice martial arts. Fortunately, he had wisely advanced his salary for the upcoming month, as an ordinary household could hardly bear such costs. Considering the energy expenditure required for martial training, Wu Xiu decided to use the remainder of his funds to purchase meat. With bundles of goods in tow, he returned to his dilapidated courtyard, having busied himself for nearly an entire afternoon. As dusk approached, he consumed part of the purchased meat and then nestled into a shallow pit he had dug in the corner of the kitchen. He gently heated the copper sand that had been previously soaked in the secret elixir, then buried his body under the warm medicinal sand. Lying in the pit, Wu Xiu initially felt the warmth emanating from the copper sand due to the weather outside. However, soon after, a burning sensation began to rise at the points of contact between his skin and the sand, reminiscent of a painful lime burn he had endured in his past life. In the shabby kitchen, cold winds swept in from all directions, yet Wu Xiu felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him. His skin gradually heated up, the burning sensation mingled with a slight itch that became increasingly unbearable. Approximately 15 minutes later, as the temperature of the medicinal sand began to cool, this discomfort gradually subsided. Wu Xiu then covered the sand with pre-prepared charcoal and lay down once more, repeating this process multiple times until the originally dark sand began to fade in color. Emerging from the pit, Wu Xiu did not perceive any significant changes in his body. Rather, he felt a warmth radiating from his skin, as if his muscles were tingling with electricity. Following the instructions from the manual, he forced himself to take the hot water he had prepared earlier and poured it over his head with a wooden ladle. The warm water washed away the residual potency of the elixir while simultaneously relaxing his muscles. According to the manual, the optimal method for recovery involved soaking his entire body in a wooden tub, which would yield the best results. However, lacking such conditions in his current abode, Wu Xiu had no choice but to settle for the direct application of hot water. Once he acquired sufficient funds, his first priority would undoubtedly be to replace this dilapidated dwelling. After the hot water rinse, the cold wind infiltrating the already drafty room caused Wu Xiu to shiver. Without hesitation, he quickly changed into a clean set of clothes. Practicing martial arts during the frigid winter demanded proper preparations against the cold. Otherwise, one could easily fall victim to severe ailments in this ancient era. Returning to his relatively less drafty bedroom, Wu Xiu wrapped himself in a tattered quilt to retain his body heat. He then summoned the scroll and was greeted by a new change in its contents. Copper Sand Body Refinement Technique. Copper Sand Refining. Practice grants the Copper Skin Talent. Advancement Route. Not yet initiated. 310. Copper sand soaked in secret elixir, then covered with medicinal sand and buried. Practice once daily. An entry will be achieved in 10 days. Can be enhanced, requiring 2 moments of dragon and tiger chi. Would you like to enhance to entry level? The efficacy of a single batch of medicinal powder is sufficient for approximately 3 sessions of body refinement. And the required number of strikes to enhance one's dragon and tiger energy has been notably reduced. Wu Xiu gazed thoughtfully at the transformed scroll. While it was said that with daily practice, one could attain the basics in 10 days, there was no stipulation against practicing multiple times in a single day. If he could endure it, he could certainly refine his body several times within one day using the medicinal powder. Moreover, compared to the intense skin prickling described in the manuals after each refinement, although Wu Xiu had already completed 3 sessions that night, he felt no such pain as recorded. Instead, he experienced a delightful tingling warmth. In this regard, the skin grinding technique seemed to suit him better than the swordsmanship. After all, practicing swordplay required consideration of stamina and muscle soreness, whereas the copper powder skin grinding method allowed for uninterrupted practice without concerns of side effects. However, his innate martial arts foundation was only slightly superior to that of the average person. How could he possibly be immune to the side effects of the copper powder technique? Could it be due to the scroll? As he pondered, Wu Xiu instinctively recalled the System-S corrections regarding his power exertion and strike angles while practicing the foot soldier sword technique. Perhaps the skin grinding technique, like the swordplay, would also receive system assistance in perfecting his practice. Wu Xiu smiled, relieved that his earlier concerns about the skin grinding technique differing from the swordplay and potentially wasting time were unfounded. Now that there was no daily limitation, the advancement of the skin grinding technique could, in fact, surpass that of the swordplay. Following the system's recorded methods, he could maximize the efficiency of his skin grinding practice. Feeling that his body had sufficiently warmed up, Wu Xiu rose and returned to the pot to continue refining the medicinal powder. No more delays. Tonight, he would go all out in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. During this time, aside from clocking in at the yamen and managing the patrols of his subordinates, Wu Xiu had secluded himself at home, tirelessly refining his body with the medicinal powder. Perhaps due to the recent violent clashes between the 2 major factions, the city had been unusually tranquil, with the once frequent homicides falling silent, and even the business at the apothecary had seen a downturn. After completing his habitual clock-in, noticing that there was little activity at the yamen, Wu Xiu exchanged greetings with Zhou and Li Si before preparing to head home for further body refinement. However, just as he stepped outside, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart and instinctively reached for the hilt at his waist. Someone was there, from the shadow of the stone lion at the entrance. The old servant Fu Bo emerged like a specter, his tone devoid of emotion. Wu Chaitu, the master requests your presence at the residence. Releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, Wu Xiu relaxed his grip on the hilt. Yet, an undercurrent of agitation surged within him. So impressive is martial prowess. It seems that high martial skills can indeed intimidate at will, but, alas, it appears that such power does lend itself to arrogance. Suppressing the swell of impotent rage, Wu Xiu began to reflect on what he had done recently that might have prompted Lu Yuan to summon him. Could it be due to the earlier directives concerning the violent clashes and frequent homicides within the city? While he hadn't actively engaged in those matters, it seemed that there had been little activity regarding both incidents lately. Wait a moment, could it be dissatisfaction with my idleness? What is wrong with a working man taking a moment to relax? Should I be reprimanded for merely taking a break? Damn it. When will we working folk ever stand tall? Chapter 13. Greed. In the study behind the county office, unlike his previous attire for practicing spear techniques, County Officer Lu Yuan now wore a flowing robe of deep green, his long hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Upon Wu Xiu's entrance, he noticed Lu was at the desk, wielding a purple bamboo brush and writing something. After ushering Wu Xiu into the study, Fu Bo vanished like a ghost. As before, Wu Xiu could only vaguely sense the old servant lurking somewhere within the room. Remaining undetectable, standing with his hands clasped in the study, Wu Xiu averted his gaze and maintained silence. After a moment, Lu Yuan meticulously concluded the characters he was writing, set down the purple bamboo brush, and without turning his head, spoke. Wu Chaitu has arrived. What do you think of this character I've written? Greetings, my lord. Wu Xiu replied without hesitation, stepping forward to bow before leaning closer to the desk. There, he found a fine piece of light yellow rice paper, upon which a bold character stood out, greed. Raising an eyebrow, Wu Xiu, though puzzled by its significance, instinctively praised. Executed with fluidity and spirit. A fine character. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan said nothing more but shifted the topic. Have there been any developments regarding the recent homicides and gang conflicts within the city? My subordinates have made some progress over the past few days. And I was just about to report to you, my lord. Wu Xiu's demeanor was calm, despite having been idly passing time lately, having almost forgotten about the investigations into the gang conflicts. However, he couldn't express that. Instead replying with an air of nonchalance, the gang conflicts in the city have ceased. As for the homicides, while we have yet to identify the perpetrator, there have indeed been no further incidents in recent days. Please grant me a few more days, and I assure you there will be results. Nodding, Lu Yuan refrained from further probing, pulling out an invitation from the desk and gesturing for Wu Xiu to take it. No need to investigate further. I have already received word that the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Line Guild are preparing to negotiate peace. They have invited me to act as a mediator in 3 days at Fenglai Tower. I find these trivial matters tiresome, so you shall represent me. However, I have heard that the spiritual ginseng they are contending for is no ordinary item, and although I shall not be present, my share must not be overlooked. Regardless of whether they reach an agreement, ensure you bring my portion back. In a wonder the two major factions had quieted down recently. It turns out they were seeking to reconcile. Indeed, when the top two leaders are at odds, the only outcome is to benefit the third party. If both sides were to fight to the bitter end, it would only lead to mutual destruction. The Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Line Guild would not be so foolish. Understood, my lord. As thoughts raced through his mind, Wu Xiu's hands remained busy, tucking the invitation into his robe. After a moment's contemplation, he added, since the gang conflicts no longer require my attention, should I continue the investigation into the homicides? Waving his hand, Lu Yuan appeared unconcerned. You may decide on this matter yourself, as long as it doesn't disrupt the quarterly tax collection. It matters not. Understood. Wu Xiu nodded, comprehending the underlying message. The county officer was indifferent to the chaos within the city, disinterested in the upcoming negotiation banquet, and unwilling to expend energy on the homicide investigation. However, none of these issues could interfere with his quarterly tributes. Money must be collected, while he remains uninvolved. Thus, it was no wonder that the various affairs of the city had largely fallen under the dominion of the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Line Guild. Glancing at Wu Xiu, as if sensing his thoughts, Lu Yuan contemplated before continuing. Do you know why I wrote the character greed today? My lord, what do you mean? Wu Xiu furrowed his brow, puzzled. The middle-aged man, his hair slightly grayed, bore a serious expression as he turned to Wu Xiu and said coldly, to you, this character represents greed, but to me, it signifies martial prowess. Know this, in the path of martial arts, the most crucial element is indeed greed. From the moment I began to remember, I have never ceased my training in stances and martial arts. To achieve success in martial endeavors, one must be greedy, greedy for resources, greedy for time. Only by mastering martial skills do you earn the right to covet more. Without greed, what is the point of practicing martial arts or learning skills? You might as well take a hoe and dig. At this juncture, Lu Yoyuan's expression shifted from stern to a soft sigh. You are younger than I, and as someone who has been through this, I observe that you are not one to be content with the mere title of a minor official. Thus, you must understand what I mean by greed today. Do not wait until you are old, clinging to a feeble body, awaiting death. A chill ran down Wu Xiao's spine. Although he still found the official's approach distasteful, he recognized that if someone like Lu Yuyuan, hailing from a lineage far superior to his own, dedicated himself wholeheartedly to martial arts, he had even less reason to slacken his efforts. Furthermore, Lu Yoyuan's message was crystal clear. In addition to encouraging his advancement, he was unambiguously reminding him that no matter what he did outside, he must not neglect his tributes to him. With thoughts racing, Wu Xiao rose directly, adopting a serious demeanor and stating, I have been enlightened, my lord. I was merely contemplating the banquet 3 days hence, fearing I might bring embarrassment to you, and thus I was somewhat anxious. Waving his hand, Lu Yuan recognized that this subordinate, whom he held in high regard, had grasped his meaning. The warm smile returned to his face. There's no need to worry excessively. Although the Iron Line Guild and the Black Tiger Gang possess considerable numbers, only the leaders, Wang Hu of the Black Tiger Gang and Zhang Taizhou of the Iron Line Guild, have noteworthy strength. Both are at the muscle refinement stage. However, since I have entrusted you to attend the banquet on my behalf, it naturally represents my dignity. Even if there are minor disturbances, I will be present, so there is no need for concern. Emerging from the study, Wu Xiao did not return home. Instead, he altered his course and made his way back to the county office. Within the confines of the Iron Wire Hall and the Black Tiger Gang, Wu Xiao perused the intelligence reports on the shelves, a frown creasing his brow as a slight headache began to set in. According to the records, the old master of the Iron Wire Hall had achieved the pinnacle of muscle refinement many years ago, reigning supreme over Qingsong City for years. However, due to a deficiency in potent medicine and suitable martial arts techniques, he had been unable to make further breakthroughs. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, as noted in the reports, was said to have entered the realm of muscle refinement 2 years prior. Since then, he had fought fiercely, seizing half of Qingsong City from the Iron Wire Hall, contesting the authority of the aging master. The strength of both factions was, in truth, quite comparable, had it not been for the spirit ginseng that incited their violent clash. This modest Qingsong City might have continued to maintain a precarious balance of power for an extended period. However, events had transpired, and Wu Xiao's current consideration was not how to resolve the conflict between the two factions. It was evident that neither side was virtuous. Perhaps their mutual demise would be more beneficial for Qingsong City. Yet, what weighed heavily upon him was Lu Yoyuan's directive to procure the spirit ginseng. Regardless of whether the two factions could reach an accord, it was clear that if he wished to maintain his current advantageous position, he must fulfill the task of acquiring the ginseng. Thus, the objective of his mission had shifted. The impending gang conflict and the associated murders must be set aside. The current task was clear. Obtain the spirit ginseng, Chapter 14. The banquet, great accomplishment in the kitchen of the small courtyard. As the once boiling copper sand cooled, Wu Xiao emerged, drenched in sweat from the medicinal sand pit. Over the past few days, apart from maintaining his daily sword practice, he had spent nearly every waking hour immersed in the sand. Until now, the effects of the medicinal sand had transitioned from initial scorching pain to a mere sensation of warmth and tingling, akin to a high-temperature sauna. Once Wu Xiao had washed away the medicinal residue and dirt from his body, he felt completely rejuvenated. Swiftly donning clean, dry clothing in the cold wind, he summoned the scroll, observing a line of slightly glowing text that gradually morphed. Copper Sand Body Refinement Technique. Copper Sand for Skin Polishing. Mastering it grants the Copper Skin Talent, Advancement Route. Proficient, 350. Medicinal sand heated to a reddish hue. Bathe in medicinal soup to protect the body. Then cover oneself entirely with medicinal sand and bury it. Practice thrice daily. Success achievable in 17 days. Enhancement required. Needs 6 moments of Dragon and Tiger Chi. Shall it be enhanced to great accomplishment? With a flick of his wrist, Wu Xiao drew the Yinling blade, gently grazing its edge across his skin. What should have easily sliced through flesh now merely left a faint white mark. Only with increased force could the blade penetrate the skin, indicating that the skin, after refinement, could only yield to 3 parts of his strength. Exhaling deeply, Wu Xiao sensed that not only had his skin become resilient, but his overall physical condition had also improved. Although the effects of his newly refined skin were not immediately apparent, his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. At the very least, should he encounter the bandits from before, he was confident he could confront them without relying on surprise tactics. Even in direct combat, he believed he could overpower them. However, he noted that the scroll's annotations regarding the preparation of the medicinal soup were absent from the manual Liu Yuan had provided him. Could it be that these were the conditions necessary for further refining the skin polishing technique? As he pondered this, Wu Xiao recalled that his previous advancement from minor completion to proficiency in the foot soldier blade technique had similarly required the completion of a specific task, killing, before he could successfully advance. Perhaps the copper sand skin polishing technique would require a similar prerequisite to elevate from proficiency to great accomplishment. Yet, the consumption of medicinal materials for this technique was already rapid, and now needing to concoct a potent medicinal soup seemed an insurmountable financial burden. Though the scroll did not specify which potent medicine was necessary, it was likely that any such medicine would be exceedingly rare and costly. The question remained whether he could even afford it. Even if available, the price would far exceed what a mere minor officer could bear. Ultimately, it all boiled down to money. Despite the rapid progress he had made through relentless practice, his financial resources had dwindled just as quickly. Considering this, although Wu Xiao yearned to test the newly refined skin polishing technique today, a pat on his empty pockets reminded him that his martial training must come to a halt. Not only because his materials and finances had been exhausted after days of relentless practice, but also because today marked the scheduled peace talks between the Iron Wire Hall and the Black Tiger Gang at Fenglai Tower. As Liu Yuan's representative, he was obliged to attend as a witness. Thus, despite his desire to train alone at home, reality dictated otherwise. Relationships, money, and responsibilities. These trivialities could never be evaded while living in this world. However, attending the banquet without sufficient prowess in his refined techniques would render him powerless and humiliated. The copper sand body refinement technique could be enhanced, requiring 20 moments of Dragon and Tiger Chi. Should it be enhanced to great accomplishment? Having accumulated this chi for so long without utilizing it, he had been saving it for moments like this when resources were scarce. Without further hesitation, Wu Xiao refined the Dragon and Tiger Chi from his officer's token and focused his mind on the scroll in his heart's sea. Enhance. In an instant, as the text on the scroll slowly transformed, Wu Xiao felt his remaining 10 moments of Dragon and Tiger Chi dwindle to 4. Simultaneously, he sensed a gradual tightening and warming of his skin, as if a wave of heat flowed from within, spreading to every inch of his body, seemingly restructuring his skin. Moments later, the heat dissipated. It was akin to his first experience in a sauna. Once the warmth receded, Wu Xiao felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Looking down at his arms, once sun-darkened from years of wielding blades, he noticed they had lightened several shades. Yet, this was not the most significant change. With a mere thought, his skin tightened rapidly, transforming from a pale hue to a deep, dark-toned eye. In that moment, he could feel the hardness of his skin increase several degrees. He estimated that even an ordinary person, at full strength, would struggle to breach his current defenses. The copper sand body refinement technique was indeed a formidable martial art aimed at enhancing one's defense. A flicker of joy surged within Wu Xiao. In this high martial world, failing to fortify oneself with thick armor made one an easy target for death. Moreover, he currently had no pressing need to enhance any other martial arts. With the foot soldier blade technique, the python swallowing technique, and the copper sand body refinement technique at his disposal, the latter was undoubtedly the foundational skill worthy of priority advancement. After savoring the sensation of having attained great accomplishment in the copper sand body refinement technique, Wu Xiao instinctively opened the scroll once more. Copper sand body refinement technique. Copper sand for skin polishing. Mastering it grants the copper skin talent, Advancement Route. Perfection, 01. Dousing the body in molten copper. Completing the ritual bath in copper to gain the copper skin talent. Enhancement required. Need 20 moments of dragon and tiger chi. Shall it be enhanced to perfection? Dousing copper? Pouring molten copper over one's skin. While it would undoubtedly yield copper skin, could one truly survive such a process? As he gazed at the scroll's annotations regarding the advancement route, Wu Xiao's eyelids twitched, as if he could already smell the stench of burnt flesh. Transitioning from using medicinal sand to covering oneself in molten copper was not merely an advancement from great accomplishment to perfection. It felt more like a transformation from raw to cooked. In comparison, the 20 moments of dragon and tiger chi now appeared far more approachable. Shaking his head, regardless of whether the process genuinely involved dousing oneself in copper or substituting it with dragon and tiger chi. Wu Xiao had neither at this moment. He decided to set aside these concerns for now and focus on the matters of the banquet scheduled for today. Tidying up the kitchen, Wu Xiao donned his rain cloak and strapped on the Yinling blade before stepping outside. He certainly would not attend the banquet alone. At the very least, he needed to bring along some capable hands. After all, should a conflict erupt, who could predict the chaos that would ensue? With a few allies by his side. Regardless of whether a fight broke out, their presence would lend him some credibility. Chapter 15. The Fractured Qingsong City, South City. This area represented the most bustling and vibrant part of Qingsong City. Though the winter chill had reduced foot traffic, numerous shops still welcomed customers with open doors at noon. The typically bustling entrance of Fenglai Tower was now shrouded in an air of tension. Figures clad in black and gray martial attire stood resolutely at either side of the entrance, each wielding weapons and glaring at one another, as if a mere glance could ignite a conflict. What an impressive display! With a soft sigh, Wu Xiao strode purposefully toward Fenglai Tower, flanked by his subordinates. As they approached, the previously tense atmosphere eased slightly. Upon noticing Wu Xiao and his companions in their official attire, no one dared to obstruct their passage. Wu Xiao, with his left hand resting on the hilt of his Yinling blade, disregarded the standoff at the entrance and boldly entered the inn. A cautious attendant stepped forward. Bowing respectfully, Wu Xiao, the esteemed officials are already awaiting you in the private room on the top floor. Wu Xiao cast a fleeting glance at him, slightly nodded without uttering much, and proceeded directly upstairs. It was evident that both the Iron Wire Guild and the Black Tiger Gang held him in little regard. Otherwise, they would have made the effort to greet him personally. Now, they could not even be bothered to send someone to welcome him. Instead, relegating the task to a mere waiter. However, it mattered not. What use was a fleeting contest of pride? If one's fists were strong enough, there was no need for him to intervene. Soon enough, there would be those who would bow and scrape to welcome him. Moreover, he had no inclination to take center stage today. After all, he represented Lu Yuan, and as long as he could secure what was rightfully his, it would suffice. Ideally, both parties would reach an amicable resolution, allowing him to depart with the goods. He waved his hand for Zhang Zhu and the others to wait downstairs. No need for the waiter to lead the way. And Wu Xiao ascended the stairs with a stoic expression. Upon entering the private room, Wu Xiao found himself the sole occupant, and the gaze of several individuals immediately turned towards him. He surveyed the scene. Today's private room was likely the largest in Fenglai Tower. Neither the Iron Wire Guild nor the Black Tiger Gang had brought their subordinates, leaving only 2 representatives from each side seated on opposite sides. The elder master of the Iron Wire Guild appeared to be in his late 50s or early 60s, his hair streaked with gray. Beside him sat a man with sharply arched eyebrows and a fierce countenance. Most striking were his hands, whose knuckles seemed worn smooth and were unusually broad. Clearly his only son, Tai Ying, adept in the art of eagle claw techniques. On the Black Tiger Gang's side, the leader was the gang's master, who, contrary to Wu Xiao's initial expectations of a brutish demeanor, was instead a portly middle-aged man with a perpetually smiling face, clad in thick clothing and a silk cloak. He resembled a businessman more than a gang leader. Next to him was a young woman, likely in her 20s, wielding 2 curved daggers at her waist. With willow leaf brows and thin lips, her figure curvaceous. According to intelligence reports, she was the only daughter of the Black Tiger Gang's master. As for the seat of honor in the room, it was occupied by none other than the county magistrate, Mo Fu, one of the two prominent officials in Qingsong City. This seating arrangement indicated that although the protagonists today were the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Wire Guild, the true authority still lay with Magistrate Mo. Having seen the magistrate, Wu Xiao did not take his seat immediately, but instead approached the magistrate with a respectful gesture, maintaining a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Upon realizing that Wu Xiao was representing Liu Yuan, both the Iron Wire Guild and the Black Tiger Gang merely cast him a cursory glance and did not pay him further heed. In contrast, the magistrate, upon noticing Wu Xiao's respectful gesture, beamed with delight, holding a beautifully enchanting woman in his arms and beckoning Wu Xiao with a smile. "Ah, Wu Chaitu, you have finally arrived. We have been awaiting your presence. Please, take your seat." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Wu Xiao offered no further words, fully aware that he was merely a pawn in today's proceedings, and thus seated himself in a position beneath Magistrate Mo. Once Wu Xiao settled into his seat, a palpable tension filled the air as the representatives of the Black Tiger Gang and Iron Wire Guild exchanged glances, one observing with a stoic demeanor while the other closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Magistrate Mo, oblivious to the cold atmosphere, refrained from hastening the discussion. Instead, he appeared utterly captivated, playfully teasing the beauty in his arms. "Ah, my lovely flower, your skin is as smooth as ever. It glides like water. Tonight, I must learn the secrets of your skincare regimen." The beauty, a renowned courtesan specially invited by the proprietor of Fenglai Tower, with eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, shot a playful glare at the magistrate. Pouting with mock grievance, "Your Excellency jests. Ever since that fateful night last month, when we shared a springtime tryst, where have I found the time to care for my skin? It seems I must wait for your personal application of my skincare." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Tonight, I shall indulge you, my little vixen." Magistrate Mo guffawed heartily, his eyes betraying a lustful eagerness to rendezvous with the beauty. After a moment, the magistrate, still entranced by the courtesan's charms, recollected that there were matters at hand that required his attention. He adjusted his ceremonial cap and declared, "Well then, since all present have gathered, it is time to resolve today's affairs. Let us all be forthright to avoid delaying my subsequent escapades with this lovely flower." The magistrate, his hair graying yet full of vigor, cradled the beauty in one arm while stroking his goat beard with the other, continued, "There has been an excessive commotion in the city lately, and with an inspection imminent, regardless of whether you two can reach an agreement today, I expect peace in Qingsong City for the time being. Otherwise, should my concerns weigh heavily on me, I shall ensure that all of you share in my discomfort." Thus, he stated plainly, "If you two can negotiate, splendid. If not, grant me tranquility for half a month. Once the inspection concludes, you may engage in whatever skirmishes you desire." Noticing that both parties seemed eager to voice their opinions, Magistrate Mo abruptly interjected, his tone commanding, "This is not a matter for debate. There is no need for further words." He then turned his gaze to Wu Xiao. "Additionally, since you, Wu Chaitu, are here on behalf of Lu County Lieutenant, does he have any directives to convey?" With a single statement, he quelled the discord, truly a display of immense authority. At that moment, Wu Xiao, observing the frail, graying magistrate in his elevated position, began to grasp the enchantment of power. Perhaps Magistrate Mo had once possessed a modicum of martial prowess in his youth, but from Wu Xiao's perspective, his current frail form suggested a decline in vitality. One could not say that even the two muscular warriors seated below him would not bring him to his knees in a single blow. Thus, this seemingly feeble elder, once seated in authority, could command respect despite any martial prowess. The coercive nature of such power stemmed from the might of the great Zhou dynasty. Since its establishment, while there had been turbulence, it had not descended into the chaos of a waning dynasty. Rather, with the ascension of the new emperor, victories and campaigns had begun to blossom, heralding a revival. The strength of a great empire not only lay in its military but also in the authority bestowed upon its officials. Any official of rank, upon entering service, received an official seal and attire from the court, which not only denoted status but also bolstered their authority in their respective domains. Even an untrained individual could wield the might of the great Zhou through these symbols, achieving rapid ascendance. Hence, despite the magistrate's frail appearance, given sufficient time to establish his authority, even a novice like Wu Xiu would find himself dwarfed by the magistrate's commanding presence. I am the great Zhou. The murder of an official, barring ambush, could only be addressed through the exertion of rank. Thus, an esteemed county magistrate was often referred to as the hundredly marquis, and even indulgences in debauchery would not diminish their influence. Moreover, the laws of the Great Zhou dictated that the murder of an official warranted the execution of the perpetrator's entire family. Consequently, Wu Xiu understood well that in this high martial world of the Great Zhou, to thrive, one required both power and strength. With strength comes authority, and with authority, one can wield even greater strength. Returning to the matter at hand, Wu Xiu rose, casting a calm gaze upon the assembly, and stated, Lu County Lieutenant shares the magistrate's sentiments. For the time being, it is best to maintain peace within Qingsong City. Furthermore, regarding the spiritual ginseng, whatever negotiations transpire between the two parties, Lu County Lieutenant's share cannot be diminished. After delivering his words, Wu Xiu returned to his seat, remaining silent regardless of the reactions around him. Chapter 16. Unresolved matters lead to conflict below. As the two officials concluded their discourse, the representatives of the Iron Wire Guild appeared increasingly agitated. Recently, they had suffered significant losses in their skirmishes with the Black Tiger Gang over the spiritual ginseng. Now, facing a new threat while still dealing with the aftermath of previous conflicts, they found themselves unwilling to part with any portion of the ginseng. The elder master of the Iron Wire Guild had yet to speak when the Black Tiger Gang's leader, his eyes narrowed, smirked at the elder master. Both your excellencies make valid points. I am willing to heed the government's directive to cease hostilities. However, my brothers have also suffered substantial losses in these recent days. I trust the elder master can understand my predicament. I desire no more than my due share of the ginseng, and the compensation for my men cannot be lessened. Shut your mouth, the elder master's son, Tai Ying, his eyes blazing red and veins bulging on his forehead, sprang forth, bellowing, You Black Tiger scum dare to lay claim to what belongs to the Iron Wire Guild? Compensation? I'd rather feed it to the dogs than give you a single coin. Though, if you were to send that one girl over for a few nights, perhaps I could be persuaded to reward you with a few ginseng wisps. Unable to withstand the lewd gaze directed at her, the fiery-tempered Wang Lian snapped, Shut your filthy mouth. Your stench is enough to make anyone retch. You think you can have a taste of what's not yours? You, a mere toad, dreaming of swan meat. Raising his hand to halt his daughter from continuing her words, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang had not experienced such humiliation for many years. At this moment, the insincere smile that adorned his face had vanished, and with a cold gaze, he regarded the old master of the Iron Hall. How is it that the esteemed Master Tai has such lackluster upbringing? When adults are conversing, what business does this little wretch have to interject? One might think you, Master Tai, are too old to do anything but await your demise and be why health is quite robust. So you need not concern yourself, gang leader, the old master replied, his hands rubbing two smooth iron beads, his eyes half closed as he spoke in an indifferent tone. However, since the magistrate has spoken, the Iron Hall agrees to a temporary ceasefire. As for the compensation and the spirit ginseng you mentioned, if you desire it, then come and collect it in half a month, he added. And do not forget to bring more people. Spirit ginseng is rather expensive, and the lives of your Black Tiger Gang's dogs may not suffice as payment. Humph! Who cannot speak grandly? The leader of the Black Tiger Gang scoffed disdainfully, casting a cold, sidelong glance. I fear for you, old master, who might be too afraid of death. Since you are so bold, let us agree to a life-and-death battle outside the city in half a month. It is either your demise or mine. After all, my Black Tiger Gang is strong and vigorous, and we have nowhere to vent our energy. I am curious to see how much fight you have left in you at your advanced age. Let us fight, the old master retorted. When I roamed Qingsong City, you were still crawling about in your diapers. Do not think for a moment that the Iron Hall fears you. Seated above, Wu Xiu observed the verbal sparring between the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Hall below, leaning back in his chair as if he were oblivious. His mind, however, was not preoccupied with their exchange of barbs but rather discreetly focused on the daughter of the Black Tiger Gang's leader. He had noticed her stealing glances at him multiple times since his arrival. Her actions were quite subtle. Had he not made recent advancements in martial arts and sat in stillness, he might not have noticed. Yet, strangely, in his previous life's memories, he had no acquaintance with this woman. Why, then, did she seem to regard him as if they were well acquainted, even in such a pivotal moment? He held suspicions in his heart, but it was evident that today was not the day to delve into such matters. Wu Xiu could only feign ignorance, sipping tea while maintaining his silence. A quarter of an hour later, having finished an entire pot of tea, Wu Xiu observed that the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Hall had yet to reach an agreement and were instead beginning to tally their grievances, seemingly on the verge of a showdown. Meanwhile, sitting in a high position, Magistrate Mo, embracing a beautiful woman, had grown impatient. Seeing that both parties were merely engaged in verbal conflict without resolution, his eagerness to return to the beauty in his arms was palpable. He frowned and coldly huffed, his smile fading. "Gentlemen, since you cannot come to an agreement, let us not waste time. I am weary today, and we shall proceed as previously discussed. Everything will be addressed after half a month of investigation." With that, he took the hand of the woman in his embrace and stood to leave, his urgency allowing Wu Xiu to catch a whiff of the strong scent of heath flowers from across the room. However, while the magistrate could depart at will, Wu Xiu furrowed his brow. Since no agreement had been reached, the distribution of spirit ginseng remained uncertain, and ultimately, he would still need to negotiate with the Iron Hall. As Magistrate Mo left with the beauty in his arms, the once boisterous private room fell into a profound silence. Just as Wu Xiu was about to speak, the Black Tiger Gang showed no inclination to wait. Without even a glance at Wu Xiu, they pushed through the door. Before exiting, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang turned to the Old Master, his words laden with meaning. "Old Master, sometimes consuming what one should not can lead to a troubled stomach. I have heard rumors that there have been demons lurking near the Iron Hall, consuming many lives. I wonder if someone has taken what they should not have? Humph! My appetite has always been hearty. You need not concern yourself, gang leader. However, I have heard that you have yet to father a son all these years. Perhaps you have some hidden ailment? My family's medical clinic has considerable experience in this area. You are welcome to come for a diagnosis whenever you wish." Ignoring the old master's taunts, Wang Hu, the leader's cold demeanor remained as he glanced at the two with an air of indifference. As if regarding corpses, I truly hope that even at death's door, the old master can maintain such bravado. Let us see who truly faces death, frowning as he witnessed the conclusion of today's spectacle. Wu Xiu, though uncertain of the events that had transpired, could tell from Wang Hu's words that the two sides were bound for conflict. He was left wondering whether they would indeed wait until the half-month investigation concluded before engaging in battle. Without dwelling on the private affairs between the factions, Wu Xiu directly inquired when he could obtain the spirit ginseng from the old master of the Iron Hall, Lu Yuan. The old master waved his hand dismissively, his expression unchanged. "I am busy handling matters with the Black Tiger Gang. You need only discuss the spirit ginseng with my son." Tying with that, he turned and exited the room without waiting for Wu Xiu's response. At this moment, only Wu Xiu and Tying remained in the private room. The young master, Tying, whose joints were notably large, raised his chin, his face displaying impatience. "I will handle the matter of the spirit ginseng with Lu County Lieutenant. You need not trouble yourself." Wu Qiaotu.as, the heir to one of the two major factions in Qingsong City, Tying was accustomed to dominating the area. He saw little value in interacting with ordinary officials, let alone someone like Wu Xiu. His status permitted him to walk freely in this small city, aside from the Black Tiger Gang and the two prominent officials. Moreover, he was well aware that this Wu Qiaotu had merely gained his position due to luck on the battlefield and lacked true strength. With a dismissive wave, he interrupted Wu Xiu before the latter could speak further, instructing his subordinates who had already ascended the stairs, "Return to the hall. The Black Tiger Gang will not let this matter rest. Be vigilant tonight." "Hold on," Wu Xiu interjected, rising and lowering his gaze. "Since Lu County Lieutenant has entrusted this matter to me, it would be better for young Master Tai to discuss it directly with me today." Tying halted, turning to regard the official before him, who seemed unaware of his own worth, and mocked him inwardly. "Wu Qiaotu, what are you in such a hurry for? I have not deprived you of the monthly silver you receive. Why rush like a dog? Moreover, I will discuss matters over tea with Lu County Lieutenant myself. Such precious spirit ginseng, I fear that if given to you, you would not be able to deliver it to Liu County Lieutenant, but would instead leave it for thieves to take advantage of. Would that not be most unfortunate? Tai Ying's expression had turned to one of utmost impatience, leaning forward with a tone laced with chilling malice. Wu Chaotu, while the position of an official is good, life is singular. Before he could finish, his subordinates echoed his sentiment, their gazes filled with ill intent, creating a heavy atmosphere. Wu Chaotu, just because everyone calls you official, you truly think you are something special. Indeed, it was true. Receiving a mere 100 or so taels of silver each month was hardly impressive. In the small private room, only the cacophony of the Iron Hall's members filled the air, their faces displaying disdain and mockery. Effectively blocking the entrance in the face of such overwhelming numbers, Wu Xiu slowly raised his head, his expression betraying no fear. His cold, piercing eyes met Tai Ying's gaze. Having anticipated this situation, he knew that without strength, authority meant little. Thus, he maintained his composure, addressing Tai Ying, "Young Master Tai, I will say this one last time. I am taking the spirit ginseng mint for Liu County Lieutenant, today." Before he could finish, one of the Iron Hall disciples, who had always looked down on the so-called official, interrupted him impatiently. "Today? What do you intend to do?" Truly disrespectful to refuse a drink offered. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to seize Wu Xiu by the throat, aiming to teach him a lesson. However, before he could grasp Wu Xiu, a powerful hand had already reached out to grip his wrist. "You are not worthy to offer me a drink." With a slight exertion, Wu Xiu's muscles tensed, unleashing the formidable energy cultivated from mastering the copper sand body refinement technique. A surge of power cascaded downward. Bam! The advancing Iron Hall disciple was sent crashing to the ground, his body aching and numb, unable to rise. "Impertinent!" Tai Ying exclaimed, though unaware of what audacity had emboldened Wu Xiu to provoke the Iron Hall. Filled with confidence in his own abilities, he took a bold step forward, his hands clawing with the ferocity of a beast, aiming for a lethal strike. With the mastery of his martial arts, his strength was formidable enough to pull the tail of an ox. His hands, resembling iron claws, sliced through the air with a sound that signaled their intent to strike. The Iron Hall's martial arts legacy. The Eagle Claw technique of Tai Ying. Eagle Claw? Let us see if you can withstand the might of my perfected copper sand body refinement. Wu Xiu's gaze narrowed as he advanced, not drawing his weapon, but forming his arm into a fist, charging directly at the incoming Eagle Claws. His speed was astonishing, nearly matching that of Tai Ying despite the latter's superior cultivation level. Boom! The impact resonated like iron colliding. Two figures clashed and swiftly parted ways. Wu Xiu ultimately found himself lacking in strength, stumbling back 3 steps before coming to a halt. In contrast, Tai Ying only retreated 2 steps yet stood firmly in place. However, recalling the feedback from his arduous practice of the Eagle Claw technique, it felt nothing like flesh and blood, but rather akin to iron and stone. His grasp yielded no results, and his expression bore no hint of satisfaction. Damn it! Wasn't he this fellow rumored to have been gravely ill not long ago? How is he so formidable now? His thoughts were tumultuous, yet his face betrayed none of it that moment. Tai Ying brusquely pushed aside the subordinate who supported him, snorting coldly. No wonder Wu Chaotu dares to take on this task. It appears he has honed a formidable exterior cultivation. Flattery will get you nowhere. I am actually more skilled in the art of the blade. Are you, young Master Tai, willing to discuss the matter of the spiritual ginseng with me now? Wu Xiu replied, standing resolutely with his right hand resting on his sword, his expression serene as he regarded Tai Ying. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion from above, a multitude of officers who had been waiting downstairs rushed to the scene, filling the narrow space outside the modest building. Observing that their leader seemed to be in conflict with the opponent, though unaware of the specifics, they instinctively grasped their waist knives, glaring fiercely. Wu Xiu stood at the center of the elegant chamber. His youthful visage, usually calm and tranquil, now radiating an air of confidence, no longer resembling the previously dejected officer. The once noisy crowd of the Tai Xian Guild had fallen silent, witnessing Wu Xiu's strength seemingly match Tai Ying's, and their earlier arrogance dissipated as they hesitated to advance further. On the periphery, Zhou appeared agitated. Having drawn his waist knife first, he fervently urged the members of the Tai Xian Guild to step aside, exclaiming loudly, "Stand clear! You Tai Xian Guild have some audacity to brazenly surround and attack an official in broad daylight. Are you not afraid of retribution from the court? Halt! Do not think you can enter. Take another step forward, and do not blame us for being unkind." Seeing their opponents draw blades, the members of the Tai Xian Guild, who had been poised with their weapons, also unsheathed their swords, vociferously countering the officers' advance. Just as tensions escalated between the two factions, a commanding voice rang out from inside the room. "Stop! Let them in!" Tai Ying frowned and waved his hand to quell his subordinates' unrest, clearing a path for the officers outside, while simultaneously addressing Wu Xiu. "Wu Chaotu, my intentions were benevolent. You need not exert yourself further. However, since you are eager to take on this task, the Tai Xian Guild can provide you with the spiritual ginseng mint for Lu County Lieutenant. But let me make it clear. We have limited supplies of spiritual ginseng, and once this is given to you, the Tai Xian Guild shall bear no responsibility, should it be lost or stolen. Even if the matter reaches Lu County Lieutenant, it will be solely your responsibility, Wu Chaotu." Tai Ying's tone softened, shedding the earlier air of indifference and impatience, although he had initially hoped to delay. Now that the individual before him was so keen to procure it, he would comply. In terms of strength, he was at the muscle refinement stage, and he had confidence that if he were to engage Wu Xiu in battle, he would not lack the prowess to prevail. However, today was not a one-on-one confrontation. With so many officers outside, killing an official in broad daylight would entail severe consequences, not just for him, but for the entire Tai Xian Guild, who would face dire repercussions from the county lieutenant and magistrate. Moreover, the pressing issue was the Black Tiger Gang. Everything else could be set aside for the moment. Once this matter passed, he could redirect his energy elsewhere. Who would care about the absence of a mere officer in Qingsong City? After all, fear not, young Master Tai, as I believe I possess a modicum of martial prowess. Moreover, in Qingsong City, I doubt anyone would dare to seize the belongings of Lu County Lieutenant. Would you not agree? Wu Xiu grinned, showing no signs of retreat, and stepped forward directly. There is no better time than the present. Why not hand over the item to me now? Young Master Tai? Gazing at the insincerely smiling Wu Xiu, Tai Ying, who had been furrowing his brow, suddenly mirrored the expression, breaking into an unexpectedly cheerful smile. "No problem." Chapter 18. "Old man, why haven't you died yet?" In the southern city, Wu Xiu, flanked by a group of officers, swaggered out of the Fenglai building just as before. The only difference was that he now cradled a black sandalwood box in his arms, containing the objective of his mission, spiritual ginseng. This item was of considerable value. Although Tai Ying's threats of potential theft were likely more bluster than reality, caution was still warranted. Aside from the ginseng's worth, the box itself could fetch dozens of taels of silver on the market, as ordinary boxes would cause the medicinal potency of the ginseng to dissipate, while only a black sandalwood box could effectively preserve such precious herbs. Wu Xiu had initially thought that such a valuable item would require a trip to Tai Ying's lair to obtain, but was pleasantly surprised to find it in Tai Ying's possession. Upon inspecting the contents, Wu Xiu noted that the ginseng was not whole. It appeared to be about 1/5 of a complete ginseng root, specifically the lower tendrils, yet despite having been cut, it still looked remarkably fresh, as if just unearthed. With the spiritual ginseng secured, Wu Xiu wasted no time and promptly led his entourage toward the county office. An item as hot as this needed to be handed over swiftly. After all, with so many eyes on him, the notion of keeping it for himself was utterly impractical. Even if he contemplated such a course of action, he wouldn't be so foolish as to consume something that belonged to his own backing. If necessary, he could always make another visit to the Tai Xian Guild. The Tai Xian Guild. Within a storeroom filled with sandbags and weapon racks, Tai Ying skillfully activated the hidden mechanism behind the weapon rack, entering a modest secret chamber. Inside, only a few small night pearls emitted a dim glow, and from the shadows, the voice of the old guild master echoed. How did the matter unfold? In stark contrast to his earlier volatility, Tai Ying's demeanor was composed as he slightly lowered his head and recounted the events that transpired after the old guild master's departure. including Wu Xiao's unexpectedly formidable prowess. The old guild master frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before coldly laughing. Very well, if it is given, then so be it. Once I break through, not even this insignificant person will escape my grasp, let alone Lu Yuan, who has consumed my patience for these years. As Tai Ying's gaze shifted to the darkened corner, he observed the old guild master sitting cross-legged, a bamboo tube at his mouth slowly oozing drops of luminous green liquid. Following the bamboo tube upward, he saw a humanoid figure with green skin suspended in the air by golden threads. Unlike the ginseng commonly seen, which was typically no thicker than an arm, this specimen appeared more like a hunchbacked elder. Its scattered tendrils and green leaves entwined as garments draping over its massive form, dwarfing any ordinary ginseng. The portion of ginseng that Wu Xiao had brought him was but a mere fraction compared to this entity. The bamboo tube, continuously exuding green ginseng liquid, was inserted into the creature's arm, persistently disrupting its natural healing. The glowing green liquid slowly dripped from the hollow tube. With eager eyes fixed on the suspended ginseng, Tai Ying lowered his voice, filled with excitement. "Father, are you on the verge of success?" Gently swallowing the green liquid from the bamboo tube, the old guild master's aged face flushed suddenly. A triumphant smile creeping across his lips. "Outsiders have long believed that I have been stuck at the muscle refinement stage, unaware that I have already broken through to the bone refinement stage. I merely concealed my strength to avoid attracting the government's scrutiny, which is why I have repeatedly retreated before that Black Tiger gang brat, slowly encroaching upon the power of Qingsong City. I once thought I had lost all hope of further breakthroughs, yet with this ginseng, a single drop can equate to a year of toil. Give me 3 more days, and I shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage. At that point, even the officials will have to yield 3 points in my presence, a drop equating to a year of labor. The efficacy of this ginseng is indeed extraordinary." Tai Ying's eyes, unbeknownst to him, had taken on a slight sheen of red, his face alight with avarice as he gazed at the motionless ginseng suspended in the air. Though constrained by his current strength, he had feasted on the tendrils of ginseng over the past few days, which were merely for his practice, hardly comparable to this spiritual ginseng. Through consuming the tendrils, he had experienced a taste of rapid advancement in power for the first time. No wonder those scions of noble families could achieve such extraordinary strength at a young age. Standing firm, honing their muscles, indulging in fiery medicinal baths. Each day left him utterly exhausted, yet the increase in strength was negligible. Now, with nothing but a few ginseng tendrils, his vitality surged like ignited dynamite, far surpassing the slow, grueling struggle he had endured previously. It was a pity that this old man insisted on limiting the harvesting of ginseng tendrils, claiming it would hinder the gathering of the ginseng liquid. Ultimately, it was merely a ploy to monopolize this ginseng. At his advanced age, why hadn't he chosen to depart this world sooner? Then I could have claimed this ginseng for myself. Silently harboring his grievances, Tai Ying felt his eyes reddening inexplicably. Licking his lips as if to redirect his dark thoughts, he sneered. "When the day of my father's breakthrough arrives, the Taishan Guild shall truly dominate Qingsong City. At that time, regardless of the county lieutenant or magistrate, they will have to act according to our desires, and the first to be dealt with shall be that lecherous old pervert who dared to make Flower Girl shut her mouth." The elderly curator, whose complexion had turned a deep crimson, abruptly interrupted Iron Eagle with a loud reprimand, his voice slicing through the dim glow of the night pearl. His eyes, too, glimmered with faint traces of bloodshot red as he expressed his growing irritation, exclaiming, "A mere courtesan, after all. How can one who aspires to greatness become ensnared by carnal desires? Do you truly believe that the only figures in the great Zhou are a trivial county lieutenant of the bone refinement realm and an old county magistrate? If that were the case, do you think I have endured the Black Tiger's provocations all these years for naught? Were it not for my efforts to cultivate a balance of power with the Black Tiger gang? Do you think the county office would allow Iron Line Pavilion to so easily encroach upon the authority of Qingsong City? Let alone that lecherous old fool who wields the official seal as if it were his lifeblood. Even a minor general of the great Zhou could effortlessly conquer this insignificant Qingsong City. Who dares to kill an official and rebel? At the very least, as he spoke, the blood vessels in the curator's eyes intensified, and a strange smile crept across his lips as he gazed at the still, silent spirit ginseng above. At the very least, I must consume this spirit ginseng first. Only then will no one dare to impede me. Having been chastised, Iron Eagle, shrouded in shadows, remained oblivious to the curator's eerie smile, instead glaring at the spirit ginseng above with growing dissatisfaction. There is only one spirit ginseng. If that old man consumes it all, what will be left for me? That wretched old fool assured me he would reserve the spirit ginseng for my breakthrough into the muscle refinement realm. How dare you swallow it all? You old fool, old fool. Old fool, why won't you just die already? The bitterness in his heart surged, yet he seemed to preserve a shred of sanity. Iron Eagle clenched his teeth, forcing himself to maintain a calm demeanor as he replied, "Father, you are right. I understand." Within the dim chamber, the curator had entirely lost his composure. The blood vessels in his eyes had spread to engulf his pupils, and he gazed hungrily at the bamboo tube above. Stretching his neck like a beast awaiting its next meal, behind him, a pair of similarly bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon him, their gaze filled solely with unadulterated hunger. Above, the spirit ginseng, tightly bound with golden threads, lay with its eyes closed, yet its mouth curled into a sinister smile, mirroring that of the curator. Chapter 19. The tiger demon devours men outside the city at the yamen. Wu Xiu returned to Lu Yuyuan's side. Accompanied by a group of constables, the spirit ginseng in his possession was evidently a hot potato. The best course of action was to hand it over to Lu Yuyuan as swiftly as possible. As for why Wu Xiu insisted on delivering the spirit ginseng himself, rather than trusting Iron Eagle to do so, it was simply a matter of office politics, in the eyes of superiors. The process of completing a task is of little significance. What truly matters is how the results are presented. Since Lu Yuyuan required the spirit ginseng to be brought directly to him, it would not matter if it ultimately did not reach his hands. As long as Wu Xiu was not the one to deliver it, Lu Yuyuan would not attribute any credit to him. Moreover, Iron Line Pavilion claimed they would relay the information to Lu Yuyuan later. Who knew what they might say, perhaps even accusing Wu Xiu of failing to convey Lu Yuyuan's instructions, while they might take credit for presenting the ginseng. Iron Line Pavilion would reap the rewards, while Wu Xiu would bear the blame. Having been tempered by the trials of society, Wu Xiu was astute enough not to take Iron Line Pavilion's words at face value. No promise was worth more than having control over the situation himself. Brothers, wait a moment. I shall deliver this to County Lieutenant Liu and return shortly. Wu Xiu moved swiftly, instructing his subordinates to wait outside. In no time, he arrived at the training grounds from his previous visit. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Yuyuan dressed in training attire. Yet rather than practicing with a spear, he was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man whose back was to Wu Xiu. The man appeared somewhat familiar to Wu Xiu, though he could not quite place him. Noticing Lu Yuyuan was preoccupied, Wu Xiu hesitated about approaching, but Lu Yuyuan had already spotted him and gestured him over. "Sir, I have brought the spirit ginseng," Wu Xiu said, presenting the sandalwood box with both hands. Lu Yuyuan furrowed his brow, receiving the rare spirit ginseng without much thought, placing it aside as he remarked, "You arrived just in time, Wu. Head Constable Zhang informed me of a pressing issue outside the city. You should listen in, Head Constable Zhang?" Wu Xiu's heart stirred as he turned to the middle-aged man whose complexion was slightly pale. Suddenly recalling his identity, he was Zhang Wu, one of the 3 head constables of Qingsong City, alongside Wu Xiu and the old head constable Yin Feng. Zhang Wu was at the muscle refinement minor completion stage. Adept in the wind-blocking staff technique, primarily responsible for external anti-bandit operations and maintaining trade routes, as well as collecting taxes from neighboring villages and mediating local disputes. His authority to collect taxes was significant, as the distinction between a bandit and a village was defined by the Great Zhou's laws. Those who paid taxes were citizens, while those who resisted were deemed bandits and could be eliminated. Thus, he was far better off than Wu Xiu, who merely navigated the power dynamics within the city. "What has transpired outside the city, Head Constable Zhang?" Wu Xiu inquired, observing Zhang Wu's tense expression with growing curiosity, wondering what could be deemed so troublesome that even the usually carefree Lu Yuyuan took notice. Across the stone table, Zhang Wu nodded, albeit perplexed as to why Lu Yuyuan would share this matter with Wu Xiu, an inexperienced constable who had yet to break through the skin refinement stage. However, his mind was in disarray, and he took a deep breath before whispering, "There are demons appearing outside the city. I was initially heading to the villages to collect taxes for the upcoming inspection, and everything seemed normal around the villages near Qingsong City. However, when I ventured into the mountains with my men, a horrifying event unfolded." He swallowed hard, still shaken by the memory. It was a tiger. No, it was a tiger demon. Its fur was a sickly yellow, and its massive form towered close to 7 feet tall. Just its low growl sent my brother's steeds into a frenzy, causing them to defecate in fear, leaving us paralyzed in place. That tiger demon was as swift as the wind. In a single leap, it seized one of my brothers and dragged him from his horse. Despite his desperate counterattack, striking its hide proved futile. We had prepared ourselves to rush in and fight, but that demon was impervious to blades and arrows, resulting in several fatalities. Ultimately, we had no choice but to scatter and flee. As he recounted this, a somber expression clouded Zhang Wu's face. We set out with 13 men, and I am the only one who returned. That beast was not hunting for food. It simply relished in killing. I observed clearly that even when it caught up to someone, it would merely kill them and leave their body behind before turning to pursue the rest of us. A tiger demon? Wu Xiu's brow furrowed in concern. It is said that all living things possess a spirit, and with enough spirit, they can transform into demons. However, the origins and powers of demons vary significantly. A tiger that had become a demon would have retained the strength of 1,000 pounds in its ordinary form, making it impossible for even average muscle refinement warriors to contend with. Once it transformed into a demon, its ferocity would only be amplified. Not to mention, even a bone refinement warrior could easily fall victim to its claws if caught off guard. Yet, it had been many years since any demons had appeared near Qingsong City. The last massacre within the city had been rumored to involve demons, but no one had witnessed it firsthand, and thus, it remained unconfirmed. However, this tiger demon was undeniably real, brazenly displaying itself, attacking men and horses, and consuming them. It was no wonder that even the normally unperturbed Lu Yuyuan found the situation troubling, especially given the impending inspection. If the higher-ups learned of a tiger demon devouring men without resolution, the consequences would surely be dire. Given that Zhang Wu had faced the tiger demon firsthand, Wu Xiu wondered about its true strength. With a bitter chuckle, Zhang Wu retrieved 2 broken black iron wooden staffs from behind him. "These are my century-old iron staffs, and by sheer luck, I managed to block one of the tiger demon's attacks with them. However, it shattered my weapon, sending me flying several dozen meters. Had the demon not been eager to chase after others, I would have had no means to retaliate." Examining the broken staff, Wu Xiu could discern that it had indeed been snapped by external force. If even Zhang Wu at the muscle refinement stage was no match for it in a direct confrontation, then the tiger demon's power was beyond what they could manage. At that moment, Lu Yuyuan's expression darkened. With the inspection approaching and so many constables dead, we cannot conceal the matter of the tiger demon any longer. It must be dealt with. Head Constable Zhang, you are the only one who has survived an encounter with the tiger demon. Do you have any ideas? Pale-faced, Zhang Wu felt the lingering terror of his narrow escape. He knew that once Lu Yuyuan had resolved to hunt the tiger, he would inevitably have to confront it again. Thus, he refrained from expressing any cowardly sentiments and gritted his teeth, stating, "Sir, this demon is indeed formidable. It is not a matter of cowardice. I doubt any individual within Qingsong City could match it in a one-on-one fight. If you wish to resolve this swiftly, we must combine our forces to surround and slay it." After a moment's thought, recalling the horror of the day, his expression turned fierce as he added, "However, one vital point must be noted. This demon has long dwelled in the mountains. If we gather too many people, it may escape, and we would risk alerting it. It would be wiser to use bait to lure it in before collectively striking." Agreed. Time is of the essence. I will contact the martial arts factions within the city. The 2 head constables should prepare iron chains, steel nets, traps, and other tools and await my signal to hunt the tiger. Lu Yuyuan possessed an extraordinary drive, and as he spoke, he had already made a decision. He promptly rose to instruct Wu Xiao and Zhang Wu to prepare the necessary equipment, while he himself would contact the county magistrate, the Iron Wire Guild, and the Black Tiger Gang. With demons lurking outside the city, the implications extended beyond his own future, impacting the interests of various factions. Naturally, those with wealth would contribute financially, while those with strength would lend their might. The three men set off on separate missions. However, just as Wu Xiao was about to step out, the old servant Fu Bo appeared seemingly out of nowhere, calling him back. "Wu Chai too, the master has instructed me to deliver this to you." Having grown accustomed to the remarkable agility of the old servant, Wu Xiao maintained his composure as he observed the frail, withered hand holding a white porcelain vial containing a pill. Intrigued, he stepped forward to receive the vial with both hands and inquired, "Elder, may I ask what this pill is?" "It is a blood revitalizing pill. One should consume one each day to invigorate the blood and dispel stagnation, effective against the hidden injuries from external training. It also replenishes qi and nourishes the blood, to be taken within half an hour after practicing the copper sand body refinement technique," Fu Bo explained in a low, hoarse voice, detailing the pill's usage and benefits. "This is the reward for retrieving the spiritual ginseng, and you may also collect 30 taels of silver from the storeroom for purchasing traps." After delivering the message, the servant retreated into the shadows and vanished. Chapter 20. The broken incense burner. Wu Xiao opened the porcelain vial and indeed found a reddish-brown pill the size of a fingernail. Bringing it closer to his nose, he detected a faint metallic scent, the origin of which he could not ascertain. This pill was a valuable commodity, distinct from ordinary medicinal pills. Although Wu Xiao had never heard of the blood revitalizing pill, he had previously observed auctions of medicinal pills, where even a common qi-nourishing pill commanded a price of 1 tael of silver, an outrageous sum. No. The profits from pill-making were even more lucrative, for despite such exorbitant prices, once any pill hit the market, it often remained in short supply. The scarcity of these pills contributed to their exorbitant prices. This was due to the Zhou dynasty's prohibition not only on armor but also on medicinal pills. The lineage of alchemists was exclusively held by the Zhou court, and any pills not crafted by the court were strictly forbidden from circulation. Those who violated this law faced confiscation of their pills and punishment for the sellers as well. However, while the blood revitalizing pill was indeed beneficial, its primary effect of invigorating the blood and dispelling stagnation was of little use to him now. With the scroll in hand, he need not worry about hidden injuries from external training. In fact, the blood revitalizing pill was inferior to the ordinary qi-nourishing pills, and he had already mastered the copper sand body refinement technique, with only the final realm remaining, which he currently had no means to breach. The foot soldier sword technique was not something that could be mastered in a day, but the python swallowing technique could be attempted once he hunted a demon tiger. For now, he considered seeking another martial art. With the hunt for the tiger approaching, it would enhance his ability for self-preservation. Lost in thought, he emerged from the storeroom with the silver, only to find the sky darkening. Leaden clouds pressed down from the horizon, obscuring the last remnants of daylight. A group of constables awaited him outside. Upon Wu Xiao's arrival, he mentioned the traps that needed to be prepared but refrained from discussing the demon tiger. Knowing that news of demons outside the city would only incite panic, he instructed the men to expedite their preparations, distributing 20 taels of silver among them without further demands, insisting only that the traps be capable of restraining the ferocious beasts and that everything be ready swiftly. Seeing Wu Xiao produce the silver, the other constables readily agreed, knowing that a beast trap would require no more than 15 taels, leaving the excess as additional income for each of them. To ensure the horses run, one must provide them with fodder. Wu Xiao understood that to command the loyalty of these seasoned veterans, he must share the spoils. However, as he surveyed the crowd, he noticed that Zhang Zhu had mysteriously vanished, leaving only Li Si among them. Upon inquiring, he learned that Zhang Zhu had been called away due to an urgent matter. In the midst of the crowd, Li Si held a piece of broken silver, his eyes darting. Although he was unsure of the fortune that had befallen his superior, he decided that with silver to be had, it would be foolish not to take it. However, pondering the worth of the extra coins, he suddenly stepped forward with a grin, proposing, "Head, why not let me take on this task? I need only 18 taels and I'll ensure everything is ready within 2 days. Li Si made his bid for the job. Wu Xiu had yet to respond when the others erupted in protest, shouting, "Li Si, you must be dreaming, 18 tails? Everyone knows you're a notorious gambler. Once you get the money, you'll head straight to the gaming house instead of working." "Exactly. Don't believe his nonsense. Head. We should distribute his share among everyone to prevent him from funding the gamblers." As the crowd grew noisy, Wu Xiu shot a glance at the sullen Li Si, gesturing for silence with a raised hand. "We are all brothers in this constabulary," and Li Si meant well. "Let's not dwell on this any further, as before. We shall disperse and prepare our equipment quickly. We cannot afford to be left empty-handed when the time comes." With Wu Xiu's intervention, the crowd, though still murmuring discontent, understood the matter was settled and began to drift away in groups. Only Li Si kept his head down. Departing alone in a gloomy silence, Wu Xiu looked up. The heavy clouds loomed ever thicker, leaving him uncertain whether rain or snow would fall. Yet, despite the overcast sky, it was not yet evening. Seizing the moment, he turned and headed toward the marketplace. Chapter 21. The bullish strength, a step in the right direction in the dimming light of the day. Foot traffic had significantly dwindled in the marketplace. Only at the prime central location did a vast auction house see sporadic visitors. The Sihai Auction House, renowned for its extensive inventory in Qingsong City, resembled a modern-day chain supermarket more than a traditional auction house. It not only operated across the Zhou territory but could also mobilize goods from various regions at any time. The establishment was formidable, capable of buying and selling, and even the Black Tiger Gang and Iron Wire Guild had to concede a measure of respect. This was the only shop in Qingsong City authorized to sell medicinal pills. Although the monthly auctions mainly featured ordinary goods, occasionally exquisite items would emerge, giving the establishment considerable renown in the city. As Wu Xiu pushed aside the heavy curtain at the entrance, he immediately felt the stark contrast in temperature between the outside and the interior. A quick glance around revealed no braziers. It was likely that the floor and walls were equipped with an underground heating system. After surveying the room for a moment, Wu Xiu did not wait for the attendant to approach him. As a middle-aged man wearing a slouch hat and dressed as a steward emerged from the inner chamber, with a warm smile on his face, he greeted, "Master Wu, it has been quite some time since your last visit. I heard you were unwell recently, but seeing you now, you appear to be in fine spirits. Please, come in and enjoy a cup of hot tea to ward off the chill." Wu Xiu cast a casual glance at the ordinary items displayed in the hall. Following the stewardess' lead as he walked deeper into the establishment, as he passed a row of display cabinets, he hesitated for a brief moment but continued forward as if unperturbed. However, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he sensed his scroll vibrating slightly while passing the display. Though he maintained a calm exterior, his mind stirred as the golden scroll within his consciousness began to unfurl, revealing lines of ancient script that gradually came into focus before his eyes. Item discovered: broken incense burner. Upon acquisition, it can be refined to extract dragon and tiger qi. Would you like to refine it? Dragon and tiger qi. The prospect of refining and replenishing this vital essence from an object thrilled Wu Xiu. His heart leapt at the sight of the ancient script, for not only had he stumbled upon a means to acquire dragon and tiger qi, but he had also uncovered an alternative path to obtain it beyond mere promotion in official ranks. Though the peculiar nature of the incense burner that enabled the refinement of dragon and tiger qi eluded him, he reasoned that as long as it existed, there must be other similar items, freeing him from the notion that dragon and tiger qi could only be gained through political advancement. With a sideways glance, Wu Xiu noted that the broken incense burner was positioned among the miscellaneous items. He did not rush to inquire about its price, as such damaged goods were typically placed in the miscellaneous section by the auction house when deemed of low value and unsellable. The dust accumulating on the incense burner indicated that it had long been overlooked, alleviating his worries of competition. As his thoughts swirled, Wu Xiu followed the steward into a modest private room. Once seated, the steward expertly poured hot tea from a kettle, smiling as he inquired, "Master, what items might you be interested in today?" After scanning the soundproofed room, Wu Xiu's mind remained fixated on the broken incense burner. Leaving him little inclination for idle chatter, he stated directly, "Do you have any martial arts techniques for skin conditioning and muscle training?" Upon hearing Wu Xiu's request, the steward's eyes lit up. "Martial arts techniques? This is no trivial matter, my lord. but I have heard that you have not been particularly generous in the past and recently suffered from illness. Where might such funds come from to purchase martial arts? He dismissed his own thoughts, deciding that as long as there was money involved, the auction house would gladly accommodate. You have come to the right place, my lord. I doubt there exists another establishment in Chingsong City with a greater collection of martial arts manuals than our Sihai auction house. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch some options for you to choose from. As he spoke, he tugged at the long cord beneath the table, in the span of a brief tea ceremony. The manager exchanged a few trivial pleasantries with Wu Xiu before a young servant presented a tome, a finger's thickness, to him. After receiving the book, the manager, with a smile, pushed it towards Wu Xiu, saying, "These are the martial arts currently available at our Sihai auction house. You may choose freely, my lord." Upon receiving the tome, Wu Xiu flipped through its pages, feeling a mix of surprise and disappointment. He had anticipated acquiring martial arts manuals as he had previously done at Liu Yuan's place, but it turned out that the Sihai auction house was no fool. The book was not a comprehensive manual but rather a directory, merely outlining various martial arts along with their prohibitions, intended for selection. However, the pleasant surprise lay in the fact that the Sihai auction house had indeed not exaggerated. The directory recorded over a dozen martial arts, encompassing popular weapon arts like sword and spear, as well as footwork and body techniques. Yet, the most valuable offerings were the rare methods for refining one's vital energy and physical form. These foundational techniques were indeed scarce, and given the Sihai auction house's wealth, there were only two listed in this tome: the bull strength technique for muscle training and the copper sand body refining method that Wu Xiu was currently practicing. After perusing the tome briefly, Wu Xiu initially sought to purchase a lightness skill. However, upon seeing the bull strength technique, he felt a pang of desire. With his current experience in the copper sand body refining method, he understood that such foundational techniques not only accelerated martial progression but primarily enhanced one's vital energy and physical resilience, laying a solid groundwork for future martial endeavors. After a meticulous examination of the tome, and after a stick of incense had burned down, Wu Xiu returned the book to the manager and inquired, "What is the price for the Fangsuan step and the bull strength technique?" Noticing Wu Xiu's interest in the bull strength technique, the manager's smile grew more genuine. This single transaction could equate to half a month's worth of his labor, and he replied eagerly, "Indeed, my lord. Your martial prowess is exceptional. The bull strength technique is 500 taels, while the Fangsuan step is 150 taels. If you purchase both, I can waive the extra charges, totaling 600 taels of silver." 600 taels. Wu Xiu's eyelids twitched as he grasped the true value of knowledge for the first time. He had perused the bull strength technique and found it merely a collection of methods for muscle and tendon stretching through force. And while it included the somewhat acceptable bull fist, its practical efficacy paled in comparison to his current copper sand body refining method. To demand 500 taels for such a common technique was outrageous. The last time he heard about alchemy, it was extortion, but now he realized his understanding was limited. Compared to alchemy, these martial arts vendors were not merely extorting, they were practically minting silver notes. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xiu suppressed his financial discomfort and produced the blood vitality pill he had received that day, handing it to the manager. He did not conceal his financial constraints and stated plainly, "I lack sufficient silver. Could you appraise this item?" The manager hurriedly accepted the vial, opened it with reverence, and after sniffing it, furrowed his brow before raising an eyebrow in surprise. "This is indeed a blood vitality pill. An excellent pill for foundational training. May I ask, my lord, what is the origin of this pill?" Wu Xiu nodded in acknowledgement and explained, "This pill was a reward from Shangguan. Its origin is not a concern. What price can you offer?" Upon hearing this, the manager took a silk handkerchief, retrieved a pill, and scrutinized it under the light for a moment. After confirming the imperial seal on it, he relaxed. Although the blood vitality pill was valuable, there were plenty of unfortunate souls who had been imprisoned for selling counterfeit pills, making him cautious. However, now that he had verified the pill's authenticity, he was eager to acquire it in typical circumstances. Such a pill would be deemed a prized item for the upcoming auction at month's end. Carefully returning the pill to the vial and sealing it, the manager smiled. "Rest assured, my lord, our Sihai auction house is known for fairness. Although the market price for a blood vitality pill is 5 taels, I am willing to purchase it for 8 taels each. There are 15 pills in total, amounting to 120 taels of silver. If you add 30 taels, the Fengtsuan step will be yours. Shaking his head, Wu Xiu, though uncertain of the actual value of the blood vitality pill, knew that all transactions involved haggling. Moreover, he was short on silver. And while he had given up hope for the bull strength technique, he still desired the Fengtsuan step. He replied, "The price is too low. Ordinary blood replenishing pills fetch 1 tael each, if not for my financial constraints. I would not part with this pill. The manager must understand that once I leave this village, there may not be another opportunity, my lord. This price is already quite generous." The manager countered, "If I increase it, I might as well approach the branch for a better deal." The manager was reluctant to concede easily, but seeing Wu Xiu remain unresponsive to his complaints, he gritted his teeth and said, 10 taels is my maximum offer. Any more and I will incur a loss." After contemplating for a moment, realizing the manager truly could not offer more, and given that he had little need for the blood vitality pill, Wu Xiu was prepared to nod in agreement. However, he decided to test the waters one last time, stating a flat price of 11 taels. "I do not require any more silver, just exchange it directly for blood replenishing pills." Displaying a hesitant expression, the manager ultimately sighed, agreeing with a wry smile. "Alas, at this price, we will indeed suffer a loss, my lord. You are quite the negotiator." Shortly thereafter, a young servant, following previous instructions, approached with a wooden tray, which bore not only a thin booklet but also a palm-sized ceramic vial. Under the manager's direction, the servant placed the tray before Wu Xiu, who was signaled to inspect the goods. Upon opening the thin booklet, Wu Xiu glanced through it and felt a slight tremor pass through the scroll. Ancient characters danced before his eyes, forming the title, Fengtsuan Step. Within an inch, there exists a world. Advancement path. Uninitiated, 0-10. Take 5 steps on the stance. Moving 1 mile within an inch counts as 1 practice. 10 miles suffice for initiation. TO Enhance. Requires 3 moments of Dragon and Tiger Chi. Would you like to enhance to initiation? Chapter 22. Skin Refinement Stage. Accomplished. Authentic item. Although Wu Xiu could not discern its authenticity, the scroll's acknowledgement reassured him. He then inspected the blood-replenishing pills, unable to determine their authenticity either, but they at least appeared satisfactory. Pretending to be satisfied, he rose and said, "Everything seems in order. Thank you, manager. You need not accompany me further. I shall browse for some miscellaneous items and take my leave." With that, he turned and exited the private room. The manager, securing the vial, wore a broad smile as he escorted Wu Xiu to the door, signaling for a waiting servant to lead the way. Wu Xiu wandered around the main hall, noting that the scroll seemed to respond only to the incense burner. He decided not to linger further, purchasing a few cooking utensils and a stove, along with the damaged incense burner and several other old items. Spending no more than a tael, he wrapped the items in a tattered cloth and prepared to leave. Such minor transactions could be settled by the servant without the manager's involvement. Meanwhile, after Wu Xiu had departed, the manager exhaled in relief, swiftly retrieving the vial containing the blood vitality pills. The earlier expressions of and hesitation had vanished, replaced by a look of triumph. "Fortune smiles upon me. Just days ago, the Black Tiger Gang was here offering more for these pills, and today, they come to me. Scarcity breeds value. Who says that just because someone is willing to buy, I must sell? Once the auction at month's end arrives, I will not lack buyers. This 11 taels is nothing. If I do not sell these blood vitality pills for 20 taels, all my chatter with Wu Xiu will have been for naught." Unbeknownst to Wu Xiu, who had left in haste, the blood vitality pills could fetch an even higher price. Nevertheless, he felt content with his 11 taels. Upon returning home, he found the sky heavy with dark clouds, and a cold wind carried raindrops that fell like daggers, even causing the surrounding withered trees to emit strange sounds. After sealing the drafty house, Wu Xiu turned and sat upon his dilapidated bed. He placed the miscellaneous items aside and took out the damaged incense burner. After examining it closely, he found it to be an unremarkable piece at first glance. The incense burner appeared to be crafted from ordinary locust wood. Its workmanship was decent but not exquisite. Although it lacked incense ash, a faint scent of burnt offerings lingered. Its only flaw was that one side had been inexplicably burned away, leaving it looking quite incomplete. Holding the incense burner in his hands, Wu Xiu focused his thoughts. Having fully mastered it, the scroll's ancient characters became even more detailed. Damaged incense burner, white used in the private rituals of an official family. Imbued with a decade of incense energy, item discovered, damaged incense burner. Upon acquisition, it can refine 18 moments of dragon and tiger qi. Would you like to refine it? Having barely survived to secure a minor position, Wu Xiu had acquired only 10 moments of dragon and tiger qi. Yet this broken incense burner possessed 18 moments. Wu Xiu was filled with overwhelming joy, yet he did not immediately refine the object in his hand. Instead, he scrutinized the incense burner for a moment, and no matter how he looked at it, it appeared to be a mere ordinary incense burner that had been burned halfway. The only distinguishing feature was a circular ring at the bottom with a vertical mark in the center that resembled the character Zhou. If it weren't for the scroll's response, he wouldn't have given this object a second glance had it been discarded by the roadside. After examining the damaged incense burner back and forth for a while, he found nothing further of note. Thus, he no longer hesitated and activated the scroll to refine the Longhu Qi in a mere moment. A faint white glow began to rise from the broken incense burner and was absorbed into the scroll. Once the refinement was complete, Wu Xiu glanced at the damaged incense burner in his hand. Although it appeared unchanged, the Longhu Qi recorded on the scroll had transformed into 22. Originally possessing 10 of Longhu Qi, he had utilized 6 during his breakthrough of the great accomplishment of the copper sand body refinement method, leaving him with 4, adding to that the 18 from the broken incense burner. He now had precisely 22. This was sufficient to reach the perfect realm required for the copper sand body refinement method. Setting the incense burner aside, Wu Xiu took a deep breath. He had thought that achieving the perfected copper sand body refinement method would be a distant goal. But now, with the Longhu Qi in hand, he felt no further hesitance. Although he could achieve perfection through arduous practice alone, the elusive Great Dan was hard to find, and the time required would undoubtedly span several months. However, with gang conflicts raging within the city and demonic creatures lurking outside its walls, it was imperative to enhance his combat strength by any means necessary to increase his chances of survival. The defense provided by the great accomplishment of the copper sand body refinement could withstand the claws of an iron eagle. Once he attained the complete copper skin talent, wouldn't he be able to directly resist the iron eagle's claws? At that point, with the Yinling blade in hand, could he not cleave that creature in two? A smirk tugged at Wu Xiu's lips as he threw all 20 of Longhu Qi into the copper sand body refinement method. In the blink of an eye, the ancient seal script began to slowly change. However, Wu Xiu had neither the energy nor the focus to pay attention to the transformation of the characters on the scroll. Pain, pain, pain. The searing agony erupted throughout his body like molten lava poured onto his skin. He felt as if his very blood was boiling. Wu Xiu's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to burning coal. And even in the frigid winter, steam began to rise from his body as if his skin were being scorched, turning blackened in spots. Experiencing the excruciating burn, Wu Xiu felt that this torment was not unlike that described in the scroll regarding the copper juice pouring over the body. Gritting his teeth, he managed to rise to his feet but found himself too weak to open the door. Instead, he drew the Yinling blade and forcefully smashed through the window to step into the courtyard outside. At that moment, icy rain fell from the sky in torrents, and as it struck Wu Xiu, it gradually transformed into steam. Standing in the cold rain, he felt somewhat relieved by the chilling droplets cascading over him. He no longer returned indoors, but instead drew the Yinling blade and commenced practicing the foot soldier's sword technique that he had long since mastered. With each swing of the blade, the searing pain compelled Wu Xiu to move faster. Outside, the cold rain lashed around, whipped by a sudden gust of wind that sent droplets flying in all directions. If only I had known the pain would be this intense. I might as well have poured the copper juice over myself directly, at least saving 20 of Longhu Qi. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in executing the sword technique, cleaving through the wind and rain before him, as the overwhelming agony made him yearn to split the heavens apart. Yet, such thoughts were futile. Acquiring the copper skin talent required more than just pouring copper juice. It necessitated specific Great Dan life-saving techniques. Otherwise, pouring copper juice over a person, even a rock, would be unbearable. After half an hour of relentless practice with the foot soldier's sword technique, Wu Xiao nearly reached his limit, pounding the ground in a bid to alleviate the pain coursing through him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Wu Xiao felt his entire body growing numb from pain, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in the courtyard, letting the icy rain pour over him. With great difficulty, he managed to stand. Feeling utterly drained, gritting his teeth, he leaned against the wall to return home, where he collapsed onto the bed, his body too exhausted to move. Although the intense heat had begun to dissipate, he now felt utterly weak and ravenous. Thankfully, he had exchanged for a blood-replenishing pill in advance. Otherwise, he would have been forced to gnaw on dried meat. Struggling to retrieve the blood-replenishing pills obtained from the Four Seas auction house, Wu Xiao did not bother to count them but rather poured them directly into his mouth. Breathing deeply, he felt his body gradually recovering. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed a few more pills into his mouth, feeling the warmth inside him rise as he slowly regained control of his body. As the sweat evaporated, Wu Xiao stood in his drenched clothing, not having had the chance to change, yet his gaze was brighter than ever before. Not only had he successfully attained the copper skin talent, drenched in his wet attire, he felt no chill, only the surging warmth of his blood rising from his feet, through his knees, to his waist, ultimately coursing through his spine and throughout his entire being. His vitality surged through him, and he had reached the skin refinement realm. Chapter 23. The White Lotus Grandmother, Li Si's invocation bang. The sound of his fingers clenching and releasing echoed, as though they were not human hands but rather iron blocks. Wu Xiao shed his soaked clothing, revealing skin that gleamed with a bronze hue, faintly shimmering with a golden light under the dim illumination. His muscles bulged, brimming with explosive power. The copper skin talent had finally manifested. His skin felt like bronze, and Wu Xiao realized that this layer of copper skin not only reinforced his outer skin but also formed a resilient inner membrane beneath it, akin to cowhide. This inner and outer synergy not only provided defense against blades and swords, but also mitigated the impact of heavy weapons such as hammers and spiked clubs, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Moreover, with the perfection of skin refinement, he could better control his vitality, binding all his strength within his body and unleashing it in an instant. This was one of the hallmarks of perfected skin refinement. The power emanated from the spine, harnessed and utilized. Though it felt like no time had passed, in his memory, it seemed he had been in this world for an eternity, long enough to grow accustomed to daily sword practice and vigilance. Yet, all of this was worth it. From the moment he began his martial training, he had not dared to slacken his efforts, spending over 100 taels of silver to finally achieve the perfection of skin refinement. Now, if he could acquire a subsequent martial arts manual, he could commence his breakthrough into the muscle refinement realm. This mere breakthrough in skin refinement felt like an insurmountable leap compared to his previous strength. And the gap between muscle refinement and skin refinement was likely even greater. However, reflecting on his encounter with the Iron Eagle today, it had not proven as challenging as he had anticipated. Could it be that the Iron Eagle had held back? With the dampness still lingering on his body, Wu Xiao picked up a tattered cloth to dry off and changed into a simple outfit, his spirits soaring. Regardless of the effort and money spent, the sense of security that came with increased strength was intoxicating. With my current strength, I wonder if I possess the ability to pull a cow by its tail? According to Liu Youyuan's explanations of the distinctions between realms, any practitioner entering the muscle refinement realm should possess the strength to pull a cow's tail. Once I break through to muscle refinement, how many cows will I be able to pull? Crack! His fingers curled into fists, pressing against his chest, and Wu Xiao felt an exhilarating sensation, as though a long-suppressed urge had suddenly found release. He was filled with an overwhelming desire to act. Now is the time to confront the grievances of my previous life. Li Si, this gambling wretch is inextricably linked to the death of my former self. Had I not feared the repercussions of his associates, he would have been dealt with long ago. Tonight's heavy rain is perfect for murder. Inside the room, Wu Xiao retrieved a wide-brimmed hat and a rain cloak, draping the tattered burlap over his face. After a moment of consideration, he wrapped his head in the burlap for good measure. better to be overly cautious, gazing at the Yinling blade by the bedside. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take the blade with him. Most of my martial skills are either forged through training or derived from sword techniques, and it would feel unsettling to venture out on a rainy night without a weapon. Extinguishing the candlelight in the room, he left the sheath of the Yinling blade behind and secured the blade with a length of twine, concealing it beneath the rain cloak. Wu Xiao then hastily exited the door. With the perfection of skin refinement and the copper skin talent now manifested, Wu Xiao felt invigorated, fearlessly traversing the cold rain. His steps were swift, and with a slight exertion, he covered several meters in a heartbeat. Fortunately, it was raining and not snowing. Had it been snowing, stepping out to commit murder would leave footprints with each step, rendering it unnecessary for anyone to investigate. They could simply follow the footprints to find him. Treading upon the shadows of the pathway, his shoes stirred the mud beneath. Wu Xiao moved with an unhurried gait, devoid of any hint of tension or fear of the night, instead embodying a calmness tinged with eagerness. He was well aware of Li Si's address, having partaken in a few modest drinks during the latter's housewarming festivities. Though he had confined himself to his home for martial training on most days, he had nonetheless explored the vicinity, particularly noting the residences of Li Si and several of his subordinates. The icy rain, intensified by the howling wind, wreaked havoc as night descended upon Qingsong City, where a curfew was enforced, rendering the streets eerily silent. The few areas patrolled did not include Li Si's abode. Only the marketplace and the county office had guards keeping watch on this moonless night. The darkness was profound, with heavy ink-like clouds unleashing a relentless downpour of icy rain, which was not only frigid but also painfully biting. A person of weaker constitution could easily perish in such weather. Thus, the streets were deserted. Even the guards at the city gate had retreated into the wall-less recesses for warmth. This torrential downpour seemed preordained, as the rain cascaded down in torrents, determined to cleanse the pitch-black world. It was quite late, yet a light was still flickering within, and Wu Xiao, concealed in a shadowy alley, caught sight of Li Si's residence, an isolated courtyard devoid of the customary greenery or livestock typical of a household. Though not dilapidated, it appeared rather unkempt, its dim light casting an eerie glow in the darkness. Suddenly, a crack of thunder echoed, resembling a serpent of lightning cleaving the sky, followed by the resounding roar of the storm. With rain pouring incessantly, Wu Xiao pressed against the wall, not pausing for a moment, and with a surge of strength, he vaulted over the courtyard wall. Landing softly within, he crouched low, shrouded in shadows, gradually making his way towards the illuminated room. With his ear pressed against the wall, he could faintly discern the murmurings from within. Having honed his senses post-training, he listened intently and caught Li Si's voice. "Great White Lotus, I humbly kneel before you, beseeching your divine punishment upon this man, allowing his soul to scatter. When I am wealthy, I shall offer 3 livestock as a sacrifice." Detecting the scent of incense wafting through the door's crack, Wu Xiao's brow furrowed. Worshipping a deity, and a white lotus at that, a name I have never encountered before. From where did Li Si summon this entity? Although the great Zhou dynasty did not prohibit temples, they strictly forbade the veneration of malevolent spirits. Any deity not officially recognized by the court was to be eradicated, with severe penalties for practitioners, ranging from imprisonment to forced labor. Thus, even if a few small shrines existed in rural towns, no one dared to openly worship. Such acts were relegated to secrecy. Wu Xiao had never heard of Li Si honoring any deity, and the White Lotus was no exception, certainly not a recognized spirit of the great Zhou. After all, legitimate deities would not heed the pleas of their followers to disperse a soul. Such a request signified a malevolent spirit. Inside, Li Si's countenance bore sincerity as he held incense, fervently bowing while murmuring, "Compassionate Mother, I implore you to manifest your powers." Listening to Li Si's fervent prayers, Wu Xiao maintained a stoic expression, silently retrieving the geese feather knife concealed beneath his cloak. After a brief interval, Li Si finally ceased his supplications. Muttering a few words before stepping outside, Wu Xiao subtly raised his head. Amidst the storm, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and he retreated a few steps, gathering the tempest's force to deliver a fierce kick to Li Si's chest as he opened the door. "Who?" Li Si gasped in shock, his heart racing as he had been performing a midnight ritual, his mind already in turmoil. He scarcely had time to react, instinctively sensing an otherworldly presence, and as he attempted to evade, he was struck to the ground. The hard floor rendered him powerless, his vision darkening before he could discern his assailant's identity. Suddenly, a cold glimmer flashed before him, and a sharp chill pierced his chest, followed by an overwhelming pain, as if his vitality was seeping from the wound. Even in grievous injury, the instinct to survive compelled him to crawl towards the altar, withdrawing the geese feather knife from Li Si's chest. Wu Xiu had no interest in interrogation. Instead, he plunged the blade once more to grant him eternal release. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling upon the earth, while Li Si's vengeful gaze remained fixated ahead. Once certain that Li Si had succumbed, Wu Xiu finally took a moment to survey the interior. The small room resembled a storage shed, repurposed by Li Si for worship, containing not only an idol and incense burner but also a straw mat. Wu Xiu scrutinized the idol Li Si had venerated. It was indeed not a recognized deity of the great Zhou, merely a foot-tall figure resembling a hunchbacked old woman with an unnaturally youthful visage. Her face adorned with an unsettling smile. Without delay, Wu Xiu's peripheral vision swept over the idol before dashing into the inner room, rummaging through the contents with haste, subsequently searching Li Si's person. After a brief search, he hastily stashed the items beneath his cloak, preparing to depart when suddenly he felt a tightness in his chest. He glanced down to see Li Si's blood had inexplicably spread beneath the idol. As if being scrutinized by a lurking beast in the wilderness, Wu Xiu's pupils constricted as he observed the blood being drawn towards the altar, slowly vanishing upon contact with the idol's surface. Without hesitation, he pivoted and retreated. Could it truly be responding? When did deities become so eager? It was merely a wretched gambler. Had it not consumed enough offerings? His heart raced as he turned, catching sight of a red glow emanating from the idol's arm. Even as he swiftly retreated, that crimson light pursued him like a relentless parasite. In a daze, he perceived an old crone, hunched over, seated upon an ethereal lotus, smiling at him as she intoned, "The white lotus descends. Supreme compassion. The tainted souls of the mundane shall find ultimate joy in faith and eternal life in belief." Chapter 24. The Mark of the White Lotus. The path of bloodshed. The storm raged on as Wu Xiu sprinted through the shadowy alleyways, finally exhaling in relief upon returning home. How could a mere gambler like Li Si attract the attention of a malevolent deity? Leaning against his bed, Wu Xiu found it difficult to articulate his emotions, an amalgamation of anxiety, regret, and anger. This world indeed harbored gods and demons, yet the great Zhou maintained strict control over divine matters, and no deities were conferred within the small confines of Qingsong City, leaving him with limited knowledge of such entities. I believed I had exercised sufficient caution, successfully honing my skills and acquiring the iron skin talent, choosing a stormy night to enact my vengeance. Yet I was still ambushed. I should have incinerated his corpse on the spot. Wu Xiu reflected on the flaws in his plan, suppressing his regret as he recalled the red glow of the idol, which seemed to have been directed at his chest. A sudden unease washed over him as he hastily pulled apart his clothing, revealing a sinister red lotus mark that had appeared unbeknownst to him, exuding an ominous aura as he focused on it. The faint echoes of chanting reverberated in his ears, however, instead of feeling solemnity. He was engulfed by a chilling sensation. The incessant murmurs of prayers were reminiscent of the brainwashing tactics of his past life, a relentless indoctrination that ultimately led to a habitual acceptance, undeniably malevolent. Cursed be this white lotus. What kind of malevolent deity is she? How have I never heard of her before? Given the great Zhou's stringent control over religious practices, where did Li Si procure this idol? Had today's incantations caused the previous illness that plagued my former self? The sensation of a soul departing, the overwhelming weakness that eluded diagnosis. No wonder the physicians of the city could not discern the root of the ailment. Matters of the divine are beyond the reach of medicine. Never did he expect that this wretched gambler possessed such capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xiu, though uncertain of the red lotus mark's implications, instinctively knew it was something sinister. This threat must be eradicated swiftly. Relying solely on himself, he summoned a scroll, gently placing his right hand upon the red lotus mark. The faint chanting persisted in his ears. The scroll trembled slightly, and a line of ancient script swiftly materialized. Lotus mark, green the white lotus, drawing upon the blood and flesh of her faithful, accumulates incense and divine power to forge this mark, which will perpetually parasitize the host, incessantly reciting the white lotus scriptures until the bearer becomes a zealous devotee. Item discovered. Lotus mark. Upon acquisition, it can refine 30 moments of dragon tiger energy. Will you refine it? Indeed, the scroll proved reliable. It could be refined. 30 moments of dragon tiger energy was the highest thus far. If not for the sinister nature of these malevolent deities, this method would be an excellent means of amassing dragon tiger energy. With a sigh of relief, Wu Xiu felt a flicker of curiosity. The previous incense burner had at least been associated with a prominent household, tied to the court, while this lotus mark had no connection to the great Zhou's authority. Li Si, merely a lowly official, was not even part of the bureaucratic system. Could it be related to the White Lotus's influence? This interpretation of the dragon and tiger chi diverges significantly from what I previously understood regarding the fortunes of the great Zhou. Could it be that the so-called dragon and tiger chi is not solely bestowed by the great Zhou court, but that these deities possess it as well? Perhaps this is the very reason why the great Zhou maintains such stringent control over the divine. With this thought etched in his mind, Wu Xiu resolved to seize any opportunity to discern the true nature of the so-called dragon and tiger chi. However, for today, it was imperative to eliminate the hidden dangers within his heart. Activating the scroll, Wu Xiu focused his attention on the mysterious lotus mark at his heart. Unlike the previous encounter that had passed in silence, a faint golden light cascaded over the red lotus mark at his heart. The incessant chanting in his ears abruptly halted, leaving only a brief, piercing scream that quickly faded into silence. Strangely, Wu Xiu couldn't shake the impression that the scream bore a resemblance to that of Li Si, the notorious gambler. Could it be that the White Lotus crone was responsible for this? Had she used Li Si's flesh and soul to forge this lotus mark? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Wu Xiu turned his gaze back to the mark at his heart, only to find that the once blood-red lotus had vanished, and the inscriptions on the scroll had changed. Name: Wu Xiu Divine Power. Copper Skin, White, Martial Arts. Infantry Blade Technique, Mastered. Copper Sand Body Refinement Technique, Perfected. Dragon and Tiger Chi. 32 marks. Though the night raid had nearly gone awry, the outcome was still favorable, and Wu Xiu was pleased to retract the scroll. Nonetheless, he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Encountering a divine statue would necessitate its destruction first. Reflecting on the events of the night, Wu Xiu then pulled over his rain cloak and opened a bag filled with various items. After the killings, he had immediately ransacked the place, collecting every coin he could find into his bag. Now it was time to assess the fruits of this nocturnal endeavor. After all, Li Si had taken away a substantial fortune from his previous self, and it was only fair to reclaim a portion of it. Emptying the contents of the bag, he discovered mostly broken silver and large coins, with very few substantial silver pieces. To his surprise, he also found a small nugget of gold, about the size of his pinky, uneven and seemingly scavenged from somewhere. After a quick tally, he counted 30 taels of silver and 43 large coins, estimating the gold nugget to be worth a dozen taels of silver, far less than what Li Si had pilfered. As for the remaining wealth, Wu Xiu had no doubt it had been squandered in gambling. Retrieving the items he had taken from Li Si, he discovered a hide scroll and a palm-sized dagger. Frowning, he opened the hide scroll, made from an unknown animal skin, and his pupils constricted. After a mere glance, he swiftly closed it again. At the forefront of the scroll was an image of the White Lotus crone, the malevolent deity he had encountered in Li Si's home, accompanied by the inscription "Worship the White Lotus Scripture." Truly, the specter lingered. Having developed a wariness towards such malevolent entities, Wu Xiu was cautious. Although the scroll had the potential to refine the divine lotus mark, the methods of these malevolent deities were exceedingly sinister. He feared that if he did not refine the scroll in time, he might unwittingly be brainwashed into becoming a fanatic like Li Si. With no curiosity remaining to inspect the contents of the hide scroll, Wu Xiu prepared to incinerate it with the oil lamp in his hand. At that moment, The scroll in his mind trembled, and ancient inscriptions slowly formed before his eyes. White Lotus Scripture. Worship the White Lotus Crone. Embody the divine through spirit and with the body. Bear the divine. Faithful believers may invite the deity into their being. Advancement path. Not yet initiated, 01. Recite the scripture once, and with the thought of the White Lotus Crone, one shall be deemed a believer. Can be enhanced, requiring 1 mark of dragon and tiger chi. Would you like to advance to initiation? His expression darkened. Wu Xiao had no intention of pursuing initiation. He directly ignited the hide scroll with the oil lamp and cast it into the brazier. Watching it burn to ashes before feeling at ease, Xiao embodied the divine, to bear the divine, to invite the divine. If a deity were to reside in his heart, would he still be himself? One lives but once. It is permissible to harbor faith, yet one must resolutely refuse to entertain the notion of a deity in one's heart. Once a deity takes root within, one's future and soul become tethered to this so-called God, rendering one incomplete. Merely a vessel for the divine, no different from livestock. Thus, regardless of what this White Lotus scripture entails, Wu Xiao had never contemplated truly pursuing initiation, for practicing such a technique would yield nothing but harm. After securing all the silver, he assessed the dagger, which appeared unremarkable, however. To err on the side of caution, Wu Xiao tucked it into his cloak, intending to dispose of it in the river the following day to obliterate any trace of his deeds. Recovering 40 to 50 taels of silver, along with an additional 30 marks of dragon and tiger chi, he deemed the rainy night raid a success. After tidying his cloak, Wu Xiao washed the geese feather blade with water and applied oil before sheathing it. Though it was unlikely anyone would pursue the cause of Li Si's demise, prudence dictated that he take the time to conceal his belongings thoroughly. Once everything was in order, Wu Xiao reclined on the dilapidated bed. Listening to the rain's lull as it subsided outside, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. It seemed he had grown accustomed to this life of nocturnal slaughter. Chapter 25. Fortunate Star. Wu Xiao. Horizontal slashes, vertical strikes, diagonal sweeps. The square-inch step and infantry blade technique, though not complementary techniques, harmonize well, both embodying a style that is succinct and nimble. Point 1 is footwork, the other is blade technique. To master their simultaneous application requires me to train both arts together. In the small courtyard, the torrential rain from the previous night had ceased. Wu Xiao stood in the square-inch step, his feet pounding the ground within a circular area, his blade slicing through the air as he practiced the infantry blade technique while contemplating. With a swift motion, he raised his blade and struck down fiercely, seeking instinct. The crux of merging blade technique and footwork lies in making the mobility of the square-inch step an instinctual action. Having mastered the infantry blade technique, Wu Xiao's focus was primarily on his footwork. After rigorous training, his overall physical condition had improved significantly, allowing him to navigate previously complex foot movements with ease. The square-inch step, rather than a technique for long-distance pursuits, is aptly named for its focus on generating power and movement within the smallest confines, excelling in short-distance strikes and evasions, ideal for close combat and skirmishes. The infantry blade technique and square-inch step could be practiced concurrently, unlike the copper sand body refinement technique, which demanded substantial financial investment. These two techniques, as long as the body kept pace, could be mastered within a month. The only uncertainty lay in the conditions required for perfection. With sweat pouring down like rain, Wu Xiao sheathed the geese feather blade after half an hour and exhaled a deep breath to conclude today's training. As he tidied up and prepared to step outside, he noticed Zhou and others hurrying towards him. There's been an incident in the city. An incident. Recalling the previous night's murder spree, Wu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Had someone discovered Li Si's death so soon? Despite his thoughts racing, Wu Xiao maintained a stoic expression, resting his hand on the geese feather blade at his waist. Frowning as he approached, "Speak as you walk. What has transpired in the city?" Zhou's face was grave, and upon seeing Wu Xiao, he quickly stepped forward, stating, "The serial killer from before has reappeared. 8 households have been slaughtered. From a 70-year-old elder to a 4-year-old child, 42 lives in total, all drained of blood and their internal organs devoured, leaving behind mere shells. The bodies are scattered everywhere. Those who discovered the scene nearly fainted from shock. A few of our brothers have sealed off the area, but with so many casualties, it won't remain contained for long. News will spread throughout the city shortly. Hearing that it was not news of Li Si's death, Wu Xiu felt a measure of relief. However, upon learning that 8 households had been annihilated, his brows furrowed deeper. Such cruelty, along with the consumption of innards and blood, was unmistakably the work of demons. For no ordinary person would orchestrate such elaborate carnage, whether for robbery or revenge. A sense of foreboding crept over him. It seemed that the recent happenings in this small Qing-Song city could rival the commotion of several years past. The tiger demon outside the city had yet to be dealt with, and now demons within were ruthlessly slaughtering. He felt as though a storm was brewing, an impending calamity. Clutching the geese feather blade at his waist, Wu Xiu remembered that the victims had all been affiliated with the Iron Thread Guild. He inquired as he walked, "Where did this latest massacre occur? Is it within the Iron Thread Guild's territory?" Zhang Zhu quickened his pace, his breathing steady and revealing a solid foundation in martial arts. This time, it's different. The murders took place in the West City, within the Black Tiger Gang's territory. So many lives lost at once, and many were relatives of the Black Tiger Gang's members. Their emotions are running high. They have already gathered outside the county office, draped in mourning attire, demanding the county magistrate close the city gates to search for the killer. When we arrived, the magistrate had already intervened, but the specifics remain unclear. The recent emergence of the tiger demon outside the city coinciding with the brutal killings inside felt too coincidental. As Wu Xiu pondered this, he asked, "What about the Iron Thread Guild? Has anyone stepped forward?" Zhang Zhu continued his stride, his composure unwavering, revealing his martial prowess. "The acting leader, Taiying, has come from the Iron Thread Guild. They too have lost several households to demons and are demanding the county magistrate close the city gates to hunt down the demons." Wu Xiu mused, "So both factions are simultaneously calling for a lockdown to hunt demons?" He then inquired about Lu Yuan, the county constable. "Has he intervened?" Zhang Zhu shook his head. "When I arrived, Lu County Lieutenant had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps he is still practicing his martial arts. After all, he usually trains alone behind the county office and seldom shows himself." Upon hearing that Lu Yuan had not emerged, Wu Xiu momentarily slowed his pace before swiftly regaining his composure. However, a seed of doubt took root in his heart. Lu Yuan had been so earnest about exorcising demons yesterday. How could he remain so unperturbed in the face of such a significant upheaval? Not only had he failed to convene a meeting to strategize against the demons, but he had also not made an effort to communicate. One would expect him to seize this opportunity to unite all parties in a collaborative hunt for the demons or, at the very least, to alleviate tensions and fulfill his duties as county lieutenant. Something must be amiss. Without further inquiry, Wu Xiu nodded and instructed, "Quickly prepare the items I requested yesterday. I need them today. You will split into 2 groups, one to fetch the items and wait for us at the county office, while I will take the other group to wait for orders from County Magistrate Mo. We must act swiftly and with caution." "Understood, Chief." The seasoned subordinates, well acquainted with the gravity of the situation, wore solemn expressions as they hastened in different directions to gather the necessary items. As they progressed, the streets felt eerily deserted, likely due to the cold rain from the previous night or the alarming news of the demon's rampage. Only Wu Xiu and his entourage of officers hurried toward the county office. Rather than heading directly to the main hall, Wu Xiu, being under Lu Yuan's direct jurisdiction, took a detour to the training grounds at the back of the office to see Lu Yuan first. Although he believed his martial skills had significantly advanced, he did not foolishly presume he could take charge in such a critical matter involving demons. Having latched onto Lu Yuan's coattails, he knew he must closely follow the lead of his superior. The training grounds were devoid of the usual sounds of clashing weapons. It was eerily quiet. By the stone bench, Lu Yuan appeared to have anticipated Wu Xiu's visit, calmly sipping tea and gesturing for Wu Xiu to approach. Observing Lu Yuan's relaxed demeanor, entirely at odds with his previous anxious expressions, Wu Xiu realized that some unknown change had undoubtedly occurred. Otherwise, in the face of 2 major factions pressuring him and with demons lurking both inside and outside the city, Lu Yuan would not be so composed. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Xiu slowed his steps and reported the situation within the city. "Sir, news of the demons devouring people has spread. Now both the Iron Lion Guild and the Black Tiger Gang are sealing the city to search for the demons. What should we do? Clad in a light blue training outfit, Lu Yuan set his teacup aside and replied nonchalantly, I am already aware of this matter. However, only the county magistrate has the authority to issue a city seal. As county lieutenant, while I bear the responsibility of protecting the populace, I cannot overstep my bounds and order a city seal. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, cautiously retrieving a black wooden box from his robes. Wu Chai too, take a look at this. Before he could open the box, Wu Xiu recognized it as the black rosewood box he had previously brought, containing the spiritual ginseng. Just then, a gentle breeze brushed by. Prompting Wu Xiu to instinctively turn his head, his heart racing, he saw that, without his noticing, the old servant Fu Bo had already taken up a position beside the stone table, his figure almost imperceptibly blocking the incoming light. What is this? Isn't this the spiritual ginseng I brought before? At that time, Lu Yuan seemed rather indifferent. Why is he suddenly so cautious now? Doubt not at Wu Xiu as he watched Lu Yuan open the box. Releasing a fragrant aroma of herbs, identical to what he had previously encountered, even the cut of the ginseng inside was the same. Lu Yuan watched Wu Xiu's expression closely, and seeing his apparent confusion, he inquired, I need to confirm once more. Is this something you personally witnessed being handed to you by someone from the Iron Lion Guild? This matter is of great importance to me. Wu Chai too, please reflect carefully. The ginseng is suspicious? Wu Xiu refrained from voicing his concerns, but realized there was no need to conceal anything. Many officers had been present that day, making it impossible to hide the truth. Thus, he replied candidly, I can confirm it was indeed Iron Lion's Tai Ying who personally gave it to me. He handed it to me casually, after which I brought it straight here with many brothers without any delay. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yuan's smile was almost impossible to suppress as he closed the black box and handed it directly to the old servant Fu Bo, rising with a hearty laugh. Wu Chai too, you truly are my lucky star. Seeing Wu Xiu's puzzled expression, Lu Yuan, in high spirits, decided to divulge a fragment of information, realizing this opportunity was brought by his subordinate. Do not ponder too much or inquire further. It is a fortuitous event. If this matter succeeds, not only will I be absent from Qingsong City for this year's assessments, but also for next year's. When I return to the capital, you shall undoubtedly receive your portion of the rewards. Wu Xiu's unease only deepened. He felt no sense of fulfillment from Lu Yuan's grand promises, only a growing feeling of being left in the dark. Yet, since Lu Yuan had asked him not to inquire further, it indicated that he believed Wu Xiu was not qualified to be involved in this matter. Although he longed for Lu Yuan to provide some explanation, Wu Xiu wisely kept silent, a smile gracing his face as he said, Then I shall preemptively congratulate you on your rise to greatness. Ha ha ha, I appreciate your kind words. Lu Yuan stepped forward, gazing northward, toward the direction of the capital of the great Zhou, nodding and smiling at Wu Xiu as he bid farewell. That will be all for today. Wu Chai too, just carry on as usual. I will handle the other matters. Understanding Lu Yuan's intent to send him off, Wu Xiu tactfully rose to leave. Sir, I shall take my leave now. My brothers are still awaiting my return to address the aftermath of the massacre in the city. As Wu Xiu departed, Lu Yuan, once Fu Bo confirmed that no one else was around, turned to his long-serving servant with a face full of joy. It is confirmed. We must not delay. Fu Bo, take my token and the items to find my cousin Lu Changlong. Bring back the prized Mo Lin horse I purchased with a hefty sum. Exercise caution regarding that tiger demon when leaving the city. I suspect its appearance is too coincidental, appearing just as the spiritual ginseng emerges. Once you set out, travel swiftly and do not worry about the horse's strength. Travel day and night. Even if it tires the Mo Lin horse to death, you must ensure that the items are delivered promptly. Receiving the square jade pendant from Lu Yuan, Fu Bo understood the significance of this matter to his master. However, contemplating the preciousness of the items, he hesitated and asked, Master, are we truly going to let this great credit go to someone else? Would it not be better to take the items ourselves and present them in the capital? To hoard it for oneself? After a brief moment of temptation, Lu Yuan dismissed this alluring option, his expression serious as he admonished, do not be greedy. while the demon ginseng contains essence that can extend life. The ginseng itself is not easy to handle. Even if I were to secure this precious item, with my humble position as county lieutenant, should word get out, how could I possibly protect it? It would only end up being handed over to the old fossils in my family. Ultimately, what monetary benefit would I gain? It is far better to pass this information along to my talented cousin. Given his character, he would never let me suffer a loss for providing him with this. With this intel, I could negotiate for something far more tangible in return. Nodding in understanding, Fu Bo, being merely a servant, recognized his master's determination and refrained from further discussion. He looked at Lu Yuan with resolve. I assure you, I will deliver the items safely. Master, you must also take care in these coming days. With his gaze softening slightly, Lu Yuan confidently waved his hand. Hurry there and back. While I may not possess the extraordinary talents of those within the family, I can certainly navigate through this small Qingsong city without issue. Just then, outside the county office, Wu Xiu suddenly turned his head toward the training grounds. Is that the sound of a horse neighing? Are they riding out at this hour? Is Lu Yuan sending someone out of the city? As doubts burgeoned within his heart, Wu Xiu was eager to seek clarity from Lu Yuan. Although Lu's countenance exuded an air of fortuitousness that alleviated Wu's worries, he understood that crises and opportunities are often two sides of the same coin. In the minuscule expanse of Qingsong City, Wu Xiu was not afraid of opportunities being too meager. Rather, he feared the peril of opportunities being too grand, for they could easily prove overwhelming, especially with demons prowling both within and outside the city, and the Black Tiger Gang and Iron Wire Guild seemingly far from reconciliation. This seemingly insignificant Qingsong City was fraught with peril. At the entrance of the magistrate's office, a throng of constables had gathered, each equipped with traps, chains, and various tools, save for the absence of the notorious Li Si. Yet, no one paid heed to his absence. After all, it was not uncommon for this fellow to disappear for an entire day when consumed by his whims. Previously, Wu Xiu and Zhang Zhu's presence had masked any absence he might have had. After instructing the assembled officers to deposit their prepared items within the office, Wu Xiu directed Zhang Zhu to lead a team to the site where the massacre had transpired the previous day. This was not merely to document evidence and supervise the scene, but Wu Xiu also yearned to observe firsthand how the demons had committed their heinous acts. Records could only ever skim the surface. He could not rest easy without a thorough on-site inspection. However, as thoughts of demons crossed his mind, he recalled the malevolent by Lian Granny from the previous night. This world was becoming increasingly unpredictable. With demons and deities abounding, he wondered if there existed any Taoist priests or monks wielding magical powers. Otherwise, relying solely on martial prowess to confront such supernatural entities seemed rather inadequate, based on Wu Xiu's current experiences. While martial arts indeed lacked scientific validity, the existence of a malevolent deity like Bai Lian Granny was even less fantastical, prompting him to contemplate seeking a Taoist temple or monastery to burn incense and ward off evil spirits. Lost in thought, Wu Xiu kept pace with the officers, and in the span of just 2 incense sticks worth of time, they arrived at the scene of the crime. The area had already been cordoned off by the constables, and upon entering, the sight of the corpses made his pupils involuntarily constrict. Contrary to his expectations, the scene was not as grotesquely bloodied as he had imagined. Instead, it was eerily pristine, so clean that it sent a chill down his spine. The site of the massacre was a merchant's shop, its decor and furnishings hinting at a modest wealth. The once rotund male proprietor lay draped in a silk robe, adorned with a few jade stones. However, that was merely a relic of the past. It appeared that the family had been enjoying their dinner when death struck. While many impoverished households often went without meals during winter nights, it was evident that this family was not among them. Yet, this final supper had turned nightmarish. The family members were seated around the dining table, seemingly engaged in their last moments of eating. But the horrifying truth was that their blood and innards had been drained, leaving their bodies shriveled and pale, with even the marrow seemingly extracted, their skeletal forms grotesquely slumped at the table, skin hanging loosely over bone in a ghastly manner. Wu Xiu could envision the family, once joyfully sharing a meal on a winter's night, suddenly beset by demons invading their cozy abode. their movements froze in an instant, and the unknown demons leisurely consumed them as their dinner, leaving behind mere husks. The terror of these demons lay not merely in their ability to slay with impunity. Rather, what truly horrified Wu Xiu was that the victims had shown no sign of resistance, seemingly unaware that they were being drained and devoured. Both their lifeless bodies and the undisturbed arrangement of the table and chairs clearly indicated that these individuals had offered no struggle as they were silently murdered and consumed. Drawing in a deep breath to suppress the horrific imagery of the demons feasting, Wu Xiu turned to Zhang Zhu and inquired, "Where is the coroner? Have they determined from where the demon launched its attack?" "The coroner has arrived. I'll summon him immediately," Zhang Zhu responded, swiftly directing a nearby constable to fetch the coroner. In a matter of moments, an elderly figure clad in gray-black garments, hunched and with a head full of white hair, entered the scene. Wu Xiu, with his heightened senses, could even detect the stench of decay emanating from the man. "Greetings, esteemed officials. How may I assist you?" the coroner said, instinctively distancing himself from the others, bowing his head in deference. Unlike the other constables who pinched their noses, Wu Xiu maintained an unperturbed demeanor, gesturing for the coroner to approach the dining table. "Please, come forward, old sir. Have you examined these corpses? Too kind, too kind. You may simply call me Lin Lauer," the coroner replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed again before stepping closer. To avoid offending the officials with his odor, he carefully sidestepped Wu Xiu and the others, scrutinizing the corpses. Occasionally, he employed a dark bamboo clamp to inspect the surface of the bodies. The withered, shriveled corpses appeared to him as ordinary cuts of meat, as he meticulously examined every nook and cranny. Yet, after a brief moment, he ceased his actions, having gathered sufficient information, and cautiously addressed Wu Xiu. "Sir, the cause of death for these bodies is consistent with those I previously examined: blood drained and internal organs devoured. The wounds are located at the crown of the head, roughly the width of chopsticks, with no other marks elsewhere. The assailant likely entered through the cranial wound, first consuming the viscera and then draining the blood, resulting in the current state of the corpses." As the constables listened intently, Wu Xiu sensed that the coroner seemed to hold back additional insights. Frowning, he surmised that the coroner might harbor suspicions he was reluctant to voice, fearing potential blame should he err. Thus, he encouraged, "Do not hesitate, Lin. As for right or wrong, I shall discern for myself." With Wu Xiu's reassurance, the coroner approached the dining table, cautiously lifting the head of one corpse that had been rendered limp by the draining. Adjusting its features to face Wu Xiu, he whispered, "Sir, you might want to take a closer look today. I examined a dozen different corpses, from the elderly to the young, and noticed a peculiar phenomenon. These bodies bear no expressions of pain or terror. Instead," he gulped, lowering his voice, "they seem to be smiling. They do not appear to have been murdered. Rather, they look as if they encountered some fortuitous event, their expressions relaxed and joyful." Raising an eyebrow, Wu Xiu leaned down to observe. And indeed, whether it was the portly merchant, the matron, the elderly, or the children, none exhibited the panic one would expect when faced with death, despite the grotesque wrinkling of their skin due to the draining. It was evident that their lips curled into smiles, devoid of any semblance of anguish. If one were to overlook the withered skin and muscle caused by the internal depletion, these individuals appeared less like victims of a demon's insatiable appetite and more like attendees at a long-anticipated banquet. Although the coroner had deliberately lowered his voice, the others nearby clearly heard his remarks, glancing towards the corpses in the hall. The unsettling realization dawned upon them. A chilling silence enveloped the air as they envisioned the family, joyfully dining with smiles upon their faces, only to be ambushed by an unseen demon emerging from the shadows, not only slaying them but consuming them as if savoring a delectable broth. Strangely, the victims offered no resistance, instead smiling as they surrendered their flesh and blood for the demon's feast. The gruesome horror of this scenario sent shivers down their spines. Enough. These matters will be overseen by the county magistrate. Ensure the bodies are properly taken care of, and the coroner shall document the findings. Observing the alarmed expressions of those present, Wu Xiu felt a chill within himself. While murder might only be a fleeting act, Demons demanded not just life but a total consumption of existence, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. Yet, as the leader, he could not reveal his trepidation. He mentally cataloged the information regarding these demons, noting their tendencies. First, they preferred to ambush and drain blood and viscera from above, and second, they might possess the ability to ensnare one's senses, necessitating vigilance against falling into a trance, as the others busied themselves. Wu Xiu prepared to depart when Zhang Zhu swiftly approached him, a smile on his face as he lowered his voice. Chief, while securing the scene, the brothers found a few trifles of little worth. By protocol, this portion belongs to you. He handed Wu Xiu a small black pouch, his expression nonchalant. The share for the county magistrate has already been prepared for delivery. Wu Xiu paused, weighing the pouch's contents before placing it in his cloak. Maintaining an impassive expression. Understood. Continue your hard work with the brothers. I have matters to attend to. P.S. Warning, warning, major incident, major incident. I am the author, Pinjida, and I have just returned from the future. Everyone, be warned. The next 3 chapters are a chaotic invasion of my brain by an unspeakable entity. Do not look, absolutely do not look. Skip ahead, just skip ahead. Many comrades have already sacrificed themselves here. I urge all those who come after to proceed with caution. Chapter 27, Wu Xiu of Parallel Realms, Epilogue 1. This chapter serves as an epilogue for the protagonist Wu Xiu in another world. Those who find it unappealing may skip it. However, if you enjoy it, feel free to leave a message, and I shall endeavor to continue writing in the future. In the year 527 of the Great Zhou, November. As autumn wanes and winter deepens, the air grows frigid. The howling northwesterly winds arise from unknown origins, swirling scattered fallen leaves chaotically and darkening the leaden clouds hanging in the sky. Snowflakes, resembling grains of sand, intermingle with the occasional downy snow, cascading down from the ominous clouds in the capital. A mere 3 to 4 li from the residence of the Duke of Kaiyang, one turns into a narrow, constricted alleyway. At the end of this alley, a small courtyard stands quietly, its gray walls mottled and somewhat dilapidated. By the southern window, a boy of merely 13 or 14 years is practicing martial arts. His complexion is pale, and he is clad in a heavy black outfit, diligently rehearsing his stances. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, an unusual flush rises to his cheeks, compelling him to halt, panting for breath. Only then does he notice that the white snow has blanketed the lone old locust tree within the courtyard. Originally from Blue Star, he unexpectedly found himself in this perilous and enigmatic world of Great Zhou due to an unforeseen incident. Inhabiting the body of the youth Wu Xiu in this realm. Although 3 to 4 days have elapsed, and his memories have begun to merge gradually, he still feels an otherworldly disorientation. Yes, for how this Wu Xiu met with misfortune. It is largely attributed to the martial culture prevalent in Great Zhou. The kingdom promotes both civil and military prowess, with civil examinations held biennially and martial examinations annually. Anyone aspiring to fame and fortune can elevate from commoner to noble by successfully passing these rigorous tests. This national emphasis on martial arts has fostered numerous martial academies, with certain nobles establishing family martial halls. Just days prior, Wu Xiu had been practicing martial arts at the Wu family martial hall when he was inadvertently struck on the head during a sparring session. Although he did not perish on the spot, he fell into a coma. Consequently, he has been recuperating at home, unaware of when he might suddenly pass away, allowing the Blue Star Wu Xiu to awaken in this world. Recalling the information regarding this Great Zhou world, a surge of strength inexplicably wells up within Wu Xiu's body. Gritting his teeth, he rises to assume a stance, distinct from any historical feudal dynasty of his previous life. The martial prowess of this realm is astonishingly elevated. Those adept in martial arts can effortlessly shatter mountains and sever lakes. In contrast, the enemies that the Great Zhou dynasty faces are equally formidable. Ranging from the savage beasts within the 10,000 mountains to the divinely dynasty on the grasslands, along with various other hostile factions, leading to perpetual warfare. Consequently, the populace has adopted a martial ethos, where power and wealth are wielded through the sword. With sufficient martial skill, one can rise to prominence, even being granted titles and positions of power. Wu Xiu belongs to a distant branch of the Wu clan, descendants of the Duke of Kaiyang. Although he has long lost any direct ties to the Duke, being a member of the Wu clan still permits him to practice martial arts within the family hall. However, should he fail to achieve martial prowess, even as a scion of nobility, he would merely enjoy fleeting prosperity, much less someone of his distant lineage. At that point, merely surviving on the battlefield would be considered fortunate. Regrettably, Wu Xiu's innate martial talent is rather mediocre, compounded by the lingering effects of his recent injuries. The resurrection of Wu Xiu has hindered his progress in martial arts, as he relies solely on the memories of his previous body for support. Yet, he possesses some means of assistance. Touching the black stone tablet mark on his chest, he observes the peculiar ancient patterns continuously reshaping themselves, gradually organizing into comprehensible words and forms before his eyes. Name: Wu Xiu. Fate: None. Destiny: the spark of killing intent arises. This black tablet, which has accompanied him since his previous life, appeared in his mind upon awakening. If the information from the tablet is accurate, it at least provides him with a semblance of confidence to continue advancing in martial arts within this world. And now he awaits further developments. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoes. Someone, braving the heavy snowfall, is brushing off the accumulated snow from their body and approaching the main house. Removing his raincoat, Wu Chengguan rubs his frostbitten hands together within the dilapidated courtyard. Gazing at his nephew, who has just begun to recover and is resuming his martial practice, he furrows his brow and advises. "Delang, you have only just recovered. As the saying goes, injury to muscles and bones takes 100 days to heal. Moreover, your injury was to the head. Why not take proper care of yourself?" To be honest, when the physician he had summoned previously delivered a grim diagnosis and prepared him for the worst, Wu Chengguan felt only regret and guilt. However, upon witnessing his nephew's miraculous recovery, he felt immense joy and relief, to the extent that even he, a man who had never sought divine intervention in his life, contemplated visiting the Great Void Temple to offer incense. With sweat evaporating from his forehead in the bitter winter chill, Wu Xiu remained steadfast in his stance, shaking his head and saying, Shu, the path of martial arts demands progress or else stagnation leads to decline. I have already fallen behind in the family martial hall. And now with this injury, I have lost even more ground. Delang, if something were to happen to you, how could I face your father? Wu Chengguan implores. Why not abandon the martial path? If it does not work out, you could follow me and become a minor official, marrying and starting a family sooner rather than later. With a sigh, he gazes at his nephew's resolute face, feeling an overwhelming compassion akin to that of a sorrowful farmer. He and Wu Xiu's father, Wu Chenggu, were brothers. Now that his elder brother and sister-in-law have passed, only his nephew remains, whom he regards as his own. Despite being merely a sixth-rank minor official with a meager salary, he allocates half of his earnings each month to support his nephew's martial training. Yet, he is genuinely fearful. Should Wu Xiu encounter any misfortune, he would have no face to meet his late brother in the afterlife. Shu, in this world, learning martial arts is the only way forward. Wu Xiu exhales a breath of frustration, his trembling legs finally unable to support him any longer. He rises to lean against a wooden table, picking up a sweat towel to gently wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead. He turns his back to Wu Chengguan and declares solemnly, "This world will not remain peaceful for long." Shu, during the Battle of Shanhaiguan, the entire nation fought valiantly, achieving decades of peace at a great cost. My father, third uncle, fourth uncle, and so many others perished there. Should war break out again, we shall inevitably be dragged onto the battlefield, and those at the bottom will perish the fastest. Turning to face Wu Chengguan, he meets his gaze with his deep, ink-black eyes, causing a tremor in Wu Chengguan's heart, as if he were gazing upon his long-deceased elder brother. Sharing the same resolute mindset and unwillingness to accept mediocrity, his lips move, but ultimately, he falls silent. Recalling the events of years past in the capital, when the great Zhou engaged in a century-long conflict with the divinely dynasty of the Grasslands, the sage mobilized the entire nation for the battle. At that time, the clan head of the Wu family, the late Duke of Kaiyang, formed a personal guard. Except for his only son, each Wu family household could leave one male heir behind. Wu Qingwen's three brothers should have drawn lots to determine who would remain behind and who would face the perilous battlefield. However, after discussions, elder brother Wu Qingwu and the other two brothers ultimately decided to leave this opportunity to the second brother. This was not only because Wu Qingwen was pursuing the civil examination and preparing for the test, but also due to the superior martial skills of the other three brothers, increasing their chances of survival as a group. Thus, Wu Qingwen remained in the capital, preparing for the examinations while caring for their elderly parents and overseeing his brothers' families. Little did anyone expect the Battle of Shanhaiguan to be so brutal. That farewell would become eternal, and the three brothers would perish alongside the old duke, leaving Wu Qingwen alone in the capital, Dalang. It is not that Heir Shu fears for his life, but rather that I fear for yours. If you insist on continuing your martial training, I would rather seek connections to find you a martial academy in the capital. Otherwise, with your current training methods in the martial hall, you will inevitably reach your limit. Wu Qingwen knows his nephew possesses a strong will since childhood, yet he worries that he may not keep pace with the progress in the Wu family martial hall. Risking his life unnecessarily, he has heard of the training methods employed in martial halls, and the intense competition alone is enough to terrify even adults. Moreover, Dalang's innate martial talent is average, and his pride makes him all the more worrisome. Waving his hand, Wu Xiu refrains from continuing the discussion. Let us wait for a moment, Heir Shu. Did you bring what you mentioned last time? I did. Wu Qingwen produces a parcel wrapped in oiled paper from beneath his raincoat. I found this in the box passed down from your grandfather. However, it contains no precious items, just some old artifacts. You may examine it for yourself. Second scene. After bidding farewell to Wu Qingwen, Wu Xiu did not hastily open the package. Instead, he closed the doors and windows, returned to his room alone, and then unwrapped the parcel. The package was not large, and upon opening it, a jumble of items was mixed together. Ignoring the other assorted objects, Wu Xiu immediately spotted what he desired: a worn-out wooden bow. This old bow, crafted from black iron wood, bore the marks of countless years. Its string had long since vanished, and the bow itself was riddled with cracks, clearly beyond the point of restoration. However, Wu Xiu had no intention of using the bow. He valued its other potential uses far more. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp the broken bow, and at that moment, a shiver coursed through his body. A cacophony of chaotic information surged forth. Silence enveloped him. The instant he seized the broken bow, Wu Xiu could no longer hear any moans. A tidal wave of memories crashed over him, and peculiar patterns coalesced into ancient script before his eyes. Acquired a unique item. Worn black iron practice bow, white, evaluation. This bow has been used for training across 3 generations. Refining it may yield some archery techniques. Current refining progress, 0-100, refining cost, 10 taels of silver. Would you like to begin refining? At last, it was activated. Wu Xiu gripped the old bow tightly, excitement flashing in his eyes as his focus returned to the text before him. Indeed, I knew it would have a purpose. Ever since acquiring the Black Cauldron, Wu Xiu had discerned that its general function was linked to the historical traces of objects. Thus, he had been searching for relevant items to experiment with. Yet he had struggled to find suitable subjects. Everything at home had been tested without any reaction, and the antique items were either too difficult to authenticate or prohibitively expensive, as the saying goes. In chaotic times, gold is valuable. In prosperous times, antiques. The prolonged peace of the Great Zhou had led to inflated prices for such items. Although they were not as expensive as martial arts elixirs, they were still beyond the means of a young man yet to establish himself. Hence, he had asked his uncle to seek out any old relics from his ancestors, and indeed, he had found this bow, which had been used for training since his grandfather's time. Shall I give it a try? After fully digesting the information flooding his mind, Wu Xiu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain a semblance of calm. He retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pouch and placed the old bow in his palm, concentrating on the black steel at his chest. Refined boom! In the blink of an eye, his pupils were filled with flickering lights and shadows. When he regained his senses and the surrounding light stabilized, Wu Xiu found himself in a bustling martial arts arena. This vast training ground spanned several hundred feet, with yellow clay ground divided into sections. Some individuals practiced stances, while others sparred in pairs. Wu Xiao stood at the forefront of the crowd, holding a black iron wood bow. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted a massive stone tablet standing in the center of the arena, inscribed with a single character, Wu? Could this be the former Wu family martial hall? A stir of emotion rippled through Wu Xiao as he suddenly heard a thunderous shout echo in his ears. A bamboo whip, adorned with joints, struck the calf of the slightly misaligned figure before him. Wu Lu. Is this the stance you learned? Stand properly. Behind him, a burly man in blue attire wielded a bamboo whip, mercilessly striking Wu Xiao, or rather, Wu Xiao's grandfather, Wu Lu, on the calf. Feeling the sharp pain shoot through his leg, Wu Xiao began to doubt whether this was merely a realm constructed by the black steel. Both the sounds and the pain in his calf felt so real that he almost believed he had been transported back a century. After correcting Wu Xiao, the blue-clad man leapt onto a platform before the crowd and spoke solemnly. Anyone practicing martial arts must first strengthen their physical body. In secular martial halls, one hones their skills through punches and kicks, conditioning the body over 3 to 10 years before achieving mastery. However, that is merely the method for ordinary individuals. Though our Wu family is not of noble blood, we possess our own lineage. The art of archery can also condition the body. It is not only a superior method of physical training, but also enables one to master a weapon in advance. Pay close attention. Crack! Amidst the cringing sounds of twisting, the blue-clad man slowly drew back a massive bow glinting with metallic sheen. With knees apart, hips tucked in, waist engaged, chest out, and navel directed to the ground. Wu Xiao observed attentively as the man deliberately slowed his movements. When the blue-clad man drew the bow, it was not simply a matter of arm strength. It required the coordination of the entire body, using the human form itself as the bow, simultaneously refining the body as he pulled the string. The key to drawing the bow lies in maintaining a stable stance. Our Wu family's archery stance is fundamental. As soon as you can draw the ironwood bow without moving your body, you will have entered the door. Listening to the blue-clad man's explanation, Wu Xiao felt a sudden clarity. He possessed a foundation. And now he followed the man's guidance, separating his knees and adopting the archery stance. He slowly drew back the ironwood bow. Though this bow lost its power beyond 100 paces, it was ideal for beginners. At this moment, with Wu Xiao's strength, he managed to draw it back. The arrow flew, whistling through the air with the signature sound of a bowstring. Yet it only barely hit the target. Simultaneously, a faint light flickered before Wu Xiao. Refining worn black iron practice bow, white, current progress, 100, refining condition. Hit 100 targets at 100 paces. It appears that the refining method involves hitting the target 100 times at 100 paces. Understanding this, Wu Xiao wholeheartedly immersed himself in the practice of drawing the bow. Draw the bow, shoot the arrow, draw the bow, again and again. Under the occasional guidance of the blue-clad man, some arrows hit the target while others missed. Time passed without him noticing, and when the progress bar reached 100, the surroundings suddenly froze, and in an instant, they dispersed into phantom shadows. Wu Xiao awoke from his focused trance, once again sensing the external world. Weakness, hunger, fatigue, and drowsiness overwhelmed his once numb body, like a play unfolding before him. A surge of negative sensations flooded his mind, rendering him almost unable to stand, his vision blurring. What a disaster! How long has it been? Wu Xiao felt a surge of panic. Struggling to steady himself against the table nearby, he paid no heed to his surroundings. Amidst the overwhelming sensations, the hunger intensified, and despite his weakened state, he hurriedly pulled out a small wooden box from the hidden compartment beneath the bed. Inside lay several pill-sized energy pills, distributed monthly by the martial hall to its disciples to replenish their qi and blood. Given the competitive nature of the martial hall, few youths could endure without these pills. Such energy pills typically sold for 1 tael of silver each, and the martial hall distributed 5 each month. The few remaining in Wu Xiao's possession were additional ones given for recuperation. Without further thought, he quickly grabbed 2 and stuffed them into his mouth. Effective. Feeling the hunger in his belly ease, Wu Xiao's eyes brightened. After swallowing the energy pills, it felt as though a warm current surged within him. Although he still sensed hunger, it was markedly diminished. Without hesitation, he swallowed the last 3 pills from the box, in an instant. Wu Xiu felt a profound transformation within his body. The energy pills expanded tenfold upon entering his stomach, converting into a replenishing force for his body. No, perhaps it was that his body had been undergoing constant transformation. The moment the energy pills entered, they were converted into vital energy. Warmth surged through every part of him, arms, legs, chest, and back, as the symptoms of weakness from his previous injuries gradually dissipated. With each breath, he felt invigorated, far from the state of someone recently recovering from a serious injury. Inhale, exhale, as he expelled a breath of stale air. The sun had already risen outside, indicating that the refining process had consumed nearly half a day. Wu Xiu's eyes sparkled with understanding. Although the environment and characters in the world created by the black steel felt nearly real, they were ultimately not genuine. In that world, Wu Xiu's identity seemed to have replaced that of his grandfather, Wu Lu. Though his true self was absent, the results of the training were relayed back to his physical body in reality. Both the subsequent weakness and hunger, along with the rapid changes in his body, were ample proof of this extraordinary phenomenon. With this thought, he focused his mind on the black steel at his chest. The ancient patterns swiftly formed words before him. Successfully refined worn black iron practice bow, white. Remaining refining attempts. 0 refining result. Archery stance, white, a unique stance of the Wu family. Foundational to the Wu family's sunset arrow, white. Entry level. At this moment, the energy pills in his abdomen had nearly been digested, and the previous feelings of weakness had vanished. Wu Xiu pushed open the window to gaze outside, his dark eyes shimmering with a faint glimmer in the sunlight. Adopting the archery stance once more, Wu Xiu realized that this refining had not only brought him to an entry-level proficiency in the stance, but also retained memories of over 100 techniques for drawing and shooting arrows. Finally, he was no longer in a state of severe injury and weakness. Once again, he practiced his archery stance for a while, yet without a true strong bow in hand, Wu Xiu could not shake the feeling that he was inferior compared to his previous experiences in the realm of Hebei. After a short while, he ceased his practice. It seemed that acquiring a powerful bow for training was imperative. Not only did he need to purchase a bow, but he also required additional vitality elixirs and sufficient funds for refining. As the saying goes, the poor cultivate literature while the rich cultivate martial arts. To practice martial arts, even if one were a peerless genius, it was essential to have potent pills for nourishing the body. Otherwise, one might very well practice oneself to death. Given his current level, he had already made some inroads into the martial arts, but the next step was to strengthen his muscles and bones. In addition to persistently drawing the bow to build strength, the most crucial aspect was to learn a technique for cultivating his sinews and bones. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xiu realized that his most pressing issue was to acquire wealth. As he rummaged through his abode, he pondered the avenues available for earning money. Despite being a distant relative of the Marquis, his societal status was not much different from that of an ordinary pauper. Currently, his only source of income, aside from his uncle's support, was the monthly stipend of vitality elixirs from the martial arts hall. After purchasing some herbs for training and covering daily expenses, little remained. This was also the reason for his slow progress in martial arts. One factor was his mediocre martial foundation, and the other was the lack of sufficient medicinal elixirs for nourishment. Unlike those noble scions who grew up in medicinal baths and among potent pills, naturally starting from a much higher baseline. Just like in his previous life, some were born into privilege, while others were born into hardship. The disparities between individuals could sometimes be greater than those between humans and monkeys. In the Grand Zhou dynasty, while martial prowess was esteemed, various societal issues were also severe. It was best to remain discreet for now. After all, harboring lethal weapons could awaken murderous intent in his memory. Those noble youths could not merely be deemed arrogant. Many were guilty of treating human lives with disdain. The capital was vast, and survival was not easy. Wu Xiu suppressed his distracting thoughts and weighed the coins he had unearthed from his rummaging. 20 taels of scattered silver pieces and a few large coins. Though the amount was modest, it was the result of frugality from his past life, sufficient to support a family of 3 for half a year in an average household. However, for a martial artist, when converted into the vitality elixirs and herbs he currently needed, it would barely suffice for about half a month. Shaking his head, Wu Xiu tucked all the coins into his belt, he was currently in the external refining stage. And at this point, even basic sustenance required considerable expenditure. The first step in martial arts was to strengthen the physical body, muscles, bones, skin, and membranes. Achieving unity throughout the body was vital for true mastery, with the most important aspect being the replenishment of vitality and adequate resources. Otherwise, one could not sustain the practice. The funds required for martial arts were by no means trivial, aside from various elixirs. Merely the food intake necessary for training posed a significant burden for an ordinary family. Acquiring money, collecting rare items, and practicing martial arts were his foremost priorities. With a determined plan in mind, Wu Xiu tidied up his dwelling, retrieved a dagger from a hidden compartment, tucked it into his sleeve, and stepped outside. The road, a mix of gravel and mud, was also covered in a layer of white snow. Even during this season when snowflakes still fell from the sky, some had already ventured out to work. Elderly individuals and women, diligent at home, were clearing away the accumulated snow, while a few clearly well-off children were playing in the snow nearby. Merchants pushing carts were calling out along the streets, the enticing scents of wontons and pancakes wafting through the chilly air as many were already counting out coins for a warm bowl of tea to stave off the cold. After purchasing a few hot meat pies from a roadside vendor and eating as he walked, Wu Xiu traversed 4 bustling streets, covering several thousand steps, before arriving at the most renowned archery shop in the capital, Sunset Bao. This shop was located right behind the Kaiyang Marquisate, not only the largest archery establishment in the capital, but also famous throughout the entire Zhou dynasty, known for its quality and offering a 10% discount to the Wu clan members. The shop was bustling with patrons, most of whom were well-dressed and full of vitality. After all, those who came to buy bows were primarily practitioners of martial arts, with only a few being mere pretentious individuals. Upon entering the shop, Wu Xiu was greeted by walls adorned with various types of bows for selection. Approaching, he examined the long and short bows. "Good sir, which type of bow would you prefer? We have the most comprehensive selection in the entire Zhou dynasty. Bows made from ironwood, beast bones, and golden bamboo, among various materials. If you desire embellishments, we also have longbows lacquered in gold, exquisitely beautiful." Noticing Wu Xiu's interest, a young attendant wearing a black hat promptly approached, reciting his sales pitch fluidly. "Bring me a horn bow." After a moment's hesitation, the elderly woman, her hand delicately lifting a cloth bag, turned and sprinted towards a secluded palace not far away. Her gaze fixed on the seemingly interminable tea gathering in the distance. Since she could not make him vanish silently, she resolved to let him disappear in a most conspicuous manner. A wretch, drained of vitality, surviving even 3 days in this merciless palace would be considered a miracle. In the depths of the secluded palace, an inexplicable darkness enveloped the area, the air thick with a lingering, unpleasant odor. The Chunwarm Palace served as a recuperation place for eunuchs after their purification, and this young man had initially entered the palace under the guise of a eunuch. Now, he had returned to his original path. Inside the dim palace, the boy occasionally groaned in his sleep, while the elderly woman seemed to navigate the shadows with ease, skillfully avoiding clutter as she made her way to the innermost chamber. Following the purification, a senior eunuch was required to supervise for a month, not only to ensure proper healing but also to regularly inspect vital areas to prevent any oversight in the surgical procedure. Thus, the elderly woman knew without a doubt that even if the boy were to awaken tomorrow, he would inevitably face another blade. Nevertheless, to be cautious, she extracted the boy from the bag, only to discover his complexion had turned ashen, his heartbeat and pulse absent. Dead? What a useless being. This merely spared me the trouble of taking action. She carelessly tossed the boy's lifeless body into the compartment. After checking her hands, the elderly woman disdainfully raised her sleeve to cover her nose and retraced her steps along the route she had entered, vanishing into the night within moments, leaving the seemingly unchanged Chunwarm Palace standing silently in the darkness. Time passed, though how long it was unknown. Inside the compartment, the young bamboo, who had been lost in slumber, unconsciously turned over, inadvertently aggravating his injuries, and jolted awake from his dream. Recalling the precautions the senior eunuch had mentioned regarding post-surgery care, he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, groping for the straw provided earlier to relieve himself. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a piece of fabric, and instinctively, he felt around, realizing that someone lay beside him. Odd. I distinctly remember being alone before sleeping. Could it be some fool wandered in during the night? Damn, even being a eunuch is fraught with unrest. Just as he was about to push the body aside in irritation, a pair of bright eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. The young bamboo felt a cold hand clasp around his mouth and nose, and before he could utter a scream, darkness enveloped him. To as a remnant of medicinal waste, I have decided to pivot towards becoming a senior eunuch. As dawn broke, the decrepit senior eunuch Dai Quan leisurely opened the grand doors of the Chunwarm Palace. Unperturbed by the foul odor lingering in the air. Rather, he appeared indifferent. Having presided over the purification office for decades, despite his lowly status and limited power within the palace, he was recognized as a master in the field of purification. Countless eunuchs had passed through his hands, and his amicable nature, coupled with a desire to safeguard his domain, had allowed him to survive in this cold, ruthless palace until now. With a wave of his hand, his disciples filed in, the young eunuchs having just completed their purification. To prevent anyone from succumbing to the ordeal, he and his subordinates conducted daily checks, not only to ensure the proficiency of their skills, but also to weed out those who could not endure. In the deepest part of the compartment, Wu Xiu lay on a cold, foul-smelling mat, his complexion pale and serene, clad in the coarse, foul-smelling garments of an unknown young eunuch beside him. Wu Xiu, a disciple of the Hahuan sect, was the son of a villager from the foot of the mountains, as a traveler from a blue star. He had been selected to join the Hahuan sect's outer disciples from a young age. After receiving the sect's unique cultivation technique, he diligently practiced day and night, ultimately reaching the first layer of blood transformation by the age of 16, winning first place in the outer sect competition and garnering the attention of the elders, who selected him as a true inner disciple. This would allow him access to ample resources from the sect, enabling him to escape the cruel competition of the outer sect, perhaps even garnering the affection of inner sect maidens, sharing the path of cultivation and enlightenment together. Yet, before he could revel in his good fortune, after completing his apprenticeship, he was drugged by his opportunistic master and, due to his exceptional physique, realized in his stupor that he had been chosen to serve as a eunuch in the palace. Fortunately, he was not sent to the purification office, but rather taken by an elderly woman into the depths of the palace, allowing his good friend to evade a fatal blow. Unfortunately, while his friend escaped the blade, he could not avoid the juicer. Thus, his youthful cultivation was shattered, years of effort wasted, and he was subjected to the reckless exploitation of a seductive consort throughout an entire night, leaving him utterly drained and his martial foundation obliterated, rendering him a true wretch. Summoning the last vestiges of his vitality, Wu Xiu allowed the young eunuch beside him to examine him. His current condition was perfectly aligned with the aftermath of a blade strike. As for his friend's extraordinary physique, the characteristics of his accomplished youthful cultivation allowed for the absorption of essence, yet last night, faced with the consort's whims, he was utterly defenseless, as if the opposing force were inherently counter to his technique. It was only through this ordeal that he understood why his sect strictly forbade outer disciples from learning techniques other than the youthful cultivation method. This method was, in fact, a natural furnace, not only due to his unblemished vitality but also because it enhanced his appearance, aligning with the preferences of those who sought to exploit him. Truly a thoughtful arrangement. After examining Yang Qing, the young eunuch next to him proceeded to inspect the still body beside Wu Xiu, displaying no surprise at the cold, unresponsive form, expertly rolling up the mat and carrying it out of the compartment. Most of the young eunuchs who ventured into the palace hailed from impoverished backgrounds, and many possessed average physical constitutions. Thus, each year, numerous individuals succumbed to the ordeal. Standing outside, watching his subordinates carry away several mats, Dai Quan felt no emotional disturbance. He waved his hand, instructing, such is fate, take them to the rear mountain for burial. Once the group of eunuchs departed, Wu Xiu found himself wide awake, acutely aware of his frailty. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to sit up. Silently, he assumed a stance he had practiced for many years, and a translucent rectangular panel appeared before his eyes, dim and devoid of luster. Youthful cultivation, shattered 1. Maintain youthful form, shattered 2. Current progress. Grand accomplishment, 89,100 can alter appearance, absorb essence. Indeed, the figures on the panel had faded and solidified. This martial art was rendered useless. When his outer sect master had taught this technique, he had already made clear its merits and shortcomings. The advantages lay in its rapid progress, deep foundational roots, and seamless integration with other advanced techniques. However, once the youthful cultivation was shattered, not only did vitality leak away, but further advancement became impossible. Consequently, other than retaining some martial experience, his physical condition was even inferior to that of an ordinary person. Of course, his situation was somewhat unique. Upon crossing over, he awakened the panel, allowing him to quantify his martial progress and ensuring his realm would never decline. Thus, even though he was currently drained and his foundation wrecked, his realm remained at the level of grand accomplishment and body refinement. As long as he could heal and replenish his vitality, he would soon be able to rebuild his foundation and return to grand accomplishment. Yet, because his youthful cultivation was shattered, even if he regained his realm, he could no longer practice that technique and would inevitably need to adopt a new martial art. Silently shifting his body, Wu Xiu reached for the egg the young eunuch had left on the bedside. He understood this was to prevent infection from the need to relieve himself. Thus they would be restricted from water for a few days, with food limited to eggs. Accepting his fate, he realized that, at this moment, the most pressing concern was not seeking revenge on the consort from the previous night, but rather figuring out how to survive, especially as a faux eunuch in the treacherous palace. The immediate priority: recuperate and safeguard his good friend. Then, find an opportunity to make that damned consort pay the price. No, beyond the consort, his opportunistic master and the worthless sect must also face consequences. In his years of crossing over, Wu Xiu had learned one thing well: vengeance must be repaid. The month of January has passed, and we warmly welcome the Dragon King. Wrong script. After a month of observation, Wu Xiu and this batch of young eunuchs who have persevered have finally secured their positions, becoming the lowest-ranked eunuchs in the Grand Zhou Palace, devoid of any titles. In the early morning, the waning crescent moon still hangs faintly in the sky. Wu Xiu has silently risen, conforming to the rules he learned earlier, and joins the other young eunuchs in line to attend to their internal duties. Fetching water, brushing teeth, washing faces, and donning a set of neat and tidy gray-white eunuch garb, this is his daily routine. According to the elderly eunuch who instructed them, as eunuchs, cleanliness is paramount, while other matters may be disregarded. Neglecting hygiene could tarnish the reputation of the noble ladies they serve, and that would be a grave offense indeed. Thus, as lowly eunuchs, they are allocated a fixed quota of incense each month to mask the persistent odors that cling to them. Over time, each eunuch becomes nearly engulfed in the scent. As the line of young eunuchs proceeds to the dining hall, Wu Xiu quickly acquires his meal: a bowl of corn rice and a ladle of vegetable soup. The only commendable aspect being the thin layer of meat floating atop the soup. The dining hall's provisions for these young eunuchs adhere to a singular standard, ensuring they are not left starving and possess enough strength to fulfill their daily tasks. Of course, there are ways to enjoy better food. One could either pay the kitchen eunuchs for a special meal or strive to rise in rank until the day they become a senior eunuch. At which point, when addressed as Gong, they need not retrieve their meals themselves, as disciples will readily prepare and deliver food to their chambers. But for now, it is far more pragmatic to keep one's head down and remain humble. Having swiftly finished his meal, Wu Xiu and the other young eunuchs disperse. They are among the earliest to rise in the palace, eager to expedite the completion of their tasks. Wu Xiu's duty involves chopping firewood in the imperial kitchen, where he must deliver 4 bundles of firewood to the storage room before the hour of the rooster. Despite the seemingly straightforward nature of this task, the wood required is mandated to be dry, with each load needing to reach waist height. Moreover, the woodpile is located half an hour's journey away, necessitating that the young eunuchs prepare the firewood a day in advance for delivery, returning the following day to gather more. Even when they find themselves with spare time, they are often summoned by the older eunuchs to assist with various tasks, leaving little room for relaxation throughout the day. Equipped with a carrying pole, 2 long ropes, and a chopping knife, Wu Xiu fills his gourd with water and heads towards the woodcutting area. The woodcutting site lies within the imperial forest on its outskirts. Though wild beasts and fierce birds occasionally venture out from the depths of the forest, it generally remains safe. Although Wu Xiu's health has improved after over a month of recuperation, lacking any medicinal pills to replenish his vitality leaves him only slightly stronger than the average person. Thus, by the time he arrives at the woodcutting site, he is already drenched in sweat. After a brief respite, he selects a tree with a trunk the width of a bowl as his target. Drawing his axe, he recalls the stance taught by the foreman of the woodpile, engaging his muscles and striking the trunk with 6/10 of his strength at an angle as the blade sinks into the wood. A translucent rectangular panel materializes in his vision. Chopping technique. Beginner requirements. 1. Strike 100 times, 54,100. Regrettably, the panel specifies that the strikes must meet the chopping technique's criteria. If wild hacking counted, he would have achieved it in no time. Drawing his axe once more, Wu Xiu dismisses such thoughts and resumes his labor, occasionally pausing to sip from his gourd before immersing himself back into the task at hand. Currently, aside from the locked skill of his childhood, this is the only technique he can practice. While the chopping technique does not enhance his vitality, it is still a form of martial skill, and he finds it quite engaging. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Xiu resembles an unflagging machine, tirelessly executing his chopping technique, and before he realizes it, he has been at it until nearly noon. This particular area was chosen with care. Being a mere pretender among eunuchs, he keeps his distance from the others while both resting and working. This part of the woods is deeper into the forest, and other young eunuchs rarely venture here to chop wood, allowing him the freedom to work without contention over territory. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu Xiu straightens up, only to discover that he has unwittingly cleared a patch of suitable trees nearby. Relaxing his body, he suddenly feels the soreness in his wrists and muscles. Chopping technique. Beginner requirements. 1. Strike 100 times, 158,100. Completed. Wu Xiu's eyes brighten. He estimates that he must have struck the axe at least 200 or 300 times. But only a portion met the system's requirements, leaving just over 100 valid counts. The system panel suddenly blurs before clarifying once more. Chopping technique. Beginner requirements met. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Wu Xiu does not hesitate. His mind stirring in an instant. His eyes seem to lose focus, and he slips into a trance-like state. It feels as though an entire year has passed. In this dream, he continues to chop wood, enhancing his feel for the axe, wrist strength, and control. Gradually, he senses that the chopping axe has become an extension of himself, as if he has wielded it for over a decade with unparalleled proficiency. Moments later, Wu Xiu awakens, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Instinctively gripping the axe in his hand, he swings it towards a nearby tree, only to find that the cut he effortlessly creates rivals what he had previously achieved with 2 full-force strikes. At this juncture, the system panel is also updated with new information. Intermediate chopping technique. Holding the axe with ease. Chopping technique. Intermediate requirements. 1. Strike 1,000 times, 581,000. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Wu Xiu yearns to continue chopping, yet his body protests. The scant food from the morning has long been digested. Fortunately, he possesses some hunting skills from his previous life at the Hahuan sect, enabling him to occasionally catch wild game in the mountains, which helps to stave off his hunger. Extracting a rough wooden tube from a crevice, Wu Xiu disregards the pungent odor of the dried meat and tosses it into his mouth. Chewing despite its wooden texture, as it at least provides a semblance of satiety, he raises the gourd to wash down the meat and absent-mindedly touches the axe at his side, pondering to himself, I must find an opportunity to rise in rank. If I could secure an external assignment, that would be ideal. As a lowly eunuch, seeking vengeance is exceedingly difficult. In the Grand Zhou, eunuchs are categorized into internal and external. Internal eunuchs typically serve the noble ladies of the palace, akin to personal attendants, destined to spend their lives within the palace confines, their rise in status entirely reliant on their master's favor. Conversely, external eunuchs resemble the Eastern and Western depot from Wu Xiu's previous life, directly serving the emperor, possessing the authority to oversee officials and engage in clandestine dealings. While the risks are considerable, the freedom is greater. If one navigates their position well, even keeping several concubines outside poses no issue. Wu Xiu is acutely aware of his situation. Though he currently conceals himself well, the palace is rife with formidable figures. Should he encounter an eccentric who insists on searching him one day, his demise would be swift and brutal. That it is far better to remain outside. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, startling him. "Hey, little Qingzi, you're about to accomplish something grand here." Startled, Wu Xiu's expression shifts abruptly. He has no time to react and instinctively grabs the axe to strike backward. Clang! The figure behind him, caught off guard, manages to parry the blow with their own axe. "Damn you, you little wretch. Do you know who I am?" The sudden attack causes Yang, who had intended to intimidate this new eunuch, to stumble back in shock. "TMD, I was just looking to scare this little eunuch, and now this guy has quite the strength, nearly causing me to trip over myself." Upon recognizing the panicked face of the freckled eunuch before him, Wu Xiu recalls that this individual is also a woodcutter assigned to the storage. Due to his longer tenure in the palace, he has managed to gather a few followers, forming a small clique that occupies the best chopping spots and often bullies the other young eunuchs. When Wu Xiu first arrived, Yang had attempted to recruit him into this group, but upon his refusal, they conspired to isolate him. Opting instead for a more secluded area of the forest, Wu Xiu enjoys greater freedom working alone. Letting out a sigh of relief, he lowers his axe and smiles. "It's you, Brother Yang. A misunderstanding, indeed. I thought it was a wild beast from the mountains. Humph, little Qingzi, you certainly have some boldness, making me search high and low for you." Yang huffs, returning to his previously arrogant demeanor. "What brings you to find me, Brother Yang?" Wu Xiu inquires, feigning confusion. "Are you truly oblivious or just pretending?" Yang sneers, stating matter-of-factly, in the woodcutting team, who is unaware of the rules. "Each day, we are to offer you a bundle of firewood. You haven't shown any token of appreciation in all these days. What is the matter, little Qingzi? Have you forgotten offerings?" Although Wu Xiu generally tends to be rather reclusive, he is not entirely devoid of social interaction and is naturally aware of Yang Da's intentions. Given that Yang Da occupies the most advantageous territory, it is only expected that a few young eunuchs wishing to gather firewood on his land would want to curry favor with him. However, this typically amounts to no more than half a bundle daily, so it was puzzling to Wu Xiu why it had suddenly escalated to a full bundle in his case. Moreover, he had not even been gathering firewood on Yang Da's territory. With a narrowed gaze, Wu Xiu forced a smile onto his face, saying, "Brother Yang, is there some misunderstanding? I am not gathering firewood on your esteemed land, and if I recall correctly, your rule is only half a bundle per day. Is it not? Half a bundle?" Yang Da was certainly aware it was half a bundle. He had merely come today to give this newly arrived young eunuch a warning, but he had not anticipated facing a retaliatory strike. Thus, it was imperative to quell this insolent creature's arrogance. "Humph, my word is law. Who said you weren't gathering firewood on my territory? I forgot to inform you that from this day forth, anyone gathering firewood on this hill counts as being on my land." Raising his chin, Yang Da glared at Wu Xiu, his voice cold and menacing. "What, are you unwilling to comply?" "Comply, comply, comply. Since it is Brother Yang's rule, I shall certainly abide by it." In the era of the Great Zhou, distinctions in status among individuals were inherently present, and this was even more pronounced within the eunuch community. Stripped of their manhood, they took pleasure in oppressing those weaker than themselves, embodying the law of the jungle. Wu Xiu understood this principle all too well. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly extended his left hand towards his waist pouch, ingratiatingly saying, "Brother Yang, a small token of appreciation, consider it my ignorance." Yang Da's expression softened slightly as he nodded in satisfaction, having initially thought this new character would be difficult to handle. To his surprise, a mere show of force had made him back down, which saved Yang Da the trouble of preparing a welcome. As Wu Xiu presented his protection fee, Yang Da's attention naturally turned to his left hand. "Show me what you have. Let me see what is so special." Opposite him, Wu Xiu lowered his head, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he accelerated the movement of his left hand, flinging the object towards Yang Da's eyes, while his other hand wielded the firewood axe, deftly slashing towards Yang Da's neck. With a swift motion, Yang Da instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes, but before he could let out a cry of pain, a sharp sting coursed through his neck, and the world spun into darkness. Wu Shou expressionlessly sheathed his axe, brushing off the remaining dust from his left hand. Mastery of myriad skills. This is the art of lime and sand. Skillfully searching Yang Da's body, he was pleasantly surprised to uncover a few pieces of silver and some copper coins, which he accepted without hesitation. Stripping Yang Da of his clothing, Wu Shou hoisted the body and made his way deeper into the firewood hill. Each year, young eunuchs would perish silently amidst the woodlands, their lives deemed worthless by those in power, who would not expend effort to investigate. However, he was currently at a loss for replenishing his vitality. And this serendipitous occurrence could not have come at a better time. An hour later, Wu Shou emerged from the thicket, drenched in sweat. His already hungry stomach now felt as though it were rebelling with acidity. Without a thought for rationing, he stuffed all the dried meat he had saved into his bosom and devoured it eagerly. If fortune favored him, he would likely not be lacking in meat by tomorrow. Manager Ming, here is today's firewood. Please take a look. After finishing all the dried meat, Wu Shou had regained some strength, so he directly took on the day's firewood, making several trips back and forth until he delivered the required amount to the firewood storage before evening meal. Very good, Xiao Qingzi, you have always been diligent and honest. Our household trusts that you won't resort to skimping on inferior branches. Manager Meng was a short and stout eunuch, serving in the imperial kitchen and primarily overseeing the firewood operations. Despite his currently benevolent demeanor, Wu Shou had witnessed the cruel side of this seemingly kind-hearted man. Just a few days prior, a young eunuch had been caught using rotten wood to meet his quota, and Meng had erupted in rage, calling everyone to witness as he had the boy stripped and bound to a pillar, whipping him mercilessly until the scene turned gruesome, ultimately leading to the young eunuch's demise. It was precisely because of that brutal display that the other eunuchs dared not entertain any dishonest thoughts thereafter. Seeing that the firewood Wu Shou delivered met the required quantity, Meng merely glanced at it and did not conduct a thorough inspection. He poured himself some tea, waving Wu Shou off dismissively. However, unlike his usual routine, Wu Shou plastered a smile on his face and discreetly produced a pouch, slipping it into Manager Meng's hand, respectfully stating, "Manager Meng, I have a small matter I would like to consult you about. Do you have a moment to offer your guidance?" Surprised by the weight of the pouch, Meng had not expected a newly arrived eunuch to possess savings. His face softened at the thought of silver, saying, "Do tell me." Maintaining a respectful demeanor, Wu Shou leaned in, speaking softly, "It's nothing serious. It's just that before entering the palace, I suffered from a severe illness. Although I have since recovered, I still feel somewhat depleted and wish to know where I might procure some herbs to replenish my vitality." Setting his teacup down, Manager Meng scrutinized the young eunuch before him, noting the pallor of his complexion. This was a common sight, though it was rare for a young eunuch to consider purchasing medicine for themselves. Nevertheless, he understood the principle of accepting money to avert calamity. So after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "In the palace, there are only two places to obtain medicine. One is the Imperial Medical Office, where the finest medical expertise resides. Naturally, the medicinal herbs are abundant there. However, the Imperial Medical Office caters solely to the noble individuals, and as a lowly eunuch, you would likely not even know where its entrance lies without connections. The second option is the Alchemy Room. While not as professional in treating ailments, they do possess a variety of herbs due to their constant alchemical practices. If you only wish to purchase some medicinal pills, it might be worth your while to try there. Those alchemists are solely motivated by money." The mention of the Imperial Medical Office and the Alchemy Room made Wu Shou's eyes glimmer with excitement. Compared to the medical office, the Alchemy Room's straightforward monetary exchange seemed much simpler, providing him with a glimmer of hope. "Thank you, Manager Meng, for your guidance." After expressing his gratitude to Manager Meng, Wu Shou did not rush to leave, but instead produced a rough pouch and placed it in the stout eunuch's hand. Smiling as he said, "A small token of my appreciation. I hope to seek your advice in many matters in the future. I shall take my leave now and not disturb your tea." Raising an eyebrow, the stout Manager Meng took a good look at the young eunuch before him for the first time. Though his complexion was pale, he was not unpleasant to behold, particularly with his strikingly expressive eyes and delicate, Elongated brows. Within the palace, eunuchs were often unable to pursue other desires due to their physical shortcomings, leading to an innate greed for wealth. This was the first time Ming had encountered such a generous and personable young eunuch. He sensed that if this young man could endure and rise through the ranks, he would surely enjoy a good life. Thus, it seemed wise to invest in him early as Wu Xiu prepared to leave. Ming hesitated before calling out, "Wait a moment. You are quite clever, but I do not take excessive payments." The stout manager Ming could feel the weight of the pouch in his hand, and since it was merely a no-risk investment, he thought it wise to make a favorable impression. He tucked the pouch into his sleeve and motioned for Wu Xiu to come closer, whispering, "In addition to the Imperial Medical Office and the Alchemy Room, there is another place where one can procure medicinal herbs, but it may be a bit challenging for you." Wu Xiu slightly bowed, respectfully inquiring, "I would be eager to hear more. As eunuchs are required to serve the nobility, it is generally expected that personal attendants possess martial skills, leading to the establishment of a martial defense bureau. If you are selected to join, you would receive a regular monthly supply of medicinal herbs. However, given your recent circumstances and depleted vitality, it may be a challenge for you to qualify. I understand. I must sincerely thank you for your guidance, Manager Ming." Having departed from the firewood storage, Wu Xiu noticed that the sun was beginning to set. The mealtime at the dining hall was fast approaching. Although the food there was hardly exquisite, it would suffice to fill his belly. Thus, he quickened his pace towards the dining hall that, of course, running was out of the question, as palace rules were strictly enforced. A careless encounter with a noble could cost a lowly eunuch his life, sometimes worth less than that of a mere dog. For the time being, Wu Xiu continued his monotonous routine of moving between the dormitory, dining hall, and firewood gathering. Although tedious, his connection with Manager Ming grew stronger as he occasionally offered him some wild game from the mountains. Through his conversations with Ming, he not only became familiar with the hidden rules among the eunuchs, but also gained insight into the various factions and taboos within the palace court. Among the eunuchs alone, there were countless factions. Major factions included the Ministry of Rites, the Imperial Kitchen, and the Horse Department, each representing different eunuch departments within the court. Meanwhile, minor factions formed among the managers of these departments, resulting in a complex web of interactions and intermingling influences. Chapter 29. The Manly Wu Xiu of a Parallel Universe, Extra 3. Prepare for the unyielding, true man version of Wu Xiu. I am Wu Xiu, the one who refuses to perish. In the year 527 of the Great Zhou, during the month of November, autumn had waned and winter had settled in, bringing with it a profound chill that enveloped the night. Within the White Tiger Fortress, located at the northern border of the Great Zhou, an eerie silence prevailed, punctuated only by the monotonous howling of the north wind. Gritty snowflakes, mingled with the occasional soft flurry, silently descended from the dark clouds, blanketing the military camp inside the fortress in a shroud of white dye. In the injured soldiers' quarters of the White Tiger Army, a series of rudimentary cots were meticulously arranged. Amidst the mournful wind and snow, the occasional sound of pained groans could be heard as several military doctors methodically examined the soldiers, many of whom had lost limbs. Wu Xiu lay on a cot, his head wrapped in thick bandages, staring blankly into the void. In his mind, fragmented memories of past lives intertwined, constantly reminding him of his uncertain fortune in this strange transmigration. Amidst the fleeting shadows of recollection, Wu Xiu began to piece together the essence of his experiences. At the tender age of 15, he hailed from the capital of the Great Zhou, where his family's fortunes were once respectable. However, following the deaths of his parents, their wealth was swiftly depleted in the pursuit of medical care, leaving him with a significant debt owed to the Black Tiger Gang. After his parents' demise, Wu Xiu was left with nothing but the ancestral home. Unable to repay the mounting debts, which had escalated into a staggering sum that even the sale of himself would not cover in a desperate bid to evade the gang's relentless pursuit. After fulfilling his parents' funeral rites, 13-year-old Wu Xiu resolved to sell the family property at a fraction of its worth and enlisted in the army, believing that even the most audacious gang would hesitate to confront the ruthless military of the Great Zhou. With the meager funds he had, Wu Xiu devoted himself to rigorous training and astonishingly reached the initial stage of body refinement. Achieving such a feat at 14 or 15 elevated him above the common populace. ensuring that even if he could not attain official recognition, he could serve as a formidable guardian. As Wu Xiu furrowed his brow in contemplation, a flicker of doubt arose. Had he not remained stationed at the Yanglu camp in the capital after joining the army? When had he been transferred to the White Tiger Fortress? As he delved deeper into the chaotic memories, he gradually unraveled the circumstances surrounding his current situation. By a stroke of misfortune, upon reaching the body refinement stage, protocol dictated that he could be appointed as a squad leader. The great Zhou was embroiled in conflict with the Northern Steppes Greatly dynasty at the White Tiger Fortress, prompting the court to mobilize troops from various regions to participate in the battle. Lacking the means to bribe superiors or connections, Wu Xiu, now an inexperienced squad leader, quickly became fodder for the front line. The White Tiger Fortress, strategically located on the border between the Great Zhou and the Greatly dynasty, had historically been a battleground of immense significance. Countless soldiers from the Great Zhou perished there each year. It was a place where even generals of the divine realm and noble lords had met their demise over the centuries. As he contemplated the grim future, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his head. When had he sustained an injury? His thoughts raced as he continued to sift through the ever-emerging memories of this life. After a prolonged period, Wu Xiu's gaze sharpened. Indeed, his transmigration was not without cause. After being assigned to the White Tiger Fortress, Wu Xiu, having attained the body refinement level, was promoted from a mere foot soldier to a squad leader. Having survived several skirmishes and inadvertently earned a modicum of merit. Just yesterday, during a clash between the two armies, after the Great Zhou cavalry had disrupted the enemy ranks, Wu Xiu and his fellow infantrymen pursued the fleeing Greatly soldiers. In the heat of the chase, he was suddenly kicked in the back of the knee from behind, and before he could react, a blade struck him on the head from a retreating foe. Fortunately, the assailant, in a frantic bid for survival, had not taken the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. In the chaos of battle, one could only expect bloodshed from the front. How could one be so treacherous as to strike from behind? In such a vile and covert manner? A surge of wrath ignited within Wu Xiu, yet he suppressed it. In the battlefield, betrayal could only come from those within his own ranks. Reflecting on the behavior of his subordinates, he began to ponder deeply, his mindset shifting from that of the previous Wu Xiu, who had solely focused on cultivation amidst the military. Having endured the harsh realities of society, Wu Xiu was acutely aware of the treachery of human nature. Where many pretended to be brothers while plotting betrayal behind closed doors, especially in the blood-soaked arena of the White Tiger Fortress, life and death lost their meaning. Corpses on the battlefield were mere statistics to the officials in the court. Devoid of the identities they once held as sons, husbands, or fathers, as he contemplated his situation, Wu Xiu resolved to uncover the identity of his assailant. Regardless of who it may be, it was likely driven by greed for wealth or power. Having taken action, they must be prepared to face the consequences. However, for now, his priority was to survive and assess the extent of his injuries. A faint sound of footsteps approached. Wu Xiu's thoughts returned to the present as a military doctor, clad in a white gauze bandage, reached his cot. The doctor appeared to be in his 30s, gaunt of frame, with a distinctive long scar etched across his face. You have awakened. You truly possess a remarkable constitution. The scarred doctor remarked with surprise, moving to Wu Xiu's bedside. He gently peeled back the bandage from Wu Xiu's forehead and checked his pulse. After a prolonged silence, he furrowed his brow. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Xiu inquired, "Doctor, how severe are my injuries? Is there anything amiss? You shall not perish. A month of rest should suffice for your recovery. However, it is quite unusual for someone with your injuries to awaken so swiftly. This defies medical logic." The doctor scrutinized Wu Xiu's wound but found nothing extraordinary. Rising to depart, he muttered, "The wound is healing adequately. Just ensure you rest well before moving on to the next patient." "Doctor, wait. Since awakening, I have been plagued by excruciating pain in my forehead. Might you provide me with some pain relief powder? I fear the wound may tear open under the strain of the pain." Wu Xiu implored, his gaze lowered, shrouded in the dim light of the oil lamp, obscuring his expression. "I do happen to have a little anesthetic powder allocated for those in need of amputations. Though I can only spare you a small amount," the scar doctor replied, surprisingly accommodating. He turned to retrieve a slender bamboo tube from his medical kit and handed it to Wu Xiu. Apply a small amount on the bandage, but do not ingest it. It induces a potent anesthetic effect. If ingested, drink plenty of water to flush it out. Receiving the anesthetic, Wu Xiu barely had time to express his gratitude before the doctor continued his rounds. Relief washed over Wu Xiu. It seemed his injuries were not fatal. He exhaled gently. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness surged from the depths of his being, swift and overwhelming. Abruptly, darkness enveloped his vision, and fragmented information flickered before him like a faulty signal, revealing elusive patterns that twisted and reformed into a glimmer of light amidst the void. Wu Xiu felt as though he had been cast into a starless expanse of space, instinctively chasing that flicker of light. In the boundless darkness, that tiny spark, though faint, radiated a persistent glow. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was not an unanchored flame. Within the void stood an ancient, weathered bronze tripod cauldron, emanating an aura of timelessness, casting a soft luminescence. Thus, the world is the furnace, and creation is the craftsman. Yin and yang serve as fuel, and all things are the metal. Wu Xiu mused. Before he could finish his thoughts, he felt an inexplicable connection to the cauldron. The words humanity's great furnace inscribed in a dragon-like script burned into the depths of his soul, never to be forgotten. Name. Wu Xiu's status. None. No stars in fate. No deities in fortune. Fate. None. Life like an ant. Existence like grass. Destiny. One gray, one white. Life weighs no more than half a tale. Life and death manipulated by his own hand. Above the faint embers within the bronze cauldron, something appeared to be undergoing refinement in the transparent air. What is my destiny? Wu Xiu pondered anxiously as Wu Xiu's mind stirred. It seemed as though a luminous entity hovered above the flame, which was no larger than a soybean. One glow was white, shimmering even in the darkness, while a grayish haze lingered in the air, faintly overshadowing the nearby light. Wu Xiu paused momentarily, and then an array of intricate patterns resembling dragons and phoenixes surged into his consciousness, ultimately transforming into ancient characters he could comprehend. Strong and robust, white though possessing ordinary roots, he has surpassed ordinary individuals by far. Decline of family fortune. Gray as fate is fraught with obstacles that repel wealth and invite misfortune from petty adversaries. As Wu Xiu surveyed the panel, a flicker of insight arose within him, and a multitude of information surged to the forefront of his mind. In simple terms, the acquisition of labels stems from daily actions or the general perceptions of others, while merit reflects one's influence within this world, settled every 7 days, potentially yielding primary, intermediate, advanced, and specialty labels. Merit can also be directly utilized to enhance cultivation and techniques, akin to allocating points in a deep blue system. Wu Xiu felt a surge of excitement within. Having been granted a second chance at life, he firmly believed he possessed the determination and capability to ascend. However, with the system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly face the formidable powers of this world with greater assurance. As his inner turmoil swelled, a sudden pain throbbed at his temples. While the future remained uncertain, the immediate concern was the imminent outbreak of war. Even though he was currently incapacitated, it was prudent to prepare for what lay ahead. With this thought in mind, Wu Xiu decisively activated the final settlement. As his intention took form, the panel quivered, and the semi-transparent text gradually dissolved into nothingness, only to reconstitute itself moments later. Settlement report. 100 merit points available labels. Leader of the pack. Initial. Given your leadership abilities, it would be advisable to retire and engage in gang conflicts for a more promising future. Enhances team combat effectiveness during leadership. Survivor of great calamities. Initial. One cannot claim to be fortunate without a scar upon their forehead. Slightly increases luck and self-healing capabilities. Strength of 1 bull. Initial. Do not hesitate. Confront the enemy head-on. A surge of vitality grants you the strength of a raging bull. Brief assessment. Your initial foray onto the battlefield yielded mediocre performance. Having narrowly escaped death, your actions have had a slight impact on your team of 10. You may spend 50 merit points to secure any one label. 3 labels, yet none seem particularly serious. Wu Xiu's expression turned peculiar as he contemplated his current state of injury, although he could allocate all his merit to enhance his techniques. Merely elevating his realm would not render him vigorous instantaneously. The iron blood body refinement technique was merely the most rudimentary method provided to soldiers in the barracks. While it excels at lower-tier strengthening, it pales in comparison to other renowned techniques. Moreover, having recently broken through to the blood exchange realm, he had yet to change his technique, deeming it unnecessary to base his breakthrough on his current practice. He pondered carefully. Furthermore, if a severely injured soldier were to be observed improving their realm during recovery, it could attract unwarranted attention. In this high martial world, prodigies abound, and true strength demands persistence. A solid foundation and steady development are of utmost importance. With his mind made up, Wu Xiu chose to forego using his merit to elevate his realm, instead focusing on the 3 labels. The leader of the pack label likely stemmed from his role as a squad captain. Individual combat prowess on the battlefield would surely pale in comparison to collective strength. This label would likely enhance his chances of survival in combat. The Survivor of Great Calamities label, which indicated his ability to survive a near-fatal blow, indeed belonged to the realm of miraculous escapes, increasing both luck and self-healing. This one was essential. The Strength of One Bull label appeared to arise from engaging enemies directly in battle, enhancing innate abilities. Unfortunately, he did not have sufficient merit to select all 3. He could only choose 2. Wu Xiu felt somewhat helpless, torn between enhancing his team's combat capabilities or improving his own innate talents. With the mandatory Survivor of Great Calamities label secured, he was left to choose between the leader of the pack or the Strength of One Bull. After much deliberation, he directed his focus back to the panel. His thoughts coalescing, with a swift motion, 100 merit points evaporated like a fleeting light, merging into the Survivor of Great Calamities and Strength of One Bull labels, which solidified further, while the leader of the pack label gradually faded into obscurity. In mere moments, Wu Xiu could distinctly feel a transformation occurring within him. A torrent of warmth surged through his spine, rapidly radiating to every bone and sinew, as though molten iron were being poured into a mold. His previously frail form now brimmed with boundless vitality. Balling his fists, he felt a strength emanating from his very core. Even the wound on his forehead seemed to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. No, it was not merely an illusion. The injury was indeed staunching and mending at an astonishing pace, suggesting that it would be fully healed within 3 days. As he relaxed, Wu Xiu squinted his eyes, contemplating. Since he would soon recover, it was time to consider how to exact his revenge. A gentleman may wait 10 years for vengeance, but Wu Xiu could not afford to delay even a moment. Throughout his life, whether in schoolyard brawls or as a mercenary abroad, he had always believed in repaying every grievance, no matter how small, if he felt anger, even if he could not draw his blade. He would keep the memory alive, reminding himself that in both his past and present lives, he was essentially alone. If he could not live freely, then death would be of little consequence. Chapter 30. Mastery and Fulfillment. After surveying the scene, Wu Xiu entrusted the task of collecting corpses and documenting records to Zhou and others, returning instead to the county office. However, it was evident that the county magistrate and the Black Tiger Gang, as well as the Iron Thread Guild, had yet to reach an agreement. The city gates remained wide open, and the crowds from both factions at the county office showed no signs of dispersing. With tensions only escalating, Wu Xiu paid little heed to these matters. After all, he was under Lu Yuyuan's jurisdiction. Since Lu Yuyuan was not in a hurry, why should a mere minor official like him fret? He promptly made his way home, for time was perpetually insufficient. Instead of engaging in fruitless disputes with the 2 factions, he preferred to hone his swordsmanship, ensuring that no time was squandered. Moreover, his financial situation had improved. During the recent site investigation, he had received a share amounting to 300 taels of silver. These funds had come from the families that had been exterminated, as the task of recovering the bodies and securing the scene was primarily managed by the county officials. With no oversight, the property of these now ownerless assets naturally found new masters. Thus, Wu Xiu was able to claim 300 taels in one go, for such windfall was readily available. However, the truly valuable assets, those shops and properties, were beyond the reach of officials like Wu Xiu, as unspoken rules dictated that they belonged to the powerful figures behind the scenes, and Wu Xiu was not yet worthy of such a table. With newfound wealth, Wu Xiu directly purchased supplies and returned to his small courtyard. He soon discovered that this secluded haven had its advantages. Aside from the occasional disturbances, it provided him with tranquility for his training. Having delegated his duties at the county office to Zhou and others, he needed only to remain undisturbed by Lu Yuan, allowing him to practice diligently without stepping outside, merely replenishing supplies and immersing himself in rigorous training. 5 days passed in this manner. At the county office, Wu Xiu remained oblivious to the thoughts of the county magistrate and Lu Yuan, who continued their negotiations with the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Thread Guild, neither declaring a lockdown nor lifting it. Instead, they indulged in revelry daily, seeking pleasure with courtesans. This impasse persisted, and perhaps due to the commotion within the city, the demons had not re-emerged to commit further crimes. However, it was reported that the city was far from tranquil. Although the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Thread Guild had yet to engage in open conflict, their underlings had already clashed violently behind the scenes. These developments held little significance for Wu Xiu. As long as Lu Yuan remained silent, he intended to remain ensconced in his small courtyard, devoted to his martial training, entirely uninterested in the gang warfare unfolding in the city. Within the courtyard, Wu Xiu wielded his Yinheng Dao, exhaling a cloud of mist reminiscent of a cold winter morning, standing precisely at the center of a drawn circle. While practicing his swordplay, he also incorporated footwork into his regimen. Although the Fangzuan step was mediocre for long-distance pursuits, its advantages in short-distance bursts were quite pronounced. Fangzuan step. In a space of mere inches, a world unfolds. Advancement path. Mastery, 0-100. Practice 5 foundational steps to move a mile within inches as one session. Enhancements possible. Requires 6 moments of Longhu Qi. Shall it be upgraded to perfection? Bingzu blade technique. A military blade technique, simplified and practical, derived from the blood slaughter technique. Advancement path. Perfection, 1-100. Slay 1-100. Achieving completeness. Enhancements possible. Requires 20 moments of Longhu Qi. Shall it be upgraded to completion? Clearly, the Fangzuan step consumed significantly less Longhu Qi than the Bingzu blade technique, suggesting it was of a lower tier. However, the Bingzu blade technique could no longer progress through mere practice. To complete it, he would need to slay 100 foes. How long would that take? Gazing at the ancient seal script inscribed within the scroll, Wu Xiu shook his head in contemplation. Initially, the prerequisite for advancing the foot soldier's sword technique had been the slaying of a single foe, a task he could manage. However, to reach the pinnacle of mastery, one needed to achieve a 10-man slaughter. In recent days, he had secluded himself at home to practice martial arts, diligently grinding away at his progress. At night, he sought out ruffians to hone his blade, ultimately accumulating the requisite 10 kills to elevate his foot soldier's sword technique to great success. Yet, the 100-man slaughter was not something one could easily come by. To speak of human targets. Even slaying 100 pigs would be an exhausting endeavor on the battlefield. Only the most formidable of warriors could ever hope to achieve such a feat. Nevertheless, the footwork technique known as Fangzuan had yet to reveal any prerequisites for advancement. It seemed that continuous practice would suffice to attain perfection, a piece of good news indeed. If there were no updates from the county office in the near future, he would prioritize perfecting the Fangzuan steps until he reached completion. Wu Xiu lifted his gaze to the sky. With the year's end approaching, the heavens remained perpetually overcast, having not seen the sun for several days. Although there was no rain or snow, the gloominess left an oppressive weight upon his heart. Shaking his head, Wu Xiu drew forth his Yinling knife and resumed practicing the Fangzuan steps within the confines of his circle. While he could no longer grind the foot soldier's sword technique, the synergy between swordsmanship and footwork could still be refined. He practiced until noon, finally feeling a hint of fatigue in his body. After consuming the remnants of his morning meal, Wu Xiu retrieved a blood-replenishing pill from his hidden compartment and swallowed it. Ever since he perfected his skin technique, ordinary food had ceased to satisfy him. Apart from meat and fish, he required at least 5 portions of corn to meet his usual consumption. However, while such mundane food might taste agreeable, it was often laden with impurities for the human body. Consuming too much necessitated excessive elimination. Relying solely on common corn for training was not feasible, not to mention the inconvenience of spending all day in the latrine. Thus, after every meal, he needed to supplement himself with a blood-replenishing pill to maintain his daily vitality. Yet, this pill, though effective prior to his skin technique's perfection, had begun to lose its potency. Once he engaged in intense combat, this modest pill would barely suffice to replenish his vigor. Only through personal experience did Wu Xiu come to understand the court's stringent regulation of medicinal pills, while talent played a role in martial prowess. The critical factor was resources. The higher one's realm, the more terrifying the consumption required. Without pills, even martial artists of the body-refining realm would need to spend excessive time on sustenance. Possessing pills was akin to grasping the lifeblood of warriors, which explained the court's strict control over their distribution. It was no wonder the great Zhou had thrived for so many years. Reflecting on the court's rigorous control over medicinal pills, Wu Xiu began to grasp, through his own experiences, the rationale behind the great Zhou's stringent practices. The essence lay in regulating martial prowess through pills, not just restraining the whims of warriors but also attracting sufficient talent. After all, while sects and guilds possessed their own formidable forces, when it came to resources, the great Zhou held a distinct advantage, capable of mobilizing resources far beyond the reach of local powers. Thus, for talented individuals from lesser regions, aligning with the court represented a commendable choice on their path in martial arts. He felt the warmth of the blood-replenishing pill within him. Wu Xiu returned the empty vial to its hidden compartment. He had only 15 pills left, and his recent relentless training had depleted quite a few. Today marked the last of his stock. Fortunately, he planned to visit the Sihai auction house once more, not only to replenish his supply of pills, but also because he needed more funds for the bison technique. Now that he had sufficient silver, he also sought a technique suitable for the muscle-refining realm. Although the bison technique appeared to be commonplace, having something was better than nothing. He resolved to explore whether he could acquire any additional techniques beyond the bison. As the sky darkened, Wu Xiu donned his conical hat and secured his Yinling knife. Without hesitation, he stepped out of his small courtyard and made his way toward the Sihai auction house. In the narrow alleys, the foot traffic was nearly non-existent. It was midday. The residents of Qingsong City seemed as if muted, cautiously remaining indoors and reluctant to venture outside. Wu Xiu frowned, suspecting that the recent massacre by demons within the city had spread fear among the populace. With everyone living in trepidation, it was no wonder they lacked the spirit to roam freely. Demons lurked both within and beyond the city. Wu Xiu wondered when Lu Yuan would take action. If this continued, would those above not send someone to investigate? As the assessment approached, it was unlikely that they would overlook such events. Remembering Lu Yuan's previous ecstatic demeanor, Wu Xiu shook his head. Clearly, Lu prioritized the so-called opportunities over addressing the demon slayings. Setting aside these troubling thoughts, Wu Xiu secured his Yinling knife at his waist and hastened toward the Sihai auction house. Worrying about his lack of strength was merely a futile exercise. If he surpassed Lu Yuan, he would shatter any demons or dangers that crossed his path. Chapter 31. Fire-flowing blade, black gold pill. Upon entering the Sihai auction house, Wu Xiu noticed the nearby attendant brighten with recognition and swiftly approach. Welcome, esteemed guest. Removing his conical hat, Wu Xiu surveyed the hall, realizing it was completely devoid of patrons. Only the attendant remained. He recalled that during his last visit, though there weren't many guests, at least the hall's steward and other attendants had been diligently present. Now, only one attendant was left behind. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Why is it so empty today?" The attendant, having recognized Wu Xiu after his hat was removed, beamed with even greater enthusiasm. He recalled how Wu Xiu had spent over 100 taels on his last visit, marking him as a significant client in the eyes of the attendants. Graciously taking Wu Xiu's hat, the attendant explained, "You may not be aware, but today marks our Sihai auction house's monthly auction. All the stewards have gone to the auction venue, and most guests are gathered there waiting for it to commence an auction." Wu Xiu suddenly remembered that the Sihai auction house indeed held monthly auctions. Not only did influential individuals from within the city participate, but even Lu Yuan and the county magistrate often attended. As to why Wu Xiu had been unaware of the specific date, it was because, with his previous limited resources, he had never made significant purchases here. Hence the auction house had never extended an invitation to him. However, now that he was present, Wu Xiu was eager to witness the proceedings. He decided not to rush into purchasing pills or techniques, instead asking, "How does one participate in this auction?" With a smile and a twinkle in his eye, the attendant cheerfully explained, typically, invitations are distributed by the shopkeepers and stewards. Since you arrived in haste, allow me to guide you to a private room where you can wait. The auction is likely to begin shortly. Nodding in agreement, the attendant swiftly led the way. After ascending several flights of stairs, Wu Xiao was ushered into a small room, roughly 4 feet in size. The room was cramped, with only a small window facing the auction floor below. Once Wu Xiao was settled inside, the attendant exited, cheerfully saying, "Esteemed guest, though this room is modest, it offers good privacy. Please make yourself comfortable. I will wait outside around the corner. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me. Thank you." "I will seek you out if necessary," Wu Xiao replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Entering the auction room, he found only a solitary bench positioned in front of the window. As he took a seat, the auction commenced, and he was immediately struck by the familiarity of the items being presented. On the ground floor, the Sihai auction house's steward, Old Xia, carefully accepted a white porcelain vial from a nearby attendant. Placing it on a tray draped in red silk, with a grave expression, he announced, "Our first auction item today is the blood-invigorating pill. Those accustomed to rigorous training and heavy weaponry are surely aware of its efficacy in invigorating blood and alleviating injuries from intense training. This vial contains 15 pills, all certified by our professional staff as genuine and of superior quality. Therefore, we shall commence bidding at 300 taels of silver, with increments of no less than 10 taels." Before he could finish speaking, bids began to rise from the audience. 320 taels, 330 taels, 300. In the private room on the second floor, Wu Xiao frowned slightly, surprised by the high demand for the blood-invigorating pill. However, since he had sold this very pill to the Sihai auction house, he could hardly expect them to compensate him for the inflated price. He could only watch as they profited significantly. While he pondered, the bids escalated rapidly, reaching 360 taels, a price that had doubled since he sold it in the small Qingsong city. This amount could purchase a storefront. For an average family, it would take years to save such a sum. Just as Old Xia prepared to strike the hammer to finalize the sale, a low, husky voice from a nearby private room called out, "For 100 taels." The price has surged by a full 40 taels. The atmosphere fell into a sudden hush, save for the beaming countenance of the old host on stage, who exclaimed, "This esteemed guest has bid 400 taels. Is there anyone else willing to raise the stakes? 400 taels. This price is already exorbitantly inflated." The previous bidder, seated below, was visibly displeased, a robust man with a disheveled beard and muscles straining against his garments. Seeing the coveted elixir snatched from him, he leapt to his feet and bellowed, "Who is this reckless fool? 400 taels for a revitalizing pill. Have you lost your wits?" He was none other than the leader of the Black Bear gang in the city. Upon recognizing the imposing figure, Wu Xiao recalled his identity. Though the gang was merely comprised of a handful of members, this man's martial prowess was notable. He was reputed to have mastered the art of external training and had achieved a perfected state of muscle cultivation. Earning considerable renown in Qingsong City over the past few years, in a bidding war, the highest offer claims the prize, while those who cannot afford it can only bark like dogs. Within the opposite private room, a guest refrained from opening the window, merely emitting a disdainful chuckle before taunting, "How bold you are! If you have the guts, come out and show me how much silver you dare to flaunt." Ignoring the shouts of the burly man below, the figure above seemed to vanish into silence. At that moment, the smiling shopkeeper stepped forward to intervene. After confirming the sale of the elixir to the man in the private room, he courteously announced, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please do not rush. Today, I, Old Xia, have procured a plethora of exquisite items from our headquarters. Rest assured, everyone will leave satisfied. Next, we present the second item for auction, a weapon. As you all know, weapons are classified into divine artifacts, renowned items, sharp tools, and mundane weapons. Today, I present to you a sharp tool, crafted by the Divine Weapon Workshop, known as the Fire Flow Blade. Not only is it unparalleled in sharpness, but it also incorporates fiery energy in its technique, making it difficult for opponents to defend against. The starting bid is 500 taels. The enthusiasm for bidding on this weapon rivaled that of the elixir. A well-maintained weapon could indeed save a life. Moreover, Unlike a consumable elixir, it could retain its value even if not used, a sharp tool. It had been years since such a weapon of this caliber had surfaced in Qingsong City. What a pity I wield a sword. Otherwise, I would have to participate. What of the sword? It would be easy enough to switch to another weapon. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. However, this was not the final item. And the presence of a sharp tool raised speculation about whether a divine artifact might truly be revealed today. Impossible. What divine artifact could possibly emerge from this wretched city? Clearly, the appearance of the fire flow blade ignited fervor among the crowd. And the price swiftly escalated to 700 taels. Wu Xiu observed the rising price with no inclination to participate. With the scant silver he possessed, he was merely here to broaden his horizons. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of familiarity with the voice of the man who had just secured the revitalizing pill. Despite the obvious effort to lower his tone, Wu Xiu was certain he had heard that voice before. 850 taels for the first time. 850 taels for the second time. Is there any higher bid? 1,000 taels. It was once again the low, hoarse voice from the private room, raising the price to 1,000 taels. This individual seemed disinclined to speak much, remaining silent during the earlier bidding, only to make a decisive statement at the end. It was evident he possessed considerable wealth. This sudden leap in the final bid extinguished the enthusiasm of other bidders. Once composed, the fire flow blade was ultimately claimed by the mysterious individual. The subsequent auction continued to feature numerous rare items, with prices varying, yet none were left unsold, and the enigmatic wealthy patron did not bid again. After a brief interval, the shopkeeper, old Xia, concluded the bidding for a 20-year-old ginseng and solemnly produced a pitch-black mechanism box. Upon turning the wheel on the box's surface, it sprang open to reveal a golden elixir, round and egg-sized, resembling a product of gold and iron rather than a traditional pill. Its mere appearance captured the attention of all in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final treasure of today's auction, the black gold pill, designed for the bone refinement stage. It accelerates the refinement of bone marrow and possesses a chance to produce the legendary diamond bone. The starting bid is 800 taels. No sooner had he finished speaking than the previously attentive, mysterious patron in the private room eagerly shouted a bid, clearly already aware of this auction's hidden gem. 1,500 taels. The auction hall fell silent for a moment, as no one dared to counter the offer. It was evident that the price of the black gold pill had exceeded the financial capacity of most attendees. And given that it was specifically for the bone refinement stage, it inherently had certain restrictions. 1,500 taels. This price was scarcely called out by anyone in the entirety of Qingsong City. Wu Xiu's curiosity about the true identity of this individual deepened. Who could afford such a price while remaining so elusive? Moreover, Wu Xiu suddenly realized a peculiarly puzzling detail. Many items at this auction would fare well even in higher-tier prefectures. Yet the significant factions within Qingsong City had notably abstained from participating. Were they preoccupied with territorial disputes and the emergence of demons, hence their absence? Chapter 32. Bidding. Who is the pauper? Damn it. You're not playing by the rules. Aren't we supposed to wait until the final bid to call out our prices? I've only just introduced it. What's your rush? Previously, he had found the mysterious man quite agreeable. But now he regarded him with mounting disdain. It must be noted that the black gold pill was specifically requested from higher authorities, knowing that with the recent conflict between the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Line Guild, should someone break through to the bone refinement stage, both sides would surely bid furiously for this elixir. Unfortunately, this brilliant plan had yet to be set into motion before it was thwarted. For this auction, he had even arranged for invitations to be sent out, only to discover that neither faction had shown up. He had hoped to leverage the allure of the black gold pill to draw them in, only for this individual to place a bid that set the bar impossibly high, leaving him with no means to delay. Alas, regardless, the work must continue. 1,500 taels for the first time. 1,500 taels for the second time. This black gold pill is an authentic imperial product. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next will arise? Are there any other friends interested? This is the final call. The shopkeeper, old Xia, hesitated, grasping the hammer but reluctant to strike it down, still striving for one last effort. His anxious gaze swept the auction hall, yet the price of 1,500 taels was undeniably steep, and no one below dared to bid further. He could only shake his head and prepare to finalize the deal. Suddenly, a malicious voice rang out from the crowd, "Wait! I bid 1,510 taels." Everyone turned to see the leader of the Black Bear gang, who, with his chin raised, looked down at the mysterious patron's private room with a sneer. "Apologies, but your esteemed Grandpa Bear is also preparing to break through to the bone refinement stage. I'll take that black gold pill." After a brief silence from the private room above, the voice resumed bidding without a word. 1,800 taels, 1,810 taels. The Black Bear gang leader, reclining back in his chair, leisurely continued to raise the price. It became evident to all present that he was not genuinely interested in acquiring the elixir. Rather, he sought to annoy the mysterious individual by artificially inflating the price. Nevertheless, the spectators were more than happy to watch the spectacle, and the shopkeeper was particularly pleased, as it mattered little who the buyer was. The higher the price, the better. 1,900 taels. 1,910 taels. Before the mysterious bidder in the private room could respond, the Black Bear gang leader was already following suit, raising the price by a mere 10 taels. His face brimming with smugness. "I'm eager to see just how deep your pockets are. No matter your bid, I'll always outbid you by 10 taels." After a moment of silence, the mysterious individual in the private room refrained from raising the price further and instead directed his words to the shopkeeper. "Old Xia, shopkeeper, should bids not reflect one's actual financial capacity? I suspect this individual lacks the funds and is merely attempting to disrupt the auction." The shopkeeper, who had been enjoying the spectacle, furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, according to the rules, a bidder must possess sufficient capital. Otherwise, they were merely here to cause chaos. He could no longer remain an impartial observer and turned to the Black Bear gang leader with a conciliatory smile. "Leader, since a guest has raised a concern, might I request you to verify your funds in a private room? I assure you that our conversation will remain confidential." "Nonsense. Do you think I lack money?" Though wearing a face of reluctance, the leader of the Black Bear gang did not refuse. He accompanied the steward to the private room to verify his capital. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, both men emerged from the chamber. The steward swiftly approached the tavern manager, Old Xia, whispering a few words in his ear. Old Xia's expression tightened momentarily, yet he quickly donned a warm smile and declared, "I apologize for wasting your time. The leader's capital is sufficient, and his bid indeed falls within his capacity. Are there any guests upstairs willing to offer a higher price? If not, this precious Wujindan shall belong to the bear gang's leader." A silence enveloped the room for a brief moment, as no one responded. Old Xia prepared to strike the gavel when, unexpectedly, the mysterious figure above made another bid, clearly suppressing his anger. Even his typically restrained, husky voice could not contain itself as he shouted, "I shall make one final offer, 2,000 taels. If you have the guts, continue bidding." Oh, Jindan, which originally cost but 600 taels, was now being sold for more than 3 times its value. Old Xia could no longer suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth and shouted loudly, 2,000 taels, first call. "Is there any higher offer?" 2,000 taels, second call. Seeing Old Xia gaze upon him, the burly leader of the Black Bear gang sighed with relief inwardly. He did not possess 2,000 taels in cash. In fact, even producing 1,000 taels would be a struggle if he were to acquire this Dan. He would have to leverage his entire fortune along with his martial arts skills as collateral. However, since the fool upstairs was adamant about winning it, he decided to cut his losses. Resolved to relinquish his bid, the Black Bear gang leader shrugged indifferently and scoffed, 2,000 taels for Ojindan. This is the first time I've seen such a foolish spender. You fool, I shall generously let you have it today." At last, with no further bids, Old Xia, satisfied with the auction exceeding expectations, promptly struck his gavel and announced, 2,000 taels, third call, bang. The Ojindan has been successfully auctioned off. Thank you all for your participation. This auction at the Four Seas Auction House is now concluded. Until next month, goodness, such wealth, 2,000 taels for a mere Dan. Who on earth is this person? Perhaps you and I should take some time to investigate. Shaking his head, The crowd began to rise from their seats as the spectacle came to an end. Each person either departed alone or in pairs, whispering amongst themselves as they prepared to leave. As the crowd dispersed, numerous stewards and attendants busied themselves delivering the auctioned items to their respective owners while guiding everyone to different exits for their safety. Meanwhile, upstairs, Wu Xiu sat in the private room, lost in thought. Although he gained nothing from the auction, he had made an unexpected discovery. He had finally uncovered the identity of the mysterious affluent bidder, Zhou, his former deputy in the military, now a trusted associate in his current role, a man he considered a brother. No wonder Wu Xiu found that voice so familiar. Had it not been for the bear gang leader's provocation, causing Zhou to lose control in his fury, Wu Xiu might never have recognized him. The wealthy figure who bid extravagantly at the auction was, in fact, one of his own subordinates. It is noteworthy that the total amount Wu Xiu had earned from his military service thus far did not even reach 1,000 taels. So how could Zhou, merely a subordinate, possess such wealth? Pondering this, Wu Xiu recalled Li Si, who had perished at his hands. Li Si sought money for gambling and plotted against me. While this explanation suffices, I have always found it puzzling. How could a notorious gambler like him have the means to worship deities and possess secret methods? What audacity he must have had to attempt to kill his superior. However, if one were to replace Li Si with Zhou, it would all make sense. Zhou was a capable man, adept in both the military and his current role, never faltering in his duties. Wu Xiu had always felt confident delegating miscellaneous tasks to him. Even Li Si and the others maintained a good rapport with him, showcasing his adeptness in social interactions. Not to mention, Zhou possessed commendable martial skills. During their training in infantry sword techniques, his progress rivaled Wu Xiu's previous self, and he had never ceased his martial arts practice since then. Had fortune favored him more, the position of a head enforcer might very well have been his. As Wu Xiu contemplated Zhou's past actions, he could not fathom when he had acquired such wealth. Given his role, there was no conceivable way he could have obtained that amount through legitimate means. Moreover, his insistence on purchasing the Wujindan clearly indicated it was not for his own use. Even if he had broken through, he would still be at the muscle refinement level. The Wujindan would be harmful, not beneficial to him. Consuming it would lead to dire consequences. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Xiu murmured, "Then there is only one possibility left. He is bidding on behalf of someone else." Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Wu Xiu's musings. "My lord, the auction has concluded. Do you have any instructions for me?" The steward's voice broke through the silence, and Wu Xiu realized that most people had already left, making the steward's presence understandable. Setting aside his speculations, Wu Xiu regained his composure and opened the door, stating calmly, "I have been feeling weak lately from my training. Please fetch me some blood replenishing Dan." Upon hearing this, the steward replied with a smile, "This is a minor task. Our auction house offers several options for blood replenishing Dan, including blood replenishing Dan, small blood Dan, and large blood Dan. Which would you prefer?" The steward, with a habitual smile, continued, "The blood replenishing Dan is the most affordable at 1 tael each. The small blood Dan costs 5 taels, and the large blood Dan is priced at 10 taels. However, the large blood Dan is typically used by figures of the muscle refinement realm. If you need it, I recommend you try the blood replenishing Dan or the small blood Dan." Wu Xiu had already tried the blood replenishing Dan, and it had proven ineffective for him. After a moment of consideration, he replied, "Then I shall take 20 small blood Dan and 2 large blood Dan, of course. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you shortly." The steward bowed respectfully to Wu Xiu and quickly turned to retrieve the Dan. After approximately half a stick of incense, the steward returned carrying a small wooden box. Noticing Wu Xiu still present, he donned a familiar smile and approached briskly, saying, "My lord, thank you for your patience. The items from today's auction have been quite numerous, causing a slight delay." He then handed over the wooden box, indicating for Wu Xiu to open it. "Please check. These are all authentic Dan from the court, guaranteed quality." Upon opening the box, Wu Xiu found 2 porcelain vials inside. He casually opened one, taking a whiff of the pungent aroma. Lacking expertise in identifying the authenticity, he feigned an inspection for a moment before tucking it into his robe, retrieving the silver to settle the payment. "Everything seems in order. I shall take my leave." "May you walk safely, my lord." The steward beamed with sincerity as he witnessed Wu Xiu depart. This was a profitable transaction, and it warranted a respectful farewell. He bowed and escorted Wu Xiu to the door, only returning once he had seen him off. Chapter 33. In the world of strife, one must expect to be cut down. Exiting the marketplace, Wu Xiu paused at a fork in the alley, his steps faltering. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to tread the path back to the small courtyard. Some matters, once known, must be clarified. As dusk approached, the frigid northern winds ravaged the desolate city, dark clouds gathering ominously on the horizon as if preparing for an impending storm. Wu Xiu adjusted his hat to shield his face, stepping into the shadows of another alley, akin to attending a banquet in the underworld. In the biting winter, the howling winds felt like blades. The Black Bear Gang leader wiped the raindrops from his face, cursing under his breath as he quickened his pace. What wretched weather! It rains incessantly every few days. As the year draws to a close, the days grow darker earlier. It may not yet be night, but it's already difficult to discern the path ahead. What misfortune! I ventured out in this rain to attend that wretched auction. Came away empty-handed, and now I'm drenched like a dog. That damned fool insisted on competing with me for that blood-replenishing Dan. The next time I encounter him, I shall have to eliminate him. The Black Bear Gang leader seethed internally. For a burgeoning leader like him, taking a life was no longer a grave matter. In these times, to thrive in the world, one had to assert dominance, without shedding blood. Who would submit to you? His own rise to power was due to his ruthless hand and steely heart, allowing him to establish a foothold in Song City, a martial artist who neither served in the army, nor relied on affiliations, nor opened a shop to sell his strength. How else could he sustain himself? Thus, aside from these avenues, there existed a simpler path, to harden his heart and switch roles. If he could not earn honest silver, then he would resort to robbing, stealing, and extorting those far weaker than himself. As long as one was not foolish, money was always attainable. The funds he garnered from selling blood-replenishing Dawn were all extracted from the protection fees he extorted from merchants. Initially, not everyone was willing to pay, but those who dared to refuse were promptly dealt with. Broken limbs and shattered shops were often effective persuasion. Within a day or two, those vermin would willingly pay up. Still, the money in his hands was insufficient. He resolved to raise his rates. The next time he encountered that fool, he would show him who the true pauper was. Muttering under his breath, the leader of the Black Bear Gang hurriedly traversed the distance from the auction house to the gang's headquarters. A journey that was no small feat, having already spent nearly half an hour on the road. The dark clouds overhead began to unleash a cold rain, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Still merely at the muscle refinement stage, he had yet to reach the fabled realm of invulnerability to water and fire. The icy raindrops penetrated his collar, akin to cold needles pricking his skin, heightening his irritation. Glancing at the ominous clouds, the Black Bear Gang leader quickened his pace. This wretched weather was ill-suited for him to be drenched like a drowned. It was far more sensible to return and embrace his soft, tender beloved. With enough wealth, he mused, not just his sweetheart, but even a matron would willingly warm his bead. As his towering frame splashed through the puddles, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow flitting past him in a narrow alley, lunging directly towards his face. Startled, the Black Bear Gang leader instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, rolling forward with remarkable agility. The shadow missed its mark, emerging fully from the alley's gloom, a masked figure clad in gray, striking out with claw-like hands towards the still recovering leader. Bang! A figure staggered, retreating several paces before colliding with the wall, finally halting his momentum. What kind of martial arts are you practicing to endure such a blow? A low, measured voice emanated from the darkness. The leader glanced at his own forearm, which bore several varying depths of wounds, hot blood gushing forth like a fountain. Struggling to steady his trembling arm, he looked at the gray figure before him, dread settling in his heart. You too are a practitioner of muscle refinement? When did we become enemies? Pray tell, who might you be? Not only was the figure adept in muscle refinement, but he also seemed to possess a small advantage in cultivation, likely at a minor achievement level. Otherwise, such strength would be unattainable. Alas, while his martial arts were commendable, the masked man was far too verbose. "Do you not wish to make my acquaintance?" the gray figure mocked, stepping forward from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a feral, green light. This damned fool had caused him to expend a few hundred taels of silver unnecessarily. Was it not said that he had the capital to bid over 1,000 taels at the auction? Today, he would make this simpleton compensate for his losses. Of course, the fool's life would also be forfeit. The silver would serve as a token of the other's apology. Struggling to regain his footing, the Black Bear Gang leader recognized the man before him as the mysterious bidder from the auction. Despite his own struggles to rise from humble beginnings, he glared fiercely at the figure, cloaked and lurking in the shadows. "Do we know one another? Or are you too cowardly to reveal your identity? Who I am is of no concern to you. 1,000 taels. This is your ransom for tonight, or face death." The masked figure's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Or perhaps you wish to experience the agony of having your limbs shattered, your skin flayed, and your bones stripped, left to suffer in a state of neither life nor death." The Black Bear Gang leader's expression fluctuated as he clutched his bleeding forearm, weighing the power of both adversaries. The opponent not only possessed a superior martial prowess but also demonstrated commendable skill in combat. If it were a fair fight, he might have been confident enough to survive, but having already been compromised by the opponent's initial strike, he stood at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed his inner resentment, gritting his teeth as he withdrew a pouch from his robe, presenting it to the gray figure. "All here. Today, I admit my folly in underestimating you. I concede." "How astute of you!" The gray figure licked his lips, reaching for the pouch, for over 1,000 taels was a substantial windfall for him. Even after deducting his earlier expenses, he would still profit by several hundred taels. Just as the gray figure's hand brushed against the pouch, a glint of ferocity flashed in the Black Bear Gang leader's eyes as he stepped forward. Boom! The leader's formidable body surged like a cannonball. Closing the distance between them in an instant, he turned sideways, crashing into the gray figure with brutal force. Talk of ransom. Victors alone reap rewards. Who speaks of leaving roots unpooled? Did this fool think him a mere novice? Even if he could not win, he would at least shatter a tooth. "You seek death." The gray figure, incensed, attempted to sidestep the oncoming collision, but he had underestimated the premeditated attack. He was sent flying. Feeling as if a black bear had struck him, his breath knocked from his lungs, hurtling several meters away. Upon landing, his already swollen claws, akin to iron, scraped against the ground to steady himself. With a roar, he summoned his chi to alleviate the numbing pain from the strike, his arms swelling with newfound strength, his massive claws launching an immediate counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. As their fists and claws clashed, the Black Bear Gang leader's injured arm had miraculously ceased bleeding, his arms now brimming with bulging muscles, sinews prominently protruding. While the muscle refinement stage did not allow for a perfect union of internal and external strength, he could still control muscle contractions to some extent. Yet, this method was only a temporary fix, as any movement risked reopening his wounds. Neither combatant relented. Their strikes left gaping holes in the alley walls. Swish! The gray figure's claws swiped through the air, not targeting the leader's vital points, but rather focusing on the already injured forearm. Though the Black Bear Gang leader attempted to conceal his weakness, prolonged defense would lead to inevitable failure, at last. His guard faltered, and the tiger's claw found purchase. With a sickening sound, the sharp claws tore into his arm, eliciting a pained scream from the towering figure as the wound revealed bone beneath. The gray figure's eyes gleamed with a cruel glint, resembling a true beast of prey as he seized the leader's sound arm joint, claws curling inward to dislocate it. His arms hung limply, and he cried out in agony, yet a fierce resolve flashed in his eyes as he defiantly raised his head to ram it against the gray figure's skull in the struggle of martial men. It was a fight to the death. Chapter 34. Misunderstanding, no misunderstanding. Bang! The massive body was propelled against the wall, bouncing back to the ground, motionless. The leader lay supine, his chest visibly caved in, and his arms contorted in a manner that defied human anatomy. Grotesquely twisted behind him in the dim light of the night, the wounds once bound by his robust muscles had finally ceased, warm blood mingling with the icy rain, pooling beneath him to form a small crimson pit. Lightning illuminated the rain-soaked darkness for a fleeting moment before vanishing, revealing the brutal outcome of the clash. As the raindrops fell, it seemed to celebrate its own victory. The gray figure, wearing a grim expression, readjusted his mask. Though he had gained the upper hand, the disparity in strength between the two had not been decisively established, especially since the leader's towering frame and formidable strength had posed a challenge. The leader's final desperate struggle had unsettled him, even knocking off the mask from his face. Yet it mattered little. In this desolate, rain-soaked night, there was no one to witness. Even if his true visage were revealed, the only witness would be the lifeless body of the fool whose heart he had shattered with a single strike. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his chi, the gray figure's massive arms returned to normal, and he approached leisurely, preparing to inspect his spoils. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the dark alley, Wu Xiu finally discerned the answer he sought, with only one last step remaining. Expressionless, he emerged from his concealed position, seizing the moment to advance, twist, and draw his blade in a seamless motion. With fingers tightening around the hilt, he summoned his strength from the waist, unleashing a glimmering arc that sliced through the night air. Aimed at the unsuspecting gray figure's neck, the soldier's blade technique, decapitation, who? There's someone else. The gray figure had not anticipated such swift retribution. Just moments ago, he had been the ambusher, but in the blink of an eye, he had become the unfortunate victim. In a life-or-death moment, his instincts kicked in, and he instinctively raised his claw to shield his neck. But the blade was as swift as lightning, too fast, too fierce. A splash of crimson erupted as a robust arm was cleaved in two, the severed section flying through the night, showering the air with warm blood, as the excruciating pain coursed through his nerves. The gray figure's face, concealed beneath the mask, turned pale and twisted. Having lost an arm in the first encounter, he dared not turn to fight back, only seeking to evade the next onslaught. Ignoring the filthy water mixed with the Black Bear Gang leader's blood, the once lavishly spinding gray figure rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping Wu Xiu's blade attack, scrambling away in a frantic escape. "Who are you?" Leaning against the wall of the narrow alley behind him, the man in gray gritted his teeth, his previously glowing green pupils now tinged with red in the darkness. He could not fathom how, having impulsively set out to assassinate the leader of the Black Bear Gang, he had become the mantis capturing the cicada, only to find that a yellow sparrow awaited him. Pressing down on the wound on his arm, his face turned as pale as paper, and the pride he felt in slaying the Black Bear Gang leader was extinguished. Clad in a straw hat and wielding a goose-feather knife, Wu Xiu remained silent, his footsteps echoing in the cold rain as he approached, each step tightening the grip of dread in the heart of the gray-clad man. Indeed, he had many questions to pose tonight, but not under these circumstances. Seeing his assailant silent and enduring the intense pain in his arm, the man in gray once again summoned the remaining blood energy he had expended throughout the night. His intact arm transformed into a fearsome claw resembling that of a tiger, his figure hunched like a wild beast. With a low growl, he roared into the rainy night, reminiscent of a tiger's roar. "Do you really think I fear you?" Before Wu Xiu could advance, the man in gray had already crouched low, his legs bent, and charged recklessly towards him. Wu Xiu, without uttering a word, coldly drew his knife, his form shifting with ghostly agility as he struck with a single, unadorned blow, swift and ruthless. This was the essence of the foot soldier knife technique. In the chaos of battle, there was no need for elaborate or graceful maneuvers, only the quickest and simplest methods to dispatch the enemy before him. Thus, this technique consisted of only 3 moves: crossing the river, decapitation, and blood slaughter. The final move, blood slaughter, was said to unleash its true power only after mastering the art of the blade. The foot soldier knife technique. As the man in gray moved with the grace of a tiger, he suddenly recognized Wu Xiu's killing intent. Despite the ferocity of the attack, he could not fail to identify the technique. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Who are you?" His tiger-like claw, now as solid as steel, clashed with the knife's edge without yielding. Recognizing the technique, The man instinctively glanced at the long knife that met his claw. Its length, resembling that of a goose feather, was unique to only one individual within Song City. The pupils of the man in gray constricted as he realized the true identity of the figure before him. And he could not help but scream, "It's a goose feather knife. You are Wu Xiu. How could you possibly be Wu Xiu? Your grandfather!" Wu Xiu howled as he stepped forward, his muscular arm rippling with power. Unleashing his knife like a dragon, heedless of the tiger claw nearly grasping his heart, he aimed a direct strike at the gray man's neck, no longer concealing his intentions. Faced with Wu Xiu's reckless exchange of injury for injury, the man's expression turned cold. Although he could not comprehend how Wu Xiu had honed the foot soldier knife technique to such ferocity, he believed that even if he were to be struck, it would only result in severe injury, while his claw could claim the life of his opponent. Without evading the goose feather knife, a faint glow suddenly emanated from the man's forehead, revealing a delicate yellow mark. The once smooth skin sprouted fine fur, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he did not flinch or evade, instead using his forehead to block the blade while reaching for Wu Xiu's heart with his claw. His altered body had already undergone slow transformation, and the mark on his forehead bestowed him with the might of the Mountain Lord. How could an ordinary blade harm him? It was merely a test of endurance. The tiger claw and the knife struck their respective targets almost simultaneously. The claw easily tore through the man's cloak, his eyes filled with ruthless delight. Having perfected this pair of claws, he found them no less formidable than any weapon. The claws, more controllable than a sword, would genuinely imprint upon the heart. Not even a skin-deep wound could survive the assault. Even the leader of the Black Bear gang, of equal standing, had perished from a single strike. Yet, the momentary satisfaction in his gaze quickly faded, replaced by overwhelming shocked in that fleeting instant when he felt the warmth of his opponent's body. A flash of crimson blade light struck first, severing the air with a speed that outpaced his claw. Although the knife had arrived a fraction sooner, the man should not have been alarmed because he had the Mountain Lord's mark as his final defense to protect his head. However, the anticipated scene of the mark blocking the blade never materialized. Instead, the glow merely stalled the blood-red blade for an instant before it cleaved through. "This is impossible." The man's face changed dramatically, losing all semblance of composure. The blood-tinged goose-feather knife, filled with deadly intent, fell from above, striking precisely at the center of the mark on his forehead. Blood slaughter, boom. It was as if a copper bell tolled in his ears. In an instant, the remaining vitality was shattered, and the Mountain Lord's mark was severed. The blade struck true, tearing flesh and breaking through the hardened, altered skull, transmitting immense force throughout his entire body. "Ah!" A cry of excruciating pain barely escaped his lips as a wave of dizziness enveloped him. The strike sent the man, no longer resembling a human, crashing to the ground. His furry head was violently thrown back, akin to a wild beast colliding with the wall behind him, leaving an indentation before slowly falling. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he felt the chilling grip of death closing in desperation. He collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Spare me, spare me. I am Zhou. This is a misunderstanding." Wu Xiu, wielding the goose feather knife, approached indifferently, driving the claw-like arm into the ground, then kicking away the gray mask covering the man's face. "Rest assured, there is no misunderstanding. Zhang Zichud it has indeed been a long time." Chapter 35. Worshipping the Mountain Lord. Since worshipping the Mountain Lord, Zhang Zhu had not felt such intense pain in a long while. Blessed by the Mountain Lord, his body was impervious to harsh weather and possessed extraordinary resilience. Martial arts that once required years of arduous training could now be executed nearly flawlessly after just a single attempt. Yet, every advantage bore its disadvantages. The altered body, imbued with immense vitality, allowed Zhang Zhu to survive such grievous injuries. Yet it also heightened his awareness of his fractured state, rendering him unable to faint from pain, forced to endure the relentless agony. This only intensified his desire to cling to life, despite losing an arm and sustaining severe injuries. As long as he survived, there remained a glimmer of hope. "Head, did we not see each other just a few days ago?" Zhang Zhu, his face contorted in pain, struggled to muster a harmless smile. Before Wu Xiao could inquire further, he quickly defended his presence that night. The leader of the Black Bear gang has committed numerous atrocities, with the common folk repeatedly reporting his tyrannical behavior. I intended to launch a covert attack tonight, but inadvertently crossed paths with you. Head, I acted impulsively and nearly harmed you. If given the chance, I will host a grand banquet to apologize. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Wu Xiao calmly retrieved a few small blood pills from his pocket. Swallowing 2 of them, he sensed his vitality gradually replenishing, a result of the blood sacrifice unleashed earlier. The blood slaughter technique, while formidable, exacted a hefty toll on his energy. The crimson blade had nearly drained the vitality from his limbs. Even at his peak, he could manage only 3 strikes before succumbing to exhaustion. Otherwise, how could he have so effortlessly breached that mysterious mark? Noticing Zhang Zhu still babbling in an attempt to plead for mercy, Wu Xiao's expression remained placid as he stepped down on the man's chest. A moment of impulse, a misunderstanding, an invitation to drink and apologize. Having lost an arm and been reduced to a half-crippled state, only now did he grasp the gravity of the situation, pressing down on the knife that pinned Zhang Zhu's arm. Wu Xiao looked at the creature before him, part beast, part man, neither fully human nor entirely beast, and spoke. So you are the same Zhang Zhu I met a few days ago. What a transformation in such a short time. With claws, fur, and green pupils. Are you a man? A demon? Damn it. Had you not lost an arm first, today? It remains uncertain who shall prevail. Zhang Zhu's face contorted with pain, the fur on his skin quivering. He weakly raised his head to explain, My lord, you jest. This is a martial art I have been learning recently. I haven't mastered it yet, which led to these side effects. Please do not mock me. I am human, of course. With a swift kick, Wu Xiao struck away the leg that had risen behind Zhang Zhu. He pressed down hard on the goose-feather knife, securely pinning the man's arm, and twisted it with force, reopening the already bleeding wound. The agonizing pain drove Zhang Zhu to let out a howl. Wu Xiao, I bear you no grudge. Do you not fear that such torment will chill the hearts of your brothers? Boom! In the vast expanse of the heavens, cold rain descended like icy needles, while thunder and lightning roared relentlessly amidst the tempest. The torrential droplets pelted down with a sharp crack, causing the skin of those below to instinctively tighten. Wu Xiao's conical hat had long since fallen off during the struggle, leaving him drenched in the frigid downpour, with water cascading down his cheeks. Having perfected his skin refining technique and acquired the copper skin talent, he no longer feared the elements as he once did a month ago, when he was still a weaker version of himself, concerned about the chill of the wind. It is only when one stands at death's door that they become defiant. Since you refuse to acknowledge your fate, let me offer you a hint. Li Si's worship of the deity, the substitution of my medicinal herbs, the midnight assassination, and the extravagant spending at the auction. Your grotesque semblance, Zhang Zhu, reveals far too much. I have treated you with fairness. Why then do you wish to take my life? Wu Xiao's gaze turned icy, fixating on the pallid figure amidst the murky waters. Looking down upon the hand that grasped the Yinling blade, the murderous intent within him felt as pervasive and chilling as the rain, permeating the very air around him. He possessed no concrete evidence to substantiate that these deeds were orchestrated by Zhang Zhu. It was merely a conjecture that the instigator behind Li Si was indeed Zhang Zhu. Even the death of his previous incarnation in the dead of night could not be extricated from Zhang Zhu's influence. Yet, such speculation did not deter him from attempting to draw out Zhang Zhu, for even if the latter remained obstinately silent, it mattered little. The ultimate outcome would simply be his demise. After a brief silence, the false smile on Zhang Zhu's face slowly dissipated, replaced by a look of genuine malice. With a piercing glare directed at Wu Xiao, he exclaimed vehemently, Treated you with fairness? I only regret not thoroughly checking whether you, this worthless fool, were truly dead that fateful night. Had I known it would come to this, I should have severed your head in one swift stroke, ensuring no future troubles arose. Gritting his teeth, he raised his eyes in fury towards the elevated Wu Xiao, his pent-up rage threatening to burst forth. Wu Xiao, do you truly believe that calling you boss elevates you above me? In terms of martial prowess, ability, and talent. What have I to be envious of? Why must I serve beneath you? In the military, I grasped the art of blade wielding far quicker than you, and on the battlefield, I have slain more foes. My mastery of martial arts has surpassed yours. It is only because you stumbled upon a stroke of fortune and claimed a head that you now hold the position of commander. Do you not realize which position was rightfully mine? Mine. I expended all my savings from military pay, offering countless tributes to that vampire lieutenant, waiting for a vacancy to arise, only to have it bestowed upon you. I am forced to serve as your subordinate. Even upon reaching the yamen, I am still bound to your service. Is this fair? Is this just? Do you know what crosses my mind each time I see you? I think of how you, the usurper of all that was rightfully mine, have yet to perish. That bastard who took my money claimed it was fate, but I refused to accept it, since fate allowed you to seize every treasure that belonged to me. I shall kill you. Are you not curious about the origins of that fool Lycée's idol? It was I who bestowed it upon him. I retrieved it from the nearby corpse of the heavily injured deity-worshipping general. You collected the head, and I arrived just a moment too late, seizing the idol and the scriptures of the worship rituals. However, I did not pay homage to that White Lotus matron. Coincidentally, that gambling wretch Lycée was in dire need of funds. All I had to do was drop the items along the path, hinting here and there. You amassed a fortune in the military, and this gambling addict, when consumed by his vice, would wager everything, even his own mother, on the gaming table. Thus, I provided him with the worship rituals, and he could not resist. Within days, he began to worship the idol himself. Regrettably, this coward lacked the courage to kill you, forcing me to take matters into my own hands. As for the transformations I have undergone, Zhou, seemingly having abandoned all struggle, turned his head, and the grotesque features on his face became even more pronounced. His canine teeth began to protrude forward, revealing dark fur sprouting from his skin. While his visage morphed towards that of a beast at that moment, he appeared entirely oblivious to his metamorphosis, instead sneering, "This is the divine seed bestowed upon me by Lord Mountain Lord. You could never fathom the wonders that accompany this gift. With this form, I shall live for 500 years, my flesh capable of shattering stone and jade. Even if you kill me today, what of it? The Mountain Lord shall protect my soul, and when the mountain flowers bloom once more, I will be reborn upon the sacred mountain. I am immortal, and you shall not escape. Should you slay me, the Mountain Lord's mark shall be stamped upon you. When the Mountain Lord's kin besiege Qingsong City, you will suffer the torment of being devoured by 100 beasts, unable to live or die." As Wu Xiu beheld the grotesque transformation of Zhou, whose very bones seemed to be reshaping, he paid little heed to the threats of the mark. After all, he possessed the scroll, even if marked. He could potentially refine it, much like that White Lotus matron, perhaps even profiting from the endeavor. He was far more intrigued by Zhou's boastful claim of conquering Qingsong City, especially considering he was merely at the muscle training level. The reason for auctioning the Wujindan today could not possibly be merely for preparations ahead. Conquering Qingsong City, what audacity! Could it be that the Mountain Lord you speak of is that tiger demon lurking outside the city? Thus, what you purchased at the auction was intended as an offering to that beast. But where did you acquire such wealth to afford all this? Observing Wu Xiu's rapid-fire inquiries, Zhou, with his already green-tinged eyes narrowed, appeared all too willing to divulge, responding eagerly, "Ha ha, do you think I am alone in this? Many within Qingsong City are followers of the Mountain Lord. That Wujindan and the Fire Flow Blade were procured at the behest of these followers. Only the blood-revitalizing pill was purchased by me as for the identity of the individual behind me, you wish to know." Zhou's voice grew increasingly faint, as if he were on the brink of death, prompting Wu Xiu to lean closer to catch his words. Suddenly, Zhou's narrowed eyes burst open, his already green pupils transforming into the slitted gaze of a beast as he roared in a combination of animalistic howl and human speech. "Die! Why are you so eager to meet your end?" In an instant, his right hand, which had never left the hilt of his blade, was raised, and a calm voice accompanied by the chilling glint of the blade descended, severing the grotesque, beastly head that had once been Zhou. With a dull thud, the head, wide-eyed with rage, fell into the murky waters in the pitch-black rain-soaked night. The icy raindrops washed away the warm blood from his neck. Flowing like a spring, meanwhile, the tiger tail that had sprouted from Zhou's body, unbeknownst to him, abruptly grew still, twitching a few times before falling silent. Shaking his head, Wuxiu regarded the unblinking head with indifference, remarking coldly, "Has becoming a beast rendered your mind dull? With such a guise, are you not compelling me to hasten your demise?" Chapter 36. Tiger's Sack. The cold night rain fell heavily, and Wuxiu shook the blood from his blade, casting away both blood and rain. Beneath his feet lay the deformed corpse, the pale head resembling that of a tiger. Not far away, a tall body had grown cold. It was over. At long last. A vendetta had reached its conclusion. Wuxiu exhaled a plume of vapor, silently calming the tumult within his body, restoring his formerly bronze skin to its natural hue. Simultaneously, the aches from the battle surged forth, especially in his chest, where he had been struck by Zhou's claw. He could distinctly feel the stagnation of his qi and blood. Ripping open the tattered fabric of his shirt, he revealed a dark bruise in the shape of a claw mark. Stark against the restored color of his chest, he had braced himself against Zhou's strike, seemingly faster in dispatching him. However, the disparity in their realms remained undeniable. A martial artist at the muscle training level could indeed uproot an ox's tail, and shattering a heart with bare hands was hardly beyond their capabilities. Though that claw had not fully landed, it had nonetheless sent his qi and blood surging, displacing his internal organs. In retrospect, had Wuxiu not perfected the copper sand body refinement technique and acquired the copper skin talent, coupled with the dual enhancement of his skin refining, he might have been slain by that single claw. Of course, it was equally vital that he had preemptively severed one of Zhou's arms. Indeed, in a life-or-death struggle, one must employ every means at their disposal. If a weapon is available, one must wield it. And if an opportunity for a sneak attack presents itself, one should never engage in a frontal confrontation. The trials of survival are not solely a test of martial skill, but encompass other crucial factors as well. After allowing his thoughts to wander for a moment, Wuxiu popped 2 small blood pills into his mouth, waiting for his strength to return before commencing the most critical task of the night, cleaning up the battlefield and tallying his gains. The act of killing and looting has been a time-honored tradition throughout history. Given that it was already midnight, Wuxiu took his time, meticulously examining the scene. This was no pauper like Li Si. One could not compare the corpse of a spendthrift with that of a destitute gambler. The fierce winds and torrential rains, coupled with the bone-chilling cold and the flashes of lightning, made for such inclement weather that even the gate guards sought refuge within the city, sipping on cheap liquor to keep warm. Only Wuxiu, donning his conical hat once more, eagerly embarked upon this unique treasure hunt of the night, having spent lavishly on the Fireflow blade and Jindan. How could he possibly squander the thousands of taels of silver in his possession? Grasping the Yinling blade, he deftly sliced through Zhou's gray attire. After a moment of searching back and forth, it was peculiar that Wuxiu found nothing at all, not a single coin, let alone the black gold pill or the Fireflow blade. The only item was a gray-brown bag affixed to the waist. Almost blending seamlessly with the gray clothing, yet it felt remarkably heavy. Had Wuxiu not been meticulous, he might have easily overlooked it. Could it be that the money and items were hidden elsewhere? In this cursed weather, where could he possibly search? Wuxiu grimaced, yet his hands continued their work. Since there was a bag, and it was so heavy, it surely concealed gold and silver within. There had to be a profit to be made. He promptly opened the mouth of the gray-brown bag and reached inside. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The hand that had ventured and hesitated, instinctively probing deeper in the dim rain-soaked night. Wuxiu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the gray bag in his grasp. From the outside, it appeared no larger than a forearm, yet it had entirely swallowed his arm whole. His hand could not find the bottom of this extraordinary gray-brown bag, feeling instead an empty space within, where he could grasp a blade and some pieces of gold and silver, a treasure found. Not wishing to continue his search, Wuxiu withdrew his arm and cautiously concealed the bag within his cloak. There was no need to look further. This bag was undoubtedly wondrous. and Zhou must have stored everything inside. No wonder his person was as clean as the notorious gambler Li Si. However, this unassuming bag bore a striking resemblance to the cosmic bags from novels of his past life. Zhou was indeed a good man. Not only had he gifted money, blades, and pills, but he had also bestowed upon him a spatial artifact. Oh, how could he almost forget? He had also given him a life. Such courtesy could only warrant forgiveness. In his astonishment, Wu Xiu refrained from further experimentation. Although the origin of this bag remained unknown, neither he nor his past self had ever encountered such a miraculous item. Its value was self-evident. Ignoring the headless corpse on the ground, Wu Xiu turned his attention to the body of the Black Bear Gang's leader. This was yet another fat fish. One who dared to haggle with Zhou must certainly possess something of worth. After a thorough search, he found, strapped to the waist and tucked within the cloak, 30 taels of gold and several large coins. He also uncovered a manual titled 80 Extreme Strength and another called Bear Posture Skill, both crafted from fine chinian paper that was waterproof and remained intact despite the chaos of battle. Yet, in this day and age, was there truly someone who carried martial arts manuals on their person? Shaking his head, Wu Xiu pondered. A gang leader like the Black Bear Gang's chief, while appearing formidable, was in a rather precarious position. Above him loomed the Black Tiger Gang and the Iron Line Guild, and even if he wished to expand his influence, he would undoubtedly face suppression from both openly and covertly. After all, the resources available within Qingsong City were limited. If one faction consumed more, another would inevitably consume less. This stalemate between the two major powers meant that if one were to dominate, the existence of smaller factions would be threatened. Moreover, the loyalty of such minor gangs was often quite low. Even among their own subordinates, the only leverage was the martial arts manuals and brute force. Thus, apart from themselves, they likely trusted no one else, making it improbable for them to keep their most valuable manuals within their headquarters. Before they could be stolen, their own lackeys might very well pilfer them and flee. Therefore, rather than testing the integrity of those unworthy of such a trial, it was far more prudent to store them close at hand. Well, he mused, it was all essentially a windfall, a gain. He placed the manuals into the gray-brown bag and, along with the gold and silver he had collected, secured them within. Patiently finishing his examination of the corpses, he felt he had gleaned all possible profits. Wu Xiu sensed he was growing increasingly composed. After having dispatched the gambler Li Si, even during the raid, he had been in a frenzied hurry, but now he had grown accustomed to it. Finally, he wrapped Zhangzhu's head in the gray clothing, opting not to place it in the bag, but rather to carry it in hand. He adjusted the conical hat atop his head, donned his tattered cloak, and turned to leave, by the time he returned to the small courtyard. It was already the hour of the tiger. The dark clouds had dissipated, and the wind had ceased, leaving the rain behind. The faint light of dawn mingled with a few solitary stars in the sky. Wu Xiu removed his tattered cloak and changed out of his soaked garments. Dressed in newly purchased attire, he settled onto the dilapidated bed, leaning against the wall, and retrieved the gray-brown bag from within his cloak. Previously shrouded in darkness, he now had the opportunity to examine this wondrous bag closely. Its exterior bore patterns resembling cloud motifs in hues of gray-brown, and its overall size appeared only sufficient to hold a human head. Merely from its appearance, no one would suspect that it contained an entire universe within. Given Zhangzhu's prowess, he surely lacked the qualifications to possess such an object. The only possibility was that this treasure had come from his benefactor or the mountain lord he spoke of. Yet, Wu Xiu pondered whether this item might harbor any hidden dangers. When faced with uncertainty, he would consult the scroll. He now approached such mystical items with a healthy dose of caution, believing the safest course of action was to activate the scroll. Even if there were no issues, it would yield corresponding information. An encyclopedia of the high martial world, in essence. With a thought, the scroll, radiating golden light, unfurled before his eyes, an ancient script quickly formed. Tiger Sack. It read forged from the stomach of a blood-related tiger demon. It can contain 3 cubic meters of items, but it does not reduce the weight within to maintain its usage. One must pour a pound of fresh blood every 10 days. Discovering items from the tiger sack grants 60 increments of dragon tiger energy, so it was a tiger demon stomach. They say tigers do not eat their young, and indeed, it was crafted from a blood relative's organ, truly a demonic artifact. However, while the quality of the broken incense burner was white and the divine refining mark green, this tiger sack was red. Could it be that different items possess varying qualities? Wu Xiu toyed with the tiger sack, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it, almost as if it were alive. Without considering the option of refining it for dragon tiger energy, he thought carefully. Although dragon tiger energy was precious, there were other means to acquire it. This tiger sack, however, was something he had never even heard of before. Rather than consuming it all at once for dragon tiger energy, it would be wiser to keep it as a spatial item. After all, he was currently alone, and this tiger sack would be perfect for storing many inconvenient items, especially now that his fortunes had improved from his previous state of utter poverty. It was essential to manage his wealth properly. Otherwise, if a petty thief were to come by and make off with his belongings, he would truly be left with nothing but tears. With that thought in mind, Wu Xiu no longer hesitated. He emptied the contents of the tiger sack and began to meticulously count them. Aside from the Black Bear Gang leader's 80 extreme strength, bear posture skill, and various gold and silver, the rest were items that Zhou had placed inside the tiger sack. There was the fire flow blade, a black gold pill, a vial of the blood vitality pill that Wu Xiu had sold previously, a poor quality knife used by Zhou, and a total of 800 taels of gold and silver remaining. Finally, there was a book similar to the one previously owned by Li Si, titled Scripture of the Tiger God Descending, whose content bore a close resemblance to the earlier White Lotus True Scripture. The only difference being that the depicted deity was a fearsome half-human, half-tiger figure rather than the hunched old crone. Lacking any desire to experiment, the mere thought of Zhou's grotesquely warped visage extinguished Wu Xiu's inclination to explore these items further. He ignited the manual and cast it into the brazier, reducing it to ashes. Having dealt with Zhou's final gift, Wu Xiu opened the two manuals from the Black Bear Gang leader and skimmed through them. 80 Extreme Strength was an offensive technique, while Bear Posture skill focused on skin conditioning and blood energy cultivation, both adhering to a path of raw power. From Wu Xiu's perspective, their quality was commendable. Certainly superior to his own Fengtsuan step, Dai in particular. The intricate methods of blood energy circulation within 80 Extreme Strength appeared complex, even overwhelming to behold. In this world, martial arts were classified, according to Lu Yuan, into two categories: offensive techniques, which were skills, and cultivation techniques, which were foundational. Without a foundation in cultivation techniques, no matter how fierce or sophisticated the skills were, they would remain mere castles in the air. Cultivation techniques could further be divided into two types, one for physical conditioning and the other for nurturing blood energy. Sometimes, these two were indeed intertwined. For instance, the copper sand body refining method served both as a harding practice and a technique for blood energy cultivation. Offensive techniques, on the other hand, encompassed a wide range of methods: swords, fists, feet, and all manner of weaponry, solely focused on combat and killing, demanding ferocity and ruthlessness. Among them, the military techniques are particularly fierce, designed solely for the purpose of slaying foes, thus distinguishing the strong from the weak and determining life from death. However, upon examining the Zhuanggong, Wu Xiu found that, although the methods for refining the skin and training the muscles were comprehensive, they were comparable to the Mangyojin he had previously seen at the auction house in the skin refining stage. It involved imitating the bear's impact against trees to cultivate vitality and refine the skin. In the muscle training stage, it resembled the Mangyojin, employing stances and punches to strengthen the muscles and increase power. Yet, one notable deficiency was the absence of corresponding medicinal formulas, leaving Wu Xiu uncertain whether they were intentionally destroyed or inherently incomplete. This alone caused its value to plummet. Previously, during the auction, after Zhou's deliberate bidding, the auction house had conducted an asset assessment, estimating its worth to exceed 1,000 taels of silver. However, upon examining the corpse, he discovered that the total amount of gold and silver on the body did not exceed 1,000 taels, suggesting that the manuals on him had been used as collateral. It appeared that the auction house valued these two manuals at nearly 1,000 taels. Certainly, the Zhuanggong was not among the valuable items, for after reviewing its training methods, Wu Xiu deemed it a common technique. Conversely, The Baji gene contained formidable moves and methods for circulating vital energy, which Wu Xiu found daunting. He struggled to complete even a single set of moves. After persisting for one-third of the routine, he was drenched in sweat, and the vitality he had just restored dissipated entirely. Even his previously robust bones groaned in agony. Although these techniques were forceful, they were not particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in the accompanying methods of vital energy circulation. Many techniques blatantly defied the natural laws of the human body, often causing one's own vitality to disrupt the execution of the moves before they could even be completed. Even if one could endure, a mere few movements would severely deplete the internal vitality. It should be noted that, with his current copper skin talent, whether practicing the Buji Dao or Feng Siyuanbu, he could train effortlessly for an entire day. With his physique, even in a contest against Zhou, who was at the muscle training stage, he would not fall behind. Yet, he was unable to endure even a rudimentary practice session. Chapter 37. My strength can reach the 8 extremes. Wu Xiu furrowed his brow, subconsciously realizing something was amiss with the Baji gene. It was not that the technique was flawed, but rather that its difficulty was unprecedented in his martial arts journey, even with the memories of his former life. He had never encountered a technique so challenging that he could not complete even a simple punch. Without hesitation, he unfurled the scroll. I must see for myself what peculiarities this martial art possesses. Ancient characters, flowing like water, gradually formed before Wu Xiu. Baji gene. Incomplete practice strength through punches, generating power from the heels, flowing through the waist, reaching the fingertips. Only those with exceptional bone structure may enter. Advancement route. Not yet initiated. 010. The circulation of vital energy is one with the punching technique. Using specially crafted medicinal pills can expedite progress. It can be enhanced, requiring 15 moments of Long Hu Qi. Shall it be upgraded to initiation? 15 moments. It took me only 20 moments of Long Hu Qi to progress from completion to perfection of my copper skin talent. Yet this Baji gene demands 15 moments just for initiation. Where could a mere black bear gang leader procure such a high-level martial art? Out of curiosity, Wu Xiu meticulously examined the manual again. The Baji gene is a combat style, primarily focused on punching stances, but it places greater emphasis on the use of force and the circulation of vital energy. The opening line states, "Beyond the 9 provinces lies the 8 tigers. Beyond the 8 tigers lies the 8 meridians. Beyond the 8 meridians lies the 8 extremes. My strength can reach the 8 extremes." Following this are comprehensive outlines of the techniques. Utilizing the head and feet as the universe, the shoulders, knees, elbows, and hips as the 4 corners. The arms are positioned oppositely, with the dantian at the center. Directing intention leads the energy, and energy drives the force. The 3 plates and 6 points unite within and without, creating a magnificent momentum. Power emanates from all directions, and the whole body becomes an eye, every part a hand. Movement transforms, transformation becomes fluid, and fluidity becomes spiritual. Its wonders are boundless. The thick manual, aside from its densely packed characters, also includes illustrations of vital energy and the human body, providing extensive detail. The only unfortunate aspect is that the latter half is abruptly interrupted. Normally, this technique should encompass 8 sets of moves, representing 8 types of strength, yet he only possesses 4 names of the remaining techniques. Indeed, this martial art is incomplete as recorded in the scroll, containing only the first half of the techniques, with the corresponding medicinal formulas mentioned in the scroll also absent. However, even this incomplete Baji gene is sufficient for my training. The lack of medicinal aids merely slows progress, and it is not impossible to continue practicing. Yet, the scroll claims that only those with exceptional bone structure may enter. Does this imply that there are innate requirements for physical talent? Undeterred, he resumed practicing the punching stance, eager to determine if he could complete a full set of techniques on his own. Of course, not the complete set of moves, but rather the practice of the first type of strength. Stepping out into the small courtyard, Wu Xiu gritted his teeth and tossed a large blood pill he had purchased yesterday into his mouth. Although this pill was said to be for those at the bone refining stage, Wu Xiu felt confident he could give it a try with his current physique. Whether he would succeed or not was secondary. He needed to at least withstand the consumption of vital energy. The sky was already brightening. Inhale, exhale, with fingers together, the thumb pressed against the second joint of the index finger, forming a fist. Wu Xiao steadied his breathing. Following the vital energy circulation method recorded in the manual, channeling the vitality circulating throughout his body after refining his skin. The great circulation of vital energy spread throughout his entire being. A single flow could mobilize more energy, restore vitality more rapidly, and enhance endurance. With his current physique, even wielding a heavy axe, he could practice for an hour without difficulty. His feet were planted slightly wider than shoulder width, toes inward, knees bent in a half squat, centering his weight between his feet, ensuring his toes did not extend past his knees. While maintaining a rounded stance and relaxed shoulders, he raised his fists and moved, allowing the vital energy to flow from his feet, generating power along his spine. Punching, elbow strikes, knee lifts, and grappling. Under the Ba Ji Jin, it felt as though his entire being had transformed into a weapon, each joint serving as a line of defense for attack. With the sound of heavy punches slicing through the air, the internal consumption of vital energy intensified. The large blood pill he had just swallowed was continuously replenishing his energy. Yet the potency of the pill, meant to enhance vitality, was barely keeping pace with the terrifying drain. The Ba Ji Jin comprises 8 styles of punches, each fierce and dominant. The sound of punches echoing like thunder reverberated throughout the small courtyard. As he stepped forward, it felt as if he wielded a 100-pound iron spear, with muscles in his arms constantly quivering. Wu Xiao did not relent. Twisting his waist, he unleashed his strength, as if a great mountain pressed upon him, causing his bones to emit cracking sounds, as if they could not bear the weight. Yet he persisted, clenching his jaw, veins bulging like snakes along his neck. In the courtyard, Wu Xiao, drenched in sweat, glared fiercely. And with a roar, he swung his fist forward. Unconsciously utilizing his copper skin talent, his fist shimmered with a bronze glow, and he struck a tree in the courtyard that still bore a few withered leaves. The tree, as thick as an adult's arm, shuddered, and the remaining leaves fell like leaves in a tempest. Wisps of white sweat vapor rose around him, as if the heat had evaporated the moisture. After delivering that final punch, Wu Xiao felt his body drain of strength. Nearly losing his balance, he gasped, expelling the stagnant air from his lungs. His body, already soaked with sweat, was now drenched, and the forced circulation of vital energy left his muscles aching. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a small blood pill and tossed it into his mouth, glancing at the jujube tree before him. He saw a clear fist imprint engraved in the tree, as if carved by a knife. Ba Ji Jin. Incomplete practice strength through punches, generating power from the heels, flowing through the waist, reaching the fingertips. Only those with exceptional bone structure may enter. Currently at initiation. Once mastered, it possesses the strength to shatter gold and jade. Advancement route. Initiation, 110. The circulation of vital energy is one with the punching technique. 10 repetitions may lead to initiation. It can be enhanced. Requiring 30 moments of long Hu Qi. Shall it be upgraded to minor success? Ba Ji Jin, initiation, vital energy surging. Within Wu Xiao's body, sounds resembling joints deforming and stretching echoed. His already defined muscles visibly swelled and contracted at an observable speed. During this transformation, Wu Xiao even felt the elasticity of his muscles tightening. After a brief moment, the intense changes gradually subsided. Testing his punches against the air, a seemingly ordinary punch emitted a sound akin to a hammer striking an anvil as it sliced through the air. What level of martial art is this Ba Ji Jin, that such visible transformations occur merely upon initiation? The first type of strength, capable of shattering gold and jade, and I have yet to achieve full mastery. I can already feel my strength has increased by at least 10%. If this rate of growth continues, once I break through to minor success, will my power rival that of a perfected muscle training warrior? Overwhelmed with excitement, Wu Xiao could hardly contain himself and eagerly attempted another round. Eager to see if the wondrous effects would repeat, as his feet firmly rooted themselves to the ground, he swung his right fist, only to be abruptly seized by excruciating pain throughout his body. With a muffled grunt, he hastily ceased his practice of the fist form. Chapter 38. root, and physique, he could sense that although he had forcibly completed a round of the 8 Extremes fist, his body was at its limits, with every sinew and bone stretched to the breaking point. Even with ample vitality coursing through him, his physique would not permit him to forcefully finish the form again. Habitually tossing a small blood elixir into his mouth, Wu Xiu gradually began to move his body, attentively noting the aches and pains throughout. The 8 Extremes fist not only enhances strength, but seems to simultaneously compel the transformation of the body's sinews and bones, ultimately rendering the practitioner's physique more suited to this martial art. However, if it can indeed alter one's root, then there must exist individuals naturally endowed with physiques capable of adapting to this art. Could this be the reason the scroll states that only those with exceptional roots may enter its practice? Upon returning indoors, Wu Xiu changed out of his sweat-soaked garments, as the small blood elixir took effect. The soreness throughout his body eased considerably with the flow of his vitality. He had a nagging intuition that had he not acquired the copper skin talent while honing his skin refinement, he might have faced failure today, as the lack of dermal resilience could have resulted in a violent backlash from his own vitality. Perhaps this was also why the previous master of the Black Bear Gang had never mastered this technique. Not only was his physique insufficient, but the practice itself was exceedingly difficult. Without the proper elixirs, even with Wu Xiu's current physique, it would be unbearable. Otherwise, had the Black Bear Gang's leader truly mastered this martial art, the first to collapse that fateful night would likely have been Zhou, the good fortune boy. While deep in thought, Wu Xiu retrieved a blood-replenishing elixir from his tiger pouch, a remedy perfect for mending hidden injuries and mitigating bodily wear. Little did he expect that a bottle of blood-replenishing elixirs would eventually find its way back into his hands through a series of fortunate coincidences. His mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Wu Xiu leaned against the wall, taking a cloth from the bedside to meticulously wipe down the blade of the goose-feather knife he had used the previous night. Meanwhile, he began to organize his priorities in martial arts following this recent acquisition of spoils. Undoubtedly, the 8 Extremes fist among all his martial skills stood at the pinnacle, not quite a legendary technique, but certainly of superior quality. From this day forth, his focus would be on practicing this art. However, the vitality and physical toll it demanded were truly daunting. Even with his skin refinement talent, once a day was already his limit, compounded by the recovery period needed for his body. To reach a minor mastery would take at least another 10 days. Furthermore, his stock of blood-replenishing elixirs had dwindled to nothing, and if he wished to continue practicing, he would have to resort to consuming large blood elixirs, though he still possessed sufficient silver for the moment. This was a long-term endeavor, and he needed to devise ways to acquire more. Another avenue lay in enhancing his vitality with the Dragon Tiger Chi, yet the consumption required for the 8 Extremes fist was exorbitant. To progress from entry-level to minor mastery necessitated 30 units of Dragon Tiger Chi. One could only imagine the vast amount needed for ultimate completion. After pondering for a while, Wu Xiu unfurled his scroll, the ancient script emerging vividly before his eyes. Name: Wu Xiu Divine Ability, Copper Skin, White, Martial Arts, Foot Soldier Blade Technique, Great Mastery, Copper Sand Body Refinement Technique, Perfection, Inch Step, Proficient, Bear Stance, Not Yet Initiated, Python Swallowing Technique, Not Yet Initiated, Dragon Tiger Chi. 32 units. Should I expend Dragon Tiger Chi to enhance? It is not a trivial matter. The source of Dragon Tiger Chi is inherently limited, and he would not utilize these 32 units unless absolutely necessary, intending to reserve them for a final breakthrough to the perfected realm. Through his diligent practice day and night, he had managed to achieve considerable progress in many martial arts. His focus shifted to the martial arts section at the bottom. Python Swallowing Technique. Observe the python as oneself. Devour Heaven and Earth Advancement Path. Not Yet Initiated, 0-10. Feed on the blood and flesh of demons. 1 pound per day. 10 days required to initiate. Enhancement requires 10 units of Dragon Tiger Chi. Should I enhance to initiation? He nearly forgot about the Python Swallowing Technique. He recalled Lu Yuan mentioning that it could enhance vitality, although he currently lacked the demon blood and flesh necessary for initiation. Demons roamed both inside and outside Qing Song City. If all went smoothly, this could be prioritized for initiation to observe its specific effects. Wu Xiu moved his limbs, feeling most of the soreness dissipate. and rose to open the gate to the courtyard, instantly feeling invigorated. As he loosened his shirt, he suddenly realized that the claw marks left on his chest from last night's battle with Zhou had begun to fade. He was uncertain whether this was due to the self-repair of his copper skin talent or the remarkable effects of the 8 Extremes fist. Shaking his head to dispel further contemplation, Wu Xiu resolved not to subject himself to unnecessary hardship by attempting the 8 Extremes fist again. The innate limitations of his physique meant that even if he could endure the excruciating pain of practicing the fists, his body would not withstand it. Forcing himself to practice would only harm his foundational health, yielding more harm than good. Lic and Zhou seemed to be the only individuals he had grown close to since the demise of his parents. A cursed world indeed. Wu Xiu lamented. He recalled his first experience of murder on a rainy night, seizing the opportunity to ambush Li Si. Reflecting on that moment felt like ages ago. However, the deceased failures could reminisce slowly underground, while the living victors must continue to press on as the light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon. Wu Xiu hung the now clean goose-feather knife at his waist, retrieving from beneath the bed the severed head of Zhou. Wrapped in gray cloth. Though Lu Yuan had not divulged the specifics of the so-called opportunity, Wu Xiu was aware that several significant events had transpired in Qingsong City in recent days. Demons were sighted, the Black Tiger Gang and Iron Thread Pavilion had clashed over the spirit ginseng, and an investigation from the capital was underway. Aside from the capital investigation being unlikely, the other 2 matters were probably related to the demons. Although Zhou had not explicitly stated it, the anomalies had begun with the worship of the so-called Mountain Lord, which likely referred to the demons outside the city. Nevertheless, there remained a point of doubt. Demons were not human and could not possibly generate silver within Qingsong City. Zhou was merely a lowly official, even beneath Wu Xiu's status, so where did he acquire such wealth to squander at the auction? The only possibility was that besides the Mountain Lord, there existed a formidable human faction backing him. Within Qingsong City, any power capable of producing several thousand taels of silver could only be the Black Tiger Gang or the Iron Thread Pavilion. This implied that one of these factions was undoubtedly colluding with the demons outside the city. A little contemplation suggested that perhaps the frequent occurrences of human-eating incidents in the city were due to that faction's collusion with the demons to feed them humans. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yuan would certainly be monitoring the movements of the demons both within and outside the city. With Zhou's severed head as a bargaining chip, he had no fear of urgency. Chapter 39. Lu Russian, Slow Tai Sui the county office. Although the sky had yet to fully brighten, Lu Yuan's household servants were already bustling about in the back. Candles, thick as a man's arm, were encased in glass, illuminating the vast estate brightly. Unlike usual, today Lu Yuan was not clad in official robes, but instead wore simple martial attire. In the training ground, he slightly lowered his head, organizing the intelligence reports from the past few days and presenting them to the formidable man seated before him, resembling an iron tower. Brother, here is the intelligence regarding the demon ginseng within Qingsong City. It is said to have been discovered first by a herbalist, who subsequently sold it to the Iron Thread Pavilion. For reasons unknown, the information was leaked, leading the Black Tiger Gang to intervene and vie for a share, resulting in ongoing conflict between the 2 sides. However, the demon ginseng remains in the possession of the Iron Thread Pavilion, with detailed information recorded in the report for your perusal. The imposing figure, who seemed as immovable as a statue, merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further discourse as he meticulously perused the documents handed to him. His reading was exceptionally thorough, scrutinizing each word with precision, occasionally voicing inquiries regarding information that piqued his interest. However, Lu Yuan, who typically practiced martial arts within the confines of the county office and seldom ventured outside, was unfamiliar with such intelligence. He could only commit it to memory for later verification. Thus, a little over half an hour slipped by unnoticed. After a while, noticing that his cousin remained leisurely engrossed in the files, Lu Yuan began to feel restless. His cousin, Lu Russian, had been a prodigious talent since childhood, effortlessly overshadowing his contemporaries in the family. Even in the capital, he was a formidable contender for the title of martial champion, possessing both exceptional aptitude and skill. Although he ultimately fell short against the extraordinary Li Yan, securing the position of second place, he was still regarded as a rare gem, a paragon of martial prowess. Yet, according to the assessments of the elder generation in the family, his most significant flaw was his sluggish nature. Whether in training or tasks, he always proceeded at a leisurely pace, as if he required meticulous preparation before taking action. He was often referred to as the slow Taisu. Many of his peers from the martial examination, despite possessing far less talent, had already made significant advancements in their martial journey, while he remained stagnant at the second realm of blood exchange. From the time of the martial examination to over a decade later, he was still in the same stage, leading even the family elders, who once viewed him as the new pillar of their lineage, to gradually lose faith in him, making it seem as though he was fading into mediocrity. Despite his prolonged stagnation in blood exchange, the achievements accomplished by others over a decade prior seemed utterly unattainable to Lu Yuyuan. After all, he had yet to achieve the unification of internal and external forces, let alone progress to the first realm of martial arts, remaining stuck at the final hurdle. The reason for sending the old servant with a message was that the two were in close proximity. After the martial examination, Lu Russian had entered the town's supervisory office and was currently in charge of their jurisdiction. Now, witnessing his cousin still leisurely examining the documents, Lu Yuyuan felt an increasing sense of impatience. Not daring to urge him, he rose to grasp the now cold teacup, taking a sip to mask his inner anxiety. Perhaps this demon ginseng was not a significant boon for his cousin, but for someone like him. Relegated to the fringes, confirming its identity as demon ginseng could be invaluable in the capital. There was no shortage of the elderly seeking the essence of ginseng to prolong their lives. Whether exchanged for a potent remedy to break through in martial arts or transported back to the capital to ascend further in status. The prospects were promising. Finally, after draining an entire pot of tea, Lu Yuyuan could no longer contain himself as he observed his cousin still engrossed in a mere few pages of information. "Brother, is there anything further to add to these documents? Is there any indication from the apothecary regarding whether this substance is indeed demon ginseng?" A cascade of inquiries flowed from Lu Yuyuan's lips. Yet Lu Russian, unhurried and composed, set down the files he held, ready to respond, but suddenly his expression shifted. The words he had intended to say were replaced with, "Hold on, someone seems to be coming to see you." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Fu Bo, the old servant, was already making his way down the path with purpose, bowing respectfully as he approached. "Why, Lord, it is the messenger Wu Xiao. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss with you in person." Waving his hand dismissively, Lu Yuyuan was in no mood to entertain subordinate reports at that moment. He was about to instruct the old servant to refuse the visitor when he recalled that Wu Xiao was responsible for maintaining order within the city and would undoubtedly possess greater insight into the local situation. Moreover, his brother had shown considerable interest in the intelligence within the city. It might be prudent to allow this individual to wait. After a brief pause, he turned to Lu Russian and said, "Brother, this man is my subordinate Wu Xiao. He is well informed about the conditions in the city. Shall we permit him to enter?" With a calm demeanor, Lu Russian, whose appearance was more akin to that of a scholarly gentleman than a martial artist, nodded in agreement. "Very well, I have a few questions I would like to pose to him." Upon seeing his lord's assent, Fu Bo understood and promptly turned to hasten towards the entrance. Moments later, Wu Xiao arrived, left hand resting on his sword, right hand carrying a gray package. He entered alongside the old servant. Noticing the unfamiliar robust man seated at the stone table, Wu Xiao did not falter. Recognizing the man's steady posture, he understood that he was of equal standing to Lu Yuyuan and thus approached them with confidence. "I greet both lords. I intruded upon your time yesterday due to a critical matter that I felt compelled to present in person." Before Lu Yuyuan could pose a question, the towering figure abruptly interjected. "Whose head are you carrying?" "A head?" Lu Yuyuan, who had settled into his seat and was about to instruct Fu Bo to refill his tea, paused mid-motion. He was no sheltered young master. Having seen blood before, the sight of a mere head did not frighten him. However, witnessing someone arrive bearing a severed head was an unprecedented occurrence. A glance at the gray package revealed dark brown bloodstains congealed at the bottom, unmistakably resembling the shape of a human head. Fearing that Wu Xiao might not grasp the gravity of the situation, Lu Yuan gestured for Fu Bo to refill the tea and then addressed Wu Xiao, saying, "This is my brother, Lu Russian, a person of the court. Please answer his questions directly." Lu Russian? Was he the ally Lu Yuan sought? The one who had come to address Lu Yuan's supposed fortune? Wu Xiao's gaze flickered momentarily as he committed the name to memory before stating, "Understood. This matter begins with my visit to the Sihai auction house yesterday. The auction, there was little of note, save for a mysterious individual who made extravagant purchases of several valuable items. This led to a verbal altercation with the leader of a minor faction in the city known as the Black Bear Gang. After the auction concluded, I overheard a commotion outside and, out of curiosity, approached to witness the fight between the Black Bear Gang leader and the mysterious man. During the scuffle, I observed that the mysterious individual began to grotesquely transform, his hands swelling into claws resembling those of a beast, his appearance taking on an ugly, demonic visage. In the midst of the fray, I recognized this mysterious figure as my subordinate, Zhou. Out of curiosity, I seized the opportunity to ambush him once both parties had grown weary from the struggle. After Zhou was subdued, he appeared to have lost his faculties due to his transformation into a demon. Through conversation, I learned that he was discontent with his circumstances and had been practicing a method called the worship of the Mountain Lord, having received so-called blessings from a demon known as the Mountain Lord to achieve his grotesque form. Regrettably, during the interrogation, he resisted capture and I had no choice but to kill him on the spot. However, before he died, he warned that the Mountain Lord would seek vengeance upon Qingsong City. Troubled by this, I hurried here to seek your counsel, my lord. Chapter 40. Uncovering the walls after withholding certain details, Wu Xiao nearly recounted the entirety of the events from the previous day. He even described Zhang's usual martial prowess and demeanor. After a brief pause, he placed the gray package on the stone table, unwrapping it to reveal a grotesque head that resembled that of a beast more than a human. To substantiate my claims, I have brought this head for your inspection. As you can see, this individual has undergone complete transformation. Particularly, the head appears more beastly than human, no longer belonging to the realm of humanity. Upon finishing, Wu Xiao stepped aside, allowing Lu Russian to take a closer look. Meanwhile, Lu Russian reached out, casually grasping Zhang's head to examine its furry, animalistic features. Occasionally, he poked at the severed neck with his finger, his expression not one of disgust but rather akin to a child discovering an intriguing toy. After a moment's inspection, he leaned closer to sniff the head before setting it down, indicating to Lu Yuan that he might wish to take a look as well. Watching his brother's calm demeanor as he sniffed the severed neck, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a wave of discomfort. Although Wu Xiao's hands were stained with blood, he had never encountered anyone so unhinged. While the examination of the wound and the fur on the head could be understood as a means of verifying the corpse, the act of sniffing was perplexing. What was he, preparing a meal? Wu Xiao, amidst his swirling thoughts, was suddenly interrupted by a voice in his mind. "Young man, you practice the step soldier's blade technique, do you not? You possess considerable talent. While the basics are not difficult to grasp, advancing is quite another matter. How many years have you dedicated to your blade?" Lu Russian, intrigued, turned his inquiry away from the corpse to this seemingly unrelated topic. Wu Xiao, taken aback, replied, 2 or 3 years. "My lord, but your praise is unwarranted. I merely compensate for my shortcomings with diligence." Shaking his head, Lu Russian gestured toward the head on the table. A faint glimmer of bloodlight flickered as he extracted a trace of blood from it. A smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "The bloodthirst associated with mastering the step soldier's blade technique is not something that can be achieved merely through hard work, young man. I have yet to hear of anyone mastering the bloodthirst of the step soldier's blade without taking a life to it. Seems you've been diligent in your training outside." A sudden chill coursed through Wu Xiao's heart as he became acutely aware of his own vulnerability. Although he had diligently practiced the infantry sword technique, his ultimate mastery was derived from the scrolls he had acquired. In essence, this technique was a brutal art of warfare, and convention dictated that to transcend its limits, one must engage in continual bloodshed to cultivate a heart steeped in malice. However, as a mere low-ranking officer, Wu Xiao's life had been almost transparent, offering him scant opportunities to take lives. Remarkable. This Lord Lu Russian possesses an astute insight. His insinuations seemingly cast doubt upon my martial practices. While his mind was awash with thoughts, his demeanor remained composed. Nonetheless, he quickly devised a plausible explanation and, with a gesture, lowered his head to shield his gaze. Stating, "My lord, you are mistaken. I only joined the ranks of the Qingsong City officials this year, having previously served on the battlefield of Shunli, where I managed to achieve a few minor feats. It was only after leaving military service that I secured this position, and my infantry sword technique was learned during my time in the army. If one wishes to refine their skills, there is no better place than the battlefield." Each word of Wu Xiu's response was truthful, albeit omitting the fact that his rapid advancement had occurred in Qingsong City. Whether Lu Russian could connect the dots regarding the technique's breakthrough being linked to the military was beyond Wu Xiu's concern. A masterful deception consists of statements that are entirely truthful, merely concealing a trivial detail or two. The intensity in Lu Russian's gaze softened as he effortlessly dissipated the bloodthirsty aura in his grasp. However, his interest in this young man only deepened. Achieving mastery of the infantry sword technique in such a short time within the military indicated that Wu Xiu was a cold-hearted and formidable talent. Lu Russian's heart swelled with a sense of eager appreciation for this potential recruit, recognizing that he lacked such innate killers among his ranks. Thus, he directly proposed, "Your ability to cultivate a bloodthirsty aura reflects your considerable talent in swordsmanship. Would you be interested in joining my command?" Wu Xiu's lips twitched. He was taken aback by the suddenness of it all. How bold of him to attempt to poach an officer right in front of my current superior. Surely, he ought to introduce himself properly and showcase his credentials before attempting to recruit me. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Xiu glanced at Lu Yuan beside him, who appeared unperturbed and smiled benignly. With a respectful bow, he replied, "I am grateful for your generous offer, my lord, but I remain an officer under Lu County's command and must heed his directives." Setting aside other considerations, Wu Xiu was still reliant on Lu Yuan for sustenance. Even if he were to consider a job change, he ought to respect Lu Yuan's opinion. Lu Yuan chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed. "Wu Xiu, not only is Lord Lu my elder brother, but he is also the head of the Provincial Pacification Office. If he has taken an interest in you, it is undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for you, and I harbor no objections." Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yuan, Lu Russian's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. After all, a mere low-ranking officer achieving mastery in bloodlust through countless battles was nothing extraordinary to him. It merely sparked a fleeting sense of appreciation for talent. Yet, he was well aware of Lu Yuan's true aspirations, and having encroached upon his territory today warranted some form of acknowledgement. Rising to his full height, Lu Russian towered like a mountain, peering down at Lu Yuan as he spoke. "Rest assured, your share of the demon ginseng has been verified by our apothecary. It is at least 200 years old, and it should contain 2 portions of essence. Once it arrives, we can each take a share, and I can deliver yours directly to you. However, the handling of it will be your responsibility. Of course, if you prefer, I can also ensure it reaches those old-timers in your family for an immediate exchange of merits." 2 portions? Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He had initially assumed there would be only one, which he would relinquish to Lu Russian for assistance in his endeavors. To suddenly learn of 2 portions was a delightful surprise. He promptly responded with utmost respect, "I am but a timid younger brother. I rely on my elder brother to assist me in exchanging merits, and I defer entirely to your judgment." Nodding, Lu Russian seized the pale head upon the table, turning away without a backward glance, and added, "I shall verify the information further. Have your servant accompany me. You two remain here until I return." Chapter 41. Officials and Clerks, What is the Essence? Watching Lu Russian depart, Lu Yuan's expression visibly brightened with relief and joy. Noticing Wu Xiu still standing nearby, he, now in high spirits, made no effort to conceal his delight. "Come, sit, Wu Xiu. You have worked hard today, and since my brother wishes to offer you a new position, you need not worry. This will be immensely beneficial for you. You flatter me, my lord. It is merely my duty as your subordinate. I trust entirely in your decision." Approaching the stone chair, Lu Yuan gestured for Wu Xiu to take a seat. Personally exchanging his cup and pouring tea, With a smile, he remarked, Wu Xiu, you may not yet grasp the significance of being appointed to the pacification office. While I shall refrain from detailing the numerous benefits, you will come to understand them once you assume your role. However, the most substantial advantage is that any position within the pacification office, even the lowest-ranking cavalry officer, is classified as an official rank, rather than a mere clerk. In other words, from this point forward, you shall be recognized as an official, not a clerk, and you are surely aware of the accompanying privileges to an official? Wu Xiu comprehended fully the vast disparity between the roles of an official and a clerk. Attaining official status signified that his avenues for advancement would be entirely transformed. Clerks were but subordinates to officials. No matter how many accomplishments one achieved, they remained the accolades of their superiors. Unless favored by a noble, one could be condemned to a lifetime as a clerk. Wu Xiu understood that this towering figure before him, with the audacity to openly recruit him in front of Lu Yuan, was undoubtedly a harbinger of promotion rather than demotion. Yet, he had not anticipated such a straightforward ascent in social standing. The title of an official not only promised enhanced benefits, but also conferred a status far superior to that of a clerk, who still dwelled in the realm of commoners. Even a lowly ninth-rank official could meet with the king without bowing, exempt from showing reverence to higher-ranked officials and the royal family, except when confronting the emperor. This rule had been upheld since the founding of the Zhou dynasty, serving as a gesture of respect towards those laboring beneath them. I shall never forget your teachings, my lord. Henceforth, I shall never decline any task. Observing Wu Xiu's countenance reflecting delight, Lu Yuan chuckled softly, fully understanding the joy that blossomed within him. Sipping from his fragrant tea, he continued, After all we've been through together, I wish to extend my best wishes to you. Wu Xiu, for a bright future, I imagine you have many questions on your mind. I refrained from sharing earlier as matters were yet unsettled, and many details even eluded my grasp. Now that my brother has arrived, the course is SETI in due time. You will be under his command. As we are all allies now, feel free to inquire about anything. I shall divulge all that I know without reservation. Raising an eyebrow, Wu Xiu realized they had finally arrived at this pivotal moment. All the previous discussions had merely circled around this point. He was eager to uncover the truth behind the situation. Setting aside other grievances, he found the cryptic nature of the matter exceedingly vexing. My lord, your insight is commendable. I indeed harbor uncertainties and would greatly appreciate your guidance. Since Lu Yuan was willing to clarify, Wu Xiu felt no hesitation in asking. I have observed both of you discussing the essence repeatedly. May I inquire what it precisely entails? Clearly, Lu Yuan had summoned Lu Rushan for the purpose of elucidating the essence, which Wu Xiu surmised was related to the spirit ginseng. However, he remained utterly in the dark regarding the specifics of the essence itself. Lu Yuan, resembling a benevolent Buddha, felt a surge of joy at the mention of this topic, his lips curving into a smile as he replied. This matter is, in fact, connected to you. Wu Xiu. You recall the spirit ginseng you acquired from the Iron Wire Pavilion? Indeed, it was that very spirit ginseng. Was there an issue with it? Wu Xiu's heart raced as he grasped the implications. There was a significant problem. Gently chuckling, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instinctively lowered his voice, saying, Yet, it also presents a tremendous opportunity. It is commonly understood that for martial artists, the two most vital resources are elixirs and martial arts legacies. Although ginseng is abundant as a medicinal herb, the majority of what is commonly referred to as ginseng is merely ordinary herbal material. While it does possess the ability to invigorate qi and nourish blood, its value is rather limited. However, once ginseng reaches an age of over 100 years, it transforms into what is known as spiritual ginseng, if properly nurtured. A single drop of ginseng essence can surpass the potency of a grand elixir. Most importantly, as long as the user does not exploit it recklessly, this spiritual ginseng can be utilized sustainably, with its worth measured in thousands of gold coins. Yet, even this is insufficient to entice my cousin to come here. Spiritual ginseng, once it surpasses a century, represents an evolutionary pathway. However, upon awakening consciousness and evolving from a mere plant into a demon, it then becomes known as demon ginseng. At this stage, the essence of the plant is transformed into demonic flesh and blood. significantly diminishing the intrinsic value of the spiritual ginseng. Although it remains precious to other demons, for martial artists like us, it becomes indistinguishable from ordinary demons and can even be harmful to the human body if not treated specially. Nonetheless, one noteworthy aspect is that such plant-based demons retain the essence of their herbal origins, compressing it within their bodies. In the case of the demon ginseng we have encountered, its medicinal effects are comparable to the finest grand elixirs. Additionally, it possesses a crucial function. It can extend life. A portion of ginseng essence can prolong life by a year. If one could find other medicinal materials to concoct the legendary longevity elixir, it would be even more valuable, likely attracting even the most powerful martial masters who would be unable to resist seizing it. After articulating this lengthy explanation, Lu Yuan licked his dry lips, took a sip from the teacup on the table, and chuckled softly. Now, do you comprehend the rarity of this item? Longevity is indeed an invaluable treasure. The fear of life and death looms large. In the world of the past, countless influential individuals went to great lengths to extend their lives, let alone in this high martial dynasty. For such a heavenly treasure of longevity, if one selects the right trading partner, its worth is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, even though money is good, one must have a life to spend it. Even Lu Yuan chose to summon his elder brother, willingly relinquishing the greatest benefits. Clearly recognizing the profound depths of this matter, he possesses a clear self-awareness, acknowledging that he cannot fully grasp it yet. Wu Xiu also has a clear understanding of his own limitations. With his current martial progress, while he could thrive in this small Qingsong city, to think of stirring up a storm would be akin to a mayfly shaking a tree, an overestimation of his abilities. Reflecting on this, Wu Xiu realized that this matter had little to do with him. However, since he was soon to be working under the new leader, it was prudent to prepare for his responsibilities. He then inquired, "Will there be any issues with the Iron Wire Guild and the Black Tiger Gang? After all, this demon ginseng has never been heard of before, and now we have not only demons present but also someone like Zhou, who has already transformed into a demon. Could there be any unforeseen developments?" Chapter 42. Golden flesh and jade marrow, dragon tendons and tiger bones waving his hand, Lu Yuan's expression had returned to calmness. And he confidently declared, "If I had any uncertainties before, now that my brother has arrived, there is no need to fear mere city gangs. Even if faced with demons of the opening government realm, what power do they hold against us? This small Qingsong city cannot escape our grasp." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Wu Xiu ceased to speak further. After conversing for a while, Wu Xiu realized that Lu Yuan's knowledge was somewhat limited. His actions had been straightforward. Upon discovering traces of the demon ginseng, he had hurriedly summoned Lu Rushan to oversee the situation. As for other matters, Lu Yuan might not know any more than Wu Xiu himself. After Lu Rushan's departure, Wu Xiu had awaited further news as instructed. Consequently, he did not take it upon himself to leave and remained with Lu Yuan in the county magistrate's office. With nothing else to occupy their time, Wu Xiu took the opportunity to seek Lu Yuan's guidance regarding his current stage in body refinement. My lord, in the first realm of martial arts, the body refinement process begins with skin polishing, followed by muscle training and bone tempering, culminating in internal unity, achieving a state where the entire body is flawless. I have already sensed that my skin polishing is nearly complete, yet I am uncertain if there are any taboos regarding the subsequent muscle training stage. At this moment, Lu Yuan was also waiting for news from Lu Rushan and, with nothing pressing to attend to, was more than willing to provide some guidance. However, he was somewhat surprised by Wu Xiu's rapid progression toward muscle training. While it is true that many aspects of refining qi and blood in the first realm can be aided by elixirs, Wu Xiu, as a mere minor figure, likely lacked the means to procure such resources. His swift advancement in martial arts could only be attributed to innate talent. Nevertheless, having come from the capital, Lu Yuan had encountered numerous so-called geniuses, so he could accept Wu Xiu's potential. After all, he had witnessed individuals achieve breakthroughs from being ordinary people to blood-changing experts in just a year. Thus, he was only slightly surprised. Moreover, with no conflict of interest regarding such talented individuals, Lu Yuan had no qualms about fostering a good relationship. There are no taboos. The first realm of martial arts, body refinement, is merely a process of honing the body. Achieving a robust physique is essential for breaking into the second realm. If there is anything to note, it is this. If you wish to break through in a more perfect manner and advance further along the martial path, you must strive to achieve perfection at each stage. This way, when you reach the next realm, your innate capabilities will far surpass those of ordinary martial artists. Zhou pondered this, recalling the innate copper skin talent he had obtained from the copper sand body refinement method. He continued to inquire, "My lord, what do you mean by a perfect state?" The copper sand body refinement method you provided mentions that achieving perfection allows one to attain the copper skin talent. Does this not imply that copper skin itself represents a perfect state? Nodding slightly, Lu Yuan did not dwell on the fact that Wu Xiu had already attained the copper skin talent. Assuming it was mere curiosity, he explained, in the first stage of body refinement, whether through any method of breakthrough, achieving a significant level generally indicates success. However, if one seeks perfection, only when one can manifest extraordinary phenomena can it be said that the skin polishing has reached perfection. The most evident characteristic is that the skin becomes distinct from that of ordinary individuals. The copper skin you mentioned is one such example, as is the skin of demonic beasts. The concept behind this technique is to simulate the formidable resilience of powerful demonic beasts during skin polishing. While it may not possess the same toughness as the copper skin, it still allows one to gain some of the extraordinary traits of demonic beasts. Pouring himself a drink, it was evident that Lu Yuan was well versed in martial theory. He continued to methodically outline the realms of martial arts to Wu Xiu, saying, in the first realm of martial arts, body refinement, aside from the initial skin polishing, if every subsequent stage is achieved with perfection, one can cultivate the most exceptional innate foundation. We refer to this as golden flesh and jade marrow, dragon tendons, and tiger bones. Possessing such a foundation is what defines the pinnacle of genius. Not only in the great Zhou, but even across a century, one can be regarded as an unparalleled hero. Noticing Wu Xiu's expression of longing, Lu Yuan shook his head with a light chuckle, tempering his enthusiasm by saying, "These are merely legendary figures, Wu Chao. It would be wise to remain practical. Even the extraordinary foundations of golden flesh and jade marrow, dragon tendons, and tiger bones are far beyond our reach. The relative simplicity of achieving a steel-like physique is already a distant aspiration for individuals like us." With a flicker of his gaze, Wu Xiu decided against revealing his attainment of the copper skin realm. Instead, he contemplated another issue concerning the 8 extremes fist he had acquired. Based on his experience, this martial art had excessively high requirements for one's innate foundation. Unless one possessed a robust physique to withstand the qi and blood flow of this technique, a normal person attempting to practice it would likely face catastrophic consequences before even reaching a satisfactory level. Given his current physique, he was not yet capable of progressing from the entry level to the minor success stage. He needed to devise a plan to bolster his physique first, so he posed the question, "My lord, since the first realm of martial arts is body refinement, why must one follow the sequence of skin polishing, muscle training, and bone tempering before achieving internal unity? Is it not possible to refine the body at each stage simultaneously? For instance, could one not practice muscle training and bone tempering while also polishing the skin? Wouldn't this accelerate the enhancement of one's physique?" Rather than ridicule Wu Xiu's imaginative notions, Lu Yuan regarded him with admiration. Although the realm of martial arts emphasizes innate foundations and resources, it equally values personal understanding and imagination. Without self-awareness, if one merely mimicked the ancients, martial arts would have regressed to primitive times, devoid of the flourishing martial era we witness today. A martial technique is best suited for its creator, followed by those who comprehend and refine it, and lastly for those who merely replicate it verbatim. Nodding, Lu Yuan earnestly replied, "Your reasoning is not unfounded. Indeed, in theory, it is possible to practice the various stages of body refinement simultaneously within the first realm of martial arts. However, this is merely theoretical. The reason for the sequence of skin polishing, muscle training, and bone tempering leading to internal unity is that this method has been distilled through the experiences of martial artists throughout history. Of course, this does not imply that it is suitable for everyone. As far as I know, in the capital, there are indeed prodigies who begin their body refinement from a young age. They use potent elixirs to wash their skin, blood-changing experts to clear their meridians, and some do not even need to engage in relentless training. Upon reaching adulthood, they naturally achieve body refinement, and with superior martial arts legacies, a small amount of effort can lead to the development of a steel-like physique, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With a furrowed brow, Wuxiu soon grasped the implications of the conversation. This direct method of body refinement was far too distant for someone of his impoverished status. However, recalling the sense of helplessness he experienced while practicing the Eight Extremes fist, he pressed on with his inquiries. Aside from starting the rigorous training from a young age in the noble family of Xiongxuan, are there no alternative methods? Is it true that you have some insights? Lu Yuan glanced at Wuxiu with surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from mockery and offered an explanation. Chapter 43. Superior Martial Arts Heritage. The practice of martial arts does not necessarily have to commence in childhood. However, it is generally easier for the young, while those of advanced age may find it considerably more challenging. Yet, this does not imply that it is impossible for adults. Compared to the extensive resources required for training from a young age, attempting to enhance one's physique comprehensively after the age of 10 would demand an extraordinary expenditure, one that even the majority of noble families cannot afford. Most crucially, it necessitates access to a superior martial arts heritage. Ordinary martial arts legacies can be practiced methodically, but they usually represent only a portion of the martial arts teachings. For instance, the copper sand body refinement technique you currently possess is merely a foundational martial arts transmission. It certainly cannot lead one from the initial stages of body refinement to the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. Consequently, such incomplete martial arts teachings often impose limitations on a martial artist's innate potential. In contrast, a superior martial arts heritage not only promises lifelong companionship but also embodies a systematic methodology where each level is meticulously structured and interrelated. Even if one wishes to refine their skin, strengthen their tendons, and fortify their bones simultaneously, these practices would not conflict with one another. This is the true value of such a heritage. A superior martial arts heritage. Wuxiu's brow tightened. The martial arts legacies accessible to him were predominantly common fare, and the avenues through which he could acquire them, be it through auctions or Lu Yuan, rendered the likelihood of obtaining a superior heritage virtually non-existent. Let alone a superior martial arts heritage. Even a moderate one would suffice as a foundation for a small, noble family in this world that thrives on martial prowess. How could one possibly consider granting such a legacy to a mere low-ranking official? Seeing Wuxiu furrow his brow, Lu Yuan was not surprised. Though their family possessed superior martial arts legacies, only the truly core descendants were eligible to inherit them. As a collateral branch with no remarkable talent, he obviously lacked the qualifications. After a moment's reflection, he added, "Of course, if you serve under my elder brother, there might be a slim chance to explore this path in the vast realm of the great Zhou." If one were to inquire which power possesses the most martial arts legacies, the answer would undoubtedly be the imperial court of the great Zhou. Particularly, the Zhenfu division stands out, operating independently from the major departments and directly accountable to the sages. As long as one achieves merit, acquiring a superior martial arts heritage, or even divine weapons, would not be out of reach. Lu Yuan's gaze remained indifferent as he provided Wuxiu with a potential avenue, albeit one he deemed nearly impossible. However, on one hand, he was simply idle, and on the other, he genuinely believed in Wuxiu's potential, which prompted him to elaborate so thoroughly. Moreover, in the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, the small Qingsong city scarcely constituted a grain of sesame on the map. The most elite heroes congregated in the capital, where only those with exceptional lineage, innate talent, martial prowess, and social acumen could navigate the turbulent currents of power. In such a grand scale, it was indeed rare for someone like Wuxiu, a commoner, to rise to, oh no, he was now a minor official, soon to attain the rank of a ninth-grade cavalryman. He could no longer be considered a commoner, but rather a day of reckoning for a child of humble origins. Wuxiu furrowed his brow as he observed the gradually cooling fragrant tea on the table, falling into a contemplative silence. After a while, he realized he had acted discourteously and promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Had it not been for your elucidation, I would have remained in the dark." Waving his hand dismissively, Lu Yuan replied lightly, "These are merely the basics of martial arts, nothing of great significance. If one day you achieve success in martial arts, do not forget about me." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two fell into silence, and Lu Yuan signaled for his servant to bring in a fresh pot of tea. Wu Xiu, meanwhile, pondered over the matters discussed. While he had yet to encounter a superior martial arts heritage, the 8 Extremes fist he possessed was undoubtedly exceptional and might very well be a superior martial arts legacy. The sole issue remained that this technique was fundamentally incomplete, containing merely half of the method. Lacking accompanying prescriptions and blood-nourishing techniques, he found himself incapable of withstanding the pressure it exerted on his physique. Even if he were to disregard all caution and forcefully enter this practice using the Dragon Tiger Chi, his body would ultimately be unable to endure the strain, rendering his efforts futile. The thought of potentially training himself to death was, indeed, a rather absurd prospect. Thus, to continue delving into this martial art, he recognized 2 possible avenues. The first was to seek another method of horizontal training to bolster his physique and withstand the backlash from the 8 Extremes fist. The challenge lay in the rarity of such martial arts. The second option was to complete this technique by locating the accompanying prescriptions and blood-nourishing methods for the 8 Extremes fist. However, to achieve this, he would need to investigate the identity and background of the Black Bear Gang's leader and ascertain how he acquired this martial art. Given the leader's martial prowess, it was improbable that he could have obtained such a technique through conventional means, indicating that something was amiss. After finishing the pot of tea in his hand, the sky had approached noon. Noticing that no one had returned, Lu Yuan was just about to instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal when a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps erupted. Instinctively, Lu Yuan and Wu Xiu turned their gazes towards the entrance. "Master!" The old servant, Fu Bo, with his white hair tousled by the wind, rushed in, panting heavily, his breath labored from the exertion. Yet, he had no intention of pausing to rest. Driven instead by the haunting memories of the past and the understanding of how crucial this matter was for his master. Stumbling to steady himself, Fu Bo struggled to swallow, feeling parched and dry. "Take your time, no need to rush." After accepting the teacup Lu Yuan offered, he gulped it down in one go and exhaled a long sigh, his gaze filled with gratitude as he looked at Lu Yuan. "Thank you, my lord. Your brother has uncovered vital intelligence and has urgently summoned me to report back to you, urging us to rendezvous with him as soon as possible." Exchanging a glance with Wu Xiu, Lu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement and nervousness. Without regard for the half-prepared meal in the kitchen, he waved his hand decisively and rose swiftly. "Time is of the essence. We shall depart immediately. Let us discuss matters as we travel." Chapter 44. The monstrous, torturous interrogation within the city. Lu Yuan had already gleaned from the old servant about Lu Russian's actions. Remarkably, he had boldly approached the Black Tiger Gang alone in broad daylight, seeking to verify the intelligence directly with their leader. Such audacity would undoubtedly encounter resistance. Yet, when faced with those who dared to obstruct him, from the gatekeeper to the formal members of the gang, Lu Russian met them all with a single punch, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies, their heads smashed beyond recognition. By the time old servant Fu Bo arrived with the message, Lu Russian had nearly breached the entire stronghold. With only the leader of the Black Tiger Gang and a handful of high-ranking members left in a desperate struggle, each of them harbored their own thoughts as the 3 soon arrived at the street leading to the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. "Why is it so quiet?" Pausing momentarily, they noticed the once bustling stronghold now enveloped in an eerie silence. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace. The crimson gate stood intact upon the stone steps, but as they crossed the threshold, a foul stench of congealed blood wafted into the air. Behind the main entrance lay a rudimentary training ground where the Black Tiger Gang's members usually practiced, now drenched in dark red from the dried yellow sand, littered with the slowly stiffening corpses of the slain. What a scene of slaughter! Wu Xiu's eyelids twitched as he gazed upward, struck by the sight that resembled a hellish nightmare, even evoking a sense of horror within one accustomed to the battlefield. All dead, their heads shattered. Not a single corpse remains intact. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan stepped closer to examine the bodies and quickly deduced that they were all the work of his brother. Signaling Wu Xiu and Fu Bo to remain vigilant, the 3 moved swiftly, following the direction in which the bodies had fallen towards the backyard, witnessing the devastation along the way. What was even more shocking than the corpses was the gruesome manner in which each victim had met their end, their heads obliterated with a single blow. The decapitated heads and headless corpses lay strewn across the ground, exuding an unsettling tranquility. Wu Xiao had never witnessed such ferocious and domineering martial arts. It was as if the assailant harbored some peculiar obsessive compulsion. Delivering each blow directly to the facial bones, after being struck, the heads were sent flying, and the faces, subjected to the relentless blows, were rendered utterly unrecognizable. After a moment, the three of them confirmed that the entire Black Tiger gang had been annihilated. Chaos reigned from the front door to the rear. With bodies littered everywhere, nearly an entire family exterminated. Standing in the backyard, Lu Yuan wore a grave expression. Although the Black Tiger gang was no paragon of virtue, such a massacre, resulting in nearly 100 casualties, weighed heavily on him. It was not merely that the Black Tiger gang had yet to be charged with any crime. Even if they were guilty, it should be for the higher-ups to decide. In his view, the act of directly storming in and slaughtering an entire clan was excessively brutal. After all, if accountability were to be pursued, he too would bear a share of the responsibility. As the three were inspecting the scene, a sudden anguished scream echoed from a nearby courtyard. Exchanging a glance with Wu Xiao, Lu Yuan signaled to the old servant, Fu Bo, to investigate other areas, while instructing, guard the main entrance. Without my command, no one is to enter. Nodding in agreement, Fu Bo, having regained his composure, moved with surprising agility for a man of his age, instinctively melding into the shadows. Disappearing in just a few strides, Lu Yuan then proceeded with Wu Xiao, cautiously advancing into the courtyard. Although it had become a veritable graveyard, prudence dictated that they tread carefully. With his right hand resting on the Yinling knife at his waist, they approached, only to hear Lu Russian's voice emanate from beyond the wall. Come in. This dilapidated place is where the last two survivors are. With a sigh of relief, the two quietly exhaled, and Wu Xiao stepped forward to push open the courtyard door. Inside, the area was modest, featuring a solitary tree of indeterminate species standing in the center. The occupants were few, besides Lu Russian, who sat calmly on a stone chair. The others were either standing or lying down. It was not merely a beast that stood or lay there. One had grotesquely transformed into a creature that was half beast, half human, firmly impaled by a long spear. Pinned to the tree, its mouth frothing with blood as it gazed in agony at another creature at Lu Russian's feet. In stark contrast to the pinned monster, the creature at Lu Russian's feet exhibited only a slight mutation. Although it had also sprouted beastly ears, claws, fangs, and fur, its slender form still bore semblance to that of a human female. Still not speaking. Just a moment ago, I merely crushed your daughter's legs. How many kicks do you think she can endure before she succumbs? Lu Russian appeared entirely unperturbed by the torturous interrogation, even leisurely sipping a cup of tea that still radiated warmth from the table. Wu Xiao instinctively glanced down at the bloodied and mangled figure on the ground. And indeed, he could vaguely discern that it was Wang Lian, the daughter of the Black Tiger gang's leader, whom he had seen multiple times before. However, her once beautiful visage was now unrecognizable, her long legs reduced to a limp, dragging like a puddle of muck. 3 kicks, 5 kicks, or just one? As he stepped on Wang Lian's arm, he applied a slow yet forceful pressure, and the once indistinct flesh mixed with the dust on the ground. Ah! The agonizing scream was too weak to escape the confines of the small courtyard. Witnessing the brutal treatment of his only daughter, the Black Tiger gang leader bled profusely from his chest wound, the dark red blood staining the spear that held him captive, as he hoarsely shouted, "Beast! You beast! I've told you everything. What more do you want me to say? If you have the guts, come at me. Spare her, spare her. I beg you, spare her." In that moment, the Black Tiger gang leader's former bravado and confidence had vanished, leaving only a helpless and furious outcry. Waving his hand to indicate for Wu Xiao and Lu Yuan to stand aside, Lu Russian's expression remained indifferent. He exerted pressure once more, and with a sickening crack, he broke another of Wang Lian's arm bones. Wang Lian, already numbed by pain, convulsed violently, straining with all her might to escape, but was firmly pinned down, reduced to mere involuntary groans. I will kill you. I will kill you. Ignoring the Black Tiger Gang leader's impotent rage, Lu Russian lifted his foot and placed it on Wang Lian's temple. With an unperturbed tone, he said, "It's not about what I want you to say, but rather what you still have to tell me." A friendly reminder. If you don't speak soon, there won't be another chance. Monster? You monster? The Black Tiger Gang leader's eyes widened in fury, and blood tears streamed from his waist, as if his very gaze could incinerate the creature before him. But what could he do? Nearly 100 members of his gang lay dead at the hands of this monster, including his 2 sworn brothers and 6 direct disciples, all felled by a single blow to the head. And now, before him stood the last of his kin. How could he bear to let her perish in such a manner? Gritting his teeth in despair, he finally closed his eyes and cried out in agony, "I will speak. I will speak. Spare her. I beg you, spare her." Ceasing his torment, Lu Russian inquired, "Then it depends on whether your information is worth this price." "The secret is worth my daughter's life." The Black Tiger Gang leader's pallid face contorted as he spat out each word. "This secret lies solely with me, the true whereabouts of Lord Mountain Monarch. Although the Qingsong Mountain outside the city is not vast, its forests are dense and its peaks treacherous. If you wish to find Lord Mountain Monarch, you must—" Suddenly, the Black Tiger Gang leader halted mid-sentence, standing there as if in a trance. "Why have you stopped?" Wu Xiu queried, curiosity piqued, his eyes widening in horror. For inexplicable reasons, the gang leader, previously impaled and grievously wounded, began to visibly heal before their eyes. Alarm bells rang in Wu Xiu's mind as he instinctively gripped the Yinling knife at his waist, glancing at Lu Russian, who remained impassive, seemingly unperturbed. After a moment, the once downtrodden Black Tiger Gang leader now appeared rejuvenated. Aside from some bloodstains on his clothing, his injuries having vanished in an instant. "How slow? I've waited long enough for you." As the transformed Black Tiger Gang leader stood before them, Lu Russian regarded him with intrigue. Ignoring Lu Russian's words, the Black Tiger Gang leader's expression turned frigid as he effortlessly pulled the spear from his chest. At that moment, he was a far cry from the agonized figure he had been moments ago. The new Black Tiger Gang leader opened his eyes, revealing golden slits, radiating an air of divinity as he looked at Lu Russian, the only one who instilled a sense of danger within him, and coldly declared, "Vile mortal, now that you have encountered this deity, why do you not kneel?" With a smile gracing his lips, Lu Russian regarded the Black Tiger Gang leader with satisfaction, shaking his head. "Kneel, of course, but it is not I who should kneel before you. Rather, it is you who should kneel before me." Before his words had fully settled, a massive azure hand materialized, forming a fist. The colossal fist loomed as if it could eclipse the sun, filling the confined space of the courtyard. Wu Xiu felt a disconcerting sensation, as if it were not merely a fist but rather a roaring azure dragon, wielding the weight of the vast ocean. Boom! Just as Wu Xiu was momentarily dazed, the ground trembled as if struck by thunder. In an instant, the once mighty Black Tiger Gang leader wore a face of terror, unable to react before the earth-shattering blow landed upon his chest. The golden light dissipated. His protective vitality extinguished, and the already twisted beastly hide was crushed beneath the impact. With the sound of a bell tolling, the force of the punch shattered bones and sent shockwaves coursing through his entire being. Pain surged as the original owner of the body regained control in that split second. Unable to cry out before his heart, still beating, was forced out of his chest along with his spine. The terrifying force mercilessly obliterated all obstacles. Fragments of shattered bones tore through flesh, spewing forth viscous, scorching blood from every pore. With that singular blow, the Black Tiger Gang leader was propelled into the air, yet he remained suspended, enduring the full weight of the overwhelming power. After the dull sound of flesh colliding, the broken body was once again nailed to the tree. The golden light in its eyes had nearly been extinguished as Lu Russian, bowing his head, gazed upon the now utterly motionless Black Tiger Gang leader. Compared to the pretentious clay statue, he resembled a truly formidable deity, casting a sideways glance and declaring, "Oh, little wild god, having encountered me, why do you not pay homage?" Heh heh heh. With a punch that shattered his entire body, the Black Tiger Gang leader was left with a mouthful of blood, struggling to produce sound. Yet his bizarre expression suddenly transformed into one of eerie calm. Having already acknowledged the deity, naturally, all that belonged to the believer was now the domain of the divine. The Mountain Lord, having reclaimed control of his body, wore an indifferent expression, summoning all his strength to lift his head. The Black Tiger Gang leader's eyes flickered with erratic golden light. Although his vocal cords were utterly destroyed and could no longer produce sound, a resonant voice akin to a great bell emanated from within him. Mortal, this deity remembers you. Speak your name, and one day, I shall, Lu Russian bang. Before the Black Tiger Gang leader could finish his ominous proclamation, Lu Russian calmly stamped his foot, driving the head into the tree, shaking his head and sighing. After waiting so long for your appearance, you truly have an abundance of idle chatter. Having completely silenced the last two gasps of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Russian extended his hand towards the forehead of the now unresponsive creature. A faint golden light struggling to be drawn into his grasp. Nonchalantly returning to his seat, he gestured for Lu Yuan and Wu Shou to approach. Exchanging glances, both Wu Shou and Lu Yuan had never encountered such a scene. Putting aside other matters, after witnessing this spectacle, it was hard to discern who was the demon and who was the victim. As they felt more like the villains themselves, gritting their teeth, they approached Lu Yuan, who, as the leader, managed to maintain a semblance of calm, refraining from speaking any further about the folly of excessive killing. Stepping forward respectfully, he inquired, "Brother, have we obtained anything this time, or should I seek others for verification?" "No need," Lu Russian replied. "These two have divulged nearly all the information. Had I not been waiting to lure out that demon, I would have already taken action to conclude this matter." Waving his hand, Lu Russian, having achieved his objective, felt in good spirits. Pointing towards the beast's head embedded in the tree, he explained to Lu Yuan. According to what this person divulged, he was originally a wild man from the mountains. Later encountering the so-called demon who calls itself Mountain Lord, and thus obtained part of the demon's legacy. He then gathered a group of mountain bandits to establish the Tiger God Village. Worshipping that demon as a deity, the humans provided offerings and sacrifices to the demon, while the demon delineated territories for the humans, allowing them to dwell within its domain. The Black Tiger Gang leader was somewhat of a talent. With the demon's assistance, he swiftly rose from a mere mountain dweller to establishing the Black Tiger Gang in Qingsong City in a short time, not only securing a foothold but also continuously expanding the demon's influence. The core members of his gang were almost all drawn into the so-called Mountain Lord sect, becoming disciples of the Mountain Lord demon. These individuals, like the Black Tiger Gang leader, received the so-called blessings, their bodies transforming into a hybrid of human and beast. After explaining, he gestured for the two to look at the wall of the small courtyard. Chapter 46. Demon Realm 2, Refining Form, Establishing a Mansion. Since entering the small courtyard, Wu Shou, who had been completely captivated by Lu Russian, finally realized that the stench of blood within the courtyard seemed decidedly abnormal. Turning around, he saw a neat row of half-human, half-beast monsters nailed to the wall, all of whom had already perished. The winter wind blew through, causing them to sway like dried meat in the breeze. How could this be? How could there be so many? Staring in astonishment at the dried meat on the wall, Lu Yuan had initially thought that the so-called half-demons consisted solely of the Black Tiger Gang leader and his daughter, never imagining that the entire upper echelon of the Black Tiger Gang had pledged allegiance to this Mountain Lord demon. It was a fortuitous decision that he had refrained from acting impulsively and instead summoned his brother. Otherwise, just dealing with this many demon followers, once they unleashed their wrath, would have been quite overwhelming. "Quite normal," Lu Russian interjected. "This Mountain Lord has already reached the mansion establishment stage, embarking on the path to divinity. Given time, it is not just one gang that would be affected. Even the entirety of Qingsong City could potentially become tainted by the demon's influence. However, typically, such powerful demons at the mansion establishment stage are rare, even in the provincial capitals, let alone in a remote place like Qingsong City. I wonder if it is your misfortune or your fortune that you happened upon such a formidable demon. Yet it has remained hidden in the desolate mountains outside the city, refraining from slaughtering the populace. Do you know why?" Wu Xiao and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, resembling listeners of a tale, as they currently lacked any information regarding the movements or thoughts of such a formidable demon, given that they had yet to break through to the body refinement stage. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Lu Russian no longer withheld information and recounted the intelligence gathered during the recent interrogation. That Wang Hu was quite astute. Having discreetly extracted information from the demon before it ascended to divinity, he learned that this demon was originally a tiger demon from the 10,000 Great Mountains 30 years ago, during the war between the 10,000 Great Mountains and the Zhou. He, along with a host of unfortunate lower-class demons, was sent to the front lines. Initially thinking he could gain benefits, he was soon terrified by the brutal slaughter of the battlefield. After sustaining serious injuries, he seized the opportunity of the demon army's battle at the front lines, pilfered the belongings of a demon general, and fled. Thus, by a stroke of luck, he ended up in the impoverished Song city, where he found no one pursuing him and settled down. Establishing a mansion, he claimed the nearby Song mountain as his sacred mountain, gathering the local villagers as his followers. While he develops his domain and absorbs followers, he also seeks incense offerings to ascend to divinity. Although it seems childish, judging by the power he displayed during his divine descent, in recent years, he has indeed managed to gather a measure of followers. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Since that demon has already gained a foothold, perhaps brothers should first procure that demon's ginseng, and then gather manpower to collectively deal with this demon. Glancing at Lu Yuan, Wu Xiao understood his implication. As the saying goes, not in position, do not discuss politics. For Lu Yuan, what mattered most was no longer the annual assessments or the welfare of the people within the territory. His primary concern was to successfully obtain the ginseng, using it as a stepping stone to escape the remote Song city. Once he no longer held the position of county officer in Song city, the demons and wild gods here, no matter how chaotic, would no longer concern him. Those would be matters for the next county officer to worry about. Casting a faint glance at Lu Yuan, Lu Russian, with his experience, could easily discern what Wu Xiao had noticed. He was well aware of his cousin's character. Driven by profit, willing to forsake reputation. As long as he could achieve his goals, he would resort to any means. To be frank, such a character is not necessarily a flaw in this brutal world, but it is unfortunate that his martial prowess is lacking, and he currently only seeks to escape this remote area, placing his hopes on the next generation. Without exposing his cousin's ulterior motives, but also not agreeing to Lu Yuan's suggestion, Lu Russian stated, "As the magistrate of this state, I have the duty to exterminate demons and vanquish gods. Rest assured, this demon's strength is rather ordinary. Having already terrified him, I have just captured a trace of his divine power. As long as I approach his lair, he will be unable to hide. Do you not trust me, dear brother?" With Lu Russian's words laid bare, Lu Yuan could only nod in agreement. As Lu Russian had nearly finished speaking, Wu Xiao stood silently to the side, mentally organizing what he had heard. As a member of the lower class in Zhou, he lacked even basic martial knowledge, let alone intelligence. The information Lu Russian shared today was invaluable to him. After all, knowledge that many in Lu Yuan's noble circles considered commonplace was utterly inaccessible to him. In Zhou, knowledge not only held value but also conferred status. However, the more he learned, the more questions arose in his mind. Particularly, how did one transform into a demon? While other reasons could be understood. If it was indeed because of faith in the demon that led to such a fate, he would have to be even more cautious in future encounters with any divinity. Contemplating for a moment, Wu Xiao decided to seize this opportunity to inquire further. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands in salute and asked, "My lord, I have a matter that puzzles me. How exactly do these half-human, half-demon beings come into existence? Is it truly because they have faith in the demon?" Shaking his head, the burly Lu Russian displayed no airs of superiority and replied, "To understand the half-human, half-demon phenomenon, we must start from the classification of demon realms. Demons, like us martial practitioners, begin by refining their bodies. The first realm is called form refinement, requiring one to transform their beastly form into a human shape to be deemed successful. The second realm is mansion establishment, corresponding to our second realm of martial practitioners, the non-human realm. The term mansion establishment indicates that demons at this stage can claim mountains as their own and develop their followers. Demons at this stage, even if their followers are not of the demon race, will gradually be assimilated by the mansion establishment demon. Such demons often possess extraordinary strength and can carve out a territory, forming influences. The half-human, half-beast creatures you have observed are those who have been tainted by the demon, ultimately discarding their human identity to become the demon's followers. With a thoughtful nod, Wu Xiao was about to continue his questioning when suddenly Lu Russian seemed to remember something. He turned to Wu Xiao and said, "There is one more minor matter that is quite related to you. The Zhang Zhu you killed last night, according to Wang Hu's account, was transformed into a demon because he had already become Wang Hu's disciple. Not only did he embark on the path of worshipping the gods, but he also intended to marry his daughter, Wang Lian, to him. They had previously conspired to kill you, allowing Zhang Zhu to take over as the head of the gang, thereby accelerating the expansion of the Black Tiger Gang." Chapter 47. The death of County Magistrate Mo. A spark of realization ignited within Wu Xiao, as if all the clues had finally coalesced into a complete circle. He finally understood the series of events leading from his predecessor's murder to the emergence of demons. Zhang Zhu was indeed correct in his dying words. It was out of jealousy for the predecessor that he had longed to kill him. However, the impetus behind his covert assassination was not only personal animosity, but also the demands of the Black Tiger Gang. If the Black Tiger Gang wished to grow in secrecy, they would certainly want to turn the head of the local affairs into one of their own. Although it was unclear why they did not recruit the predecessor directly, opting instead for Zhang Zhu, the predecessor's death was undoubtedly linked to the Black Tiger Gang. After all, considering Wu Xiao's appearance, while he could not compare to the esteemed readers, at the very least, he was more handsome than the burly Zhang Zhu. It was no wonder that Wang Lian, a stranger to him, had covertly observed him multiple times during the last banquet. Humph! It turns out they were a couple conspiring to eliminate him once more. I even went out of my way to facilitate a reunion for them. And this is the gratitude I receive. My lord, there are officers from your subordinates seeking assistance." Suddenly, the old servant Fu Bo came forward to report. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan knew that Fu Bo would not disturb them at this moment unless it was urgent. After exchanging a word with Lu Russian, the three of them exited the courtyard and made their way towards the source of the commotion. Soon, they encountered a young officer, panic-stricken, his face as pale as death, collapsing weakly to the ground, drenched in sweat. "What has happened?" Wu Xiao frowned, recognizing him as one of his subordinates. At this hour, he should have been on patrol unless something had gone terribly wrong. "My lord, something has happened." The young officer looked up, his face streaked with tears, snot, and sweat, his voice trembling with a sobbing tone. "They are all dead. Everyone is dead. Calm down. All the lords are here. Please explain clearly what has transpired." Perhaps frightened to the point of losing his senses, the young officer spoke in disjointed phrases. As the lowest-ranking individual present, Wu Xiao patiently approached him and, after careful inquiry, finally learned the details of the incident. Earlier that day, the officers had been patrolling the streets. Due to the recent massacre by the demons, they had all received a small fortune, and Wu Xiao had also received his share of silver. After all, it was easy money, and the officers had noticed that both Wu Xiao and Zhang Zhu seemed indifferent to their duties, so they had begun discussing where to find some amusement. After all, working was for their superiors, but enjoying themselves on paid time was for their own benefit. Ultimately, being mere mortals, they decided to go to the Qingyu Tower to find some courtesans and have a good time. Upon reaching their destination, the young officer, feeling shy, hesitated to join them. The others disregarded him and entered the Qingyu Tower, each seeking their own pleasures, ready to indulge in a lavish feast. However, before the young officer could leave the street, a tremendous commotion erupted from the direction of the Qingyu Tower, accompanied by the furious shouts of County Magistrate Mo Fu. Instinctively, the young officer turned back towards the Qingyu Tower, and upon his arrival, he witnessed the aftermath of a battle. The disheveled, white-haired County Magistrate Mo Fu was completely exposed, rendered defenseless, and pinned to the eaves of the building by a beautiful woman. This woman was crouched nearby, her hands sprouting vine-like tendrils, intently feeding on the flesh and blood of Magistrate Mo. From the faint struggles of Magistrate Mo, it appeared he was still alive, yet helplessly watching as a demon consumed him, which was likely a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, the other officers and the women of the Qingyu Tower had all mysteriously frozen in place, sprouting green leaves and roots, resembling wooden figures more than human beings. Seeing this, the young officer dared not approach and could only scramble back to report the news. After learning the sequence of events, Fu Bo had already taken it upon himself to lead the gradually calming young officer away. At this moment, aside from Wu Xiu, Lu Yuyuan, and Fu Bo, there were also a dozen or so servants from Lu Yuyuan's household standing by, awaiting orders. Elder brother, the old magistrate Mo Fu is likely in grave danger. With such a significant incident occurring in the city, what shall we do? Lu Rushan replied with a cold laugh, showing no sign of panic. The demons in the city must be that demon Ginseng. This demon Ginseng has developed consciousness, having escaped the great 10,000 mountains with that tiger demon, and was subsequently possessed by it. While I do not know how it managed to escape the tiger demon's grasp and enter the city, such demons are not something ordinary mortals can covet. It is evident that this demon has seized control of the Iron Line Pavilion in the city, and now it has devoured that foolish magistrate and so many others. Having allowed the demons to infiltrate the city for such an extended period without any reaction, it is not only foolish but utterly incompetent. They likely neglected their routine patrols within the city. This fool is fortunate if he has already perished. If he is still alive, I will capture him and slay him myself. As he awkwardly adjusted his clothing, although Lu Rushan did not explicitly state his intentions. For some reason, Lu Yiyuan felt an inexplicable chill at his throat. Perhaps it was merely the biting winter chill, compounded by the howling north winds. Regardless of the insults, life must go on, asked the head of the Provincial Pacification Office. It was Lu Rushan's duty to eradicate demons and monsters. He had initially intended to venture outside the city to confront the Mountain Lord, but now that the demon Ginseng had clearly become increasingly ferocious, disregarding all else in its hunger for human flesh, its danger had surpassed that of the Mountain Lord demons still lurking in the hills, after all, compared to the thousands of inhabitants within the city. The Mountain Lord demons outside could be temporarily set aside. After discussing his decision with Lu Yuan, he naturally had no objections and was even more eager to proceed, as obtaining the ginseng sooner would bring him peace of mind. Due to the urgency and the need for secrecy, Lu Rushan had come to Qingsong City alone, without his subordinates, and now he had to command Wu Xiu and Lu Yuyuan's servants. He acted swiftly, directing everyone into two groups, one led by Wu Xiu and a number of servants to evacuate the surrounding residents, while he himself and Lu Yuyuan hastened towards the Qingyu Tower. Lu Rushan moved with remarkable speed, quickly departing ahead, while the others could only hasten after him towards the Qingyu Tower. Gripping his Yinling blade, Wu Xiu's expression turned grave, though he was uncertain of Lu Rushan's true strength. Given that he had been able to exterminate the entire Black Tiger gang and was preparing to hunt the Mountain Lord Demon Tiger, Wu Xiu speculated that his power must not fall below the second realm of a martial artist. Beyond the realm of ordinary humans, Chapter 48. Do not panic, my lord. Wu Xiu is here. Yet, the specifics of which level of the non-human realm he occupied remained unknown, as Wu Xiu had yet to fully grasp the complete path of martial artists. Ultimately, he was still but an illiterate martial artist at the grassroots level. This realization made him quietly resolve that if given the opportunity, he would not only seek martial arts manuals, but also find a place to supplement his knowledge of the martial arts and historical context of the Great Zhou. For the moment, this knowledge was even more crucial to him than some ordinary martial arts manual. After all, he currently lacked a proper master to guide him. Despite his decent talent and the scrolls, he could not learn martial arts knowledge out of thin air, particularly since Wu Xiu was also keen on advancing in the officialdom. He naturally needed to enrich himself further. Navigating the path of martial artists alone without systematic guidance was exceedingly arduous. He could hardly fathom how those lower-tier martial artists without scrolls managed to rise to prominence. It seemed their only options were to serve as lackeys or to risk their lives for others. The group moved swiftly, and within the span of 2 incense sticks, Wu Xiu and the household servants arrived at the location of the Qingyu Tower. The Qingyu Tower was situated in the southern part of the marketplace, facing south. Even in the depths of winter, one could often hear the flirtatious laughter of women drifting through the windows, their alluring scents enticing the vigorous young men passing by. However, upon Wu Xiu's arrival, not only was the Qingyu Tower silent, but even the neighboring shops had fallen completely quiet. The entire street lay in eerie silence, as if haunted. And why, Lord, have all these people perished? Should we still proceed with the evacuation? A household servant, appearing to be of considerable age, leaned closer to Wu Xiu, whispering and exchanging glances with him. Clearly, he was an old hand at self-preservation. Glancing at the visibly timid servant behind him, Wu Xiu understood well. After all, it was not just this group of inexperienced servants who felt unnerved by the lifeless street. He himself felt a chill running down his spine, just as he was about to speak. A tremendous explosion erupted from the roof of the Qingyu Tower. The brick and wood structure of the floor was cleaved asunder by a vine that resembled a colossal python. A man and a woman stood atop the ruins of the already devastated Qingyu Tower, momentarily facing each other before they once again became embroiled in a fierce clash. Wu Xiu cautiously took a few steps back, squinting to observe closely. Their movements were so swift that they were nearly imperceptible, revealing their true forms only in the fleeting pauses after strikes. One of them was unmistakably Lu Russian, while the other, a strikingly beautiful woman, was unexpectedly the renowned courtesan Wu Xiu had previously encountered at Qingyu Tower. However, unlike her previous enchanting allure, the courtesan now retained her human shape only above the waist, as her lower body had transformed into twisting vines. With each movement, the vines whipped through the air like long whips, producing a thunderous sound. Perhaps in a bid to protect the residents of the city, Lu Russian relied solely on his iron fists, deftly sending the thick vines flying while deliberately steering the battle towards uninhabited areas. Driving the demon away from the city, it was evident that he still possessed considerable strength and was currently gaining the upper hand. However, witnessing the terrifying vines effortlessly slice through a wall made Wu Xiu's pupils constrict. Suddenly realizing that this battlefield was no place for a novice like him to meddle, his life was paramount. Retreat, retreat. As he began to instruct his servants to flee, he turned around only to find no one in sight. Those servants, swift enough to create a blur, had already made their escape, calling out from a distance, "My lord, there are still a few households here. Let us assist in their evacuation." Having said that, they scurried away with remarkable agility. With a head full of black lines, Wu Xiu was about to join them in the evacuation when suddenly, from across the ruins, after Lu Russian had drawn the demon away, the sounds of fierce combat erupted. Wu Xiu halted, and in that instant, he saw Lu Yuyuan, who had somehow acquired a black Jiaodong spear, engaged in a desperate struggle against the old master of the Iron Line Pavilion and his son. Iron Eagled Eye. In stark contrast to Lu Russian's fluid combat against the demon, Lu Yuyuan appeared visibly distressed, struggling to fend off attacks while barely avoiding being hit. When Wu Xiu spotted Lu Yuyuan likewise noticed Wu Xiu not far away at that moment. A surge of joy filled him. He had initially thought he could easily handle the old master, considering his own family's superior martial arts legacy. Believing that he was far beyond the capabilities of a mere Iron Line martial artist from such a dilapidated place. However, he had not anticipated that the old man had quietly broken through to the bone-tempering realm. And with the demon's enhancement, he possessed immense strength and a remarkable resistance to pain. Even the speed of recovery from injuries was astonishingly rapid. To make matters worse, there was also a muscle-tempering realm brat at his side. While not his match, the brat relentlessly attacked from the flanks. After a series of exchanges without being subdued, these two fiends, emboldened by the demon's power, began to trade injuries. Were it not for Lu Yuyuan's exceptional marksmanship, he would have been killed long ago. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength was undeniable, and after enduring several powerful blows, Lu Yuyuan could feel his vitality waning. Even the grip on his spear was becoming numb. He calculated that, at most, he could hold out for another brief moment. "Wu Xiu, save me." Faced with the relentless assaults of the two, Lu Yuyuan desperately deflected Iron Eagle's claws, disregarding any sense of pride associated with his status. What was dignity? Could it withstand the punch of those two monsters? After creating some distance, Lu Yuyuan dragged his spear behind him, his face a mask of desperation as he sprinted towards Wu Xiao, shouting, "Just hold off that iron eagle. I will handle the old man." Upon realizing the situation behind him, Wu Xiao's heart raced, halting in his tracks, instinctively pressing his hand against the hilt of the Yinling blade at his waist. While those servants had long fled, after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth, turned around, grasped the hilt of the Yinling blade, and with a determined expression, dashed towards Lu Yuan, shouting, "Do not panic, my lord. Wu Xiao is coming." Truly, he had come. Lu Yuan felt a mixture of surprise and joy. He had never expected that a mere skinning martial artist would genuinely rush to his aid. Initially, he had intended to lead the Iron family away, thinking his speed far surpassed that of Wu Xiao, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. Yet now, seeing this man so recklessly attempting to save him, Lu Yuan felt a pang of guilt for his own darker thoughts. In Chapter 49, good deeds will be rewarded. Perhaps I shall just cut off your head. Lu Yuan was acutely aware of his own benevolence. He had repeatedly bestowed low-level martial arts techniques upon those of lesser standing, a practice he had engaged in numerous times. Ultimately, it was merely a strategy to cast a wide net, investing in those he deemed worthy with techniques that could be easily replicated. Among those he had invested in, Wu Xiao was but one, without any particular distinction. Although each recipient had uttered words of gratitude, Lu Yuan, having grown up within his family, was well aware that such expressions were mere formalities. Even those who genuinely wished to ally with him ultimately sought to continue receiving further teachings. It was all about vested interests, regardless of the wisdom imparted by his elders or what he had witnessed in his past life. He had encountered many who, blinded by greed, forsook their loyalty. Yet, to his astonishment, after years of this practice, he now found someone willing to risk their life to repay a debt of gratitude. Truly, there exist righteous individuals who value promises over their own lives. Lu Yuan felt a warm current swell within him, and amidst this emotional turmoil, the numbness in his arm seemed to ease considerably. His heart brimmed with unspoken sentiments, yet in reality, it lasted but a fleeting moment. He could almost sense the distinct earthy sweetness in the air. Meanwhile, the footsteps of the old master drew ever closer, and the distance between Wu Xiao, charging forward with blade in hand, diminished rapidly. Sensing the prickling urgency akin to sitting on pins, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, expelling the notion of retreat from his mind. No more running. Even if Lu Russian did not return, evading for a moment would not suffice for a lifetime. If Wu Xiao were to be slain by these two, he would inevitably face the Iron family alone. It was better to take a gamble. The outcome of the hunt was still uncertain. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his boots, crafted from the pelts of formidable beasts, leaving deep imprints in the gravel below. Grasping the tail of his spear with his right hand, he exerted force, raising the Jiaodong spear with a swift motion, like a dragon emerging from the water, carving an elegant arc through the air. The previously fleeing Lu Yuan had evidently been prepared. In the moment he brushed past Wu Xiao, he twisted his waist, akin to a dragon turning in the water, and the black Jiaodong spear sprang into the air, transforming into a treacherous, vicious counterattack. As Wu Xiao passed by Lu Yuan, he too witnessed this cunning and lethal maneuver. It was clear that the old master had not anticipated such a technique. Despite his best efforts to evade, the spear struck him squarely in the shoulder blade, creating a gaping wound, rendering his left arm powerless. Yet, even in such a grievous state, a surge of milky white tendrils erupted from within him, filling the wound, rapidly mending what was nearly a fatal injury in the blink of an eye. The wound was almost entirely filled with the white tendrils. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan charged forward, determined to fulfill his promise, engaging the old master in combat. Meanwhile, although Wu Xiao wished to observe the battle between Lu Yuan and the old master, he was now faced with Iron Eagle, who seemed to retain some semblance of sanity. Blocking his path, Iron Eagle's face was wild, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, and upon seeing Wu Xiao, he grinned wickedly, his dark red tongue licking his lips, saying, "So it's you, the dog of the Yamen. Last time you escaped, but this time, seeing you so willingly presenting yourself, How about I just take your head? What do you think? Holding the blade firmly, Wu Xiu's face mirrored the fervor of a connoisseur eyeing a delicacy. As he gazed at Iron Eagle, what? Repaying kindness? What kindness? We are merely colleagues in this profession. Did anyone truly believe that money could compel me to stake my life for another? To save my own superior? Such words are merely superficial niceties. Wu Xiu's return to the fray was not born from a genuine desire to save Lu Yuyuan's life. Having lived again, he had come to realize that the views and societal norms of his previous life had dissipated like smoke. In this brutal world, he had always lived for himself. Perhaps, when he had the capacity, he might indulge in a fleeting sense of justice from his 9 years of compulsory education. However, when it came to his own life, not even Lu Yuyuan, nor any brother, would be spared. He abandoned his escape and chose to return to the fray precisely because he had caught sight of the Iron Hawk standing nearby as he departed. Just as the Iron Hawk coveted his flesh, Wu Xiu's fascination with the Iron Hawk was profound enough to alter his original intent to flee. However, his interest did not lie in the Iron Hawk himself, but rather in the small object dangling from his waist. Fixating his gaze on the small seal at the Iron Hawk's side, Wu Xiu imagined he could see an abundance of dragon and tiger energy beckoning to him. It was evident that this demon and the father-son duo from the Tai family had not only feasted on the former county magistrate, but had also plundered the unfortunate old man, leaving even the frail elderly stripped bare. Their actions were nothing short of delightfully outrageous. Watching the petite copper seal sway at the Iron Hawk's waist, Wu Xiu silently claimed this unowned county magistrate's seal as his own. With Lu Yuyuan preoccupied with the old curator, he intended to seize this opportunity to obtain the seal, regardless of any obstacles. After all, he possessed a substandard iron order imbued with 10 marks of dragon and tiger energy. The county magistrate's seal, being an official emblem, was incomparable to the likes of a mere iron order wielded by a local official. With dragon and tiger energy at his disposal, he believed that even the Tai family duo, let alone the demon, would be no match for him. Contemplating the vine-like monstrosity, Wu Xiu prudently reined in his soaring ambitions. Better to leave the demon to Lu Rushan. For now, he must seize the opportunity to acquire the county magistrate's seal. Indeed, risk and opportunity coexist. Were it not for the Tai family, how could he ever hope to obtain such an elusive item? What a good man, truly a benevolent soul. With admiration, he regarded the creature before him, which now appeared somewhat more refined, and Wu Xiu's smile radiated warmth. As the saying goes, a good person must receive good fortune. In light of your commendable nature, why not simply behead you instead? Chapter 50. With the knife in hand, it's time to decapitate. Staring in bewilderment at Wu Xiu's genuine smile, the already demonized Iron Hawk momentarily failed to respond. For a brief moment, they exchanged wide-eyed stares, until the Iron Hawk, with an almost wooden-headed realization, grasped that he had been deceived. His nostrils flared, and he opened his drooling mouth to emit a sudden shriek. Damn it, you shall die. You all shall perish. With a furious roar, the Iron Hawk's rigid body suddenly sprang into action, his claws poised and slicing through the air toward Wu Xiu's face with a piercing sound. Steady and fierce, though his movements were considerably stiffer than before his demonization, the speed and power of his assault had increased dramatically. Die! The Iron Hawk bellowed, his rigid form advancing relentlessly, his elongated arms thrashing wildly, each claw strike faster than the last. Yet, under such a frenzied onslaught, Wu Xiu remained unperturbed. Having mastered the art of subtle movement, he adeptly navigated the space between them, responding to the Iron Hawk's clumsy attacks with ease. Previously, without having fully honed his skills or acquired the copper skin talent, he had been able to hold his ground against the Iron Hawk. Now, although the creature's strength had surged, its movements were riddled with flaws. While the Iron Hawk's faster and stronger strikes could obscure his weaknesses, they could not reach a single hair on Wu Xiu's body in the realm of martial combat, particularly in the realm of physical refinement. The struggle was not solely about who possessed greater strength or swifter speed, or who could endure more punishment. Instead, it underscored the significance of martial techniques. The various thresholds within the realm of physical refinement remained tethered to the limitations of the human body. As long as one stood upon the ground, one's power could not harm from a distance. Whenever a fight ensued, fatigue would set in, injuries would be sustained, and death could follow. Moreover, the relentless fury of the opponent could not be sustained indefinitely. Eventually, weaknesses would become apparent. With this thought, Wu Xiao maintained a calm demeanor as he retreated a few steps, waiting for the Iron Hawk to catch its breath becoming labored and its movement slowing. The opportunity had arrived. With the knife in hand, Wu Xiao aimed directly at the Iron Hawk's neck. Taking a deep breath, the Iron Hawk discerned his intent and, far from feeling fear, revealed a sinister grin. He alone understood the extent of his own resilience, bestowed upon him by his master's blessing. Attempting a sneak attack? Let us see whose neck is tougher. In the next moment, the dark iron claws launched a counterattack, viciously aiming for Wu Xiao's throat. There was no anticipated softness, no cries of flesh tearing apart. With a resounding clash, the sounds of metal on metal echoed. Both parties paused momentarily. The Iron Hawk's distorted visage displayed an expression of disbelief. No matter how hard he strained, his claw, glinting with dark light, could not budge Wu Xiao's hand, which radiated a faint glow. He raised his head, and within Wu Xiao's eyes, he caught a glimpse of astonishment. Has the world grown this perilous? You, wretched creature masquerading as a pig to devour a tiger, what are you so surprised about? Your performance in pretending to be incapable of defeating me is quite commendable. Are you seeking a reward? Just as he regained his senses, a blood-red glint of a long blade was suddenly upon him. The fierce momentum of the blade seemed as though it would cleave the very air beneath it. With a clang, the blade fell, and Wu Xiao felt as if he were not striking flesh and blood, but rather severing through dry wood, akin to tangled vines. The muscles tensed, and although the blade met resistance, it compelled him to grit his teeth and channel his inner energy, seizing the moment to swing with all his might. With one strike, carrying the aura of bloodshed, the blade cut deeply into the Iron Hawk's neck. The Iron Hawk scarcely had time to react before his head tilted awkwardly on his shoulder, eyes wide with shock. There was no expected spray of blood. Instead, a sweet, vegetal scent filled the air. He gasped, and from the gaping wound in his neck, a milky white tendril shot forth, akin to an octopus's arm, swiftly reattaching his nearly severed head. Yet, before he could make any further moves, the sound of slicing through the air pierced his ears once more, and his vision darkened again, feeling the chill return to his recently reattached neck. In that instant, a final thought flickered in his mind. Was he truly correct in asserting that his swordsmanship surpassed mine? In the distance, without the Iron Hawk's assistance, Lu Yuan finally focused on confronting the old curator. The dark, swirling gun swept through the air, producing a thundering sound. Having emerged from a prestigious lineage, although the old curator was a level above him, his techniques were merely pedestrian. The repetitive moves had long been deciphered by Lu Yuan. Furthermore, like the Iron Hawk, the old curator's demonization did not spare him from a sense of stiffness in his movements. Devoid of external interference, Lu Yuan concentrated on executing his family's signature Qingjiao Dianzong spear technique. Though his realm was inferior to that of the old curator, the two found themselves evenly matched at that moment. However, unexpectedly, Lu Yuan landed a hit. The long spear swept through and struck the old curator's shoulder with force. In a brief span, the old curator, already wounded, found the milky tendrils incessantly mending his body, seemingly siphoning away his very flesh and blood. Previously resembling a nearly normal person, he now appeared half-transformed into vines, with errant tendrils writhing atop his neck and forehead like grasping limbs swaying in the wind. Humph! This official is an expert at playing the long game. Do you think you can deceive me into advancing? Lu Yuan, cautiously adopting a stance, was about to thrust again when he noticed the taciturn old man staring blankly behind him. A sudden anxiety gripped him, fearing that the Iron Hawk had dispatched Wu Xiao. Just as he prepared to turn, a chill coursed through his limbs. Behind him, Wu Xiao stood upon the mass of vines that had lost all semblance of human form, dispassionately swinging his knife downwards. Aside from the dark red stains of blood, there was a greater abundance of a thick, muddy green liquid dripping down. With each downward strike, wriggling tendrils sprang up, witnessing Wu Xiao. Resembling an executioner, relentlessly wielding his knife, the iron hawk on the ground grew increasingly still, and a thought flickered in Lu Yoyuan's mind. Had Wu Xiao triumphed? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The old curator, standing rigidly, suddenly leaped into action like a wild beast, and even the tendrils on his body seemed to writhe in response as the old curator exposed his back. Heedless of vulnerability, he lunged directly at Wu Xiao, who stood oblivious. Lu Yoyuan's heart raced in alarm. Instinctively, he hurled his gun towards the old curator while shouting a warning to Wu Xiao. Be careful. Chapter 51. The Qing Song County Seal, read. Wu Chai's noble intent. Moments earlier, clang. The sound of blades striking stone resonated as the writhing tendrils on the ground finally fell silent, resembling withered plants. Rigid and lifeless, the iron hawk was dead. With a long exhale, Wu Xiao finally felt a sense of relief. Gripping his knife, he severed what remained of the tendrils around the iron hawk's waist. And after a few strikes, a copper seal, no larger than half a fist, appeared before him. At long last, it was within his grasp. Cautiously extracting the copper seal from the disheveled roots, Wu Xiao scrutinized it for a moment. Its hue was faintly golden, adorned with an unnamed bird as a nose pivot, square in shape, devoid of any intricate patterns, and engraved with the shadowy inscription Qing Song County Seal. The surface, gleaming with a subtle luster, remained untouched by the verdant liquid splattering around, even while hanging from the iron eagle's waist, a clear indication of its extraordinary nature. A thought crossed his mind, and the golden scroll materialized, revealing ancient seal script. Qing Song County Seal, read supervised by the Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Great Zhou. Tainted by the fortunes of the Great Zhou, through ritualistic offerings, it can sway the hearts of the people and the ley lines of Qing Song County, thereby suppressing dissent within. Discovery of the item. Qing Song County Seal. Upon acquisition, it can refine 300 moments of Dragon Tiger energy. Shall it be refined? 300 moments? Refined? It must be refined. Without hesitation, Wu Xiao activated the scroll. The resplendent copper seal of the county lord trembled slightly, its otherworldly glow quietly extinguishing. It then fell silent, entirely transformed into a mundane object wrought from copper and iron. Subsequently, the ancient ink script within the scroll swiftly shifted. Name. Wu Xiao. Supernatural powers. Copper skin, white. Martial arts. Infantry saber technique, mastered. Copper sand body refinement technique, perfected. Inch step, proficient. Bear stance, uninitiated. Python swallowing technique, uninitiated. 8 extremes force, incomplete. Initiated. Dragon Tiger energy, 332 moments. Shall it be expended to enhance the Dragon Tiger energy? Over 100. In a surge of ecstasy, Wu Xiao had no time to thoroughly examine the corpse. He simply tossed the now useless copper seal into his tiger pouch. Hearing the old curator's roar behind him, he rolled on the ground to evade the old curator's assault. Turning, he stepped into inch step and joined Lu Yuan, both armed with blades and drawing near one another. Only then did he have the opportunity to glance at the suddenly non-pursuing old curator. In stark contrast to the Iron Eagle, which retained much of its sentience, it was evident that the old curator had succumbed more severely to the parasitic demon. He stood before the corpse of the Iron Eagle, now unrecognizable, with a spear still embedded in his abdomen, one that Lu Yuan had just hurled through the air. The nearly extinguished emotions surged back like a sudden flash of light, stirring memories of joyful times from decades past. What had his feelings been when that little one had first touched the ground? It had been too long enough that he could hardly recall, painfully gazing at the corpse before him. The old curator, having long lost the tears and blood of a mortal, unconsciously parted his lips, releasing a heart-wrenching roar. He then lunged directly at the lifeless body of the Iron Eagle, his outwardly human form collapsing entirely. The writhing milky white roots intertwined with the now lifeless, ashen roots of the ground, resembling a tangle of serpents, tightening and constricting. Thus, the old curator began to devour the corpse of the Iron Eagle. Their tendril-like roots entwined, each containing the other, forming a towering vine creature nearly 10 feet high in mere moments. Roar. Perhaps due to the consumption of his own son's corpse, the completely deformed monstrosity, now fully fused, became even more chaotic. It repeatedly slammed its head, unrecognizable, against the ground, while its hands tore at the root-like tendrils of its own head, seemingly attempting to pry open its own skull. Witnessing the fully transformed monster bellowing toward the heavens, Lu Yoyuan's face was etched with grave concern. Inwardly, he felt a strong urge to retreat. Not only had he lost his preferred weapon, but his own vital energy had also been depleted significantly in the fierce battle. He lacked the confidence to continue fighting against the evidently superior demon. Moreover, considerable time had passed, and his elder brother should be returning soon. If he could just delay a little longer, a turning point would surely arrive. As for the casualties the rampaging monster would inflict upon the city, they would have to fend for themselves. Nonetheless, Wu Xiu had indeed saved his life. There was no need for him to stay behind as he had done previously. Resolute in his thoughts, Lu Yuyuan prepared to speak, only to see Wu Xiu already standing in front of him, gripping the battered and warped goose feather blade, which had endured numerous strikes, yet remained firmly in hand. In a low, steady voice he declared, "My lord, Lu Darren has yet to return. At this juncture, we must have someone stand against this demon." Before Lu Yuan could react, Wu Xiu had already turned his back. His tone resolute and powerful. "I shall guard this place. You go first and seek out flammable materials. These plants will surely fear the fire. If Lu Darren does not return, we shall burn it with fire oil." "What?" Staring incredulously at Wu Xiu, Lu Yoyuan's astonished gaze seemed to search for truth in his heart. Yet, the figure remained steadfast, never once glancing back. Like an unyielding pine, he stood still, his voice calm as he spoke. "My lord, rest assured, as long as I am alive, the demon shall not depart until you bring the fire oil." "Are you serious? You intend to risk your life to stop the demon?" Swallowing hard, Lu Yuyuan hesitated, yet refrained from voicing any objections. Though he had some confidence in evading the demon's pursuit, having someone to stall it was undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, it was not he who had requested Wu Xiu to hold the rear. It was Wu Xiu who had volunteered. Thus, he could not fault him for his selfishness. Resolute in his decision, Lu Yuyuan prepared to leave, yet his feet felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Perhaps it was a flicker of conscience, but as he turned to depart, he paused momentarily, inhaling deeply and solemnly speaking. "Wu Chaitu, your noble intentions shall not be forgotten by Qingsong City. If I have the opportunity, I shall surely toast to you in celebration. Now, do you have any wishes? Speak freely, and if it lies within my means, I shall grant them." Clearly, Lu Yuyuan had already regarded the steadfast Wu Xiu as a dead man, now only feeling a twinge of guilt and wishing to offer some form of compensation. Finally, Wu Xiu exhaled in relief. Chapter 52. Pulling muscles and extracting bones, a drastic transformation with a heart full of joy. Wu Xiu maintained a resolute expression. Why was he putting on such a performance? It was not to become a mere sycophant. After all, even if one were to be a sycophant, risking one's life for a former master was sheer madness. His efforts were ultimately aimed at securing some elixirs for himself. Ever since acquiring ample Dragon Tiger energy, he had long desired to enhance the various techniques at his disposal. However, the enhancement of Dragon Tiger energy was not a panacea, especially since many techniques required physical transformation as well. Such transformations demanded energy that could not be conjured from thin air. One needed to supplement with elixirs in a timely manner to meet the body's demands. Yet, the quality of the elixirs he possessed was woefully inadequate. He had only one remaining large blood elixir that barely sufficed. If he were to forcefully enhance his techniques using Dragon Tiger energy without sufficient elixirs to replenish his vitality, he would simply be drained to death. As for the black gold elixir he had received from Zhou, meant for bone tempering, it was not that he was unwilling to use it. Rather, such elixirs were primarily designed for bone refinement, much like the blood-replenishing elixirs, each serving its purpose. Using them in non-essential circumstances would not only waste their efficacy but also prove less effective than a single large blood elixir. Therefore, Since refining the Chingsong County copper seal, he had set his sights on Lu Yuan. In the ongoing battle with the old curator, Wu Xiao had observed Lu Yuan consuming elixirs multiple times. Although the elixirs could not immediately replenish his vitality upon ingestion, leading to a gradual depletion of energy, the bulging pouch at Lu Yuan's waist indicated that, even after several doses, he still possessed a considerable quantity of elixirs. Since he was preparing to flee, it would be more prudent to take the elixirs for himself. After all, why should they not benefit him? With a calm demeanor, Wu Xiao's voice remained steady, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Without turning, he stated, "My vitality has been severely depleted, but I possess a family technique for a desperate surge of energy. Does my lord have any large elixirs to replenish vitality? After employing this technique, I am confident I can endure longer." Just then, the previously anguished and furious monster began to settle down, appearing to awaken from its chaos, lifting its head to survey its surroundings. Observing this, Lu Yuan wasted no time retrieving all the elixirs he had on him, stating succinctly and earnestly, "Survive. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned decisively, his steps rapid. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Such a loyal individual, if he could survive, even if he could not directly utilize him. His son Feng would benefit when he grew a bit older, serving as Wu Xiao's devoted attendant. Holding the elixirs, Wu Xiao remained oblivious to Lu Yuan's internal musings. However, even if he were aware, he would harbor no indignation. After all, both parties were utilizing one another, and he had never truly intended to play the role of a dog. Regardless of past or present, social hierarchies were omnipresent. And in this world of martial prowess, the disparities between classes were even more pronounced. If one wished to elevate their social standing, risking one's life merely to serve others was expected in the eyes of the nobility. Yet, in Wu Xiao's perspective, being a dog was out of the question. One only had one life. Working for others was merely a job, while securing benefits for oneself was living. Behind him, Lu Yuan's figure had vanished into the distance. In front of Wu Xiao, only the now subdued monster remained, its tendrils and roots continuously retracting. Originally towering at 10 feet, its form gradually diminished, returning to a more human shape, yet it still stood at a staggering 9 feet. As it slowly rose, its lofty head bowed slightly, glaring with a venomous hatred at Wu Xiao. A dual voice, both youthful and aged, emerged from its mouth, laced with a roar, yet Wu Xiao could distinctly recognize the voices of the old curator and Iron Eagle. "I've finally returned. My neck aches terribly. I shall consume you. I will devour you." It appeared that not only had the old curator regained his sanity, but Iron Eagle had also been resurrected within this grotesque form. Wu Xiao's heart raced. As the one who had personally slain Iron Eagle, he was acutely aware of the brutality with which he had struck. Swift, precise, and utterly definitive, he was certain he had sent the Iron Eagle to its demise. Yet, to his astonishment, such a revival was possible. Damn it, were these demons truly beyond comprehension? When would we ordinary warriors ever rise up? Silently, Wu Xiao unfurled the golden scroll before him, and with a thought, various martial techniques appeared within his sight. 8 Extremes Force, incomplete cultivating power through the fist, channeling energy from the heels, flowing through the waist, and culminating at the fingertips. Only those with exceptional bone structure may enter. Currently at the entry level, mastery grants the strength to shatter gold and sever jade. Advancement path. Entry, 110. Circulating chi and blood in synchrony with the fist techniques, 10 cycles achieve minor mastery. Can be enhanced, requires 30 moments of Dragon Tiger QI.do. You wish to advance to minor mastery? Inch step. Within an inch, there exists a world. Advancement path. Proficient, 0-100. Practice moving a mile within an inch by stepping on 5 stances. Can be enhanced, requires 6 moments of Dragon Tiger QI.do. You wish to advance to great mastery? Soldier's Blade Technique. A military blade technique, succinct and practical, simplified from the blood slaughter technique. Advancement path. Great mastery, 1100. Slaying 1 is 1, slaying 100 achieves perfection. Can be enhanced, requires 20 moments of Dragon Tiger QI.do. You wish to advance to perfection? Enhance. First and foremost, I must enhance the 8 Extremes Force, incomplete. Lu Yuan had provided a total of 12 pills, 8 of which Wu Xiu recognized as the large blood pills he had previously utilized, while the other 4, though unidentifiable, clearly possessed an extraordinary luster. He swallowed 3 large blood pills immediately, holding the remaining ones in his mouth, recalling the rapid consumption of qi and blood he had experienced during his last practice of 8 extremes force, incomplete. To be cautious, it was better to keep the pills in his mouth for now. With a thought, the archaic inscriptions of 8 extremes force, incomplete, began to glow faintly, the inked characters gradually blurring. A surge! It felt as if his insides were igniting pain, excruciating pain, a torment that penetrated to the very marrow, afflicting every corner of his being. His mind flooded with a deluge of sudden information, movements of 8 extremes force, incomplete, the circulation of qi and blood, the convergence of techniques, and various skills surged forth like a tidal wave. What had once been merely a practice of 8 extremes force, incomplete, now felt as if he had trained for years without pause. The agonizing, bone-deep pain persisted. Had Lu Yuan been present, he would have perceived the writhing of a living dragon beneath Wu Xiu's skin, constantly contorting and battling, accompanied by the cracking sounds of bones and spine. A fierce transformation unfolded beneath the unseen skin, bones, and fascia undergoing violent alterations. The grayish-white bones trembled slightly, beginning at the center of the spine, the Shun zone point slowly shifting to a silvery hue at a deliberate pace. Meanwhile, the largest muscle along his back expanded, akin to a dragon consuming the essence of moonlight, growing silently with each contraction. Chapter 53. The divine man beats the drum amidst the utmost agony. Wu Xiu felt as if his jaw might shatter, and he swiftly swallowed all the large blood pills in his mouth without chewing, sending them straight into his belly. The qi and blood transformed from the pills had yet to circulate through his body when his rapidly changing form absorbed them instantly. As he had anticipated, a single large blood pill was wholly insufficient to replenish the depleting qi and blood. In fact, his body pressed further, urging his stomach to hastily digest the pills, demanding more qi and blood to cope with the transformation. Muscles and bones stretched and contorted, the relentless cracking sounds echoing. Though this tale may seem lengthy, it transpired in mere moments. Meanwhile, across from him, the Iron family duo had fixated their gaze upon Wu Xiu. Their monstrous body, composed of intertwining vines and roots, leapt high, a massive maw filled with writhing, milky white tendrils, roaring with manic laughter. "I am a mortal, wretched spawn. Now it's your turn to die." His body trembled slightly, the pain giving way to an ant-bite itch within, as the qi and blood within him surged forth like a torrent. Wu Xiu disregarded everything else, casting all the unknown pills into his mouth without chewing. Swallowing them whole, with a resounding boom, it was as if flames were ignited upon the hearth. As the pills settled in his stomach, they rapidly transformed into a fiery ascent of qi and blood. With the ample supply of qi and blood, the changes in his body grew increasingly violent. Wu Xiu even felt as if ants were crawling within him, torturing him to the utmost, suppressing the urge to tear at his own flesh. He felt the blood vessels in his eyes redden with fury, wishing to annihilate everything within sight. At that moment, the monstrous roar echoed before him. Raising his gaze to confront the rampaging Iron family duo, Wu Xiu forced a twisted grin at the corners of his mouth, showing no intention of retreat, and charged headlong. Come, now fused as one, the Iron family duo's strength and speed far surpassed their previous combined might. The fingers formed of vines and roots twisted maniacally, morphing into a grotesque, inhuman palm, striking heavily towards the insignificant Wu Xiu. The massive palm print, accompanied by a gale, rushed forth, eliciting a sense of impending danger within Wu Xiu. He immediately discarded the already battered Yinling knife, his foot pressing down, accelerating even faster. Advancing rather than retreating, it was as if he sought to expel all his suffering. With a mighty roar, his fingers clenched into fists. His waist and hips engaged, and all his strength coalesced into his arms. A simple bow stance followed by a punch. With an unstoppable force, he aimed a heavy blow straight at the Iron family duo. 8 extremes force, incomplete, had reached minor mastery. Upon completion, It possessed the strength to shatter gold and sever jade. The complete method of 8 extremes force typically required unparalleled bone structure, followed by the use of specially crafted pills in conjunction with the technique to cultivate. Yet Wu Xiu, lacking the complete method, had still forcibly mastered it. Thus, it was no longer the bones that gradually sustained the technique, but rather a crude transformation enforced by the scroll to adapt to the newly achieved minor mastery. Though his internal transformation of bone structure was not yet complete, the minor mastery of 8 extremes force had already been indelibly inscribed within his mind. Wu Xiu was unaware of the true magnitude of power that a martial artist at the bone-tempering realm could wield. Yet a martial artist at the muscle-forging realm could easily pull a bull by its tail, and in terms of fists and kicks, he was not inferior to an ordinary person wielding a club. And he possessed the strength to shatter gold and sever jade. With this punch, what could stand in his way? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Wu Xiu's eyes. "I will kill you. I will kill you." The Iron family's monstrous form continued to mutter this phrase in a frenzied, unconscious manner. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled, a radius of 10 feet around them sinking as the hard-packed earth and green bricks shattered and flew apart. "Ah!" The dual screams of the Iron family rang out simultaneously. The punch struck with the force of a charging cavalry, piercing through the monstrous form before them as though slicing through tofu, creating a gaping hole in the midsection of the nearly 10-foot-tall creature. The roots that composed the Iron family's form stood erect, their jaws, previously muttering incoherently, were suddenly overwhelmed by the green liquid surging within them. Making a gurgling sound, before they could utter a word, the foul, sweet green liquid erupted from their entire being, accompanied by ruptured roots still pulsating with life. With a single punch, the outcome had been determined. Immortal! Wu Xiu's spine cracked as his skeletal structure shifted. His muscles rolled like a living dragon. The recoil from their clash caused him to stagger back slightly, but it was only for an instant before he steadied himself. Taking a large step forward, he retaliated with another punch, delivering an upward strike that resonated like the beating of a divine drum. "Let us see how many punches you can endure. I am immortal. I am immortal." With a mouth foaming with green liquid, the demon screeched in madness, its writhing roots rapidly moving to seal the gaping hole in its midsection. Stars danced before Wu Xiu's eyes. Yet the howling demon sensed an even more terrifying crisis approaching, its nearly unrecognizable arms instinctively rising to defend. Crossing them in an X formation, they shielded its brow. Vines rapidly extended from its chest, coalescing into a circular shield. Bang! This time, the demon could no longer withstand the force. The serpentine shield, woven from intertwined roots, shattered upon impact, and the punch struck true at the center of its forehead, freezing the contorted grin on its face. The vine-formed neck tilted back nearly 90 degrees. Darkness enveloped him. A sound more malevolent than the void echoed in his ears once more. Again. Boom! Like the tolling of a great bell, Wu Xiu's leg muscles coiled and leaped, his fists hammering down once more. Clang! With a sickening crunch, his knee buckled, collapsing to the ground. He swung his fist again. The towering demon, once proud, was brought to its knees, nearly having its head beaten into its chest. Yet even so, he remained unyielding. His body, parasitized by the demon ginseng, possessed a truly terrifying vitality. At that moment, he continued to murmur, "Immortal, immortal, you cannot kill me, immortal." With fists raised high, akin to a blacksmith hammering iron, Wu Xiu clenched his jaw tightly, unleashing rapid punches, each strike faster than the last, raining down upon the demon's already helpless form like a tempest. The intense exertion seemed to accelerate the transformation of his own bones and sinews, yet he paid it no heed, relentlessly hammering away. Moments later, gazing at the still, lifeless puddle of green sludge on the ground, he relaxed his gradually calming muscles, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he spat out the blood foam from his mouth. "Immortal, you vile creature." Chapter 54. 8 Extremes Pill, panting, he collapsed onto the ground. The air thick with the foul stench of the demon's green ichor mingled with the desiccated blood of humanity. The Iron family had perished, at this juncture, Wu Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that he felt the sudden surge of excruciating pain throughout his body. His limbs, waist, abdomen, and even his spine were all strained from the explosive force, with numerous areas displaying ugly purple bruises. And the arms that had struck the hardest oozed crimson. Many blood vessels on the surface of his skin had burst, and the blood seeping out adhered his clothing to his body. Any movement felt like salt upon a wound. With a slight frown, Wu Xiu realized his predicament. His physique could not keep pace with his explosive power. He popped 2 remaining small blood pills into his mouth. Although they offered little relief, they at least alleviated the emptiness within him. After chewing and swallowing, beads of sweat poured down his forehead. It had been exhilarating to pummel the Iron family to death with his iron fists. Yet he knew his body would require at least 10 days to half a month to heal. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Having only just achieved minor success with the 8 Extremes technique, fragment, he had managed to slay the aberrant demons of the bone refinement realm. What more could he desire? Yet, as he felt the soreness in his body following the halted transformation of his bones, he understood it was the aftereffect of the changes brought about by the minor success of the 8 Extremes technique, fragment. For the time being, he could not afford to further enhance the 8 Extremes technique, fragment, for not only could his body not withstand the force of the explosion, but even his physique could not tolerate such rapid alterations to his foundation. Ultimately, he was still too weak. He needed to promptly complete this martial art. If he had access to complementary elixirs, altering his foundation would be considerably easier. As he steadied his internal energy and blood, Wu Xiu rose to his feet, preparing to approach the bodies of the Iron family once more, hoping to unearth any unexpected treasures. After all, rummaging through corpses was akin to opening blind boxes, addictive in its own right. Yet, before he could act, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed behind him. Who? Wu Xiu's heart raced, cold sweat instantly flooding his back. He spun around, clenching his fist, ready to unleash a force capable of shattering gold and jade. A tall figure stood there, empty-handed, gazing at Wu Xiu with an appreciative smile. Chuckling lightly. Well done, young man. You have concealed yourself quite well. My foolish cousin likely believes you are filled with loyalty and righteousness. He thought himself clever, only to find himself completely outmaneuvered by you. Lu Russian? Muscles tensed, Wu Xiu's heart trembled, sensing a formidable threat. It was Lu Russian. When had he arrived? How long had he been standing there? Why had he merely observed the battle between Lu Yuan and the Iron family without intervening? Had he not gone to capture the demon ginseng? Why had he returned without making a sound? The chaotic questions flooded Wu Xiu's mind, and he felt an even greater tension coursing through him. If even the Iron family's demon, which was merely a parasite, posed such a challenge, the strength of Lu Russian, who could deal with the demon ginseng, was undoubtedly beyond his reach. A master. Absolutely a master of several levels beyond. Wu Xiu's heart raced, his scalp tingling, the skin still raw from the ruptured blood vessels standing on end. This impending danger felt far more immediate and terrifying than the threat posed by the Iron family's demons. Greetings, my lord. Wu Xiu unclenched his fists, cupping his hands in salute, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Were it not for the fact that the individual before him was the most powerful he had ever encountered. Even Lu Yuan, with his newly inflated strength, would have instilled a measure of confidence in Wu Xiu, compelling him to act without hesitation. If he could not win, surely he could flee. However, regarding Lu Russian, he truly doubted whether he would even have the opportunity to escape. Recalling the unfortunate souls he had seen executed with a single punch in the Black Tiger gang, he suppressed his inner thoughts. Maintaining a facade of respect in the desolate ruins, Lu Russian regarded Wu Xiu, appearing to be respectful but with his muscles taut, ready to flee at any moment, and remarked, "From where did you learn the 8 Extremes technique?" Huh? Wu Xiu momentarily stunned, his mind racing in an instant. Numerous conjectures filled his mind. Yet he ultimately decided to honestly retrieve the previous manual from his tiger pouch, stating earnestly, "My lord, I acquired this from the chief of the Black Bear gang when I slew Zhang Zhou a few days prior. Is there a problem?" Taking the manual, Lu Russian casually flipped through it, shaking his head, a smirk playing on his lips. What I refer to is the complete 8 extremes technique, not this fragment you possess. Complete? Wu Xiu's heart jolted, his expression one of confusion. However, he indeed held no so-called complete technique. He replied candidly, "What do you mean by complete? I genuinely do not know. This is all that I obtained from the Black Bear Gang's chief." You relied on this fragment to reach minor success, achieving the power to shatter gold and jade? Lu Russian's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Wu Xiu, observing that his expression did not betray deceit. His curiosity piqued, he voiced a question that had been lingering in his mind. "So you have not consumed the 8 extremes pill?" "The 8 extremes pill? I have never taken it. This is indeed the first time I have heard of it from you today. I have only ever used blood recovery pills, small blood pills, and large blood pills." Wu Xiu's expression remained unperturbed, revealing no concealed intentions, for his life trajectory was traceable, and no matter who investigated, they could only discover that he had interacted solely with these types of pills. Moreover, Lung Hu Qi was not a pill. After all, how could one consider a fortuitous encounter as lying? With righteous indignation, feeling a surge of caution, Wu Xiu added, "There is one other pill, aside from those few. The only unfamiliar pill I have encountered was given to me by Lu County officer. Is this the one you speak of?" Without reservation, he retrieved the remaining empty pill bottle from his pocket. Lu Russian accepted it, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Quickly discerning the medicinal ingredients within, he shook his head. "My foolish cousin is indeed generous, even willing to part with his own life-saving Guiyuan pill for you. Yet, he has not completely lost his wits. However, the 8 extremes pill is not something that can be compared to such pills, and why, Lord, I have no way of knowing about that. Even this large blood pill would not have been within my means to acquire if not for Lu County officer's gift." Gazing at the seemingly honest Wu Xiu, Lu Russian found himself unable to discern whether he was speaking the truth or fabricating lies. Nonetheless, he felt a greater appreciation for Wu Xiu's candidness. Regardless of whether the actions had transpired or not, the key was to maintain a facade of ignorance. He had navigated the corridors of power in the martial world for many years, thriving by adhering to a few guiding principles. Be ruthless in heart, swift in action, and thick-skinned. This little errand boy, possessing such qualities, was far superior to his foolish cousin Lu Yuan. Chapter 55. Take me as your master, a talent indeed. Daring to deceive for elixirs, and then risking his life to battle the aberrant demons was a level of ruthlessness far exceeding that of his cousin Lu Yuan, who was merely a name chaser. Truly, even shallow waters can yield dragons, and deep waters may not be devoid of fish and shrimp. Compared to Wu Xiu, whom he had known for less than a day, Lu Russian undoubtedly had a clearer understanding of his cousin Lu Yuan, both in personality and capability. Over the years, although he had not paid much attention to Lu Yuan's development, he had observed from a distance. Though belonging to a branch of the family, Lu Yuan's status was naturally more esteemed than that of a mere errand boy like Wu Xiu. Yet Lu Yuan, despite often presenting a singular focus on pursuing martial prowess, exhibited only mediocre talent. Moreover, Lu Yuan's pursuit of martial arts was more a chase for power and status than a genuine devotion to the path of martial discipline. For years, he had confined himself to practicing martial arts at home, yet when faced with actual combat, he would shrink back in fear, resembling aging and decrepit officials who had lost their vigor, only fixated on their power while spouting grandiose rhetoric. On the path of martial arts, one must never look back. One can lose, one can flee, but one must never lack resolve. In Lu Russian's eyes, Lu Yuan lacked that spirit. It was precisely due to this timidity that 2 years ago, while serving as an escort for the grain transport, Lu Yuan had lost 3 ships of grain and silver to the 18 Black Mountain bandits. Had it not been for the family's intervention, he would have faced execution rather than mere expulsion from the capital. He would have been sent to the execution platform, his head severed as penance. Wu Xiu? Present. The esteemed Wu Xiu suddenly felt a surge of heat at his neck, as a hand, seemingly forged from iron, seized the vertebra at the junction of his neck and skull with such swiftness that even Wu Xiu, who had remained taut and vigilant, could not react in time. With a series of cracking sounds, the searing hand pressed against his spine, demonstrating an uncanny familiarity with human anatomy, while a wave of warm blood surged through his spine. Manipulating his body against his will, Wu Xiu's complexion flickered as his muscles involuntarily relaxed, akin to an electric current coursing through him, causing even his sinews to tighten and contract, resulting in pronounced bulges and defined lines across his waist, abdomen, and arms. Remarkably, he had not consumed the 8 Extremes pill, and there was no foul odor emanating from within. Let me see your capabilities, young man. The copper skin refinement technique? A natural endowment of copper skin. Truly a testament to your harsh self-discipline. However, your footwork is rather ordinary. The soldier's blade technique is nearly perfected, infused with bloodlust. Impressive, indeed. So you truly possess the innate resilience of steel and iron. Wu Xiu's pupils constricted, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What realm is this? Blood exchange? Is the disparity in martial realms this vast? This Lord Lu's speed is ghostly. Had he harbored malicious intent, he could have easily snapped Wu Xiu's neck the moment he grasped it. Moreover, a mere influx of blood and energy could manipulate his entire skeletal structure, rendering him a puppet, exposing his sinews involuntarily. In a mere glance, he discerned nearly all traces of Wu Xiu's martial prowess. Innately resilient as steel and iron. Without the consumption of the 8 Extremes pill, to achieve a minor mastery of the 8 Extremes force. Young man, you are indeed a natural-born powerhouse? As Lu Russian's gaze flickered, he released his grip on Wu Xiu's spine and scrutinized him anew. Though the innate resilience of steel and iron is rare, it is not entirely unfamiliar to him. Which scion of the noble families in the capital does not attain significant physical prowess upon reaching adulthood? Ordinarily, this so-called resilience would not impress him as much as the copper skin endowment, considering it is uncommon for someone in the skin refinement stage to ruthlessly pour their essence into their body, revealing their icy resolve. However, aside from the copper skin endowment, a mere peasant from a remote village possesses the innate resilience of steel and iron, indicating that his talent is not merely a product of accumulated resources, but rather a natural gift. This is quite logical. Although the 8 Extremes force demands a high level of martial foundation, typically, without the accompanying 8 Extremes pill, forcefully training would only lead to one's demise. Yet, those with innate resilience do not fall within this category. After all, the essence of the 8 Extremes pill is to facilitate the transformation of the body's foundation, and having innate resilience means that this youth, at the entry or minor mastery stage, naturally does not require the pill to alter his bones. Wu Xiu took several steps back, feeling his body regain control, and twisted his neck, the previous pain from altering his foundation and exerting force now seemingly diminished. He sensed no malice. Otherwise, with Lu Russian's martial prowess, he could have effortlessly extinguished his life in an instant. Wu Xiu felt a sense of relief, believing his life was momentarily secured. However, regarding Lu Russian's mention of innate resilience, Wu Xiu's thoughts stirred, realizing this was likely a transformation accompanying the enhancement of the 8 Extremes force, incomplete. Naturally, he would not openly deny it, cautiously inquiring. What do you mean, my lord? Lu Russian gazed thoughtfully at Wu Xiu. Innate resilience of steel and iron, impressive foundation, able to endure the torment of copper essence forging, showcasing a tenacious spirit, mastered the soldier's blade technique infused with bloodlust, ruthless and cunning. Most importantly, you possess a thick skin. Recognizing the moment, a promising pupil indeed. As thoughts raced in his mind, Lu Russian's expression shifted mysteriously. Instead of responding, he abruptly proclaimed, "Young man, your talent is commendable. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" "Take you as my master?" So sudden? Only then did Wu Xiu grasp Lu Russian's meaning, promptly stepping back several paces, his hesitation non-existent, executing the motion fluidly and naturally, bowing deeply with a respectful countenance, exclaiming, "Master! What a jest! If a towering figure extends an invitation, even a second of hesitation would be a sign of disrespect. Ha ha ha, splendid! This is precisely the mindset I seek, dark-hearted and thick-skinned." Lu Russian felt a surge of delight, deeming his previous assessment warranted an addition, astute and sweet-tongued. He did not obstruct Wu Xiu's gesture, and after receiving the bow, Lu Russian merely smiled at Wu Xiao, encouraging, "My dear disciple, maintain this mindset. Rest assured, I shall likely outlive your previous masters." Wu Xiao's expression stiffened, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "What do you mean by that, master? Is our sect truly struggling so much? Am I still able to rescind our master-disciple relationship?" Though he thought this, Wu Xiao had no intention of recklessly barking at his master. After all, he valued his life quite dearly. For now, it was prudent to remain silent and accept the apprenticeship. As danger may loom ahead, yet recognizing one's place is paramount, he suspected he might soon be purged from the sect, and he was not eager to experience his master's wrath. "I shall heed master's teachings." Having set aside his anxiety, Wu Xiao thickened his skin, entirely unashamed, interpreting Lu Russian's words as a form of appreciation towards himself. "Very well, we do not adhere to formalities in this lineage. Today marks the completion of your apprenticeship. However, since you have taken me as your master, I shall impart your first lesson today." Chapter 56. Step forward to meet your fate. Lu Russian raised his large hand and grasped Wu Xiao's arm, his knees slightly bending. Before Wu Xiao could utter a word of surprise, Lu Russian propelled him skyward. The fierce wind lashed at their faces, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes as the incessant gusts buffeted them, causing their skin to ripple like the surface of water. "Master, where are we going?" Wu Xiao spluttered, struggling to control his flailing tongue, his words barely coherent. With a swift step, Lu Russian shattered the air beneath their feet, propelling them through the sky as if he were a monkey leaping through the trees, charging ahead with abandon while laughing heartily. "Your first lesson, my disciple, is how to exorcise demons from a temple." Moments later, they arrived at the mountainside of an unremarkable peak, where Lu Russian set Wu Xiao down. As Wu Xiao steadied himself, he immediately sensed a life-threatening aura, as if a dangerous beast were lurking in the shadows, watching him. "What is that?" He twisted his muscles, his body cracking like popping beans, while Lu Russian wore a relaxed smile. "Watch closely. Observe how your master cultivates the 8 extremes." With that, he stomped down, causing the hard rocky ground to shatter into dust, and the surrounding area collapsed by at least half a foot. Lu Russian leapt into the air with a resounding roar, his voice echoing through the mountains, sending birds and beasts fleeing. "Tiger demon, step forward and meet your demise." Roar. "It is you, the martial artist who annihilated my divine avatar. I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare come to my territory, flaunting your prowess, you mere blood-exchanging martial artist. Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly in my domain?" A figure soared through the air, its form a tiger's head on a human body. Towering at 2 meters high, wielding an iron whip, it was none other than the tiger demon known as the Mountain Lord, residing near Qingsong City. Unlike Lu Russian, who shattered the air to hover mid-flight, the half-human, half-tiger entity stood effortlessly in the air, exuding an elegance far surpassing that of Lu Yoyuan's. Wu Xiao, standing below, noticed that the Mountain Lord was enveloped in a visible azure wind, allowing him to defy gravity with ease. In the air, the tiger demon squinted its large, bell-like eyes, lowering its whip to scrutinize the diminutive figure of Lu Russian below. Caution flickered across its furry visage as its eyes darted about, surveying the surroundings. Instead of rushing in for an attack, it remained wary of potential threats lurking nearby. As a creature that had narrowly escaped the human demon slaughterhouse, it understood that unusual circumstances often herald danger. Though it was confident in its ability to obliterate the blood-exchanging martial artist before it, it was prepared to flee at a moment's notice should any unforeseen peril arise. After all, sacrificing its divine status would inflict some backlash. But compared to its life, that was a trivial sacrifice. Enough of this prattle. With a sudden, forceful step, Lu Russian shattered the air beneath him, shaking his head as crimson energy surged from his body, transforming into a dragon-like form, roaring towards the heavens. Lu Russian slowly extended his hand, raising his head to behold the Mountain Lord, whose expression had drastically changed. The crimson dragon circled around him, amplifying his presence to a godlike stature. Overshadowing even the so-called Mountain Lord, Lu Russian reached out, The crimson dragon coiled around him. At this moment, the mountain lord surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the almost negligible human presence on the ground, no unfamiliar auras lingered nearby. He finally realized that perhaps today, no one was hunting him. In truth, his only adversary was the martial artist before him. For when that dragon ascended, the palpable sense of impending doom forced him to confront the reality of his past. Where his life had been worth less than a dog's, the mountain lord felt his life force ensnared by Lu Rushan's presence, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. Damn it, this was the martial artist who had slain the foolish slave during his divine descent. The mountain lord's visage twisted in rage. There would be no peaceful resolution today. This was a life-and-death struggle. Retreat would only hasten his demise. As the dark visage of the black tiger rose from his body, it lifted its head and roared, while the azure winds scattered the disheveled hair that danced across his forehead. Amidst the resounding roar of the mountain lord tiger, an aura of formidable might visibly surged from his form. Regardless of the opponent's robust vitality, they were ultimately just mere blood-changing warriors. The dragon rides the clouds, the wind follows the tiger. Wu Xiu gazed upward at the turbulent sky, witnessing the once serene forest now engulfed in howling winds, intermingled with the echoes of dragon roars and tiger howls, as if a myth had been resurrected. In the high heavens, the crimson serpent and the black tiger visage clashed. Before Wu Xiu could scrutinize closely, he observed Lu Rushan's speed suddenly spike mid-air, the explosive sounds of air bursting beneath his feet akin to thunder, darting forth like a razor-sharp lightning bolt. The enormous black tiger head transformed in expression, its pale yellow, terrified vertical pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints in an instant. Lu Rushan strode through the void, and before the mountain lord could react, his broad palm unfurled, slender fingers locking tightly upon its massive cranium, forcing the titan's bulk to tilt backward. With a swift motion of his left hand, he drew forth a pitch-black hand spear, and in the moment the tiger exposed its neck, he executed a ruthless slash. With a swift slice, the silver blade of the spear, unparalleled in sharpness, effortlessly severed the throat beneath the black and yellow fur, gushing forth a foul, sanguinary spray. The colossal head was captured in Lu Rushan's grasp, and the towering tiger demon stumbled to the ground, its vibrant azure aura destabilized, crashing down like a meteor with a thunderous impact, raising a great cloud of dust. Mountain Lord, dead, Lu Rushan descended from the heavens, his complexion unflushed and breath unlabored, holding the massive tiger head, from which heavy blood continued to drip from the severed neck. Swallowing hard, Wu Xiu noted the expression of astonishment still etched upon the lifeless tiger head. At last, he began to grasp a fragment of understanding regarding his newly emerged master. Fierce, truly fierce. An unparalleled powerhouse indeed. With a single strike, he had cleaved off the mountain lord's head. Wu Xiu felt the tension in his body ease slightly. Since arriving in this realm, he had been perpetually on edge, his body instinctively taut in response to the omnipresent sense of danger, aside from the recently dissipated sensation of being spied upon. The earlier tiger's roar had been even more terrifying, akin to a colossal hand descending from the heavens, making him feel as though he could scarcely unleash 70 or 80% of his strength. Yet, the fearsome demon that had once filled the mountains with dread had been vanquished in an instant by Lu Rushan. Is this the power of a blood-changing warrior? Wu Xiu unclenched his fist, a question mark flooding his mind. Could such a force truly be wielded by an ordinary warrior? Reflecting on Lu Rushan's unmatched prowess in that moment, he thought, how elevated it must be. No wonder the great Zhou was able to firmly hold such vast territories, enduring relentless wars each year while maintaining relative stability among the lower strata. Chapter 57. The Thousand-Year Legacy of Ji. The Eight Extremes Demon Sect. Astounded at heart, Wu Xiu gained insight at that moment. Perhaps the lower echelons of demons possess an advantage over those of humanity, yet once ascended to higher realms, human warriors emerge as the more terrifying upright apes. Otherwise, how could the great Zhou maintain dominion over such extensive and fertile lands for so many years? Only with more ferocious blades, fists, could they prevent the lurking ambitions of tigers and wolves in their vicinity from revealing their fangs. Observing the battle scene from beginning to end, Wu Xiu felt an inexplicable notion. Compared to Lu Rushan, the Mountain Lord, who appeared more imposing and graceful, seemed rather to embody the weaker side. With the blood-changing level, he had dispatched a demon far exceeding his own realm in just 3 moves. If the warriors of the Great Zhou were all like his master, Wu Xiu couldn't help but wonder why the sages of the Great Zhou had yet to unify the universe. The trees in the forest swayed, and the birds took flight in alarm. Just by the look in Wu Xiu's eyes, Lu Rushan understood his thoughts. His expression relaxed, exuding an air of nonchalance as he explained. Do not overthink it. I am merely a special case. It is rare to find a blood-changing warrior of my current caliber. So, what do you think? Did you gain anything from my demonstration? Gained anything? The actions of seizing a head and severing it were evident. They appeared simple yet flowed seamlessly, as if both parties had rehearsed the maneuver hundreds of times. However, Wu Xiu could discern traces of the 8 Extremes fist within Lu Rushan's technique. It was clear that Lu Rushan had not lied. He too had practiced the 8 Extremes fist, and his mastery surpassed Wu Xiu's somewhat rudimentary understanding. The disciple, being rather obtuse, could only see the ferocity and brilliance of his master's strikes. Realizing that the 8 Extremes fist had already been integrated into his every movement, leaving him hesitant to claim any understanding. Indeed, the little disciple knows how to speak, unlike those previous rebellious disciples who only knew how to brawl. In high spirits from Wu Xiu's flattery, Lu Rushan felt reassured that he had not chosen the wrong disciple. Such a charming and eloquent student, despite his current lower level, was at least pleasant to converse with. As the headless corpse of the Mountain Lord fell, the clamor in the forest grew increasingly pronounced. Lu Rushan paid it little heed, setting the tiger's head aside, and motioned for Wu Xiu to sit upon the ground. Instructing, do not underestimate the 8 Extremes fist. This technique, in terms of caliber, is not inferior to the esteemed legacies of the martial families in the Great Zhou. Rather, one might argue that compared to those martial traditions that have persisted for centuries, the complete 8 Extremes fist is indeed more exceptional. Even within the Great Zhou, aside from the royal lineage, there are but a few martial traditions that can rival this technique. Over the years, although this technique has circulated widely in the martial world, do you know why there are not many practitioners, or why it appears that there are not so many on the surface? A flicker of realization crossed Wu Xiu's mind as his brows knitted together in thought, as he ventured, is it because of the 8 Extremes pill that Master mentioned? Nodding, Lu Rushan's expression became unusually solemn as he replied. Let me first speak of the origins of the 8 Extremes fist. This technique originates from the ancient demonic sect, the 8 Extremes Gate, and is their pinnacle martial art, 8,000 years ago. Within the 8 Extremes Gate, many warriors, through this technique, became figures of renown in the martial world, particularly the 138th master named Ge, who truly mastered this technique to a legendary perfection. Possessing incredible strength that few could rival, at that time, he was renowned for having no equal, undefeated in the martial realm. Consequently, the 8 Extremes Gate was at the zenith of its power. Both the righteous and demonic paths held it in awe. However, every peak eventually faces decline. Though the 8 Extremes Gate was a top-tier force at that time, it encountered the founding ancestor of the Great Zhou, who, wielding a Fulong staff, conquered the land, emerging victorious in every battle to establish the Great Zhou. After founding the nation, the ancestor, witnessing the rampant killings in the martial world that brought suffering to the populace, led his seasoned army, trampling through the martial realm, with his first endeavor being the annihilation of the 8 Extremes Gate. On that day, historical records state that the 10 masters of the Baodin realm joined forces to besiege Ge, with 1,000 cavalry charging in waves, resulting in the death of hundreds of their dragon steeds. And half of the Baodin masters were slain before they finally wore Ge down, extinguishing his vitality, bones, and visage. Ultimately, they nailed him to the mountain gate with a long spear, and the army united to eradicate the 8 Extremes Gate overnight. The reason the Great Zhou's founding ancestor insisted on extinguishing the 8 Extremes Gate was due to its transmission of the 8 Extremes Fist, a technique of unparalleled strength, the very best in horizontal training of fists and feet. Yet it possesses a significant flaw. It demands exceedingly high requirements for one's bone structure. To achieve minor success, one must possess a body of steel and iron, a physique of gold and jade to master it. For great success, one must have the sinews of a dragon and the marrow of a tiger. As for the legendary state of perfection, it has become merely a myth. Aside from Zhou, who has remained absent for a millennium, no one has ever reached that realm since. To practice this technique, one must possess a superior bone structure. Any slight deficiency will result in only one outcome: exploding one's own body. Captivated by Lu Russian's narrative, Wu Xiao instinctively inquired, "Then what does this have to do with the 8 Extremes pill?" It is indeed related. Don't master the 8 Extremes fist. The 8 Extremes pill is an indispensable component. Lu Russian gestured for Wu Xiao to look over, revealing his hand as he clasped the mountain lord's head, a faint golden blood light emanating from it. The once plump head visibly shriveled and contracted at an observable pace, ultimately forming a faint blood pill in his palm. Discarding the now withered beast's head, Lu Russian pinched the intertwining blood and golden pill between his fingers, and an exotic fragrance wafted through the air. Enticing to the senses, Wu Xiao merely inhaled gently from a distance and was struck by the sensation of searing heat in his blood. Swallowing hard, he listened intently as Lu Russian continued to elucidate. The 8 Extremes pill, though referred to as a pill, does not require an alchemist, nor does it need firewood or alchemical furnaces. All it requires is but one thing: flesh and blood. Did you observe my earlier method? This alchemical technique is, in fact, a secret of the 8 Extremes gate, one that only inner disciples could practice 1,000 years at Zhou. It utilizes flesh and bone as fuel, the body as the furnace, directly transforming the living sinews, blood, and flesh into a grand pill, as it has remarkable efficacy for the bone structure required in the 8 Extremes fist. The 8 Extremes gate thus named it the 8 Extremes pill. A jolt coursed through Wu Xiao as he suddenly raised his head, grasping the crux of the matter, incredulously asking, "Does Master mean that the flesh and blood referred to is that of demons or of humans?" Chapter 58. The 8 Extremes martial artists. Cannibalistic training. Pleased with Wu Xiao's reaction, Lu Russian curved his lips into a smile, casually playing with the blood pill, which was no larger than a fingertip. He spoke softly, "You are correct in your assumptions. The entry requirement for the 8 Extremes technique is indeed exceedingly high, yet there are still numerous practitioners who have achieved success. Moreover, the emergence of an extraordinary talent like GE is no coincidence. There are reasons behind it. In this world, genuine prodigies with innate bone structures are rare. Most, like the current military nobles, are products of acquired cultivation. The reason so many from the 8 Extremes sect can master this technique lies in their use of human materials to refine the 8 Extremes pill. Trading the lives of others to alter their own bone structures, in truth, they are engaging in cannibalism, thus earning the title of demons. While I have read accounts of people resorting to cannibalism during famines in previous lives, Wu Xiao had never truly encountered such malevolent beings as those who consume one another. If it were merely a matter of survival during a year of famine, it could be seen as a tragic consequence of the times. However, when an entire sect engages in refining pills from human lives to satisfy their own selfish desires, it is utterly deserving of their fate. Shocked by the actions of the 8 Extremes sect from 1,000 years ago, Wu Xiao still harbored a question. He turned to Lu Russian and asked, "Why not use the blood and flesh of demons to refine the 8 Extremes pill?" With a cold laugh, Lu Russian's eyes held profound meaning as he continued, Demons, do they possess flesh and blood superior to that of humans? The essence of refining the 8 Extremes pill lies in its primary function, to alter one's bone structure. The materials used for the pill must be closely related to the host for the effectiveness of the transformation to be maximized. Blood pills derived from demons often contain demonic malevolence and bloodline imprints. Excessive consumption can blur one's instincts, leading to gradual demonic transformation. Humans are different. Not only are they of the same race, but the refined flesh also lacks any inherited memories. As long as one overcomes psychological barriers, there is an abundance of materials available, particularly for those who are also practitioners of the 8 Extremes technique. The benefits are even greater. If a regular martial artist of the same realm contributes a value of 1 to the modification of an 8 Extremes martial artist's bone structure, then a fellow 8 Extremes martial artist offers a tenfold enhancement. In some ways, consuming humans is far simpler than consuming demons. Thus, in a certain sense, all 8 Extremes martial artists within the sect are merely expendable resources for the elite. This explains why, during the extermination of the 8 Extremes sect, many lower-tier martial artists were willing to lead rebellions. No one wishes to live in constant fear of being devoured. Startled, Wu Xiao began to comprehend why the mere leader of the Black Tiger gang could attain a fragment of the 8 Extremes technique. This unfortunate soul was being fished. Anyone who truly practiced this incomplete martial art without the secret method for the 8 Extremes pill would unwittingly deliver themselves to the doorstep of the 8 Extremes martial artists. He had thought it was a stroke of good fortune, but in reality, it was merely bait for fishing. The fisherman would always return empty-handed. Noticing that Wu Xiao had grasped the issue, Lu Russian took out a hefty blue manual from his robe and tossed it to Wu Xiao, saying, "Although the 8 Extremes technique has not been explicitly prohibited by the court, most practitioners today, apart from the remnants of the 8 Extremes, are merely extracting the essence of this technique to supplement their own training. This manual contains the original 8 Extremes technique, which I am not obliged to exchange with the town protector's office, so I can give it to you directly, however, while I have practiced this technique. It is not my main focus. The gains and losses are yours to decide. I must also remind you, should you wish to refine the 8 Extremes pill using human lives, rest assured the court would not tolerate it. And I would have to eliminate you as well. Furthermore, my lineage does not insist on the transmission of techniques. The town protector's office possesses a wealth of rare martial arts manuals that have not been circulated in the martial world. Over the years, numerous new techniques have emerged. One does not have to practice the 8 Extremes technique. Once you join the town protector's office, as long as you accumulate sufficient merit, you may choose freely." Respectfully accepting the complete 8 Extremes technique manual, Wu Xiao found it hard to believe. Just a moment ago, he had been contemplating how to investigate the leader of the Black Bear gang to obtain the complete 8 Extremes technique manual. To his astonishment, before he could take action, the manual had been delivered right to him. The twists of fate in life are indeed unpredictable. Wu Xiao took Lu Russian's words to heart. Although he considered himself flexible with his bottom line, the notion of cannibalism was still beyond acceptable limits. As he perused the comprehensive 8 Extremes technique, he found it to be at least 50% more detailed than the incomplete version he had received from the deceased Black Bear gang leader. Elated, he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Master. I assure you, I will not engage in any disgraceful acts that would tarnish your teachings." While he could not refine the 8 Extremes pill, there was nothing preventing him from practicing the 8 Extremes technique. Without the pill, he could still rely on the scroll point one day. Once his physique was sufficient, he would not only achieve mastery but even reach perfection. Lu Russian cast a glance at Wu Xiao. Fully aware of his new disciple's thoughts, internally, he shook his head. Who wouldn't he aspire to possess the unparalleled might that Ge demonstrated when facing thousands? However, human strength has its limits. There would come a day when Wu Xiao's bone structure would fail to keep pace with his martial realm, and perhaps then he would understand why so many opted to use this technique as merely a supplement. Though Lu Russian did not hold high hopes for Wu Xiao's journey with the 8 Extremes technique, he refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. As he stated, he would not impose strict requirements on his disciples regarding the transmission of techniques, yet they must each bear the consequences of their choices. He continued, "I serve as the commandant in the Huizhou region within the town protector's office. I have not established a sect, nor do I have any martial arts that require your inheritance. As your master, my role is to provide guidance on martial arts, but I will not lead you down my own path. Before you, there were 3 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. Currently, only your eldest brother and 3rd sister remain alive. Once you join, you need not concern yourself with the others. As long as you do not commit any crimes that fall into my hands, I shall not interfere." Indeed, it was a remarkably relaxed and liberating approach. Wu Xiao felt increasingly satisfied. Such a flexible structure was ideal for his personal development, freeing him from excessive concerns. At that moment, the noise in the forest grew increasingly tumultuous, with not only the roars of tigers but also the cries of monkeys and the cacophony of various creatures intertwining. Wu Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, momentarily setting aside these disturbances. Since he had finally secured a master, and Lu Russian was willing to impart wisdom on martial knowledge, he seized the opportunity. Master, I have not had the privilege of learning from a renowned teacher before. My martial arts have all been self-taught. Now I find myself muddled and lacking a coherent system. Please, Master, offer your guidance. Rising to his feet, Lu Rushan gestured for Wu Xiao to follow him as he walked deeper into the woods, teaching as he went along. Martial arts have been inherited since the dawn of time. Although there have been changes over the years, the fundamental division remains into three grand realms. Chapter 59. What are the three realms of martial artists? What are the three realms of martial artists? Before Wu Xiao could return, Lu Rushan had already taken the initiative to walk ahead, engaging in a self-dialogue. The first realm is that of the martial artist refining the body, also referred to as the corporeal realm. The primary focus of a martial artist at this stage is singular, to hone the physical form, thereby preparing for subsequent breakthroughs in martial arts. Although the corporeal realm serves as a foundation, exceptionally gifted individuals who perfect their physical bodies may cultivate unparalleled roots and even attain corporeal supernatural powers. A century ago, historical records noted an individual who dedicated 20 years to body refinement, ultimately achieving a breakthrough that granted him the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, enabling him to capture dragons with his bare hands. Thus, one must never underestimate the importance of this foundational stage in martial arts. Furthermore, the corporeal realm possesses another significant aspect, the malleability of one's roots. While the roots of ordinary mortals are predetermined at birth, there exist 2 opportunities for alteration. The first occurs in childhood. With sufficient resources devoted to manipulating the sinews and bones, one can reshape their physique through external forces. The noble families within the capital exemplify this, often commencing their cultivation even in the womb, producing individuals with extraordinary roots, far surpassing the average at birth. The second opportunity arises within the corporeal realm itself, where the process of refining the body also subtly modifies the roots, albeit not overtly noticeable. However, once one transcends to the non-human realm, the roots solidify, leaving no further room for change. Consequently, those with less than ideal roots often choose to remain steadfast in the corporeal realm rather than risk advancing to the next stage. The ancient practitioners of the 8 extremes exemplify this, willingly spending decades honing their skills within the corporeal realm, reluctant to break through to the non-human realm and forfeit their opportunity for root alteration, resulting in their dominance within the same realm. In contemporary times, anyone daring to refine the 8 extremes elixir faces a nationwide manhunt, with countless fatalities dissuading further attempts. The absence of the 8 extremes elixir for root alteration has inevitably led to a significant deceleration in the progress of the 8 extremes martial art, placing it in a semi-obsolete state. This explains why, despite the illustrious reputation of the 8 extremes, few practitioners genuinely adopt it as their primary technique. Achieving mastery necessitates attaining the roots of dragon sinews and tiger marrow within the corporeal realm. Without the ability to refine the 8 extremes elixir, even those from affluent martial families cannot produce a talent of such caliber. Therefore, if you wish to further explore this technique, consider seeking out rare medicines or elixirs that can alter your roots. But remember to avoid the 8 extremes elixir. The second realm, that of the extraordinary martial artist, is also known as the non-human realm. At this stage, martial artists begin to establish a fundamental disparity with ordinary mortals. Although they are still classified as human, their physical forms have transcended humanity. The first step in the non-human realm is blood transformation, wherein one infuses their body with the blood of demons and spirits, transforming their mortal blood into something extraordinary, thus matching the strength of demons at the same level. The second step involves the emergence of true qi. After the blood transformation, one's vitality becomes extraordinary, allowing the cultivation of a strand of true qi from within, which can harness the power of the heavens and earth. The third step is the manifestation of the, wherein practitioners can shed their mortal forms, akin to the rebirth of ancient divine beings, capable of shifting mountains and filling seas. The fourth step, known as, involves the formation of a dan within the body, granting a lifespan of 5 cycles of 10 years. At this juncture, Lu Rushan paused slightly. As for the final realm, the martial sage, it has been quite some time since such a figure has graced the martial and political arenas, and it is safe to say that those who can bear the title of martial sage are exceedingly rare. My understanding of this is limited, and I can only offer a general overview. After the non-human realm, the The path ahead has become increasingly obscure for martial artists of antiquity. Perhaps only the millennia-old mountain sects and the imperial family of Zhou retain records on this subject. Regardless of the martial arts manuals available, they contain scant information on this matter. It is generally recorded that to attain the title of martial sage, one must undergo 3 steps: observing the divine, cultivating freedom, and finally, earning the title itself. As Wu Xiu walked, he listened intently, for as a self-taught martial artist, he lacked a systematic understanding of martial knowledge. He absorbed this information with great eagerness and focus. The 3 realms of martial arts: corporeal, non-human, and martial sage. For the moment, he set aside thoughts of the martial sage, as the non-human realm felt somewhat distant. However, the corporeal realm was within reach in any endeavor. The foundation is of utmost importance, and thus, his current goal was to refine his body to perfection. He harbored aspirations regarding the corporeal supernatural powers mentioned by his master. Ignorance had been bliss. But now that his horizons had expanded, he was determined to strive for the highest and most formidable vistas. Upon concluding his discourse on the classification of martial realms, Lu Rushan assured him that such knowledge would be accessible upon his arrival at the town protector's office. Although Lu Rushan did not intend to interfere with Wu Xiu's martial journey, he, as someone who had traversed this path, offered insights. You have already achieved a degree of refinement and possess the innate gifts of copper skin and iron bones. Your proficiency in the 8 extremes is commendable, allowing you to rival the typical martial artists at the bone-tempering level. Even within the capital, your talents are noteworthy. The nature of your roots is indeed remarkable. While the steel bones and copper skin are byproducts of the 8 extremes, they may be equally valuable to you as the technique itself. Wu Xiu contemplated the systematic martial knowledge imparted by Lu Rushan. Although the steel bones and copper skin talents could be considered merely above average among the nobility, they had already positioned him to surpass ordinary refiners and muscle cultivators. Even the demon iron family, renowned for their bone tempering, could not match him in sheer strength and speed. Lu Rushan continued walking, having come to understand Wu Xiu quite well in their brief acquaintance, and pointed out, however, the martial skills you have acquired can only be regarded as inferior techniques. Even the commendable copper skin refining method has reached its limits at this stage. The 8 extremes is indeed exceptional, yet this technique is unique. If you aspire to surpass your contemporaries within the corporeal realm, you must access higher-level techniques. With your current martial inheritance, lacking a systematic method for circulating vitality, it is impossible to achieve perfection in the corporeal realm. It was no wonder that superior martial inheritances were tightly controlled by those in power. Regardless of the resource disparities, the differences in the levels of martial techniques meant that scions of prestigious families were inherently stronger than those from impoverished backgrounds. No wonder Lu Yuan, despite being a whole realm weaker than the old curator, could still compete on equal footing. The influence of differing martial inheritances on a martial artist's strength was indeed profound. As Wu Xiu pondered these revelations, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. After some time, he digested this knowledge and resolved to intensify his commitment to the 8 extremes. This decision was not solely due to having obtained a top-tier martial inheritance. More crucially, elevating the 8 extremes would facilitate the transformation of his roots, yielding dual benefits. After all, he need not rely on human sacrifices to refine the 8 extremes elixir. As long as he possessed exceptional talent, Zhou would not impose restrictions on his practice of the 8 extremes. Typically, martial artists of the 8 extremes would first refine their roots before daring to practice the technique. However, he was different. With sufficient dragon and tiger energy, as long as his corporeal form kept pace, he could reverse the order. His plan was to enhance the 8 extremes first and then compel his roots to adapt to the technique. In doing so, he would reap the rewards of both the dragon and tiger energy, achieving a twofold return. Wasn't this akin to hitting 2 flies with 1 swat? Chapter 60. The Authority of the Mountain Lord, refining the body with beasts with a rough plan forming in his mind. Wu Xiu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he inquired, "Master, how can I expedite the refinement of my corporeal form?" "Ah, therein lies the crux." Lu Rushan paused, turning to gesture for Wu Xiu to observe his surroundings. The most effective method to refine the body is through relentless combat. As long as you survive 100 battles, Even the dullest martial artist can cultivate a formidable aura. Combat? Wu Xiao was taken aback, finally realizing the significant shift in their surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had been unconsciously following Lu Russian, leading them to the site where the Mountain Lord had fallen. The colossal form of a demon had now reverted to its tiger shape. Though headless, the nearly 3-meter-tall headless tiger demon lay prostrate on the ground, instilling fear in all who beheld it. When they arrived at the massive pit created by the Mountain Lord's corpse, the forest echoed with the roars of beasts and the cries of birds. Thick-bodied pythons, towering monkeys, and green-eyed wolves of considerable size stirred in agitation, gathering around the lifeless body of the headless Mountain Lord. The diverse array of mountain beasts numbered in the dozens, if not hundreds, yet, despite their evident greed and covetousness, each creature suppressed their primal instincts, exhibiting an unusual restraint as they surrounded the corpse. Only drool dripped from their mouths, their eyes fixed intently on the motionless body of the Mountain Lord, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Do you see these beasts? Unlike ordinary demons, any entity that ascends to divinity upon death not only leaves behind a corpse but also gradually relinquishes its divine authority. Should a new demon or a court-sanctioned deity claim this authority, they can refine it and inherit the original power. Becoming a new deity, though they stood amidst the throng of beasts, none could perceive the presence of the two humans amidst their ranks. Lu Russian appeared as if strolling through his own home, gesturing toward the mountain beasts coveting the Mountain Lord's authority. These creatures have been lured here by the promise of power. When the Mountain Lord's authority manifests, they will undoubtedly vie for dominance, striving to reclaim the power and become the new Mountain Lord. You were asking how to expedite the refinement of your corporeal form, weren't you? The only path to progress for a martial artist lies in battle. Steel your resolve, hold your breath, and press forward. Slay them, and not only will your corporeal form improve, but even your recently revealed talent of steel bones will experience further growth. How about it? Do you have the courage to give it a try? Your master does not demand your efforts in vain. Should you emerge victorious, everything will be yours to choose from, except for the power of the Mountain Lord, including even the Mountain Lord's corpse. Looking around, Wu Xiao noticed that there were hardly any beasts shorter than a human. He had never seen such a plethora of wild beasts in both his past and present lives. As if all the creatures of the forest had gathered here, the Mountain Lord's corpse was the focal point. Judging by the imposing aura of these beasts, none were inferior to the former curator. Could he truly survive until the end? A question arose in his mind as he gazed at the headless tiger in the pit. Yet, that was the corpse of a Mountain Lord at the opening realm. While he was uncertain of its true worth, even a fool would know it was undoubtedly valuable. Moreover, with his master by his side, surely he wouldn't just stand idly by and watch him perish. Right? As long as he didn't die, why not take a gamble? In the past, he hesitated due to the imbalance between gain and loss, but now, free of the fear of death, winning would yield bountiful rewards, and losing would still provide him with combat experience. In this light, regardless of the outcome, he was akin to Qin Shi Huang walking a tightrope. Swallowing hard, Wu Xiao steeled his heart, his gaze fierce as he looked at the horde of beasts before him and declared, "Master, I am willing to give it a try." "Ha ha, splendid. You are indeed my disciple Lu Russian." His master erupted into hearty laughter. Lu Russian, with a gentle twist of his fingers that had previously grasped the Mountain Lord's blood pill, caused a third of the blood pill to transform into a golden stream of vital essence that detached and, with a flick of his finger, entered Wu Xiao's body. As martial men, we must act boldly. This vital essence has been refined by me. It will ensure you do not suffer from depletion. With a deep breath, it felt as though he had swallowed a warm sun, and Wu Xiao involuntarily exhaled, feeling the void of energy and the soreness of his bones dissipate entirely. The Mountain Lord's vital essence surged within him, radiating warmth throughout his limbs. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented lightness and strength coursing through his body. With no worries to hold him back, he was ready to fight for his life. Standing tall, his fighting spirit ignited, Wu Xiao clenched his fist as if to crush the very air around him. That vital essence not only replenished his depleted energy, but also allowed him to directly perceive the transformation of his body into one of formidable strength. At that moment, a faint, earthy glow began to coalesce from the mountain lord's corpse, faintly revealing a small flag adorned with cloud patterns. Upon seeing the manifestation of power, the previously restless beasts became even more agitated. Although none dared to take the first step, they all lowered their bodies. Baring their fangs, the surrounding beasts, their eyes now bloodshot, fixated intently on the tiny flag in the air while remaining vigilant of their neighboring adversaries. Meanwhile, Lu Rushan stood amidst the beasts, locking eyes with Wu Xiu before finally asking, "Are you ready?" After tightening the straps on his arms, Wu Xiu licked his lips, gazing at the eager beasts before him, and replied solemnly, "Thank you, Master." With a low chuckle, Lu Rushan made no visible movements but vanished from sight, leaving Wu Xiu standing alone amidst the throng of beasts, as if a layer of gauze had been wiped away. The nearby beasts, which had previously ignored him, suddenly tensed, realizing for the first time that a human martial artist had infiltrated their ranks. A black panther beast let out a roar, instinctively lunging at him. This roar seemed to trigger the onset of a chaotic melee. The beasts, unable to contain themselves any longer, surged towards the small flag glowing with earthy light. Chaos erupted. Chapter 61. Forging material with blood, tempering the body. The infighting among the beasts was cold-blooded and brutal. There were no prolonged tests or defenses, only the swift division of life and death. The eruption of battle occurred in the blink of an eye, indifferent to the will of any living creature. Roar. The tranquil forest was filled with the piercing cries of beasts facing their demise. A python as thick as a waist constricted a monkey, while an ancient wolf, having lived for who knows how long, was brutally rammed by a boar with sharp tusks, sending it crashing, only to be trampled into a pulp by the horde. At this moment, Wu Xiu had no mind to concern himself with the chaos. Centered around the mountain lord's corpse, the beasts were divided into 3 tiers based on their strength. The frontmost beasts were the largest and fiercest, while the second tier followed closely behind. The outermost layer consisted of semi-intelligent wild beasts, now awakened by the bloody spectacle, who dared not linger and turned to flee. In stark contrast, the remaining ambitious creatures faced a far crueler fate. Within the second tier of beasts, Wu Xiu bent his knees, driving his iron-like limbs forcefully against the jaw of the black panther beast, its mouth agape with a foul stench. The impact made its fangs clatter, and a crude yellow tusk, slick with blood, erupted from its mouth. The panther's vision darkened, and before it could register the pain, it was already bleeding from its orifices. Nobody paid heed to the lifeless panther sprawled on the ground. For every beast was engaged in a relentless struggle for survival against their respective foes. In the small forest, the unique stench of beasts intertwined with blood, driving the remaining creatures into a frenzy. Wu Xiu's expression hardened, his iron-like frame brimming with vitality. In this life, to avoid being drowned in this murderous world, he must fight with fists and feet, with blades and fire, to vanquish every obstacle before him. Taking a deep breath, letting the scent of blood and beasts fill his lungs, Wu Xiu's aura solidified. His gaze became molten, his taut body like a drawn bow, striding resolutely toward the center of the pit. Not deliberately choosing his targets, his clenched fists descending like a deity's hammer upon a bare beast that had just killed another. Die! The forest erupted into chaos, blood flowing like rivers. The once cunning beasts, adept at hunting within the woods, now resembled domesticated livestock, their fates sealed not by humans but by a stronger pack of beasts. Kill, relentless slaughter. No matter who stood before him, they could be slain. Bathed in blood, the stench of beastly gore dripped from his hair. Wu Xiu gasped for air, acutely aware that whenever his vitality waned, the golden essence of the mountain lord swiftly replenished him. Yet, while his vital energy could be restored, the fatigue of his body remained. As he fought his way from the second tier of beasts into the heart of the fray, Wu Xiu's fists were already bloodied and battered, his entire body aching from the relentless onslaught. Pain was bearable, but these surviving beasts offered no respite. Clenching the tusks of a boar that had already trampled over 5 other creatures, he felt the immense force surging through him. his muscles trembling under the strain. Planting his left foot firmly, he engaged in a fierce struggle against the boar, feeling its unique scent of damp earth fill his nostrils. Holding his breath, he exerted every ounce of strength to pin the rampaging beast in place. His body remained too weak. Had he possessed the realm of a martial artist, none of the surviving beasts would have been beneath the level of bone refining, while Wu Xiu, no matter his efforts, was still merely a skin-refining martial artist. The Mountain Lord's blood essence allowed him to endure, but the foundational strength of his body was insufficient for such intense and sustained combat. Muscles screamed in agony, blood obscured his vision, and Wu Xiu gritted his teeth, holding his ground against the enraged boar's feral tusks. His fists throbbed, his arms ached, and his entire being was engulfed in pain. The only solace lies in the undeniable truth spoken by the master. Indeed, the method of tempering one's spirit and physique serves as a shortcut to fortitude. Even amidst the perilous throngs of beasts, he can distinctly sense that under the relentless strain of life-and-death combat, his once rigid sinews and bones begin to undergo a gradual transformation. The iron framework of his being quivers incessantly, while the sinews pulsate and resonate under the invigorating flow of vital energy. His robust form, continuously nourished by the relentless essence of the Mountain Lord, ceaselessly extracts greater strength. Standing atop the lofty treetops with arms crossed, Lu Rushan gazes down with a profound and tranquil demeanor at the small figure engaged in a bloody struggle below, his heart steadfast and unmoved. Unlike his previous disciples, regardless of their humble beginnings, none possessed the rawness of Wu Xiu. Each individual had cultivated a solid foundation from childhood, bolstered by familial or external investments, their innate capabilities sufficient to eventually shine forth under his guidance. Yet Wu Xiu diverged. He commenced his martial training too late, inheriting a lineage of lowly martial arts. Although endowed with a resilient physique, he could not fully harness the advantages of his innate gifts. Awakening to his innate fortitude at this age left no room for delay. He must seize the moment to fortify his foundation. Thus, having only just taken on a disciple, he immediately commenced the arduous task of establishing a solid groundwork. Lacking a prestigious lineage or sect background, he naturally had no early installation of innate prowess. Even if one could achieve momentary victories, lasting supremacy remained elusive. Insufficient foundational strength in the early stages would only result in greater disadvantage as one progressed in the martial path. Therefore, recognizing that a systematic approach would not suffice for this young disciple, he resorted to more brutal methods, honing through the crucible of life and death struggles, fostering vitality through the essence of demons, and tempering the body with the 8 extremes technique. Ultimately, he aimed to forge a true embodiment of fortitude. Since the foundation was not laid in youth, it must be reforged through blood and fire. A martial warrior could only unleash their full potential through life or death battles. Lu Rushan's disciple could never be outdone by his peers. Chapter 62. Yet, the most perilous aspects are often the most easily overlooked. On the ground, Wu Xiu, panting heavily, rises from the still form of the slain demon pig. His garments lie in tatters, stained with a grotesque mixture of his own and the beast's blood. Surveying the surroundings, he notes that, after the chaos of battle, only a scant few beasts remain, still breathing. The last competitors have gathered around the carcass of the Mountain Lord, a limping forest python with a severed tail and a one-eyed golden tiger beast, alongside Wu Xiu himself. The rest of the beasts have been thoroughly vanquished by a lone man and his 2 adversaries. Like the maimed beasts, Wu Xiu too bears wounds, thanks to the final retaliatory strike from the demon pig. A gaping wound now mars his abdomen. Were it not for the protective essence of the Mountain Lord safeguarding his vital organs, he would have long succumbed to evisceration. Now, any exertion causes blood to seep forth uncontrollably. Wu Xiu is forced to tear strips from his clothing, hastily binding them to staunch the flow of blood. At the edge of the pit, the trio, 1 man and 2 beasts, stands in a tense triangle, each wary of the others, hesitant to make the first move. Surviving the brutal melee, it is evident that, regardless of their strength or appearance, these 2 beasts comprehend the inherent danger they pose to one another. After a moment of stalemate, Wu Xiu begins to feel the chill of blood loss seeping into his body. A gust of cold wind stirs a few dead leaves. Almost simultaneously, the forest python and the tiger beast lunge at him without premeditation. The conflict among the beasts is indeed savage, yet humanity must perish. This is a legacy etched in their very blood. Although the beasts belong to different species, the two-legged creatures, humans, are the common foes of all demonkind. Exhaling deeply, Wuxiu feels no anger, only relief. He worries more about the stagnation of this standoff. Still bleeding, he cannot endure for long. Moreover, he had anticipated this final encirclement, so it comes as no surprise. With great effort, Wuxiu straightens his trembling body, the flow of vital energy within him intensifying as it mends his wounds. Now is the time for a final, desperate gamble. To conceal his true strength, he refrains from utilizing the fiery blade concealed within his satchel or invoking the tiger's essence to elevate his techniques. This is precisely the moment. Fangzuan step. In the realm of inches, the universe unfolds. Progression route, mastery, 0-100. With 5 steps taken, one moves a mile within an inch, an exercise in practice. Enhancement possible, requires 6 breaths of tiger essence. Shall it be elevated to completion? Elevate to perfection. Foot soldier blade technique, a military blade technique, simplified and practical, derived from the blood fiend technique. Progression route, mastery, 30-100. A single strike to slay, 100 kills to achieve completion. Enhancement possible, requires 20 breaths of tiger essence. Shall it be elevated to completion? Enhance. As the tiger essence within the scroll diminishes by a full 40 breaths, the archaic script inscribed within the golden scroll begins to blur, rapidly solidifying. Foot soldier blade technique, perfected. Copper sand body refinement technique, perfected. Fangzuan step, perfected. 8 extremes technique, incomplete. Minor accomplishment. His black and white eyes now suffused with a crimson aura. Wuxiu is transformed. The perfected foot soldier blade technique possesses no remaining nuances or techniques. Only a single flash of bloodlight lingers in his heart, evoking the anguished wails of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. In the depths of his being, Wuxiu recognizes what this bloodlight signifies. It embodies the malevolence of weaponry in the mortal realm, a manifestation of slaughter's essence within the cosmos. It serves as both tool and harbinger of doom for its wielder. This is the blood god. As long as the host continues to spill blood, it will grow stronger, simultaneously fortifying the host's corporeal form. However, it is merely a manifestation of slaughter's essence, devoid of intelligence. Driven solely by an instinctual thirst for carnage, should the host indulge in incessant killing, the blood god will favor them. Yet, if the host abstains from bloodshed for an extended period, the blood god will corrupt the host's psyche, ultimately reducing the wielder to a mere pawn of slaughter, ensnared by its control. While ordinary individuals may hesitate at the prospect of succumbing to the blood god's influence, for Wuxiu, who has already discerned the truths of this high martial world, killing is a trivial matter. As long as he ascends, countless souls await his blade. He shall not allow the blood god to taint his consciousness. He fears the goddess may prove insufficient. Embracing the blood god, Wuxiu hears the anguished cries of the departed echoing in his ears. An overwhelming surge of fury and bloodlust floods his mind. His once weary body is reinvigorated with newfound strength as weakness and pain are suppressed. Now, the rage within him compels him to obliterate everything in sight. Kill, kill, kill. The blood god within him incessantly urges its host, demanding only one thing: slaughter, such a simple and easily satisfied desire. Kill. Wuxiu stands as a living furnace, radiant with fierce light, the aura of slaughter ascending to the heavens. With the perfected Fangzuan step, he deftly evades the lunging forest python, whose movements have slowed due to its severed tail. At the same time, unbeknownst to him, a fiery, flowing patterned long knife has appeared in his right hand. The half-blind tiger beast, now mere moments away, perceives its peril and its pupils constrict to pinpricks the knife. The human warrior had been unarmed until now. Where did this blade come from? Facing the creature, Wuxiu can almost perceive the terror reflected in its slitted gaze. With a sinister grin, the once silver-white blade now glimmers with a layer of bloodlust. His sinewy form, once trembling, now stands firm like a pillar of heaven, fingers clenched around the hilt as he unleashes a ferocious downward strike. The blood god can instill terror through its bloodlust. The tiger beast, initially charging, now hesitates, its eyes flashing with crimson. It seems momentarily ensnared by the very essence of blood. Suddenly, a searing pain erupts from its chest, and its massive body crashes to the ground. The awakened tiger beast struggles to roar, its head twisting to bite at the blade lodged in its neck, only to emit a guttural sound as blood spills forth from its throat. Wu Xiu appears unfazed by the beast's futile thrashing, coldly pushing the blade deeper. Even with sinewy strength and the protective essence of the Mountain Lord, a mere fleshy warrior cannot hope to survive amidst such a horde of demons. Yet, if one were to consider what Lu Rushan imparted beyond martial knowledge, it is the principle of stillness. When one moves, one must strike to kill. Like Lu Rushan before him, he feigned weakness, allowing the Mountain Lord to underestimate him, only to unleash a sudden and lethal assault, ensuring a swift and decisive end. Thus, Wu Xiu endured the early struggles of the chaotic melee. Even when the formidable demon pig cornered him, he refrained from drawing his weapon. He understood the necessity of utilizing every card at his disposal. Therefore, it was only in the final moments that the foot soldier blade technique and the fiery blade could come into play. The most perilous moments often present the greatest opportunities. The forest python and the tiger beast, fixated on eliminating the human warrior, would naturally lower their guard, remaining vigilant only against one another. Yet, the most perilous aspects are often the most easily overlooked. Now, it is their turn to reap the consequences of their oversight. Chapter 63. The authority of the Mountain Lord, Gold. The long knife remains firmly embedded in the tiger beast's neck. An unusual warmth coursing through the blade, infused with a sanguine aura that flows into Wu Xiu's body. The strain that had rendered him weary and numb dissipates rapidly. Even the wound in his abdomen heals at a visibly accelerated rate. The blood god, indeed, it is truly deserving of its reputation as a harbinger of death, accompanied by the aura of slaughter. The cycle of killing begets benefits, and the more one slays, the greater the rewards reaped. A howling wind surged from behind, and the immense forest python, flicking its tongue, reversed its form and charged once more. Having learned from its previous encounter, it refrained from attempting to bite, instead ensnaring both Wu Xiu and the tiger beast with its colossal body. Tightening its grip with sudden ferocity, it was unmistakably intent on squeezing the life out of Wu Xiu. After all, for serpents and pythons, their primary weapon, aside from venom, lies in their ability to constrict. Although this python bore no fangs, it had never lacked for sustenance in the mountains thanks to its deadly embrace. Anyone ensnared by it faced only a gruesome demise, reduced to shattered bones and minced flesh. With arms outstretched and feet planted firmly in a horse stance, Wu Xiu disregarded his predicament. Gripping the long blade plunged into the tiger beast's neck with unwavering resolve, even as the python's body constricted around him. Causing his complexion to redden, as the python's hold grew tighter, the overwhelming force intensified, and Wu Xiu felt as if he were being drawn into an ever-tightening noose. Even the bones and joints within his iron-forged frame emitted ominous cracks. Yet, he paid no heed, pressing the long knife deeper into the tiger beast's neck, the blood surging forth into his body, alleviating the pressure. Ultimately, his arm had fully penetrated the tiger beast's throat, that moment. The fiery blade had broken through the neck of the tiger beast, momentarily pausing before piercing anew into fresh flesh. Sensing the relentless flow of blood essence coursing through him, Wu Xiu, with a feral grin, declared, "Let us see who meets their end first." The python, its eyes betraying visible alarm, despite its inability to refine the throat bone, was keenly aware of its waning strength. It was that two-legged human. How could he have achieved such a feat? In its memory, the python had never encountered such an extraordinary circumstance, compelling it to hasten its constriction, eager to crush the dangerous two-legged creature at its core. However, as the python's body continued to tighten, the corresponding wounds inflicted by the long knife grew increasingly grievous. Unfettered, Wu Xiu urged the blood essence within him, whether as a side effect or a manifestation of his primal instincts awakened by the slaughter. He had never felt such exhilarating freedom. Fear of life or death dissipated, replaced solely by an insatiable thirst for carnage. A singular thought consumed his mind. Kill. With a resounding thud, the enormous head of the python succumbed. Collapsing to the ground, as time wore on, Wu Xiu, fueled by the inexhaustible blood essence, ultimately prevailed in this brutal contest. Yet, even as death loomed near, the python did not relinquish its grip. Its once mighty body, now withered and feeble, continued to constrict laboriously, with only the slowly closing eyes of the serpent bearing witness to its still living state. Once Wu Xiu extricated himself from the python's clutches, he withdrew the long knife without hesitation. Delivering a decisive blow to the now emaciated head of the serpent, proclaiming himself the victor of this grisly battle. Amidst the river of demonic blood, Wu Xiu, disheveled like a beggar, slowly rose to his feet. For this final confrontation, he had exhausted every stratagem, enduring the brutal skirmish without resorting to his ultimate technique until the very end, perfecting his blade and footwork to vanquish both the python and the tiger beast. Now, he stood as the sole victor. Releasing the long knife from his grip, Wu Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The thirst for slaughter quenched, the once ravenous blood essence within him began to recede like a beast returning to its lair. However, the absence of the blood essence's support instantaneously revealed the reality of his weakened state. Weakness, pain, muscle tremors, and the discomfort of stretching sinews surged through his nerves. Caught off guard, Wu Xiu stumbled, collapsing to the ground. The pain was excruciating. The agony, coupled with his sense of frailty and depletion, jolted him back from the ferocity bestowed by the blood essence. The strength derived from it was but a fleeting boon. The essence of one's cultivation remained paramount. Yet, it was not over. There was still one final task. Gritting his teeth, Wu Xiu staggered to the headless corpse of the mountain lord, the faintly glowing scepter of authority remaining still. Awaiting the true victor to claim it, slowly lifting his hand, he grasped the immobile, earth-toned banner suspended in midair. A resonant hum echoed as a golden scroll materialized before him, vibrating with an intensity he had never before encountered. Qingsong Mountain. Authority of the Mountain Lord, gold to wield it is to become the deity of the mountain, ruling over 100 miles, governing beasts and birds, sensing the wind's whispers and the trees' movements, and enjoying the incense offerings of the mountain. Discovering the item, authority of the Mountain Lord, upon acquisition, one may refine it in a single instance, gaining 1,000 moments of dragon and tiger chi. Or harvest its stored incense, yielding 100 moments of dragon and tiger chi. Will you refine it? Suppressing the greed swelling within, Wu Xiu resolutely withdrew the scroll, now settling into tranquility. The golden quality authority of the Mountain Lord. Such a treasure, it was evident, far exceeded his current capabilities. Moreover, with a newly appointed master at his side, who had made it clear that the authority was to be rightfully his, Wu Xiu felt no entitlement to claim it, especially considering that the Mountain Lord had fallen at the hands of his master. As for refining the dragon and tiger chi, he understood that once refined, the authority of the Mountain Lord would revert to a mere object. Even if he were to harvest the incense, the scroll might possess the ability to do so silently, leaving his master, Lu Rushan, none the wiser. However, the risk of exposure was too great. Wu Xiu would not indulge in such avaricious folly. Other cards might be laid bare, but this scroll was a secret he would guard fiercely, no matter who it was. Given his current strength, this secret would remain locked away in his heart. Should it be revealed, why risk his life testing the limits of human nature? Chapter 64. As warriors, we strive not only for the moment but for eternity. Calming his mind, Wu Xiu turned, cradling the warm and jade-like authority of the Mountain Lord. He was now in possession of it, and Lu Rushan should have made his appearance by now. Indeed, at some point, his master Lu Rushan had returned, standing upon the blood-stained ground with a satisfied expression. Not bad. Ruthless and clever. Just like my disciple, Lu Rushan. Bowing slightly, Wu Xiu extended the authority of the Mountain Lord towards Lu Rushan. Despite his exhaustion, he managed to smile. Thank you for your praise, master. Without your teachings and the Mountain Lord's blood essence you provided in advance, I could not have endured. There is no need for false modesty. A teacher merely opens the door. It is the student who must walk through. Your endurance is a testament to your own effort. Let me see how your foundational training has fared. Thank you, Master, Wu Xiu replied, stepping forward confidently, signaling Lu Rushan to proceed. Nodding, Lu Rushan casually took the authority of the Mountain Lord, slipping it into his sleeve without a second thought. Vanishing from sight, Wu Xiu surmised that Lu Rushan must possess an artifact akin to his own tiger pouch. Lu Rushan then turned once more, and before Wu Xiu could react, his hand descended upon Wu Xiu's sinews, causing them to twitch uncontrollably once more. Lu Rushan was meticulous, stretching not only the spine and skeletal structure but also each major tendon. After a series of manipulations, both Lu Rushan and Wu Xiu felt a significant alleviation of the pain coursing through his body. A smile crept across Lu Rushan's face, his eyes reflecting unmasked satisfaction as he regarded Wu Xiu. The results are impressive, surpassing my expectations. Ordinary individuals, even those blessed with innate steel-like bones, often fade into obscurity without proper resources over the years. I had presumed that even with the Mountain Lord's blood essence, your steel-like bones would only achieve modest growth. Yet, I did not anticipate your talent to be so exceptional, propelling you towards near mastery. Your physique has now been honed, and your steel-like bones have begun to develop anew. Given sufficient resources, you shall undoubtedly perfect this foundation, with the potential to glimpse the realm of golden skin and jade bones. Thank you for your guidance, Master. With a solemn expression, he once again bowed deeply in reverence. Regardless of Lu Rushan's character or his thoughts about himself, the fact remains that this master, whom he had known for merely a day, had indeed imparted knowledge and guidance that Wu Xiu could genuinely appreciate. Whether it was the remarkable vigor of the Mountain Lord or the meticulous and systematic martial arts instruction, both were akin to timely assistance for him in his current circumstances. Without any apparent reason, merely under the guise of a master-disciple relationship, Wu Xiu naturally felt compelled to cherish this act of kindness in his heart. However, Lu Rushan was mistaken about one thing. Wu Xiu was acutely aware that his previous life bore no innate talent for steel-like fortitude. Now, since his master had inspected him and declared that his results far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, there could only be one explanation. His innate talent for steel-like fortitude had been forcibly altered by the scroll, and now, having only been a day since, he naturally surpassed those impoverished prodigies whose talents had been buried for over a decade. On the other hand, having completed his examination of Wu Xiu's foundational abilities, Lu Rushan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This visit not only yielded a treasure trove of riches, but also resulted in acquiring a commendable disciple. Regrettably, time was of the essence during this trip, as he, being the head of the Huizhou Dao's town guard, was already burdened with pressing affairs. In recent years, various disturbances had arisen, and certain demons and deities were beginning to stir restlessly. Even if he wished to linger here a while longer, the people within the town guard had been sending urgent messages, imploring him to return and take charge of the situation. With no alternative, he had to hasten back, rising to signal Wu Xiu to follow. Lu Rushan stated gravely, although your foundation was previously ordinary, through this rigorous training and the nourishing essence of the Mountain Lord's vigor, you now stand on par with those scions of noble families. However, all gatherings must eventually disperse. This visit was primarily a family matter, and now that my affairs in Qingsong City have concluded, the town guard has repeatedly urged my return, citing that a dragon in the Huai River seeks to transform, and I, too, must rush back. You have now entered the town guard, and upon my return, I shall ensure you receive the necessary orders. Once the orders arrive, you are to promptly set forth to Huizhou Dao to seek me, for I have further plans for you. Wu Xiu naturally nodded in agreement. Within the forest, Lu Rushan had already declared that he would not return to Qingsong City and instructed Wu Xiu to convey a message to his cousin, Lu Yueyuan. The remaining time, Lu Rushan shared a wealth of knowledge. The secrets of the physical realm, the systematic selection of techniques from the town guard, as well as insights into the various malevolent forces and regions of Huizhou Dao. He cautioned that one must exercise utmost caution when venturing forth. Knowledge gained from books is ultimately superficial. This small Qingsong city is still too diminutive to nurture a dragon. Huizhou Dao and the capital are truly the stages for you young aspirants.